Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 89 to Chapter 182. Orochimaru, wearing an ordinary kimono, was walking alone in the major towns of the Land of Water. Because of Sasori, he didn't leave the Land of Water as planned, and because there is almost no enemy in the Land of Water that needs him and Sasori to deal with, so he didn't stay with Sasori. The turmoil in the Mist Village has been going on for a long time. And this turmoil almost exhausted all the vitality of the Mist Village. Several famous families in the Mist Village, such as Kagaya and Yukichi, were destroyed one after another, and the clansmen with Kekkai Genkai either died or fled, scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the Land of Water is located in a remote corner, and the neighboring Mai and Kumo are in a confrontation, so they don't have the energy to care about other things. Otherwise, whether the Mist Village can survive or not is unknown. Suddenly, a strong man with a sharp blade blocked Orochimaru's way and said fiercely, "Hand over the money." Orochimaru stretched out his slender tongue and wiped it slightly on his lips, and said in a hoarse voice, "An idiot who can't even feel the danger, it's really sad." The strong man was furious, "You want to die?" Clang, before the strong man's voice fell, the sharp blade in his hand slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Lowering his head with difficulty, he suddenly discovered that a green snake that was only as thick as a finger had bitten his throat. Orochimaru passed by the strong man, from beginning to end, his hand didn't leave his pocket. The strong man fell to the ground, no breath left his body. After wandering in the Land of Water for so long, there are very few people who dare to find trouble with Orochimaru, because even the weakest mist ninjas can feel the cold aura emanating from Orochimaru's body, which makes it impossible for strangers to get close to him. Only a pure civilian murderer like the strong man would foolishly come forward to die. From this, it can be seen that the turmoil in the Land of Water is not only limited to the ninja class, the lives of the civilians have also been seriously affected. The whole Land of Water can be said to be in chaos. After turning a corner, Orochimaru suddenly stopped. His eyes were attracted by a pile of rubbish in the corner. In front of the garbage dump, a ragged child was squatting on the ground, tearing up a small ball of black bread and distributing it to a few thin stray cats. The small stray cats meowed and were extremely intimate with the child. What a nice chakra." Orochimaru licked his lips and walked slowly to the garbage dump. The sudden approach of Orochimaru made the child feel afraid. He curled up and wanted to hide in the corner, but when he thought of the little wild cats under his feet, he gritted his teeth and opened his arms to protect the little wild cats. Orochimaru looked at the skinny child in front of him, then glanced at the bread crumbs the child fed to the stray cats, and asked, "What's your name?" The child carefully replied, "My name is Bai." Staring at Bai's pure and clean eyes, Orochimaru shook his head, then turned around and left. The child himself was as thin as a stick, but he still shared the remaining food with the little wild cats. Even if he has a nice chakra, such a kind child is not suitable to be a ninja. So with just a glance, Orochimaru dispelled the idea of taking the child away. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, because he recalled that child named Shigo. Yugo was a child who could absorb nature energy, and it was precisely because of this child that Orochimaru added a new research project called Curse Seal to his research project. Looking back at Haku, Orochimaru murmured, "Such a pure child, maybe he can bear that kind of power." At this moment, a figure landed beside Orochimaru. He was none other than Orochimaru's partner, Sasori. Sasori glanced at the thin Haku in the corner, then turned to Orochimaru and said, "Let's go, the person I'm looking for has appeared." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Are you sure you're looking for a person, not a corpse?" Sasori gritted his teeth and said, "I will turn him into a corpse." Orochimaru rarely saw Sasori so angry, so he pretended to be casual and asked, "Who are you looking for? I don't have the time to follow you around." "A ninja of your Mai Land of Wind." With the help of Kusanagi, after a month, Hyojin finally found the traces of the Rorin survivors. Over a sand dune, Rorin pointed to the conspicuous oasis in the distance and said to Hyojin, "The Rorin survivors you are looking for are there." Hyojin looked over and saw a circle of caravans parked outside the oasis. Sparse figures were coming and going in the workshop, some were fetching water from the oasis, some were taking care of camels and sheep, and some were making a fire to cook. Frowning, Hyojin wondered, why are there so few people? The entire convoy next to the oasis is only 200 or 300 people, which is far less than Kuroto's expectation. In his opinion, the number of Roran survivors may not be that many, but it shouldn't be as few as 200 or 300. A local guide found by the Kusanagi quickly explained to Suijin, since the Roran city was abandoned, these Roran survivors have lost their livelihood, some have left, and some have died, this is all that is left. Hyojin asked again, even if there is no town, their life should not be so miserable, right? Just as the guide wanted to explain, he suddenly saw something, so he pointed to the distance. Look. Hyojin looked in the direction of the guide's finger and saw 2 Sand Crypsis ninjas coming to the oasis and negotiating with the Roran survivors there. Both sides seemed to be a bit unhappy. After a quarrel, the 2 Sand Crypsis ninjas left the oasis and gradually disappeared in the sand. Hyojin asked, why are the Sand Crypsis ninjas here? The guide sighed and said, I heard that the Sand Crypsis has been collecting taxes from these Roran survivors. The 2 Sand Crypsis ninjas should be here to collect taxes. Hyojin pondered a little and understood the intention of the Sand Crypsis. How much tax can a convoy of 200 or 300 people collect? The Sand Crypsis did this, firstly, to use this as an excuse to monitor the Roran survivors. Secondly, it may be that they want to use economic pressure to make the Roran survivors completely submit to the Sand Crypsis village. In this way, the Sand Crypsis can legitimately occupy the Dragon Vein. Hyojin felt that these little tricks of the Sand Crypsis were very normal. After all, it would be really abnormal if the Sand Crypsis did not care about such a huge source of chakra like the Dragon Vein. The Kusanagi ninja Long Lan asked, Mr. Mu, do you need to go and confirm the person you are looking for? Hyojin shook his head. No need. Long Lan said, in that case, what about our mission this time? Tetsuya accepted the rest of the money and asked Hyojin to sign the letter of entrustment. Then, he left with the ninja and the guide hired by the ninja. During the whole process, he didn't say a word. It seemed that he didn't care about Hyojin's search for the Roran survivors at all. In fact, in this month of contact, Tetsuya, as a jonin, had long discovered that Hyojin, who was under the alias of Mr. Mu, was a ninja. After all, an ordinary person who has been running in the desert for a month, even if the body is strong, the spirit will be tired, but Kuroto is the same as them, not showing the slightest sign of fatigue. This alone shows that Kuroto has mastered the method of using chakra. As a ninja from a small ninja village, Tetsuya had seen all kinds of strange commissions. He even received commissions from ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages to assassinate ninjas from the same village. So, he had long understood that the less he knew about things that had nothing to do with him, the better it was for him. Hyojin was very satisfied with the ninja's self-awareness. If the Kusanagi shinobi doesn't get to the bottom of the mission, or show signs of inquiring about the purpose of searching for the Roran survivors, then Kuroto can only kill them. After sending away the ninja, Hyojin, who was hiding on the sand dune, carefully observed the Roran survivors in the oasis in the distance. Soon, his eyes fell on a red-haired woman. The woman looked about 20 years old, holding a baby in her arms, and her face was full of sadness. Hyojin said to himself with some uncertainty, is it her? In his memory, the last queen of Roran was 4 or 5 years older than Kakashi, who was with 4 generations at that time. Hyojin and Kakashi were in the same generation, so the last queen should be 4 or 5 years older than Hyojin, which was about 20 years old. The age matched, the hair color also matched. In the team of 200 or 300 people, the only one that met the criteria was the woman, so Suijin finally identified the woman holding the baby as the last queen of Roran Kingdom. How pathetic. After sighing with emotion, Hyojin took out the scroll and summoned the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. Now was not the time to come into contact with the Lulan Queen, because if something happened to the Dragon Vein while he was traveling, then it was very likely that the village would suspect him. Therefore, this 2-month trip was just his preliminary preparation. He had 2 purposes. The first was to confirm what kind of sealing technique the 4 generations had used on the Dragon Vein. The second was to confirm Lulan Queen's exact location. Now that both of his goals have been achieved, he only needs to leave behind 3 generations of Kazekage puppets and let 3 generations of Kazekage puppets lurk and track the convoy of the Roran survivors, so that he can grasp the position of the Roran Queen in real time. As for himself, he could openly return to the village and clear his name. Then, he could think of a way to sneak out of the village and steal the dragon's vein without anyone knowing. Bang, suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose. When the white smoke dissipated, the lazy figure of the one-eyed venom snake was revealed. Hyojin was slightly stunned. Only Orochimaru could send him a telepathic message, and Orochimaru hadn't contacted him for a long time, so he was very surprised by Orochimaru's sudden message. Taking the scroll in the one-eyed venom snake's mouth and unfolding it, Hyojin's face suddenly sank. What a lingering ghost. There was not much content on the scroll, just a warning message. Orochimaru told him that his whereabouts had been detected by Scorpion, and that Scorpion was coming to the country of wind. These days, in order to find the Roran survivors, Hyojin met a lot of people of all kinds. Among these people, there might be someone who saw through Hyojin's disguise. But it didn't matter now, because he had achieved his goal and didn't need to stay in the country of wind anymore. After thinking for a while, Hyojin took out a scroll from his body and handed it to the one-eyed venom snake. This scroll recorded the information of the Umbu members that Hyojin collected on a daily basis, including the Umbu squad that died in the conflict with Cloud Village. When he traded the artificial tailed beast scroll with Orochimaru, one of the two requests made by Orochimaru was that Hyojin should use the advantage of the Byakugan to collect information on the Umbu members. After so long, Hyojin should also give Orochimaru an explanation. After all, this time Orochimaru's message saved him a lot of trouble, and he had to return the favor. My village, Naruto's office. 3 generations were looking at the village outside the window with their hands behind their back. Danzo was sitting on the side, leaning on a cane. Talking to a cripple? Waving. Apart from Hyojin, the other 3 people of Class 11 were standing in front of Naruto's desk with a nervous look on their faces. After a while, 3 generations turned around and asked the 3 people of Class 11, "Have you finished looking at the documents?" Kakashi and the other 2 nodded. 3 generations asked, "What do you think, is it possible that Hyojin did this?" Dai was the first to stand up and said, "Naruto-sama, Kuroto will never do anything to his companions from the same village." Putting the photo of Uchiha's corpse and the relevant documents back on Naruto's desk, Kakashi said, "I also believe in Kuroto." When he thought about how Hyojin led his team to return to the valley to face hundreds of Cloud ninjas in order to save him, and how he fought with Cloud's Jinchuriki in the country of hot water for the sake of the village, Kakashi felt that Hyojin would never betray the village. Even if the root ninja in the photo was really killed by Hyojin, he deserved to die. As soon as Jishui saw the iron sand mentioned in the document, he guessed that the root ninja must have been killed by Hyojin, because he saw Hyojin controlling the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations. But he had promised Hyojin that no matter what Hyojin did with Danzo, he must keep it a secret, so he didn't say anything to the 3 generations. Humph. Danzo, who was sitting on the side, snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. 3 generations sighed and said, "Hyojin is partly responsible for Uchiha's death. I announce that he will be suspended from his position in the Umbu. Kakashi said calmly, "Naruto-sama, Hyojin is my team member. If he is responsible, then as the captain, am I also responsible?" Danzo said coldly, "Last time, your Team 11 concealed the truth, and this time your Team 11 members are suspected of assassinating a ninja from the same village. I suggest that all members of Team 11 be suspended from their positions in the Umbu." In order to appease Danzo, 3 generations nodded. All members of Team 11 will be suspended from their positions in the Umbu. After the 3 members of the Team 11 left Naruto's office, the Danzo leaned on a stick. 9 swallows? Hanjia Kagemono? Wolf? Kagemono? Now you Pao? Kagemono? Sheet Kagemono? Play. 3 generations shook his head. Things are not irreparable yet. Have you considered what kind of losses the village will suffer if they make the first move? After a slight pause, Danzo continued, "Leave it to me, I will minimize the losses." Sandaime took a puff of the cigarette in his mouth. "Isn't the lesson from the Hidden Mist Rebellion enough? I will be responsible for Uchiha's affairs from now on, you don't need to interfere anymore." Hearing 3 generations mention the turmoil of the Mist Village, Danzo was speechless for a while. The turmoil of the Mist Village almost destroyed the Mist Village's reputation as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Not only did the village suffer a great loss in strength, but even the country of water fell into turmoil. Therefore, everyone knows that such a tragedy must not happen in my. After thinking for a while, Danzo added, Uchiha Jishui cannot be allowed to stay in the Umbu any longer. His strength is no longer below yours or mine. If he completely falls to Uchiha's side, you will be in great danger. Hokage-sama nodded. The reason why 3 generations readily agreed to Danzo's proposal and suspended all the members of Team 11 is also because of their fear of Jishui. Because Jishui helped Hyojin recognize the results of the battle in the valley, 3 generations and Danzo both overestimated Jishui's combat power. Coupled with Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan and Kotoama Tsukumi, the threat of Jishui suddenly increased by several levels. At this point, whether it was the 3 generations or the Danzo, none of them had the confidence to defeat Jishui in a one-on-one match. Naruto's Black Ops had the right to enter and exit the Naruto building freely. Therefore, if Jishui had any ill intentions, the 3 generations would likely suffer a fatal sneak attack when they were unprepared. Although the 3 generations did not think that Jishui would betray the village, as Naruto, he could not take the risk. A week later, Hyojin returned to the village before his 2-month holiday expired. When he returned to the village, he found out that he had been suspended. However, he was not surprised by this. Moreover, for him, the position in the Black Operation was dispensable. In fact, from the very beginning, he didn't have any plans to continue looking forward to this in the dark. Even if the 3 generations didn't suspend his position, he would find a suitable opportunity to resign from the Black Operation. Because of the Uzumaki sealing technique, the internal layout of the Naruto building, the details of the guards in the confidential database, and the information of the members of the Black Operation, etc., he has already obtained them one by one. Even on his resume, his file has been added to the Umbu, which is directly under Naruto, so there is no need to continue to stay in the Black Operation. It must be known that although the Umbu has many privileges, they are also subject to many restrictions. For example, ordinary my ninjas, as long as they are not assigned by the village, they can accept any task at the mission center, and then naturally go out to carry out the task. But the Umbu can't, because the tasks of the Umbu are assigned by Naruto, and their every move is subject to Naruto's restrictions. Wherever they go, what they do, all have to be reported to Naruto. This may not be important for ordinary my ninjas, but for Hyojin, it is very troublesome, so the status of Umbu has more disadvantages than advantages for him. But why did they suspend the entire Team 11? Thinking of this, Hyojin faintly felt that the Konoha's higher-ups may not be targeting him, they may just be using the death of the root ninja as an excuse to target someone in Team 11. And this person is undoubtedly Jishui. After pondering for a while, Hyojin put these thoughts aside. As long as the peace talks between the Konoha and Kumo village are not finalized, nothing will happen to Uchiha, so what Hyojin needs to do now is not to cause trouble everywhere, but to improve his strength while others are not paying attention to him. In the shinobi world, in the final analysis, strength speaks the loudest. In the next few days, Hyojin met with the 3 members of Team 11 and walked around the village to let everyone know that he has returned to the village, then he stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. The Danzo didn't send anyone to monitor him these days, and he didn't bother to find out why. On the 7th day after returning to the village, Kuroto officially started the artificial tailed beast plan. First of all, he needs to make a shell for his artificial tailed beast. The material for the shell is the purple clay recorded in the scroll of the artificial tailed beast. These days, Kuroto has done several experiments in private and found that the purple clay is indeed a material that has a strong isolation ability against chakra, so it is very suitable to make the shell of the artificial tailed beast. As for the technique, Kuroto has already memorized the technique recorded in the scroll of the artificial tailed beast, so the probability of a problem occurring is close to 0. Byakugan, open. Glancing around the house again to confirm that no one is spying on him, Hyojin took out the scroll containing the purple clay and took out all the purple clay sealed in it. Looking at the pile of purple clay in front of him, Kuroto thought for a while and decided to shape the body of the artificial tailed beast into a simple round shape. Choosing a round shape is not because he wants it to be simple, but because the simpler the shape, the more stable the structure will be. After all, the artificial tailed beast is just like a battery for him. If he makes the shape too flashy and reduces the stability of the artificial tailed beast, it would be a waste of time. Having made up his mind, Kuroto started to engrave the technique on the purple clay bit by bit. Engraving the technique must be done in one go, neither can it be paused halfway, nor can there be any mistakes. Otherwise, there will be obvious flaws in the artificial tailed beast's body and it will become unstable. In the worst case, the artificial tailed beast's body will directly explode when it contains the chakra source. Because this process is crucial, when engraving the technique, Hyojin directly opened the Tenseigan. Through the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan, he carefully controls his chakra and increases the precision of the engraving technique to the highest level. When people focus on something, time always passes quickly. Glancing at the morning light outside the window, Hyojin closed the Tenseigan. After a sleepless night of engraving the technique, Kuroto finally completed the shaping of the artificial tailed beast's body. Fortunately, he chose a simple round shape. Otherwise, even with the help of the Tenseigan, a single night is not enough for him to complete such a large workload. After resting for 2 days, Hyojin fully recovered his spirit. It can be seen that it is not an easy task to write the technique overnight. The body of the artificial tailed beast has now been shaped. The next problem in front of Hyojin is how to sneak out of the village quietly. If it is just sneaking out of the village, it is not difficult for Hyojin as an umbu. But the key problem is that this trip will not be able to return in a day or two. After all, Mai is thousands of miles away from the Roran ruins. It will take a lot of time to travel on the road, so Hyojin must leave a shadow clone at home to deal with any possible trouble. But more than half of the chakra on his body has been consumed to maintain the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. The remaining chakra, if it is divided into 2 and leaves a shadow clone, then the chakra of his main body will not be enough to break the seal imposed on the dragon vein by 4 generations. Therefore, after thinking about it, Hyojin invited Jishui to his home. Jishui asked curiously, "Kuroto-san, why did you ask me to come here?" Hyojin nodded, "There is indeed one thing I want to ask you, but before that, I have another thing to ask you." "What is it?" "Didn't I mention to you before that during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Nine Tails were controlled by the Sharingan?" After a pause, Hyojin thought about the wording and then asked, "Recently, have you found any strange people near the Uchiha clan land?" Shursui thought about it seriously, then shook his head. Hyojin asked, "Is there any abnormality?" Jishui smiled helplessly and said, "Except for those root ninjas who monitor our Uchiha clan, there are no suspicious people near the clan land. The Uchiha clan's land is on the edge of the village, and after the Kyuubi's rebellion, the estrangement between the Uchiha clan and the village has deepened, so ordinary villagers don't approach the Uchiha clan's land at all." Jishui suddenly stopped, and there was a thoughtful expression on her face. "What are you thinking of?" Jishui said with some uncertainty, "Speaking of which, something strange did happen in the clan." Hyojin asked curiously, "What strange thing?" "You should remember Shinichi, right?" While thinking, Shursui said, "Recently, he has been a little strange. Every day, he would run outside the village to cultivate." Hyojin rubbed his chin and said, "That's not strange, is it? He didn't have a deep impression of Uchiha Shinichi. After all, when they sparred, he cheated and defeated Uchiha Shinichi in an instant. The process was too fast, so naturally, it didn't leave any impression." Shursui said with a worried look on his face, "It's all because the root ninja who was monitoring him disappeared for no reason. In the past few days, Danzano-sama has been arguing with the patriarch about this matter. If it weren't for Sandame-sama, the consequences would have been, no wonder Danzo didn't send anyone to bother me these days." Before, Hyojin was a little puzzled as to why Danzo didn't send anyone to monitor him again. Hearing Jishui's words, he knew that something happened to the root ninjas again. However, since Danzo didn't do anything to Uchiha Shinichi, it meant that the disappearance of the root ninjas had nothing to do with Uchiha Shinichi, or in other words, there was no evidence to prove that Uchiha Shinichi did it. Hyojin couldn't analyze anything from Jishui's words, but he kept it in mind. After learning about the current situation of the Uchiha clan, Hyojin changed the topic and said, "Jishui, I have a favor to ask of you." Jishui hurriedly said, "Kuroto-san, you are too polite, please tell me what you need." Hyojin said with a serious face, "I need to go out of the village to do something, but I don't want others to know about it, so I hope you can help me create a shadow clone and leave it in my house to cover for me." The reason why Hyojin looked for Jishui is that only Jishui, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, can perfectly transform her shadow clone into Hyojin's appearance. Even in front of the three generations, there is still a possibility of passing it off as the real one. After listening to Kuroto-san, Jishui was surprised. "Kuroto-san, what are you going to do?" Hyojin said, "Don't worry, what I'm going to do has nothing to do with the village, and it won't harm the interests of the village, it's just a personal matter." Hyojin knows what Jishui is worried about, so he has to explain it clearly. Because Jishui is the kind of my ninja who would rather commit suicide than defect after being betrayed by the village's elders, so if he doesn't explain it clearly to Jishui, even if the two have a good personal relationship, Jishui may not help him. After hesitating for a moment, Jishui finally nodded and agreed, "If that's the case, then okay." Hyojin smiled, "I'm afraid you have to work hard this time, because I won't be able to come back in a short time." Jishui asked carefully, "Kuroto-san, how many days will it take for you to come back?" After thinking for a while, Hyojin said, "If everything goes well, I can come back in half a month, but if there is an accident, then I can't say." Jishui suddenly stood up, "What?" Even for Jishui, it is not easy to maintain a shadow clone for half a month. What's more, in this half a month, it is very likely that the three generations will summon Class 11, and Jishui really does not have the guts to use a shadow clone to deceive the three generations. Hyojin patted Jishui on the shoulder and sat him down, then said with a smile, "You just promised me, you can't go back on your word now." Jishui said, "But," Hyojin interrupted Jishui's complaint and said, "Don't worry, you have helped me this time, I will do my best to help you solve the conflict between Uchiha and the village." Jishui, who was a little moved, bowed his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Kuroto-san, I can only hold on for 20 days at most. If it is longer, I can't guarantee." Hyojin secretly said, 20 days should be enough. Although the three generations of Kazekage puppets have been lost, Hyojin can still fly with the Tenseigan chakra mode, and the flying speed of the Tenseigan chakra mode is far better than the three generations of Kazekage puppets. After the two people reached an agreement, before leaving, Jishui left a shadow clone that is almost identical to Hyojin. With the cover of the shadow clone, Hyojin did not delay and directly sneaked out of the village. Before traveling, he had already investigated a remote and uninhabited route, so after sneaking out of the village, he immediately entered the Tenseigan chakra mode and flew towards the direction of the Land of Wind. Country of Wind. The wind rolled up the yellow sand all over the sky, like a curtain, covering the sun hanging in the sky, making the noon sun look like the sunset at dusk. Walking on the winding sand dunes, the handsome face under the scorpion cloak was gloomy as if it could drip water. He patrolled the distance, and his eyebrows were slightly twisted. Did I miss him again? In the past 10 days, he searched the major towns, black markets, and even several oases on the trade route in the Country of Wind, but he found nothing. The trace of Hyojin seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Since he found out the identity of Hyojin, Sasori has been planning revenge. However, Hyojin is a member of the My Black Ops, which is directly under Naruto. His whereabouts are unpredictable. Either he doesn't leave the village, or once he leaves the village, he must be performing a secret mission, so it has been difficult for him to grasp the whereabouts of Hyojin. This time, he finally got a tip from a black market informant and thought that he would be able to wash away his shame. He never thought that after traveling thousands of miles from the Country of Water to the Country of Wind, he would still end up empty-handed. "You're lucky." After a cold snort, Sasori wrapped his cloak tighter and walked in the direction of the Country of Rain, in the Country of Fire, in a forest. Hyojin fell from the air and exited the Tenseigan chakra mode, holding a big tree and gasping for breath. Because he has to maintain the three generations of Kazekage puppets in the Country of Wind, there is only a small part of chakra left in his body, which leads to the Tenseigan chakra mode that can normally be maintained for 10 minutes, but now it can only be maintained for 4 or 5 minutes. Therefore, every time he activates the Tenseigan chakra mode, he has to stop for a while. Fortunately, the flying speed in the Tenseigan chakra mode is very fast, otherwise, it may not be as fast as his normal speed. After chewing a military food pill, Hyojin spread the map on the ground and looked at it carefully. From the time he sneaked out of the village until now, 2 days had passed. According to the plan, he would be able to pass through the forest and enter the territory of the river country in 1 day. The main reason why he took so long was that the route he chose was too remote. The entire journey was either a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, or an unbroken chain of mountains. There was also a section in the middle that was filled with cliffs and swamps. Choosing this secluded route was actually an act of helplessness. The main reason is that the Tenseigan chakra mode is too eye-catching. If he takes other routes, it will be easy to be discovered by the perception-type ninjas and Mai's sentry posts scattered throughout the Land of Fire. A few days later, Hyojin finally passed through the country of river and entered the country of wind, which was full of wind and sand. Instead of rushing, he perceived the position of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. A moment later, he opened his eyes and frowned. So far. After a while, he found that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets that were following the Roran survivors were about 200 kilometers away from his position. Spreading out the map again, Kuroto drew a small point on the map with a pen. The location of this point is the location of the Roran survivors. Then, with this point as the center, his eyes swept around the map and finally fell on an oasis called Manto. Drawing a circle on this oasis with a pen, Kuroto thought, the place they are going should be here. This oasis called Manto is a relatively large oasis in the country of wind. Analyzing the trajectory of the Roran survivors' activities, this is likely to be their next foothold. Therefore, Hyojin doesn't have to chase the Roran survivors' convoy, he can just wait for them in the Manto oasis. After making up his mind, Kuroto immediately put away the map and entered the Tenseigan chakra mode again, flying in the direction of the Manto oasis at a high altitude close to the ground. 2 days later, Hyojin finally arrived at the Manto oasis and successfully saw the Roran survivors' convoy. He was not in a hurry to see Queen Roran, but first put the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets into the scroll and restored his peak state. Then he changed into a black cloak and put on a mask that he bought in the town of the country of wind before, and finally waited quietly for the night to come. A few hours later, the sun set and the moon slowly climbed up. At this time, smoke rose from the Roran survivors' convoy. They sat together in 2s and 3s, enjoying the rare leisure time of the day. Queen Roran did not sit around to eat with others, but held the baby alone, humming a song in the tent. Under the cover of the night, Hyojin quietly sneaked into Queen Roran's tent and whispered to Queen Roran, "What are you thinking about?" Queen Roran was shocked when she heard the voice. She quickly hugged the child in her arms and retreated to the corner while looking at Suijin with vigilance. "Who are you?" Hyojin said lightly, "Don't be too nervous, I'm here to do business with you." Queen Roran was a little confused. Business? In the convoy of the Roran survivors, except for some livestock, there was nothing valuable, so Queen Roran did not relax her vigilance because of Hyojin's words. At the same time, she did not call for help, because she knew very well that the person who can sneak into her tent quietly must be a ninja. And if the enemy is a ninja, the Roran survivors outside can't help at all. Her call for help not only won't save herself, but will also harm others. Hyojin nodded, "Yes, business." Queen Roran wanted to say something, but because of nervousness and panic, she coughed continuously, and only managed to stop after a long time. Seeing that Queen Roran coughed up blood, Hyojin quietly activated Byakugan and scanned Queen Roran. He was surprised to find that the chi in Queen Roran's body was stagnant, and her blood vessels were blocked, as if she was seriously ill. Hyojin frowned, "You are very ill." After panting for a while, Queen Roran said weakly, I know." Looking around Queen Roran's shabby tent, Hyojin said, "If you don't get treated in time, I'm afraid you won't live for more than a few years." Queen Roran did not continue this topic, but asked with a serious face, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I told you, I'm here to do business with you." Queen Roran shook her head, "I have nothing to sell." "No, you have a priceless treasure." After a short pause, Suijin continued with a smile, "However, for you and your people, it is really useless." Hyojin didn't deny it. He said in a cold voice, "Yes, I want to do business with you, the Dragon Vein." "No, never." Queen Lulan refused without hesitation. Hyojin didn't ask a stupid question like why, but said coldly, "You don't have the right to refuse." Queen Lulan heard the threat in Hyojin's words, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she straightened her chest and said, "You don't understand what the Dragon Vein's power means. It's not something you can control. Please put away your ambition." Hyojin shook his head and said, "You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. I said you don't have the right to refuse." Queen Lulan turned her head to the side and became silent. She seemed to want to use this method to fight against Hyojin. Listen to the voices outside. Your people are living a hard life in the desert to follow you. After a pause, Hyojin's voice became colder. Do you really have the heart to watch them die one by one in front of you? Wearing a black robe, coupled with a scary grimace mask, Kuroto's appearance makes his words more convincing. Queen Lulan's face turned pale. She opened her mouth a few times but didn't know what to say. At this time, a survivor came to the queen's tent and shouted, "Your Highness, the soup is ready. Do you want me to bring it in?" Inside the tent, Suijin silently took out a kunai. Queen Lulan's heart jumped to her throat when she saw the cold kunai in Hyojin's hand. She quickly said, "No need, I'm not hungry." The survivor said, "If you're hungry, you can call me at any time." Queen Lulan let out a long sigh of relief when she heard the survivor's footsteps leaving. Hyojin asked, "Have you thought it through?" Queen Lulan compromised and said, "I can't break the seal. There's no point in forcing me. You don't have to worry about the seal. You just need to help me control the dragon vein." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "After this is over, I'll pay you a large sum of money. It should be enough for you and your people to improve their lives. Compared to the useless dragon vein, money is what you need the most right now." Queen Lulan gently placed the baby on the bed and said, "I'll go with you, but you have to promise not to hurt my people." Queen Roran didn't believe that Suijin would give her the money after he stole the dragon vein. In her opinion, once Suijin stole the dragon vein, the first thing he would do would be to silence all witnesses. But she had no choice. In order to protect her daughter and her people, she decided to sacrifice herself. Plus, she knew she was already seriously ill and didn't have much time. Hyojin didn't give her any guarantees. He left the caravan with her and disappeared into the night in a few leaps. The Manto Oasis wasn't far from the Lulan ruins. After a few hours of walking, Hyojin and Queen Lulan arrived at the ruins. Returning to the ruins, Queen Lulan silently shed tears. This was where she was born and raised. It was also the hometown she'd abandoned. Suijin stood quietly at the side and didn't urge Queen Roran, who was in a state of sadness. To Hyojin, the decline of ancient Lulan was inevitable. As the saying went, treasures bring trouble. Ancient Lulan didn't have the power to control the dragon vein. Naturally, it would attract all kinds of ambitious people. A moment later, the two arrived at the place where 4 generations had sealed the dragon vein. Queen Lulan pointed at the seal on the ground. "The seal here was personally cast by 4 generations Naruto from my village. If you can't break the seal, I can't help you." Hyojin didn't waste time. He slowly walked to the center of the seal and shouted, "Break." Following Suijin's shout, the sealing technique of the dragon vein seal that Yondaime-sama placed on the dragon vein quickly disappeared, and the entire dragon vein seal shrank by a large margin. Queen Lulan was shocked. I can feel the dragon vein. Of course, I have removed the contract seal in the dragon vein, so the connection between you and the dragon vein should have been restored." After explaining indifferently, Kuroto asked, "What is the current situation of the dragon vein?" Queen Lulan sensed it and said, "It seems very irritable." Hyojin glanced at Queen Lulan. "Irritable?" Queen Lulan hurriedly advised, "You should give up. The power of the dragon vein can't be possessed by anyone. If you continue to remove the seal, I'm afraid something bad will happen." Hyojin smiled. "We've already come this far. Do you think I'll stop?" Queen Lulan shook her head and sighed. "You don't understand how terrifying the power of the dragon vein is." Hyojin continued to make seals coldly and shouted again, "Break." This time, what he unlocked was the core of the Ryumyaku seal, and as the core part of the Ryumyaku seal was unlocked, the entire Ryumyaku seal was on the verge of collapse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all of a sudden, a strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Looking at the crumbling dragon vein seal, Hyojin slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This was why he was confident that he could break the seal on the 4th generation sage. He didn't need to completely break the seal, he only needed to make a small hole in the seal, and the sealed dragon vein would struggle to break free from the shackles of the seal. At this time, he opened the scroll that sealed the body of the artificial tailed beast and pressed it lightly. Bang! After a burst of mist dissipated, a large mass of purple clay filled with exquisite sealing techniques appeared in front of Hyojin and Queen Lulan. Queen Lulan looked at the large mass of purple clay on the ground like a deflated balloon and asked, "What is this?" Hyojin, who was wearing the devil mask, activated the Tenseigan and said calmly, "You don't have to worry about what this is. When the dragon vein breaks free, find a way to help me control it, don't let it go berserk." Seeing that the seal of the 4 generations dragon Naruto was disintegrating little by little, Queen Lulan knew that no matter what she said at this moment, it would be useless, so she nodded. Hyojin fully activated the Tenseigan and stared at the dragon vein that was gradually breaking free. The existence of the dragon vein can be said to be an unsolved mystery in the shinobi world, because in the natural world, it is impossible to give birth to such a large chakra that is comparable to the tailed beast for no reason. In Hyojin's view, the only thing that can do this is either the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who has been sealed for thousands of years, or her 2 sons, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Yuki, or some kind of demon from another world, or some unknown evil god entrenched in the shinobi world. Under the mask, Hyojin's Tenseigan shone brightly, as if he wanted to see through everything about the dragon vein. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, amidst the whistling sound, the hurricane became stronger and stronger. The surrounding gravel was blown up by the hurricane, like a tornado, spinning rapidly around the altar. No matter what it hit, it would make a deafening noise. The ground began to tremble. Amidst the tremors, cracks appeared on the brick ground, and these cracks spread rapidly in all directions. In a moment, the entire ground was cracked into pieces. Queen Lulan staggered a few steps and finally fell to the ground. The hurricane blew so hard that she could barely open her eyes. She covered her face with her hands and said with difficulty, "The dragon vein is getting more and more irritable, I can't control it at all." Hyojin flashed in front of Queen Lulan and said calmly, "Don't panic, it's trying to break free from the seal, it's inevitable for it to be a little irritable." Queen Lulan, who was being protected by Hyojin, struggled to get up, looking surprised and doubtful. "Why aren't you afraid at all?" The scene in front of her was like the end of the world. In such an environment, Queen Lulan felt that no one in the world would be able to remain calm, but Hyojin, who was in front of her, had been very calm. This made her doubt Hyojin's identity. In her opinion, in the ninja world, perhaps only those ninjas who carried the name Kage could face the dragon vein so calmly. At this time, there were not many sealing techniques left for the 4 generations dragon vein seal. Roar. When the last few sealing techniques collapsed one by one, a soul-stirring dragon roar came from the abyss under the altar. Hyojin's eyes turned cold, "It's about to break free." Queen Lulan, who was hiding behind Hyojin, tightly grabbed onto Hyojin's robe and said with difficulty under the whistling hurricane, I can already feel it." Clang, at the same time that the last sealing technique collapsed, the flying thunder god Kunai, which was the cardinal of the dragon vein seal, also flew out of the altar. An enormous amount of chakra surged out of the abyss and smashed the dome of the altar. It turned into a pillar of chakra that soared into the sky and lit up the entire night sky. Hyojin frowned. In the vision of his Tenseigan, the chakra of the dragon vein is not only vigorous, but it is also filled with an inexplicable power, which makes him feel a little afraid. At the same time, the commotion caused by the unsealing of the dragon vein had far exceeded his expectations. Looking at the dragon vein chakra pillar that pierced through the clouds, he knew that the sand crypsis would send someone to investigate soon, so he did not have much time left. Suppressing his guesses, Hyojin began the last step of the artificial tailed beast plan. Soon, as he rapidly formed a series of hand seals, the purple clay shell gradually swelled up and grew larger. "Open!" After instilling the guided chakra into the purple clay shell, Hyojin shouted in a low voice. Accompanied by his low shout, the seal of the purple clay shell flashed with a brilliance. Then, the seal, which was covered with sealing spells, slowly opened up, like a big mouth that was opened wide. Seeing this scene, Queen Lulan was so shocked that she could not speak. At this time, Hyojin formed another hand seal, and then pressed one hand on the ground. In an instant, circles of sealing technique spread out on the ground, like a spider web, covering the entire altar. This technique was the chakra seal recorded in the artificial tailed beast scroll. According to Orochimaru's speculation, it was specially developed by the second Naruto for the artificial tailed beast plan. After taking a deep breath, Hyojin activated the chakra seal and shouted to Queen Lulan behind him, "Now is the time, help me suppress the dragon vein." Queen Lulan looked up and saw the purple clay shell like a ball with its mouth wide open, pouncing on the dragon vein's chakra pillar. "It's devouring the dragon vein's chakra." Shocked, Queen Lulan fell into a dilemma. The dragon vein was the symbol of the ancient city of Lulan, a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the queen's family. She was not willing to watch the dragon vein be stolen. However, when she thought of the people who followed her, her heart was stirred again. The treasure of Lulan should belong to the people of Lulan. Gradually, Queen Lulan's expression became firm, and there was no more hesitation in her eyes. At this time, Hyojin was starting to feel tired. The amount of chakra in the dragon vein had completely exceeded his expectations. In just a few moments, the purple clay shell had expanded more than 10 times its original size. Its huge body even broke through the walls of the altar tower, causing the top half of the altar tower to collapse. Without the cover of the altar tower, the hurricane swept up a sandstorm that engulfed the entire Lulan ruins. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Hyojin urged. Queen Lulan no longer hesitated and shouted, "In the name of the queen, I command thee to suppress thy power." With Queen Lulan's words, the hurricane slowed down significantly, and the chakra pillar also shrunk. The situation seemed to be under control. "It's working." Secretly delighted, Hyojin quickly asked, "Can you suppress the dragon vein further?" Queen Lulan shook her head, "This is all I can do." "Alright, keep a close eye on the dragon vein. Don't let anything happen to it again." After giving some instructions, Hyojin focused on activating the chakra seal. With Queen Lulan's reassurance, the dragon vein calmed down. This made it easier for Hyojin to steal the dragon vein's chakra. After all, it was much easier to subdue the gentle chakra than the violent chakra. Under Hyojin's control, the purple clay shell continued to devour the dragon vein's chakra. Its entire body expanded continuously, and gradually, it became so huge that it almost covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. The shell is reaching its limit. Looking at the purple clay shell that was about to expand to its limit, Hyojin's expression turned serious. Fortunately, the dragon vein's chakra pillar had become very weak. Even the hurricane around it had stopped. It seemed like the dragon vein was about to dry up. Queen Lulan's expression became melancholic. She could feel that the connection between her and the dragon vein was disappearing bit by bit. Whoosh, with the last gust of wind, the dragon vein's chakra pillar dissipated completely. Seeing that it was a success, Hyojin quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Seal." Looking at the purple clay shell that blotted out the sky, gradually shrinking under the shackles of the seals, the corners of Kuroto's mouth unconsciously rose slightly. But after a while, the smile on his face froze. This was because as the purple clay shell shrank, its appearance gradually changed. No one expected that after the dragon vein chakra was condensed to a certain extent, it actually manifested its true form, and its form turned out to be a dragon, but the purple clay shell was molded by Hyojin into a regular circle. As a result, the internal shape and the external shape had a violent conflict. Under the internal pressure of the dragon shape, the originally circular purple clay shell was forcibly squeezed out into the shape of a dragon, but because the purple clay shell was originally circular, so under the conflict, the artificial tailed beast created by Hyojin became a short and thick purple dragon. At first glance, it looks quite cute. After seeing the newly created artificial tailed beast, Queen Lulan looked at Hyojin with a strange expression. She didn't expect that Hyojin, who was dressed like a cold killer, would have such an aesthetic. Being stared at by Queen Lulan with such a strange expression, Hyojin couldn't help but explain coldly, "This is actually an accident." Queen Lulan turned her head to the side, looking at her expression. It seems that she didn't believe Hyojin's explanation at all. "Seal." Hyojin didn't continue to explain, but hurriedly sealed the artificial tailed beast into his body. This seal is only a temporary seal. He still can't transfer the artificial tailed beast's chakra. Only after completing the true Jinchuriki fusion seal can he transfer the artificial tailed beast's chakra. It's just that time is tight, the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis may arrive at any time, so the matter of the Jinchuriki fusion seal can be dealt with slowly after leaving this place. Finally, after scanning the surroundings with the Tenseigan and confirming that there were no traces left, Hyojin quickly left the ruins of Roran City with Queen Roran. A few hours later, when the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon, Hyojin had already brought the Lulan Queen back to the vicinity of the Manto Oasis. Seeing that they were about to reach the Manto Oasis, Lulan Queen asked sternly, "You promised me that you would let my people go." Hyojin was taken aback. "I didn't say I was going to kill them." Upon hearing this, Lulan Queen's expression gradually softened. Then, she looked deeply in the direction of the Manto Oasis and mustered up her courage to say, Then do it." Hyojin crossed his arms in front of his chest, a puzzled look on his face. "What do you mean?" Lulan Queen asked carefully, "Didn't you want to kill me?" Hyojin was a little confused. "When did I say I was going to kill you?" Only now did he realize that Lulan Queen had never believed his words about spending money to buy the dragon vein. Instead, she scared herself half to death. Seeing that Hyojin really didn't seem to have the intention to kill her, Lulan Queen heaved a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully, "But I know your secret. Aren't you afraid that I will tell others? Do you know who I am?" Lulan Queen shook her head. "You don't even know who I am. Even if you tell others, it won't affect me." After a short pause, Kuroto said coldly, "Besides, you should know what will happen to you and your people if you say anything. What's more, you should know what will happen to you and your people." Lulan Queen quickly said, "I won't say anything." After pondering for a while, Hyojin said, "I'm afraid the Sand Crypsis won't let you go easily. You can't stay in the Wind Kingdom anymore." "What?" Lulan Queen was taken aback at first, but when she thought of the Sand Crypsis's plan for the dragon vein, she also understood that Hyojin's words are right, so she asked, "But where else can we go?" Hyojin rested his chin on his hand and thought about it. When it comes to safety, Mai is a good choice, but the identity of the Lulan survivors is too sensitive. Once they hide in Mai, the 3 generations will immediately send people to investigate them. After all, the dragon vein was personally sealed by the 4 generations. Now that the seal has been lifted, even the dragon vein has been taken away, the 3 generations will definitely not ignore it. Except for Mai, Hyojin thought about it for a while. There is really no place that is safe. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, the Land of Rain. As the headquarters of the Akatsuki, the Land of Rain may be a dangerous place for the ninjas of other villages, but for ordinary civilians, it is a rare and peaceful place. Because of Pain's strength, there are very few ninjas in the Land of Rain. Coupled with Pain's closed policy, it is very difficult for ninjas from other villages to sneak into the core cities of the Land of Rain, so once the Lulan survivors enter the Land of Rain, whether it is the Sand Crypsis or Mai, it will not be easy to catch them. After all, in the original story, the Land of Rain is a place where even one of the Sannin Jiraiya was defeated. And the most important point is that Pain, who has the Rinnegan and focuses on collecting the 9-tailed beasts, will not covet the dragon vein at all. Hyojin told Lulan Queen his thoughts, and once again said that he will pay Lulan Queen a sum of money to buy the dragon vein as agreed. Knowing that Hyojin really wants to pay, Lulan Queen, who is used to being poor, swallowed her saliva and asked, "How much do you want to pay?" Hyojin thought for a moment and immediately stretched out 5 fingers. 5 million Ryo is all the money he has on him, of which 3 million Ryo is the money he saved little by little, and the remaining 2 million Ryo is the bounty he got from the 2 bounty ninjas who tried to assassinate him not long ago. Originally it was 3 million Ryo, but 1 million Ryo was used to hire Kusanagi shinobi. Staring at Hyojin's 5 fingers, Lulan Queen said to herself, 50,000 Ryo? Well, it's actually quite a lot. Hyojin shook his head speechlessly. Lulan Queen asked tentatively, "Is it 500,000 Ryo?" Hyojin joked, "It seems that you don't take the dragon vein too seriously." Lulan Queen couldn't contain her excitement and said in surprise, 5 million Ryo. Hyojin nodded and said casually, "Although the money is not much, it is enough to improve the life of you and your people. If I give you more money, it will only harm you." Since he has decided to pay the money, Hyojin can't stay out of the aftermath. Otherwise, if the Sand Crypsis intercepts the convoy and uses the lives of the survivors to threaten Queen Lulan, then it will be hard for Queen Lulan to keep her mouth shut. Although Queen Lulan doesn't know Hyojin's true identity, she has witnessed the whole process of the artificial tailed beast's birth, so even if she only leaks the information to the Sand Crypsis, it will still be a hidden danger to Hyojin. Thinking of this, Hyojin immediately made up his mind and said to Queen Lulan, "Time is precious, you should move now, I will deal with the Sand Crypsis." After noticing the abnormality of the dragon vein, according to common sense, Sand Village would definitely send an elite team to the ruins of Roran City to investigate the situation. This process will take at least half a day to 2 days, it depends on the Sand Crypsis's reaction speed and how much they value the dragon vein. After finding out that the dragon vein has been stolen, they will send the news back to the village, and the village will issue a new order to gather people to search for the Lulan survivors. This series of messages will take at least 1 to 2 days. In other words, the Lulan survivors will have about 2 to 3 days to catch up. As long as they can grasp this 2 to 3 days, it is very likely that the Lulan survivors will successfully escape from the country of wind and enter the country of rain controlled by the Akatsuki. After all, the country of rain and the country of wind are neighbors, as long as they leave the country of wind, they will be safe. Queen Lulan naturally also realized that time is precious, she nodded and asked, "You will escort us out of the country of wind, right?" Hyojin lightly said, "I can't give you any guarantee. If there is no accident, he will secretly cover the Roran survivors' convoy as they enter the country of rain, but if Yondaime Kazakage personally leads a team to chase after the Roran survivors' convoy, then he can only protect himself." Queen Lulan silently nodded, although she was a little disappointed, she understood that the more it is like this, the more it means that Hyojin has no intention to deceive her. Although the truth was sometimes hard to accept, it was still better than a lie. Queen Lulan no longer hesitated. She nodded at Hyojin and ran towards the oasis in the distance. After running for a dozen meters, she stopped and turned to Hyojin. "I'm no longer the Lulan queen. My name is Sala." After saying that, Sarah did not look back and ran all the way to the Lulan survivors' convoy. Hyojin, dressed in a black robe, stood quietly on the sand dune, watching her leave. Not long after, the caravan of Lulan survivors camped in Manto Oasis was ready to set off. Hyojin did not immediately follow the convoy. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other side. Sand Crypsis has been arranging 2 ninjas to monitor the Lulan survivors' convoy. This point, Hyojin had already discovered when he was looking for the Lulan survivors' convoy with the Grass Ninja Squad. Therefore, in order to ensure that the Sand Crypsis will not find out the whereabouts of the Lulan survivors' convoy, he must first solve the 2 Sand Crypsis ninjas responsible for monitoring the Lulan survivors' convoy. Byakugan, open. After opening the Byakugan, Hyojin glanced around and finally found 2 very weak chakra reactions in one direction. Judging from Chakra's reaction, the 2 Sand Crypsis ninjas responsible for monitoring the Lulan survivors' convoy should be ordinary genin, so he was too lazy to go there in person. He directly took out the 3 generations Kazakage puppet and gave it an order to kill them. It didn't take long for the 3 generations Kazakage puppet to easily kill the 2 Sand Crypsis genin in the distance. After dealing with this small hidden danger, Hyojin put away the 3 generations Kazakage puppet while wrapping his robe tightly and following the Lulan survivors' convoy from a distance. With leisure, Hyojin pondered about the dragon vein. Regarding the origin of the dragon vein, he vaguely has an answer. This dragon vein is not a natural product of the shinobi world, or to be more precise, it is not entirely a natural product of the shinobi world. The core part of the dragon vein, that is, the dragon vein source, should be the same as Otsutsuki Kagaya, which came from the outside world. However, unlike the Otsutsuki clan that plunder energy, this dragon vein source did not come to the shinobi world intentionally. Its arrival is more like an accident, and when it came to the shinobi world, it should have been seriously injured. The degree of injury is so heavy that it had to establish a contract with the local nobles in order to obtain the worship of the local nobles. This is the reason why the dragon vein has a contract relationship with the Lulan queen. After that, the dragon vein source began to dive into the ground, trying to recover itself by absorbing the power of the earth vein. However, in the process, the dragon vein source seemed to have some problems, or it was attacked, which caused its source to completely collapse. The trace of obsession it left behind, after thousands of years of nurturing, produced a new dragon vein origin, a brand new and ignorant dragon vein origin. This brand new dragon vein origin had forgotten everything in the past, so it stopped absorbing the energy of the earth veins and stayed in the underground of the ancient Lulan city. It would only occasionally respond to the calls of the Lulan Queen's bloodline. Because of this, the Lulan Queen was able to maintain this unequal contract relationship. Otherwise, with the size of the dragon vein, which is comparable to the chakra of the tailed beast, the ordinary people of the Lulan Queen would not have the ability to maintain a contract relationship with it. As urgent as the law, recalling the words of the Lulan Queen, Sala, when she comforted the dragon vein, Hyojin's thoughts suddenly scattered. The sentence pattern of as urgent as the law did not match the ninja world, so when Sala said it, Hyojin's first reaction was surprise, very surprise. And this sentence pattern was undoubtedly made when the first dragon vein source signed the contract with the ancestors of the Lulan Queen. So, from this sentence pattern, Hyojin could vaguely guess where the first dragon vein source came from. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Hyojin looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "What is this world like?" Just as Hyojin was feeling emotional, the 4 generations of Kazakage in the Sand Crypsis received the news that the dragon vein was stolen. Staring at the information in his hand, the 4 generations of Kazakage's face turned ashen. He asked the 2 consulting elders beside him, "Could it be Mai?" Chiyo snorted coldly, "The seal of the 4 generations Naruto is not that easy to break. Who else could steal the dragon vein so quickly other than Mai?" Outside the Mai village, Uchiha Shinichi took the lunchbox and ate it while mumbling, "Didn't I tell you earlier that you don't need to send me food? I have already prepared the military ration pills?" Kuroto asked, "Didn't I tell you a long time ago that you don't need to send me food?" The girl on the side smiled and said, "It's not good for the body to eat military food pills often." The girl was about 14 or 15 years old, with short hair, wearing a ninja outfit with the Uchiha clan emblem painted on it. She didn't look like an ordinary weak girl, but a serious ninja. Uchiha Shinichi, who was eating happily, didn't speak, just shook his head. After swallowing the rice ball in his mouth, he said, "It's not safe outside the village, don't come back in the future." The girl frowned and asked, "Shinichi, there is a training ground in the clan's land, why do you have to go outside the village to train?" Uchiha Shinichi coldly snorted, "I don't want to train with them." The them in Uchiha Shinichi's words were the clansmen who laughed at him for losing to Hyojin. In the eyes of the clansmen, Uchiha Shinichi, who couldn't even block one move from Hyojin, had lost the face of the Uchiha clan, so they laughed at Uchiha Shinichi unscrupulously. The girl said angrily, "When I go back today, I'll go find the patriarch and let him teach them a lesson." Feeling that his self-esteem was violated, Uchiha Shinichi suddenly said angrily, "Kurumi, I don't need you to mind my business." The girl named Kurumi felt wronged, she grabbed the bowl and chopsticks in Uchiha Shinichi's hand and said angrily, "I don't need you to mind my business." In the distance, the masked man sat on a branch, looking at Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Kurumi from afar. At this time, Zetsu's body rose from the trunk and said, "I've prepared everything you arranged." The masked man said coldly, "Then let's start." Zetsu also looked at Uchiha Shinichi and asked with a strange expression, "Will this method really work?" The masked man glanced at Zetsu coldly, "What do you think?" Zetsu smiled awkwardly, "Maybe." On Uchiha Shinichi's side, after putting the bowl and chopsticks into the basket, Uchiha Kurumi ignored Shinichi and walked towards the village with the basket in her hand. Shinichi Uchiha opened his mouth and wanted to say, "Be careful on the road," but he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he lowered his head and sighed. After leaving the training ground that Uchiha Shinichi had opened, Kurumi Uchiha sulked and thought about how to complain to the clan leader, so that the clan leader could teach those who bullied Uchiha Shinichi a lesson. At this time, Kurumi Uchiha suddenly stopped and the bamboo basket in her hand fell to the ground, making a soft sound. As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, Kurumi Uchiha naturally understood that she was attacked. Thinking that Uchiha Shinichi was nearby, she quickly wanted to call for help, but when she opened her mouth, she realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. How could this be? Kurumi Uchiha suddenly panicked. At this moment, she felt that something had attached itself to her body and was slowly controlling her body. In the bushes, The root ninja who was in charge of monitoring Uchiha Shinichi also noticed the abnormality of Kurumi Uchiha. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, what's wrong with her? Before the root ninja could observe carefully, the frozen Kurumi Uchiha suddenly moved, and she flew in his direction. Because of the mysterious disappearance of his predecessor, the root ninja who took over monitoring Uchiha Shinichi had to be vigilant at all times to avoid repeating the same mistake, so when Kurumi Uchiha rushed towards him, he didn't panic at all. He directly took out his kunai and faced her while shouting, "Do you want to betray me?" Kurumi Uchiha's eyes were full of panic, but her movements were clean and neat. In just an instant, she shot more than a dozen shurikens at the root ninja. Clang clang clang. After using his kunai to block the shurikens shot by Kurumi Uchiha, the root ninja was even more confused. As a shinobi of the root, Kuroto has heard of all kinds of strange ninjutsu, so when he noticed the panic in Uchiha Kurumi's eyes, he immediately realized that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. So he asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Kurumi Uchiha's tears flowed out, but she couldn't speak, and her body was not under her control, so she couldn't explain at all. She could only attack the root ninja fiercely like a puppet. The root ninja weighed the situation and decided to retreat for the time being. After all, the scene in front of him was too strange, and he didn't know how to deal with it, and he suspected that there was an enemy hidden in the dark controlling everything. But just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly couldn't move. At the moment when he lost control of his body, the root ninja's heart was filled with a storm. At this time, Kurumi Uchiha had already rushed over, and her body directly hit the kunai in the root ninja's hand. Puff, as the kunai pierced into the chest, Kurumi Uchiha's blood suddenly sprayed out. Hearing the movement, Shinichi Uchiha also rushed over at this time. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face turned red, and he roared angrily, "What are you doing?" After stabbing Kurumi Uchiha, the root ninja found that he had regained control of his body, and his heart trembled, knowing that he had fallen into a trap, so he didn't explain to the angry Uchiha Shinichi and directly ran towards the village. Shinichi Uchiha stumbled to the front of Kurumi Uchiha, hugged her, and shouted, "Kurumi, are you okay?" Kurumi Uchiha, who was dying, mustered the last of her strength and reached out to the cheek of Shinichi Uchiha and said weakly, "Shinichi, be careful." Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Kurumi's hand fell to the ground. "No. No. No." Shinichi Uchiha tightly covered the wound of Kurumi Uchiha while shouting at the top of his voice. He had completely lost his mind, and he didn't even notice that the three Magatama on his Sharingan were spinning rapidly, in the distance. Zetsu asked curiously, "How do you know that he has the potential? His strength is not the top in the Uchiha clan, is it?" The masked man thought for a long time and said, "It has nothing to do with strength. The purer the mind of the Uchiha, the more potential he has to open his eyes, whether it is pure good or pure evil." As he said that, the masked man fell into memory. He didn't know whether he should be pure good or pure evil. After a sorrowful roar, the rotation speed of the three tomo in Shinichi Uchiha's Sharingan gradually slowed down, and tears poured down from his eyes and fell on the corpse of Kurumi Uchiha. Zetsu, who was hiding in the distance, said with some regret, "It's a pity that it didn't work." The masked man was not disappointed. "Don't worry." Zetsu looked at the masked man in despair, "But your plan has failed. This is just the beginning." With a chuckle, the masked man said slowly, "Do you think Shinichi Uchiha will let go of the root ninja?" Zetsu shook his head. "This is an obvious fact, no matter who encounters such a thing, they won't let it go, not to mention Uchiha Shinichi, who has a straightforward temperament and doesn't mince his words." The masked man smiled again and said, "Then do you think Danzo will hand over the root ninja?" Zetsu was taken aback. With Danzo's strength in Konoha, not to mention that the root shinobi is not responsible for this matter, even if the root shinobi was really the one who killed the person, Danzo will never bow his head to the Uchiha clan. "No wonder you want me to let go of the root ninja." Zetsu asked worriedly, "But in this way, will Danzo be aware of us?" The masked man said indifferently, "They have been aware of us for a long time. In the Nine Tails Rebellion, the masked man fought with the Four Generations Naruto, leaving many traces of the fight, so the village leaders have long been aware that someone is manipulating the chaos behind the scenes. It's just that the village leaders can't confirm whether the person behind the scenes is from outside the village or is hidden within the Uchiha clan." As for Danzo, he has long made no secret of his malice towards the Uchiha clan, so most of the time he just pretends to be confused and deliberately finds excuses to target the Uchiha clan. Zetsu asked again, then what are we going to do next? Let's wait and watch the show. With a smile, the masked man said mockingly, Uchiha Shinichi won't be able to take revenge, and the Uchiha clan won't be able to help him either. Ju asked, then what will he do? He'll hate Danzo. She hated hate Uchiha. I hate everything. The masked man spoke with certainty, as if he had already predicted the future. With despair in his eyes, Shinichi Uchiha, who was walking towards the village with Kurumi's body in his arms, said casually, but what if he can't open the Manjikyu Sharingan? I think we've wasted too much time here. The masked man also looked at the back of Uchiha and Shinichi as they left and mumbled, a useful chess piece. It's worth the effort. Wind Nation. In the endless desert, Hyojin walked while silently counting the distance. It has been 10 days since he sneaked out of the village. He estimates that in 3 days he will be able to successfully escort the Roran survivors to the territory of the Land of Rain, and then the remaining 7 days should be enough for him to return to the village. Fortunately, the agreed time with Jishui is 20 days. Just as he was rejoicing, the cry of an eagle suddenly sounded in the distance. Following the sound, Kuroto saw an eagle hovering in the sky in the distance. Looking at its flight trajectory, it seems to be searching for something. Obviously, the eagle in the sky is not an ordinary bird, but a trained ninja beast. With a smile, Hyojin said, as expected of one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sand Crypsis, their reaction speed is really not slow, they found this place so quickly. After laughing, Kuroto didn't do anything extra, but stood quietly in the same place, as if waiting for someone. After a while, a figure fell in front of Hyojin, knelt on one knee and said in a cold and mechanical tone, Master, there is a 4-man team of Sand Crypsis behind us. This figure is none other than the Kazekage puppet of 3 generations. In the past few days, Kuroto took advantage of the time he had to protect the Roran survivors' convoy to redo the Jinchuriki fusion ceremony on the artificial tailed beast that was temporarily sealed inside his body, thus becoming a true Jinchuriki of the dragon bloodline. And after becoming Ryumyaku's Jinchuriki, he deeply realized that there is a big difference between Ryumyaku's chakra and ordinary chakra. First of all, Ryumyaku's chakra contains a large proportion of earth vein energy, that is, nature energy, so the quality of its chakra is obviously higher than the chakra in the body of an ordinary ninja. This caused the Tenseigan chakra in Hyojin's body to be unable to instantly fuse with Ryumyaku's chakra of the same quality. Therefore, whenever Hyojin wants to mobilize Ryumyaku's chakra, he needs to spend some time to transform Ryumyaku's chakra into Tenseigan chakra bit by bit in his body, just like Naruto absorbs nature energy. However, it is precisely because the quality of Ryumyaku's chakra is very high, so the amount of Tenseigan chakra obtained after the transformation is very large. Secondly, Hyojin was surprised to find that perhaps because the original intention of Ryumyaku's original source is to absorb the energy of the earth vein to restore itself, so in thousands of years of gestation, Ryumyaku's chakra has a natural self-healing attribute. Ordinary wounds, even without medical ninjutsu, or even without bandaging, can heal at a speed several times faster than normal. Finally, because the second generation Ryumyaku's original source is essentially a newborn, ignorant, and much smaller than a tailed beast, it is very easy to tame, so Hyojin can easily control it, but the amount of Ryumyaku's chakra is too large, so he has to be careful every time he mobilizes Ryumyaku's chakra. After obtaining a huge amount of Tenseigan chakra, the first thing Hyojin did was to pour a huge amount of Tenseigan chakra into the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets around him. Originally, he just wanted to try to improve the spirituality of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, so that they have a little consciousness. But he never thought that after pouring a large amount of Tenseigan chakra into the puppets, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets not only have a certain degree of autonomous consciousness, but they can even speak. Hyojin has studied the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets for a long time. And he knows that there is no vocal device in its throat at all, so Hyojin is also very surprised that it can speak. But when he opened the Tenseigan and carefully observed for a while, he found that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets simulated part of the vocal organ by using chakra, so although it can speak, its tone is very cold and mechanical, That feeling is like a ghost that has come back to life and is speaking. A four-man team, huh? After knowing that behind him was a four-man team from the Sand Crypsis, Hyojin rubbed his chin, pondered for a while, and finally decided to deal with this trouble personally. After all, the convoy of the Roran survivors was still 2 or 3 days away from the country of rain. If the trail of the convoy was exposed now, the subsequent troubles would be endless. One must know that the speed of the ninjas was far beyond the speed of the convoy. After making up his mind, Hyojin ordered the 3 generations Kazekage puppets, "You go follow the convoy." Yes. The 3 generations Kazekage puppets responded, and then disappeared in front of Hyojin in a flash. Hyojin curled his lips. This guy, is it necessary to use body flicker technique? Suddenly, he felt that it was necessary to set a rule with the 3 generations Kazekage puppets. Being so extravagant and wasteful, even if he was the Ryumai's Jinchuriki, he also faintly felt distressed. What's more, transforming the Ryumai chakra into the Tenseigan chakra was not an easy task. He himself had worked hard and hadn't used the chakra much, and the 3 generations Kazekage puppets were not polite at all. After activating the Byakugan to confirm the location of the 4-man Sand Crypsis team, Hyojin's figure flashed and rushed over. After a few jumps, Hyojin came to the front of the 4-man Sand Crypsis team. The Sand Crypsis ninjas saw Hyojin dressed in a black robe and wearing a grimace mask on his face, almost writing the word suspicious on his face, so they didn't talk nonsense and spread out to surround Hyojin while sending a signal to the distance. Hyojin did not stop them and let the other side send the signal for help. The Sand Crypsis' search was obviously a comprehensive search of different areas. If he killed the 4 members of the Sand Crypsis team here, it would be telling the Sand Crypsis that there was a problem in this direction. Therefore, what he really wanted to do was not to annihilate a team of 4 from the Sand Crypsis, but to disrupt the Sand Crypsis' search plan and confuse the Sand Crypsis' search direction. After a while, another 2 teams of 4 from the Sand Crypsis arrived. The Sand Jonin who was leading the team asked sternly while remaining vigilant, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Seeing that the surrounding Sand Crypsis ninjas have been attracted, Hyojin no longer delayed and directly ran over several sand dunes in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Hyojin was so suspicious, the Sand Crypsis ninjas will naturally not let him go. Therefore, the scene became that Hyojin was running in the front, and a large group of Sand Crypsis ninjas were chasing behind him, and the number of Sand Crypsis ninjas behind him increased. Looking back at the Sand Crypsis ninjas behind him, Hyojin secretly smiled. Hyojin's intention is very obvious, he wants to mobilize the other party's search personnel. He believes that there must be people among the Sand Crypsis ninjas behind him who are aware of this. It's just that the appearance of such a suspicious person, even if the Sand Crypsis ninjas are aware of his true purpose, it is impossible for them to leave him alone. In the next few hours, Hyojin and the Sand Crypsis ninjas launched a high-speed chase in the desert. In the end, the Sand Crypsis ninjas behind him had nearly 40 to 50 people. If a 4-person squad is responsible for an area, I should have mobilized at least 10 search personnel in the area. While galloping, Kuroto looked back and observed the pursuers behind him while quickly analyzing the situation. If the search personnel in the 10 areas are all in a mess, then it will take a lot of time for the Sand Crypsis ninjas to sort out which area and which direction is the problem. Seeing that his goal has been achieved, Hyojin no longer entangled with these Sand Crypsis ninjas. He immediately used the body flicker technique and rain wheel pull, his figure turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared in the sandstorm. Where is he? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? I saw him suddenly accelerate and fly away. What nonsense are you talking about? How could he fly? The Sand Crypsis ninjas who lost their target suddenly fell into a mess. These Sand Crypsis ninjas who are responsible for the search are not strong. The leader is just an ordinary jonin, and the rest are mostly chunin and genin. It is more than enough for them to pursue the convoy of Roran survivors, but it is impossible to catch Hyojin. Hyojin, who was wantonly venting chakra, was running alone in the desert. In the past, when he used chakra, he needed to be calculative and save as much as possible. But this time it is the first time he used chakra so unscrupulously. As a result, with the combination of body flicker technique and rain wheel pull, he was as fast as flying. In the blink of an eye, he got rid of the Sand Crypsis ninjas behind him. After a while, he stopped and gasped for breath. Although this squandering was very enjoyable, it also consumed a lot of Ryumyaku chakra, and because of the continuous use of the body flicker technique, Kuroto's body couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, it seems that I can't be so reckless. After catching his breath, he perceived the position of the 3 generations Kazekage puppets, and then took a big circle and rushed in the direction of the convoy of Roran survivors. 2 days passed by quickly. After these days of rushing at full speed, the convoy of Roran survivors successfully walked out of the desert of the Land of Wind and entered the Gobi Desert, which is relatively easy to walk on. Hyojin, who fell behind the convoy of Roran survivors, spread the map on the ground and studied it carefully. He thought to himself, as long as they pass through this Gobi Desert and enter the canyon, they will be considered to have crossed into the territory of the Land of Rain. After escorting the convoy of Roran survivors into the Land of Rain, Hyojin will no longer care about it. At this point, he has already done his best. As for how Sarah and the Roran survivors live in the Land of Rain, he has neither the ability nor the interest to intervene. At this time, the 3 generations Kazekage puppets in charge of the investigation came back and reported, "The people of the Sand Crypsis have caught up again." Hyojin looked back and glanced coldly. His previous plan to disrupt the entire search operation of the Sand Crypsis was successful, but as time passed, the higher-ups of the Sand Crypsis who collected enough information soon realized that the convoy of Roran survivors wanted to escape into the Land of Rain, so the pursuers of the Sand Crypsis also had a direction and rushed in this direction. Looking at the approaching Sand Crypsis ninjas, Hyojin said calmly, "Since you are in a hurry to die, then I have to fulfill your wish." Whoosh, a gust of wind blew, rolling up the yellow sand in the sky, making the sky flicker. Standing alone on the sand dune, Hyojin glanced coldly at the 8 Sand Crypsis ninjas who were approaching in the distance, then slowly raised his hands and calmly formed a seal. Clatter, in an instant, the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra wrapped his body. After entering the Tenseigan chakra mode, Kuroto's entire temperament has changed a little. Like a god, he slowly floated in the air. At this time, Hyojin looked indifferent. While feeling the consumption of his own chakra, he concentrated on condensing the truth-seeking balls that could only be condensed with the Tenseigan chakra mode. 1, 2, 3. After condensing the third, Hyojin frowned slightly. He found that maintaining 3 truth-seeking balls made his body feel a little tired. If he continues to condense, the consumption of the Tenseigan chakra will increase rapidly. Why is this happening? Hyojin's eyes were cold, showing a thoughtful expression. The truth-seeking ball is the product of the convergence of the 7 chakra attributes of yang release, yin release, and the 5 elements. Therefore, in theory, only the strong person who has mastered the changes of these 7 chakra attributes can condense and use the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, there are only a few strong people in the ninja world who can use the truth-seeking ball, apart from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yuki, and Otsutsuki Himura. The only people who can use the truth-seeking ball in Hyojin's impression are Uchiha Obsidian and Uchiha Madara, as well as Naruto who has mastered the Sage of 6 Paths mode and Otsutsuki Samurai who also has the Tenseigan. It seems that only Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yuki, and Otsutsuki Himura can use the truth-seeking ball by themselves. As for Uchiha Obsidian, Uchiha Madara, Naruto, and Tonahito, they need to rely on other external forces to supplement their chakra attributes. In other words, they all need to be in a special state to have the ability to use the truth-seeking ball. Thinking of this, Kuroto had an epiphany. Only by strengthening his control of the 7 chakra attributes can he control the truth-seeking ball more easily. Otherwise, he can only rely on the Tenseigan chakra mode to condense the truth-seeking ball. Unlike the talented Otsutsuki Samurai, Hyojin's talent is too mediocre, so it is more difficult for him to condense and maintain the truth-seeking ball than of others. After vaguely figuring out the reason, Hyojin did not stop. In this battle, in addition to dealing with the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis, he also needed to test his own strength. In particular, he needed to understand the upper limit of his combat power after becoming the Ryumyaku's Jinchuriki. Therefore, he continued to condense the truth-seeking ball. The 4th, the 5th, soon, 2 more truth-seeking balls were condensed by Hyojin and floated beside him. Is this the limit? At this point, he felt that his body had reached its limit. If he continued to condense the truth-seeking ball, it was very likely that his body would be overwhelmed and he would be forced to exit the Tenseigan chakra mode. However, he was still very satisfied with this result. After all, with his own chakra, maintaining one truth-seeking ball was the limit. Now that he could condense 5 truth-seeking balls at once, it was difficult to accurately describe such an improvement as rapid. At this time, the 8 ninjas of the Sand Crypsis finally arrived in front of Hyojin. The 8 ninjas of the Sand Crypsis seemed to be organized into 2 teams of 4, and from the reaction of the chakra on them, the 2 leading ninjas were Jonin level, and the rest were also Chunin level. Looking at Hyojin floating in the air with 5 truth-seeking balls floating around him, the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis felt a sense of dread. Flying, this was a relatively rare ability in the ninja world. All ninjas who had the ability to fly were often the elites of the major ninja villages, and none of them were to be trifled with. The leading Jonin of the Sand Crypsis asked with full vigilance, "Did you steal the Ryumyaku?" Hyojin did not answer, but slowly floated towards the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis. These ninjas of the Sand Crypsis did not know what the Tenseigan chakra mode was, and they did not know what the truth-seeking ball was, but this did not stop them from instinctively feeling fear. Therefore, the leading Jonin of the Sand Crypsis roared with a slightly distorted tone, "Do it." Before his voice died away, he quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Fire release, fire tiger flame explosion." At the same time, the 3 Chunin who had a tacit understanding with him shouted in unison, "Wind release, great wind pressure." Boom, the fire release and wind release ninjutsu merged together and made a loud noise. The fire borrowed the momentum of the wind, and a huge fire tiger seemed to be walking on the wind, and with a rapid speed, it pounced towards Hyojin who was in the air. Seeing this, Hyojin only raised his right hand gently. In an instant, the truth-seeking ball floating beside him turned into a thin layer of black hemispherical shield, blocking in front of him. Boom, borrowing the momentum of the wind, the fire tiger pounced on the black shield formed by the truth-seeking ball, causing a sky full of flames. He got hit. It's a success. He's dead meat. Seeing that Hyojin had taken the combined ninjutsu of fire release and wind release, the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis all showed a look of excitement and anticipation. The combined ninjutsu performed by a Jonin and 3 Chunin who had a tacit understanding with each other at the same time was no small matter. Even a Kage-level character would not dare to take it head-on. Therefore, in their opinion, the thin layer of black shield in front of Hyojin would definitely not be able to block their combined ninjutsu. Whoosh, the strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, and Hyojin's figure was revealed. The thin layer of black shield in front of him was not damaged in the slightest, and even its shape did not change at all. The powerful combination ninjutsu just now was like a firework to attract attention. How is this possible? The Jonin of the Sand Crypsis who used fire release was shocked. Although his intuition told him that the truth-seeking ball was unusual, he did not expect that his fire release ninjutsu would not be able to cause any damage to it. The other Jonin of the Sand Crypsis team quickly shouted, "Nobu, there's something strange about those black balls." The Jonin of the Sand Crypsis named Nobu, who had just used fire release, suppressed the shock in his heart, restored the calmness of a Jonin, and said, "Sasuke, this guy is not simple, let's work together." The other Jonin of the Sand Crypsis named Nobu nodded, then bit the tip of his finger, and gently pressed on the sand, spirit summoning technique. Bang! Hyojin looked down. In his vision of the Tenseigan, there was a very large sandworm hidden in the sand dune. And this sandworm is not only huge, but it also has a very good chakras amount. Among the ninja beasts that Hyojin has seen, it is absolutely outstanding. After a light sound, Hyojin did not do anything extra. Since he used the Tenseigan chakra mode, he did not intend to let these Sand Crypsis ninjas go, but this does not prevent him from using these Sand Crypsis ninjas as practice. Especially in the use of the truth-seeking ball, he still needs to familiarize himself with it. After all, counting from the time he mastered the Tenseigan chakra mode, there were only a few opportunities for him to really touch the truth-seeking ball, and it was either because he was in a crisis and didn't have the time to carefully comprehend it, or because his chakra wasn't enough to fully activate it. Like now, it is the first time that he has both chakra and time, so he doesn't want to waste it easily, otherwise, when he returns to the village, it will not be easy to find such an opportunity again. On the side of the Sand Crypsis ninjas, Aura glanced at several companions around him, then looked at Nosuke and nodded. After exchanging a few glances, the 8 sand ninjas communicated with each other about the next step of their Strategy. Wind release, tornado. The two Sand Crypsis Chunin took the lead to attack. One on the left and one on the right. At the same time, they used the wind release ninjutsu, and the giant sandworm hidden under the sand dune also spat out a sand column at the right time. The two wind release ninjutsu rolled up the yellow sand in the sand column, and in an instant, the surroundings were stirred up, as if suddenly fell into the night. When Hyojin saw this, he smiled slightly. You want to deprive me of my vision through the sandstorm? At this time, Sand Crypsis Jonin Aura took out two scrolls from the ninja bag, one in each hand, and shook both scrolls at the same time. Bang! After a burst of smoke, two puppets appeared in front of him. One of the puppets looked very similar to a python. It was made up of joints, and each joint seemed to be able to move. It looked very strange. As for the other puppet, it was like a huge umbrella. When it was opened, it had a diameter of more than 2 meters. The sandstorm doesn't hinder Hyojin's Tenseigan. With a glance, he discovered that the joints of the python puppet were filled with layers of detonation runes, and the belly of the umbrella-shaped puppet was densely packed with thousands of books. Moreover, he didn't need to guess to know that these thousands of books must have been soaked in poison. After summoning the two puppets, Depu's expression turned ferocious as he shouted, "Bastards, how dare you look down on us? Die!" Oshiro's anger was like a horn to attack. The first was the python puppet. It suddenly leapt up, and the mechanism under its abdomen spewed out a wave of air. The entire puppet shot out like an arrow towards Hyojin, who was in midair. At the same time, the umbrella-shaped puppet launched countless thousands of books towards Hyojin. Hyojin waved his hands indifferently, and the 5 truth-seeking balls floating around him instantly turned into a black ball, protecting him from all directions. Clang clang clang, countless thousands of books hit the wall of the black ball formed by the truth-seeking balls, making a burst of metal impact sound. However, the wall of the black ball still didn't change at all, and the thousands of books forged from fine steel seemed to have suddenly become wooden, easily broken and broken. At this time, the python puppet that flew over wrapped around the black ball, and then the sound of detonation runes sounded. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions shook the surrounding sand, and the huge shock wave forced all the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis to cover their cheeks and fly back. Depu gritted his teeth and said, "There are 10,000 detonation runes hidden in my exploding python. He is dead." Another Jonin of the Sand Crypsis, Nosuk, sensed it and suddenly exclaimed, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" The group of Sand Crypsis ninjas all looked at Nosuk. Nosuk shook his head and said, "The sandworm told me that the chakra reaction has not disappeared." "How is that possible? Who can survive such an explosion? Even Lord Kazakage can't block this attack unscathed." The Chunin ninjas of Sand Village were all talking at the same time. Depu frowned and asked, "Nosuk, could it be that the sandworm made a mistake?" Looking at the sky full of smoke and dust not far away, Nosuk's expression became more and more serious. He said in a deep voice, "There is no mistake. The sandworm told me that it is very afraid." Depu was stunned when he heard that. That devil incarnate knows fear? In the desert, the giant sandworm has almost no natural enemies. Any bird or beast is within their hunting range, so when he heard that the giant sandworm is afraid, he felt ridiculous. The smoke and dust of the explosion gradually dissipated, and Hyojin's figure appeared again. Seeing that Hyojin is still unscathed, the group of Sand Crypsis ninjas looked at each other. In their minds, such a monster should not exist in this world. Hyojin ignored the group of Sand Crypsis ninjas and silently felt the changes of the truth-seeking ball just now. Being hit by 10,000 detonation runes is not a good feeling. If it was someone else, even if it was the Kage of the major shinobi villages, they would be seriously injured if not dead. However, for Hyojin who has the truth-seeking ball, it is not a big problem. It just consumed a lot of his chakra reserves in an instant. After a moment, Hyojin asked coldly, "Is this all you can do?" Having consumed a lot of chakra, he put away the thought of continuing to practice. After all, this is the Wind Nation, and a ninja should be cautious. Sand Crypsis ninja Depu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "This monster is not something we can deal with. Retreat." With Depu's order, the already timid Sand Crypsis ninjas immediately scattered in all directions. Hyojin smiled, then raised his right hand and gently clenched it into a fist. In an instant, the 8 fleeing Sand Crypsis ninjas were involuntarily pulled back to where they were. Even the battle-hardened Jonin Nobu of the Sand Village couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Just now, you seem to have called me a bastard? After a pause, Hyojin said lightly, then I will turn you into a real bastard. After saying that, Hyojin pointed at Depu. A truth-seeking ball flew out and shot at Depu. Seeing this, Depu quickly took out 2 kunai and tried to block the truth-seeking ball. Bang! Noboru. Seeing that his companion was crushed by the truth-seeking ball, Nosuke of the Sand Crypsis was filled with grief and indignation. The other Chunin of the Sand Crypsis were also frightened, they seemed to have lost their will to fight, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the truth-seeking ball. It was really hard for them to imagine that such a seemingly ordinary black ball could have such power. Hyojin waved his hand slowly and took back the truth-seeking ball, the expression on his face was still calm. Using kunai to block the truth-seeking ball, this kind of behavior is originally courting death, so the death of the Sand Crypsis Jonin was not surprising to Hyojin at all, it was completely reasonable. However, there was a problem with this attack. A completely frightened Sand Crypsis Jonin, after Hyojin used the truth-seeking ball to attack, actually had the time to take out the kunai and make a complete blocking action. What does this mean? This means that the attack speed of the truth-seeking ball is not fast, at least, it is far from what Hyojin expected. The truth-seeking ball is invincible, and it doesn't have the characteristic of being untouchable by the power of the sixth path, which indeed makes it extremely powerful, but if it can't accurately hit the target, then its power is meaningless. After all, there are many powerful techniques in the shinobi world. For example, the 3 generations Tsuchikage Dust Release, Mai's Corpse Demon Seal, Manjikyu Sharingan's Amaterasu, and so on. Once hit, the target will either die or be severely injured. The weaker techniques, such as Sasori's Poison, Kakashi's Rachel, and so on, are also powerful techniques that can end the battle as long as they hit the target. It should be because I don't have enough control. Hyojin feels that the speed of the truth-seeking ball should be able to be improved, and the reason why the attack speed of the truth-seeking ball is relatively slow may be related to his ability to control the truth-seeking ball. At this time, the only remaining Sand Crypsis Jonin, Nosuke, shouted to the 6 Sand Crypsis Chunin around him, I will hold him, you guys split up and run, be sure to report the situation back to the village. The 6 Sand Crypsis Chunin were already scared out of their wits, and they knew that they wouldn't be of much help even if they stayed, so they fled in all directions. Hyojin had already consumed a lot of chakra at this time, so he didn't want to continue to entangle with them. He directly flew towards the fleeing Chunin of the Sand Crypsis in the Tenseigan chakra mode and used the long black sword transformed by the truth-seeking ball to kill one by one. In just a moment, the 6 fleeing Chunin of the Sand Crypsis were killed one by one. Seeing this, Jonin Nosuke of the Sand Crypsis shouted, I'll kill you. After that, he gathered all the chakra in his body and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Hyojin frowned and was just about to step forward and get rid of the Sand Crypsis Jonin. Bang! Suddenly, with a muffled sound, a huge wave of sand spewed out from the ground, blocking Hyojin's way. Then, the giant sandworm hiding under the sand dune also revealed half of its body, and a big mouth full of sharp mouthparts aimed at Hyojin who was in midair. At this time, Jonin Nosuke of the Sand Crypsis had already completed a very complicated seal, and shouted, Secret technique, sand soil glue. As he shouted, he spat out a very sticky clay from his mouth, and at the same time, the giant sandworm also spat out a large amount of sticky liquid from its mouth. These 2 gelatinous substances merged together in midair, turning into a huge net that covered the sky and the earth, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, covering Hyojin in midair. Hyojin didn't know whether the sticky thing was poisonous or corrosive, so he immediately activated the 5 truth-seeking balls and turned them into a black ball, protecting him inside. After the sticky net covered Hyojin's truth-seeking ball, it quickly hardened, like cement, layer by layer pasted on the truth-seeking ball. In the truth-seeking ball, Hyojin's eyes were stunned. Because in the vision of his Tenseigan, Jonin Nosuke of the Sand Crypsis actually took advantage of the gap when he was defending the sticky net and hid in the stomach of the sandworm, and then directly dived into the sand dune, trying to escape by sneaking underground. There is no doubt that Nosuke had long planned to escape through the sandworm. The so-called plan to let other Sand Crypsis companions pass the message was just to let others act as bait to contain Hyojin, and then find a chance to escape. He just didn't expect that Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode was too fast. Killing 6 Jonin of the Sand Crypsis didn't take much time at all, so he had to use the secret technique to try to escape. Humph! Hyojin snorted disdainfully. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the truth-seeking ball shattered the solidified sticky net in an instant, and easily got rid of the secret technique of Nosuk of the Sand Crypsis. Then, he quickly flew over the sandworm that was sneaking in the sand dune. The giant sandworm was sneaking more than 10 meters under the sand dune, and its speed was not slow. If it was an ordinary person, let alone intercepting it, it's unknown whether they could even find it or not. But for Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode, it was not difficult. After a little hesitation, Hyojin made up his mind, so he stretched out his right hand slightly, made a gesture of holding a sword, and shouted coldly, "Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion." In an instant, 5 truth-seeking balls gathered in his right hand, spinning rapidly, and finally gathered into a golden sword that was as dazzling as the sun. What a powerful force! Even though he had expected it, when he really held the golden sword, Hyojin couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. At this time, he seemed to be omnipotent. After glancing at the sand dune below and confirming the position of the sandworm again, Hyojin did not hesitate and immediately waved the dazzling golden sword that was hundreds of meters long. Swish, heaven and earth seemed to be divided by this sword. A thin crack appeared in the entire sand dune, and a huge amount of blood sprayed out from the crack. At this time, Hyojin glanced at the sand dune below again and found that the giant sandworm hidden more than 10 meters deep in the sand dune had been cut in half from head to tail by the golden sword. And the blood that sprayed out from the crack of the sand dune was all the blood of the giant sandworm. There is no doubt that no matter how powerful a ninja beast is, it can't resist the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion in the Tenseigan chakra mode. After all, Otsutsuki Samurai used this trick to cut the moon. Just when Hyojin was about to deactivate the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, he suddenly found that the chakra reaction under the sand dune had not completely disappeared. His eyes were cold, and he poured chakra into the Tenseigan, and after a careful scan, he found that the Sand Crypsis Jonin hiding in the belly of the sandworm was lucky enough to escape the attack of the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Seeing the companion in front of him suddenly stop, the Sand Crypsis ninja behind him quickly asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you stop?" The Sand Crypsis ninja who stopped suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look, what's going on with that golden light?" Everyone looked over and saw a dazzling golden light flickering in the distant horizon. The brilliance of the light was not much inferior to the sun hanging high in the sky. "It looks like a golden light?" "No, isn't the sun above our heads? Is it a mirage?" Several Sand Crypsis ninjas discussed. At this time, a Sand Crypsis ninja seemed to think of something and asked, "That direction, it should be Ohura Kazunasuke and the others, right?" Another Sand Crypsis ninja's face sank. "Ohura Kazunasuke can't make such a big scene." The Sand Crypsis village made a big move this time, not only to hunt down the convoy of the Roran survivors, but also the mysterious person who stole the dragon vein. The dragon vein was sealed by Yandame Naruto, but the mysterious person not only broke the seal of Yandame Naruto, but also stole the dragon vein in a very short time. It can be seen that the mysterious person's strength is not to be underestimated. Therefore, the strange scene in the distance made the Sand Crypsis ninjas present realize that the situation is not good, because this level of strange scene is not something that an ordinary ninja can make. If there is someone who can make it, then it can only be the mysterious person who stole the dragon vein. Therefore, the Sand Crypsis ninjas did not dare to delay and quickly rushed towards the place where the golden light shone. On Hyojin's side. Damn, the consumption of Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion is so big. The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion just now almost exhausted all the Tenseigan chakra in Hyojin's body. At this time, he can barely maintain the Tenseigan chakra mode. But once he exits the Tenseigan chakra mode, there is nothing he can do about the Sand Crypsis Jonin hidden more than 10 meters under the sand dune. After all, at this depth, whether it is taijutsu, ninja tools, or detonation talismans, none of them can play the slightest role. Therefore, Hyojin could only grit his teeth and activate the Dragon Bloodline chakra without converting it. He forcefully activated the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and slashed at the weak chakra reaction under the sand dune. In any case, those who have seen him activate the Tenseigan chakra mode must be completely silenced. Otherwise, his information will be leaked, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Swish. The golden wheel reincarnation explosion slashed down again, easily cutting through the sand dune layer of more than 10 meters, obliterating the entire sand crypsis jonin hidden deep inside. Phew, after confirming that the sand crypsis jonin is dead, Hyojin let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he was surprised to find that the golden wheel reincarnation explosion in his right hand had collapsed on its own. Not only that, starting from the fingers of his right hand, the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra moved slowly, returned to its normal state, and then it turned gray a little bit, and finally completely petrified. This. In shock, Hyojin quickly fell to the ground and mobilized the remaining Tenseigan chakra in his body to fight against the petrification phenomenon that began to spread from the fingertips of his right hand. However, because he had used too much Tenseigan chakra when he was proficient in using the truth-seeking ball, and then used the golden wheel reincarnation explosion twice in a row, there was not much Tenseigan chakra left in his body, so no matter how much he squeezed it now, he could only mobilize a very small part of the Tenseigan chakra. As a result, the petrification phenomenon gradually spread from his fingers to his wrist, and then slowly eroded to his elbow. Oh no, this is the invasion of nature energy. After the initial panic, Hyojin quickly reacted. If one does not master the immortal arts and absorbs a large amount of nature energy, the human body will gradually return to nature, that is, there will be an irresistible petrification phenomenon, and eventually become a stone. At this moment, the reason why Hyojin's body has this kind of appearance is because the chakra of the dragon vein contains a very high proportion of nature energy. If he used the Tenseigan chakra to transform it one by one in advance, then there would naturally be no problem in using it, but when he used the second golden wheel reincarnation explosion, there was not much Tenseigan chakra left in Hyojin's body, and he must kill the sand crypsis jonin, so he had to directly use the chakra of the dragon vein. He thought that there should be no problem if he only used it once, but the consumption of the chakra of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion is too much, causing him to use too much dragon vein chakra at one time, causing his body to absorb too much nature energy, and he did not master the method of using the immortal arts, so his body naturally showed the petrification phenomenon. After eroding to the elbow, the petrification phenomenon did not stop and continued to spread to the shoulder. Hyojin no longer hesitated at this time. Once the petrification phenomenon spread to the torso and organs, it would be really impossible to save the situation, so he immediately used the physical regeneration secret technique, at the cost of consuming his lifespan, forcibly squeezing out a new Tenseigan chakra. In an instant, the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra and the petrification phenomenon on his shoulder, the two sides fought back and forth, and both sides were equally matched. After a while, when the nature energy absorbed into the body was exhausted by the Tenseigan chakra, the petrification phenomenon gradually stopped, and it no longer spread to other parts of Hyojin's body. Hyojin let out a long sigh of relief at this time, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, I found a few sand crypsis ninjas who are not too strong to practice. Otherwise, if I directly fight against a master, the consequences will be really, when attacked by the nature energy, it is very difficult to even resist the nature energy, so if this situation occurs in a fierce battle, it is almost equivalent to sentencing him to death. Whether it is the truth-seeking ball or the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, Hyojin is not familiar with all of these skills, so he can't estimate the consumption of the chakra of these skills in advance. Therefore, in actual combat, it is easy to have all kinds of accidents. Therefore, he is very lucky that the opponents he chose for the first actual combat practice were some sand crypsis ninjas who are not too strong. Even if there is an accident, he can still escape calmly. Otherwise, if he challenges a powerful opponent with confidence at the beginning, his own hidden dangers and shortcomings will inevitably be exposed in the fierce battle. At that time, it will be difficult for him to deal with a strong enemy. After all, as long as the hidden dangers exist, they will erupt one day. Instead of erupting at a critical moment, it is better to detonate them in a safer situation, at least to let himself have some confidence. Pressing two fingers on his right eye, at this time, Yondaime Kazakage's face, like the surrounding environment, was gray with an indescribable gloom. At this time, the Sand Crypsis consultant Chio walked over and asked, "Did you find any clues?" The 4 generations of Kazakage shook his head. He controlled the Eye of the Sand and scanned the surrounding desert for dozens of miles, but didn't find any useful clues. In this regard, Chio wasn't too surprised, because the desert is like this. With the passage of time, the wind and sand will naturally cover everything, even if the mysterious person really left any traces, it will gradually disappear in the wind and become difficult to find. After removing the eye of the sand, the 4 generations of Kazekage walked to the edge of the crack with a gloomy face. This crack is the one left by Hyojin when he killed the giant sandworm with the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Because a lot of the giant sandworm's blood and colloidal body fluid splashed out, the edge solidified, so the trace of the crack is still very clear, temporarily not covered by the wind and sand. Squatting down next to the crack, the 4 generations of Kazekage stretched out their hands and gently pressed on the sand, closed their eyes and sensed for a moment, then said, "The sandworm died here, it's completely dead." Another sand village advisor on the side, Mikuro, frowned. Even if sandworm is cut in half at the waist, it doesn't necessarily mean that he will die, right? Sandworms are a very special kind of ninja beast, their self-healing ability is extremely strong, even if a small part of their body is gone, there is a certain probability that they can survive. Not to mention that the sandworm that has hidden in the sand dunes is almost invincible, even with Hai's rich experience. It is hard to imagine what kind of attack can kill a giant sandworm that is hiding deep underground and has extremely strong vitality. Chio asked the 4 generations of Kazekage with uncertainty, "In the village, I'm afraid only you can do this, right?" The 4 generations of Kazekage pondered for a moment and shook his head. The sandworm died more than 10 meters underground. At this depth, I only have the confidence to trap it. Killing it would be very difficult. Upon hearing that, the 2 Sand Crypsis consultants went silent at the same time. With just a few words, they had more or less figured out the mysterious man's strength. After a while, Hai Laozong asked, "Who could it be?" In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Sand Crypsis, the strength of this mysterious person who stole the dragon vein has definitely reached the level of Kage, and it is impossible for him to be unknown in the shinobi world. Chio still insisted on his previous judgment, to be able to unlock 4 generations Naruto's dragon vein seal, that person can only be Mai's people. At this time, a member of the Umbu tribe of the Sand Crypsis arrived in front of them and reported, "Kazekage-sama, 2 consultants, we followed the tracks all the way and found that the convoy of Roran survivors has entered the Land of Rain." The eyes of the 4 generations of Kazekage suddenly sharpened, and he muttered to himself, "Could it be the legendary demigod, Hanzo the pepper fish of the Rain Village?" Hai Laozong said, "If it's him, then things will be troublesome." Under Pain's closed policy, all information transmission to the outside of the Land of Rain has been cut off, which makes everyone in the shinobi world believe that the leader of the Rain Village is still Hanzo the pepper fish. In the original story, the news of Hanzo's death has been covered up by the Akatsuki organization, until more than 10 years later, when Jiraiya personally sneaked into the Land of Rain to inquire about the Akatsuki organization, he was surprised to find that Hanzo the pepper fish has long been killed by Pain. At this time, the Sand Crypsis Umbu asked, "Kazekage-sama, do you need us to sneak into the Land of Rain to capture those Roran survivors?" The 4 generations of Kazekage shook their heads. Even the Sand Crypsis, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, doesn't dare to underestimate Hanzo the pepper fish, who is known as the demigod. After weighing the pros and cons, the 4 generations of Kazekage said to the 2 consulting elders beside him, "Report the news of the dragon vein being stolen to Mai, and see his reaction." The 2 consulting elders nodded at the same time. In the absence of confirming who the person who stole the dragon vein is, the only thing the Sand Crypsis can do is to inquire about the information from all over the place. On Hyojin's side, sitting cross-legged on the back of the Kazekage puppet of the 3 generations, Kuroto rushed towards the village while summarizing the gains and losses of the previous battle. The defensive power of the truth-seeking ball is very strong, but when attacked fiercely, the consumption of the chakra will also increase sharply, so I can't develop the habit of completely relying on the truth-seeking ball for defense. The attack speed is also a bit slow. If it's a sneak attack, it's fine, but if it's a frontal attack, the enemy can easily avoid it, the efficiency is too low. It's too difficult to maintain 5 truth-seeking balls, 3 is just right. Anyway, whether it's the Golden Will reincarnation explosion or the Silver Will reincarnation explosion, at this stage, it's not necessary to invest too many truth-seeking balls. After summarizing these experiences, Hyojin glanced at his right arm again. There is no doubt that after becoming the Jinchuriki of the dragon vein, Chakra became rich, his mentality became a little arrogant, his emotions were affected by the sudden power, he didn't pay enough attention to the enemy, and made a mistake in the last blow. This is the shinobi world, underestimating the enemy can lead to death. In the bottom of his heart, Hyojin silently warned himself. Such examples are almost innumerable in the shinobi world, such as Orochimaru was killed by Itachi twice, Obsidian and Madara, the two Jubi's Jinchuriki, were killed by a sneak attack, and so on. Even the strong Otsutsuki Kagaya was killed by Naruto's reverse harem technique. In the shinobi world, no matter how strong a person is, he will be killed if he is careless. However, this mistake is not entirely a bad thing for Hyojin, because he suddenly realized that the chakra of the dragon vein is a medium for perceiving the energy of nature. The senjutsu is not a unique means, but as long as it can use the energy of nature without any side effects, it can be classified as senjutsu. Therefore, among the senjutsu, there are the toad senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku, the snake senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave, and the shikatsu senjutsu of Shikatsu Forest. Even Yugo and the curse developed by Yugo can be regarded as a type of senjutsu. And no matter how many kinds of senjutsu there are, if you want to practice senjutsu, you need a medium. For example, to practice the toad senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku, you need to use the unique toad oil of Mount Mayaboku. Naruto was able to absorb the natural energy in the air by smearing the toad oil on his skin, with the help of the toad oil as a medium. Dragon vein chakra itself contains a lot of natural energy, so directly absorbing the chakra of Mount Mayaboku is equivalent to applying the toad oil of Mount Mayaboku to a certain extent. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin continued to ponder. Practicing the senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku will make the user's sage mode have obvious toad characteristics, and practicing the snake senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave will also make the user's sage mode have obvious snake characteristics. My village, Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Shinichi was kneeling alone outside the mansion with a solemn look on his face. The death of his beloved made him feel gloomy, but he didn't give up hope, because he firmly believes that the glorious Uchiha clan will not let go of that damned murderer. Uchiha clan will never die in vain, this is something he firmly believes. Looking at the closed door in front of him, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. At the moment, the Uchiha clan meeting was being held in the mansion, and all the elites of the Uchiha clan were gathered here to discuss the murder of Kurumi Uchiha by a root ninja. Suddenly, he frowned because he found that his Sharingan had opened on its own. Recently, for some reason, he found that his Sharingan was a little out of control, it was very awkward to use, and his pupillary powers have inexplicably increased by a lot. If this was in the past, he would be very happy, and even show off to the whole clan, but now that Kurumi has just died, even if his pupillary powers have greatly increased, he is not in the mood to do so. Inside the mansion, Jishui was sitting in the corner with a tired look on his face. This kind of exhaustion is not all caused by Hyojin's shadow clone, but more of it is actually spiritual exhaustion, because the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village not only did not ease, but instead became even sharper. Jishui instinctively felt that something was strange about the murder of Kurumi Uchiha by a root ninja. Because he believes in Hyojin's judgment, before the village officially signs a truce agreement with Kumo village, the elders of the village will never attack the Uchiha clan. Based on this judgment, he feels that the Danzo clan has no reason to kill Kurumi Uchiha. And with the style of the root ninja, if they really want to attack, they will definitely attack together. It is impossible for them to deliberately let Shinichi Uchiha discover them, and then flee in panic. No matter how I look at it, it looks like a trap. Jishui sighed inwardly. At first, he didn't quite believe what Hyojin said, that someone outside the village was always plotting against Uchiha and my village. But as this matter happened, he vaguely felt that there might really be a member of the Uchiha bloodline who had been left outside the village and was secretly controlling everything from behind the scenes. Patriarch, Danzo is too much. He dares to refuse to hand over the culprit. This is a provocation to our Uchiha clan. Right, we can't let him off. We must let them know how powerful Uchiha is. The Uchiha clansmen in the mansion were as fierce and restless as usual. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fuyue sat cross-legged with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His expression was solemn as usual. After suppressing the quarrel, he glanced at Jishui in the corner and asked, "What did the three generations say?" Zhishui shook his head helplessly. My request to see him was rejected. Since the suspension of Team 11, Zhishui lost the right to directly meet the three generations Naruto. If he wants to see the three generations, he needs to ask the three generations for permission like other ninjas. But this time, Zhishui's request was rejected by the three generations. Fuyue heard this and his face became gloomy. Regardless of whether this matter was done by Danzo or not, the hostility of the village's leaders towards Uchiha is no longer hidden. If this continues, the war between Uchiha and the village will eventually break out. Unlike ordinary clansmen, as the patriarch, Fuyue is more aware of Uchiha's situation in the village. Although the strength of the three generations Naruto has begun to decline due to old age, but he is still one of the strongest ninjas in the village. Even as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he doesn't have the confidence to win against him. Coupled with the few people in the advisory group, as well as the powerful Jiraiya, and a large number of elite Umbu ninjas and root ninjas, if the Uchiha clan were to launch a rebellion, the chances of them winning would be very slim. More importantly, the attitude of the major clans in Konoha is too ambiguous. If the Uchiha clan falls into a predicament, they may support the Uchiha clan, but if the Uchiha clan raises the flag of rebellion, Fugaku can be sure that these clans will never stand on the side of the Uchiha clan, they will even join the Konoha clan without hesitation. Looking at the agitated expressions of the clansmen in front of him, Fuyue silently sighed in his heart. How could he not want to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, and take back the position of Naruto, which in the eyes of the Uchiha, should have belonged to them? But with the current situation, if he makes any strange moves, the whole clan may be destroyed. He is really powerless. Inside Naruto's office. While the Uchiha clan is holding a clan meeting, the three generations Naruto, Danzo, and two other advisors are in Naruto's office, urgently discussing the murder of Kuri Uchiha. Thump thump thump, the use of Danzo's anger? Provoke the beardless Beiguei? Pull out the cormorant skeleton and fall? Play? Die? Think about the Linden Emperor's pretty badger model? Xianxia asked, then why did your people kill Uchiha's clansmen? After a little hesitation, Danzo told the situation reported by the root ninja to the several people in the office, and then said, I suspect that this matter was self-directed by Uchiha. Hamura said in a deep voice, do you have any evidence? This is obviously a blackmail. After an angry snort, Danzo continued, they want to take advantage of the peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village to blackmail us. It has always been Danzo plotting against others, but this time, he was inexplicably carried the black pot, which naturally made him very angry. Although Kuroto is also vaguely aware that there may be other forces behind this matter, but for now, he must point the spearhead at the Uchiha clan. As for how to investigate in private, that is another matter. Danzo's words made the three generations a little upset. The peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village are not going well. It has been several months since the end of the conflict, but the representatives of the two sides still have many differences on how to sign the peace agreement. As the party that was attacked, just agreeing to the peace talks has put a lot of pressure on the three generations. If they make concessions on the terms, then even with the prestige of the three generations, they will not be able to suppress the criticism in the village. However, Cloud Village was very stubborn and refused to budge on the issue of reparations, making things very difficult for the Sandaime. Putting down the pipe, three generations firmly said, this matter must be explained to Uchiha. I don't want any chaos in the village during the peace talks. Danzo's eyes became cold and asked, what explanation do you want to give them? The three generations also know that they can't force Danzo too much, otherwise it is likely to backfire, so he said, let your people personally explain to Fuyue. I believe that Fuyue will not do anything stupid. Under the arrangement of Danzo, the root ninja who killed Kurumi Uchiha soon appeared in the land of the Uchiha clan. His appearance immediately caused an uproar. If it weren't for Patriarch Fuyue personally coming to the Uchiha clan, he would have already died under the siege of the Uchiha clan. After taking him to a secret room, Fuyue drove all the other clansmen out, leaving only Zhishui behind. After all the clansmen left, Fuyue coldly asked, what is your purpose of coming here? The root ninja didn't hesitate and immediately explained the situation to Fuyue and Zhishui in detail, and finally added, at that time, I was worried that I would be killed by the mastermind behind the scenes, so I didn't stay to explain. Fuyue and Jishui immediately fell into deep thought when they heard this. If the root ninja didn't lie, then the situation is very complicated. This means that in addition to some of the higher-ups of the village, there is another force that is secretly targeting the Uchiha clan. After thinking for a while, Fuyue asked, "So, Kurumi and you are both being manipulated by someone?" The root ninja nodded. Fuyue then asked, "Then can you tell what kind of technique it is? For example, some kind of genjutsu? Or some kind of secret technique like shadow impersonation jutsu?" The root ninja shook his head with an embarrassed expression. "I'm sorry, I can't tell." Fuyue frowned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't believe the root ninja's words. At this time, Jishui suddenly opened his Sharingan, and the three Tomo rotated rapidly, and asked the root ninja in a deep voice, "Everything you said just now, is it the truth?" The root ninja, who unknowingly fell under Jishui's genjutsu, replied with a dull expression, "I'm telling the truth." Jishui nodded towards Fuyue. "He didn't lie." Fuyue asked, "What do you think?" Jishui answered almost without hesitation, "Someone wants to provoke the conflict between our Uchiha clan and the village. Chief, we must not be fooled." Fugaku waved his hand and said, "Send him out." Yes. Outside the mansion, Shinichi Uchiha was overjoyed to learn that the murderer of his beloved had arrived at their territory. In his mind, since the murderer had stepped into their territory, he would soon be able to exact his revenge. Creak, at this moment, the door to the mansion slowly opened. Shinichi Uchiha, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, stared at the root ninja who followed Jishui, and unconsciously opened his Sharingan. Seeing Shinichi Uchiha, who was waiting outside the door, Jishui's expression darkened, and said apologetically, "Shinichi, things are not what you think, please don't be impulsive." Shinichi Uchiha was startled when he heard this, and seemed to realize something. His anger surged, and he roared, "What do you mean by this?" Jishui nodded slightly. "The chief asked me to send him away." "How is this possible?" Shinichi Uchiha took a few steps back in shock, and muttered, "Could it be? Could it be that even the chief has succumbed?" Seeing that Shinichi Uchiha's emotions were getting more and more unstable, Jishui was worried that he would do something drastic, so he activated his Sharingan and cast Genjutsu on him. Uchiha Shinichi fainted in the next instant, and Uchiha Shinichi fainted. Stepping forward to catch the fainted Uchiha Shinichi, Jishui slowly helped him to the side and whispered, "Have a good sleep." Looking at the Uchiha Shinichi subdued by Jishui, the root ninja was quite helpless. He also knew that the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with, and his identity as a root member may not necessarily be useful sometimes. "Let's go." After settling the Uchiha Shinichi, Jishui urged the root ninja. There are already a lot of people from the Uchiha clan surrounding them, and Jishui is very clear in his heart that every minute this root ninja stays in the clanland is 1 minute more variable. But not waiting for him and the root ninja to take a few steps, suddenly the cold and indifferent voice of Shinichi Uchiha suddenly came from behind. "So, Kurumi died in vain?" Jishui was taken aback and turned back abruptly. Although Jishui didn't take the Genjutsu too seriously just now, but after all, it was a Genjutsu cast by his Manjikyu Sharingan. According to common sense, with the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Shinichi should be in a coma for at least 10 minutes before waking up. But who would have thought that Shinichi Uchiha would wake up in just a minute or two? And unlike the shock and anger on his face before, the indifference shown by Shinichi Uchiha at this time made him feel inexplicable palpitations, as if something bad is about to happen. Jishui explained, "Shinichi, I will explain it to you later, things are not as simple as you think." Shinichi Uchiha said, "I know what you want to explain, but it doesn't matter, I saw him kill Kurumi with my own eyes, my Sharingan will not lie to me, he must die, no matter what conspiracy he is involved in, he must die." Shinichi Uchiha almost stressed every word, showing his determination. Jishui shook his head, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you kill him." Shinichi Uchiha slowly reached into the ninja bag on his waist and took out 2 kunai. While assuming a fighting posture, he said, "Then you are my enemy." At this moment, Patriarch Fuyue walked out of the mansion and shouted, "Enough." Seeing the Patriarch, Shinichi Uchiha's indifferent expression changed a little, and asked with expectation, "Patriarch, you will definitely avenge Kurumi, right?" Fuyue said flatly, "He is not the murderer." Shinichi Uchiha argued, but Kurumi was killed by him, I saw it with my own eyes. Fuyue looked at Shinichi Uchiha and knew that he can't be convinced with just a few words, so he ordered the clansmen around him, sent him to the prison room, let him calm down. Yes. Several Jonin Uchiha working in the police force acted together, quickly subduing Uchiha Shinichi, and then dragging the dazed Uchiha Shinichi away. Jishui did not dare to delay anymore, and quickly led the root ninja out of Uchiha's land. Outside the Uchiha's land. Leaning? Magpie can move? Ping 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 ping? Cough Tao Fu Yu Qian Mu, Ping Ping sent me Di Zhu Zhu. Seeing that his subordinates were brought out safely by Jishui, he frowned slightly, as if he was a little disappointed with the result. Hyojin, who sneaked back to the village, sneaked back to his home, and thought to himself, what's going on? Why do I feel that the atmosphere in the village is not right? After quietly sneaking back to his home, Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jishui's shadow clone was still there. Jishui's shadow clone quickly greeted him, Senpai, you are finally back. Hyojin smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. At this time, Jishui's shadow clone took out a note and handed it to Hyojin while explaining, this is the list of visitors during your absence, I have recorded them one by one. You are really careful. Hyojin smiled and then stretched out his left hand to take the note. Just as Hyojin looked at the list of visitors recorded on the note, he noticed that Hyojin's right hand has been in his pocket out of habit. Jishui's shadow clone asked curiously, Senpai, what happened to your hand? Hyojin replied casually, oh, there was a small accident, don't worry about it. After these days of continuous use of the Tenseigan chakra, most of the nature energy accumulated in Hyojin's right arm has been removed. At first, the petrified part almost climbed up to the shoulder, but now the petrified part has fallen below the elbow. According to Hyojin's own speculation, in another 3 to 5 days, the remaining nature energy in his right arm will be completely removed, and all the petrified parts will be restored to their original state. Soon, Hyojin finished reading the list of visitors recorded by Jishui's shadow clone. In the nearly 20 days that he sneaked out of the village, the most frequent visitor was his fiancée Hinata, followed by his colleagues of Class 11, Kakashi and Gai each visited once, and then Richa Kuroto came once. And these visitors were politely sent away by Jishui's shadow clone with the excuse of closing the door to study ninjutsu, so in the entire village, except for Jishui, no one else knows that he sneaked out of the village these days. After explaining everything that needs to be said, Jishui's shadow clone said goodbye, Senpai, then I will go. Hyojin nodded gently. Bang, accompanied by a burst of white smoke, Jishui's shadow clone dispelled itself. At this time, Hyojin pulled out his right hand that has been in his pocket, looked at it carefully, and then silently operated the Tenseigan chakra in his body. His right hand is petrified, which has a great impact on Hyojin's combat effectiveness. First of all, he can't make hand seals, which means that he can't enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, nor can he use ninjutsu or seal techniques. Therefore, other things have to be put aside, of his right. Dong of. Not long after, there was a sound of knocking on the door. After wrapping his right hand with bandages, Hyojin opened the door and welcomed Jishui in, and asked, why are you in a panic? You are not like this usually. Jishui was still panting and said, Senpai, something has happened. When returning to the village, Hyojin felt that the atmosphere in the village was not right, so he was not surprised, you can tell me slowly. Jishui quickly told Hyojin in detail about Uchiha Kurumi being killed by the root ninja, even including the explanation of the root ninja and some of his own guesses. After listening, Hyojin said to himself, why is it this Uchiha Shinichi again? Before leaving the village, Jishui mentioned to him that because of Uchiha Shinichi, a ninja of the root ninja disappeared, causing the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village to become tense. As soon as he came back, he heard that because of Uchiha Shinichi, the conflict between Uchiha clan and the village became more serious. This made Hyojin have to pay attention to Uchiha Shinichi, this person. Uchiha Shinichi's age is not much different from Hyojin's, and he has already opened the Sharingan a long time ago. Although his current strength is not considered top in the Uchiha clan, considering his age, his talent is obvious. Otherwise, the proud Uchiha clan would not have sent him to challenge Hyojin. Thinking of this, Hyojin couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that Obsidian has his eyes on him? In his impression, Obsidian often moves around Mai and even sneaks into the Naka shrine of the Uchiha clan several times, so Hyojin can't rule out the possibility that Obsidian has his eyes on Uchiha Shinichi. But isn't the last partner that Obsidian chose to cooperate with Itachi a few years later? Could it be that the butterfly effect that I have brought has affected Obsidian's choice? Hyojin is not sure if all of this has anything to do with him. The current Mai is very different from the Mai of the original time and space, especially the early defection of Orochimaru, which caused many subsequent things to change. As for the reason why Orochimaru defected in advance, Hyojin still hasn't figured it out. After pondering for a long time, Hyojin asked, "Where is he now?" Jishui didn't expect Hyojin to suddenly ask this. She was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, "He was temporarily locked in the prison room of the police building by the Patriarch." Hyojin asked again, "Has his pupil power improved?" Jishui recalled the scene not long ago and said, "The illusion I cast on him was quickly broken by him, completely beyond my expectations." Patting Jishui on the shoulder, Hyojin said earnestly, "You Uchiha people are always too superstitious about your own illusion. Even you can't avoid it. You will suffer in the future." Jishui scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. "This is the result of my carelessness." As Hyojin said, he raised his right arm and then said, "Why do you think the person behind the scenes let the root ninja kill Uchiha Kurumi, and also let Uchiha Shinichi see it?" After moving her eyes away from Hyojin's right arm, Jishui replied, "He wants to provoke conflict between us and the village." Hyojin shook his head and said, "This reminds me of a cliché routine." "Why is it cliché?" "Because many people use it." "But why do so many people use it?" "Because it really works." "Routine?" Shursui, however, was completely confused. Hyojin didn't explain, but said, "Let's go, take me to see him." Police building, prison room. Suddenly, a twisted vortex appeared in the dark prison room, and a masked man walked out of it. Uchiha Shinichi, who was sitting in the corner, covered his face with his hands and didn't seem to notice the appearance of the masked man. The masked man said in a deep voice, "I heard about what happened to you, do you need help?" Uchiha Shinichi slowly stood up and looked at the masked man. "You did it, right?" With that said, the three Magatama in Uchiha Shinichi's Sharingan rotated and finally condensed into a strange pattern. Hyojin was wearing a homely kimono with his right hand in his chest pocket. He had a lazy look on his face as he strolled leisurely on the street. Jishui followed closely behind him with a worried look on her face. "Senpai, why do you want to see Shinichi?" After hesitating for a while, Jishui still asked the question in her heart. Hyojin said lightly, "Nothing, I just want to confirm his condition." "Condition?" Jishui was a little confused and asked, "What condition?" Hyojin changed the topic and said in a low voice, "Listen to my secret code later. If I say so it's you to someone, you must immediately use Koto Amatsukami on him. Don't hold back, use all your power." Jishui was shocked when she heard this. "Senpai, Koto Amatsukami is a forbidden technique that can play with other people's will. How can it be used so easily?" Hyojin glanced at Jishui and shook his head. "If you have never considered using Koto Amatsukami in battle, why bother to tell the secret of Koto Amatsukami?" Jishui was silent. At this time, Suijin didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, "I suspect that Uchiha Shinichi might have already been in contact with the mastermind behind the scenes, so we can't rule out the possibility of encountering the mastermind behind the scenes. For Obsidian, who had godly power, my village was like his own backyard in his eyes. He could come and go as he pleased. If Uchiha Shinichi was really targeted by Obsidian, then it was not impossible to meet Obsidian when meeting Uchiha Shinichi. Now that Obsidian might not know the secret of Koto Amatsukami, it would be a good opportunity to get rid of Obsidian once and for all." Jishui smiled and said disapprovingly, "You must be joking. Shinichi is locked in the detention room of the police building. How could the mastermind appear there?" In Jishui's view, the security of the police building was not much weaker than the Naruto building. No matter how strong the mastermind was, it was impossible for him to sneak into the detention room of the police building without anyone noticing. Kuroto didn't explain anything and said directly, "It's just in case, anyway, remember, if you really meet the mastermind behind the scenes, don't hold back, don't make any unnecessary probing attacks, just use Kotoama Tsukumi and use your full strength. The other party is likely to have Sharingan. If you don't use your full strength, you may not be able to control him. In the detention room of the police building. A false world, Shinichi Uchiha carefully digested the masked man's words and looked a little confused. At this time, he already knew that he had awakened a powerful ocular power above the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but this did not make him feel the slightest joy. On the contrary, he fell into deep self-blame and loneliness. Because at the moment when he was thrown into the detention room, he realized that the murderer who killed his beloved was not the root ninja, nor was it the mastermind behind the scenes, but himself. All of this was caused by him. It was also at that moment that he officially awakened the cursed eyes. After a moment, Shinichi Uchiha clenched his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me see clearly what a village is, what a family is, but you must die." The masked man crossed his arms over his chest and said in his usual low tone, "Go to the Naka shrine, the stone tablet in the secret room has all the truth." After saying that, the masked man did not fight with Shinichi Uchiha and directly disappeared into the twisting vortex. Before knowing what kind of pupil technique Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan is, even the masked man is not sure that he can win. After all, the Manjikyu Sharingan has many strange pupil techniques, and maybe Uchiha Shinichi's pupil technique just happens to restrain him, so he doesn't want to risk fighting with Shinichi Uchiha in the police building. What's more, his purpose has been achieved. He personally gave birth to a Manjikyu Sharingan possessor of Manjikyu Sharingan who is full of hatred towards Mai and his family. Even if he can't accept him as a subordinate for the time being, it will still be beneficial to him. Looking at the place where the masked man disappeared, Shinichi Uchiha's face was gloomy. He thought that with the Manjikyu Sharingan, he would be able to see through the strange methods of the masked man, but he didn't expect that the masked man would disappear in front of him, and his Manjikyu Sharingan still couldn't find any clues. Who is he? Putting away the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shinichi Uchiha murmured again, "Naka shrine." When Hyojin came to the door of the police building, the Uchiha people around him all cast hostile and curious eyes at him. Jishui said a little awkwardly, "Senpai, please don't mind." Hyojin smiled and didn't say anything. His reputation in the village was actually raised by stepping on Uchiha, starting from defeating Jishui in the promotion to Tokubetsu Ninja, and later, he defeated Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha. This series of victories over Uchiha has made him the leader of the younger generation in the village, and has also become a topic of conversation among the villagers. After all, the clash between Hyuga and Uchiha is a big topic in itself. It is also because of this that Danzo, who has been targeting Uchiha, personally came forward to invite him to join the route. Otherwise, Hyojin is just a Tokubetsu Jonin. Danzo may not come forward in person. Thinking of the grudge between Uchiha Shinichi and Hyojin, Jishui had a headache and said to Hyojin in advance, "Senpai, I'm afraid that Shinichi has some misunderstandings about you, so if he says something he shouldn't say, please forgive him." Hyojin nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't lower myself to his level." Jishui breathed a sigh of relief, and then led Hyojin into the police building. After obtaining the permission of Patriarch Fuyue, Jishui and Hyojin went directly to the prison cell where Uchiha Shinichi is being held. Seeing Uchiha Shinichi sitting in the corner of the cell with his head down, Jishui quickly said, "Shinichi, I came here to explain the whole story to you." Uchiha Shinichi indifferently looked up at Jishui, and then moved his eyes to Hyojin who was next to Jishui. Jishui was afraid that Uchiha Shinichi will act recklessly, so he quickly stood in front of Hyojin. The reason why Uchiha Shinichi often hides outside the village to practice is to defeat Hyojin and wash away his shame. These things, Jishui has heard about them in Uchiha's territory. However, unexpectedly, Shinichi's gaze didn't stay on Suijin's body for too long. He quickly withdrew his gaze and once again returned to his usual cold and unapproachable aura. Something's wrong. Almost instantly, Hyojin and Jishui felt that something was wrong. With Shinichi Uchiha's carefree personality, he might be hysterical or in pain after such a blow, but it was impossible for him to be so calm and indifferent. Jishui thought that Shinichi Uchiha had lost all hope this time, so she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Kuroto, on the other hand, thought in his heart, could it be that I've really guessed correctly? At this time, Jishui still wanted to say something. Shinichi Uchiha raised his hand and waved it slowly. Someone has told me the whole story. You can go now. I want to be alone for a while. Jishui looked at Hyojin, seeking his opinion. Hyojin pondered for a moment and said, let's go. After leaving the police building, Hyojin asked Jishui, when will you let him out? Jishui answered, the patriarch just wants him to calm down. There's no other meaning. Maybe he'll be released tomorrow. Hyojin nodded silently and didn't say anything. Recalling the dramatic change in Uchiha Shinichi's temperament, Jishui asked in confusion, Senior, you said that you want to confirm his state. What do you mean? That's just a casual remark. I'm just a little curious. After giving a perfunctory reply to Jishui, Hyojin continued, be careful during this period. Remember what I said. Once you meet the mastermind, don't hesitate to use Kotoamatsukami immediately. After saying goodbye to Jishui, Hyojin did not continue to wander on the street but immediately returned home. Just now, in the police building's cell, Kuroto already faintly felt the cold aura emanating from Uchiha Shinichi's body. Although he isn't sure whether Uchiha Shinichi has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan or not, Kuroto still has to think of corresponding countermeasures in advance. If I were him, what would I do after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan? Hyojin urged the Tenseigan chakra to consume the nature energy on his right hand while trying to put himself in Uchiha Shinichi's position and think about how to benefit from it. However, he soon dispelled this idea. Because the thoughts of the Uchiha clan are really not something that ordinary people can guess, not to mention Uchiha who may have just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Changing his train of thought, Hyojin pondered, no matter how paranoid his thoughts are, he will not give up on revenge, so I only need to consider who the first target of his revenge is. The next day. Sure enough, as Jishui expected, after seeing Uchiha Shinichi calm down, Patriarch Fuyue quickly released him from the prison room. After regaining his freedom, Uchiha Shinichi did not go around causing trouble, but returned home directly. It was not until late at night that he sneaked out alone and rushed in the direction of the Naka Shrine. Inside the Naka Shrine, the two Uchiha Chunin in charge of the night duty were chatting in a low voice. By the way, do you think we will fight with Cloud again? Humph, let's fight, why would Armai be afraid of Cloud? Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the shrine. It's so late, who could it be? After muttering a sentence, one of the Uchiha Chunin slowly got up and was ready to go out and see. At this time, the door of the shrine suddenly opened, and Uchiha Shinichi, dressed in black, walked in from the outside. Shinichi. The Uchiha Chunin was startled and immediately asked, what are you doing at the shrine so late? Uchiha Shinichi moved his gaze towards Kuroto. Bang, with just one look, the Uchiha Chunin who asked the question fainted on the ground and made a muffled sound. What are you doing? The other Uchiha Chunin didn't have time to get up and was also controlled by the illusion and fainted on the side. After putting down the two clansmen on night duty, Uchiha Shinichi opened the Manjikyu Sharingan and carefully scanned around the shrine, and finally found the entrance to the secret room under a stone brick. After walking into the secret room, a stone tablet appeared in front of Uchiha Shinichi. After reading the contents of the stone tablet for a long time, he muttered to himself, is this the truth? A few days later. Phew, it's finally done. Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief while moving his right hand. After a few days of hard work, he finally completely expelled the remaining nature energy in his right hand, restoring his entire right arm from its petrified state to its original state. With the recovery of his right hand, his combat effectiveness has also returned to its peak state. It's just that after these days of dealing with nature energy, it made him deeply aware of a problem, that is, controlling nature energy is both difficult and dangerous. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, no wonder there are so few people who can learn immortal jutsu. In the original story, even at the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, there are only a few ninjas who have mastered immortal jutsu, including Jiraiya who needs the power of the two-toed masters to enter the sage mode. Just think about it, even a talented ninja like Orochimaru can't master immortal jutsu, one can imagine how difficult it is to learn immortal jutsu. Therefore, Hyojin decided to put aside the matter of immortal jutsu for the time being, because in this regard, he has no clue. If he tries rashly, the risk is too high. And now he has a new idea, or a new way of thinking. The previous actual combat in the Land of Wind exposed a lot of problems, and at the same time, It also made him understand some of the characteristics of the Tenseigan chakra mode. Take Truth-Seeking Ball as an example. Condensing Truth-Seeking Ball under the Tenseigan chakra mode is obviously a kind of shortcut, because even if he enters the Tenseigan chakra mode, Hyojin doesn't have the yang, yin, wind, water, fire, thunder, and earth chakra attributes, so whether it is condensing Truth-Seeking Ball or maintaining Truth-Seeking Ball, it is very difficult for him. And to completely solve this problem, he can only start from the root of the problem. In short, it is to let oneself have these 7 chakra attributes, and then merge them into one, becoming a Kekkei Genkai above the Kekkei limit and Kekkei elimination. According to common sense, this kind of thing is impossible to do. Because in the current shinobi world, it seems that only the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, can do this. But on the way back to the village, Hyojin came up with an almost fantastical idea. If this idea can be realized, then mastering Kekkei Genkai is not completely impossible. Staring at the long and dense list in front of him, Hyojin couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. In order to complete his grand vision, the equipment, machinery, technology, and all kinds of materials needed were simply too many. He only had to comb through them briefly to list out a large pile. And these are only 1/10 of the total needed. To complete this vision, it is absolutely impossible for me to do it alone. Pushing the list aside, Hyojin shook his head gently. Kuroto quickly realized that it is impossible to accomplish this idea by himself. He needs to rely on the power of his family, the power of the village, and even the power of Orochimaru to be able to achieve this. After thinking for a long time, he destroyed the list he had just made and muttered to himself, "It seems that I have to build a new laboratory." The laboratory that Orochimaru left him before was only a laboratory that focused on genetic observation. Although Hyojin made some modifications in private, he only added some small petri dishes and simple equipment for gene extraction. The entire laboratory still did not have the conditions for large-scale live experiments. This is also the main reason why Orochimaru has long noticed the changes in Hyojin, but did not suspect that Hyojin's Byakugan research has made major achievements. Because Hyojin's laboratory does not have the conditions for large-scale live experiments at all, in Orochimaru's scientific view, any experimental results are stacked up by countless failures, so he does not believe that Hyojin can skip the most important link of live experiments and achieve success in one go. Of course, all this is attributed to Orochimaru not knowing the secret of Tenseigan. Moreover, Hyojin being able to survive the genetic recombination is also a very small probability. Even now, in retrospect, he is afraid of his own recklessness. Afterwards, he has estimated the probability. According to his own mediocre qualifications, to activate all the special gene sequences, he needs to survive 16 times of genetic recombination, and each genetic recombination is like a tour before the gates of hell. To be able to survive 16 times in a row, the success rate is almost less than 1%. Therefore, he can succeed. He really hit the jackpot, just like winning an SSR with only one draw. However, once was enough to fight for their lives like this. Hyojin knows that luck will not always be on his side, so he will not gamble with his life again. For all future experiments, he will first carry out a careful demonstration and a lot of live experiments. Only after confirming that it is safe will he apply it on himself. Thinking of this, Hyojin took out the artificial tailed beast scroll obtained from Orochimaru and recorded some data and experience when he made the artificial tailed beast on the scroll. The dragon vein can be hidden from others, but not from Orochimaru. After all, Hyojin's artificial tailed beast scroll was obtained from Orochimaru. What's more, he promised to share the experimental data with Orochimaru at the beginning. Considering that he will need Orochimaru in many places in the future, he doesn't want to go back on his word on this matter and destroy the cooperative relationship between him and Orochimaru. Moreover, Hyojin speculated that Orochimaru may not be interested in the artificial tailed beast. One must know that Orochimaru has a lot of projects in his hands, whether it is undead reincarnation, impure reincarnation, or curse seal, etc., all of them are quite promising research projects. Psychic art. Bang, after a burst of smoke, the one-eyed viper with its tongue sticking out appeared in front of Hyojin. After handing the scroll of the artificial tailed beast to the one-eyed viper, Suijin didn't say anything and directly removed the summoning technique and sent the one-eyed viper who had swallowed the scroll away. There is another purpose for sharing the artificial tailed beast data with Orochimaru. That is, Hyojin wants to use this matter to subtly inform Orochimaru that he is already a Jinchuriki of Ryumyaku. After that, the relationship between the two is no longer a superior and subordinate, but an equal cooperative relationship. After sending away the one-eyed viper, Hyojin sat cross-legged in the room again and thought about the matter of an assistant. His ideas are very complicated, so he needs a capable and loyal experimental assistant, just like Satu, who has been standing behind Orochimaru all this time. But there are only a few geniuses in the entire shinobi world who are as talented as Do. After all, Satu is one of the few people who can master immortal arts by his own ability. In this regard, his talent even surpasses Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Thinking of an assistant, Hyojin considered the problem of funds. Funds are also a big problem. When he thought of his empty wallet, he couldn't help but worry. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Hyojin opened his Byakugan and looked at the door and found that it was his fiancée Kuroto waiting outside the door with a bamboo basket. Welcoming Kuroto in, Hyojin smiled and said, "It seems that today is a good day." Kuroto smiled and put the dishes in the basket on the table one by one, and curiously said, "What kind of ninjutsu have you been studying in the house these days?" "Hey, that's a secret." With a perfunctory sentence, Hyojin tasted Kuroto's dishes. It has to be said that in terms of cooking, Kuroto is indeed very talented. The taste is not worse than the food in the village. Kuroto rested her chin on her hands, she looked sweetly at Hyojin eating the dishes she cooked and said, "Richa-sama asked me to thank you, Uncle Chuendo successfully promoted to a jonin." Hyojin waved his hand indifferently, "I didn't help much." Kuroto Chuendo is the Hyuga that Richa asked Hyojin to get votes to promote to a jonin, but Hyojin actually didn't get many votes. At most he got a few votes from his colleagues in class 11, so Kuroto Chuendo's promotion has little to do with him, it should be Richa's help. The sun was setting, and the sky was getting dark. After eating, Hyojin and Kuroto leaned together and chatted. Such a warm and leisurely time, Hyojin hasn't enjoyed it for a long time. Tap, suddenly, there was a soft sound on the roof. Judging from this sound, it should be the footsteps of a ninja in the village who flew over the roof of Hyojin's house. Kuroto frowned slightly and said, "How rude." Hyojin's eyes were cold and he stood up. Under normal circumstances, the ninjas in the village would not casually pass through the roofs of other people's houses, often only when performing urgent tasks. Walking to the balcony, he looked out. "They're making their move so soon," Hyojin joked in his heart, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. If there has been a riot in the village recently, it proves that his guess is correct. Uchiha Shinichi, a guy who did not leave any deeds in the original time and space, has really awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan in this time and space, but what Hyojin did not expect was that Uchiha Shinichi would act so quickly. After all, whether it is the ability to master the Manjikyu Sharingan or the intelligence gathering before taking action, these all take time. In just a few days, Hyojin does not believe that Uchiha Shinichi can prepare everything. So, either Uchiha Shinichi is acting recklessly, or Obsidian is supporting him from behind. Belle, who was in the house, also noticed something was wrong at this moment. She hurriedly walked to the balcony and whispered to Hyojin, "Kuroto, what happened?" While caressing Yui's beautiful hair, Kuroto gently comforted her, "The village is heavily guarded, and there is even a Sandame-sama in charge. What could possibly happen? Don't worry about it." But, looking at the night, there were still some ninjas gathering in the direction of the Naruto building. Belle was very uneasy. For someone who had experienced the Third Shinobi World War and the Nine Tails Rebellion, she would instinctively feel fear and uneasiness when there is even a little movement in the village. Maybe there is some urgent task. After casually making up a sentence, Hyojin pretended to smile casually and said, "Be good, you go back to the clan land first. There should be no danger with the patriarch here. I will go and inquire about the situation, and then meet you in the clan land." Belle quickly said, "Let's go to the clan land together." Hyojin explained, "Although I have been suspended, I am still directly under the umbu of Naruto. If something really happened in the village, I should go and have a look." Ling also knew that Hyojin was a member of the Black Ops, so she could only nod. Shadow clone technique. After sending Belle away, Hyojin immediately used the shadow clone technique and left a shadow clone in the house. Then, he put on a black cloak and an ordinary black mask. Then, he chewed on a snake grass fruit. The fruit of the snake mark grass didn't have any shocking abilities. Its only effect was to change a person's scent, rendering any method of tracking scent ineffective. Hyojin would make mistakes, but he would not make the same mistake repeatedly. Previously, because of his scent, he was ambushed by Rock Village's beheading unit in the country of Bear, so since then, he has been concealing his scent every time he acts. After everything was ready, his figure disappeared into the night. Hyojin's first target is the Naruto building. Only by going there first can he speculate what happened and to what extent things have developed. With the convenience of the Byakugan, Hyojin quietly sneaked into a house not far from the Naruto building. After knocking out the owner of the house, he looked at the Naruto building from the windowsill. At this time, the Naruto building was brightly lit. In the square in front of the building, dozens of ninjas gathered, and from time to time, new ninjas arrived. Moving his gaze from the square to the Naruto building, Hyojin quickly discovered that at least 10 teams of Umbu have gathered in the Naruto building. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin secretly thought the Naruto building was not attacked, so the target chosen by Uchiha Shinichi for revenge should be the root. 3 generations gathered a large number of ninjas, but did not mobilize civilians to take refuge. From this point alone, it can be judged that the Uchiha clan should not have participated in the rebellion, and these ninjas gathered by 3 generations should be there to monitor and guard against the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, a single Uchiha Shinichi would not be enough for the entire village to be on guard against the enemy. After understanding this, Hyojin's figure flashed and rushed toward the root base. The root base is located in the corner of the village. When Hyojin arrived, he found that the 2 guards guarding the entrance of the base have fallen in a pool of blood. His goal is really here. Secretly said, Hyojin's figure flashed and directly sneaked into the root base. The base was silent, but the smell of blood in the air told Hyojin that a very tragic and bloody battle took place here not long ago. Along the underground passage, Hyojin step by step went deep into the root base. Along the way, he found 7 or 8 dead bodies of the root ninjas. All of these bodies were killed with a single cut to the throat. There was not even an extra expression on their faces. There is no doubt that when these root ninjas were killed, they were either under a genjutsu, or the enemy was so fast that they didn't have time to react. That guy's strength improved so much. The tragic death of these root ninjas made Hyojin secretly raise his vigilance. The improvement of Uchiha Shinichi's strength has somewhat exceeded his expectations. After turning a few corners, Hyojin's eyes suddenly opened up. He quickly retreated to the corner, because he found that a few dozen meters in front of him, there are 4 fully armed root ninjas stationed on guard. At this time, there is still a team of people guarding here, then this place is most likely the secret vault of the root. While thinking, Hyojin put his hand into his ninja bag. This time he sneaked into the root base. He wanted to take advantage of Uchiha Shinichi's heaven-sent opportunity to loot Danzo's collection. After all, whether it is the root's forbidden technique scrolls or the results of Danzo's human experiments, they are all things that he urgently needs. Making up his mind, Hyojin immediately rushed out. With his current strength, even if he doesn't enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, killing 4 root ninjas won't be a problem. Who is it? Enemy attack. As soon as Hyojin revealed himself, the root ninjas exclaimed, but the object of their exclamation was not Hyojin who rushed towards them, but the masked man who suddenly appeared out of thin air. In an instant, 2 root ninjas died in the hands of Hyojin, while the other 2 were thrown into the vortex by the masked man. In just a short moment, 4 root ninjas were inexplicably killed by Hyojin and the masked man. After dealing with all the root ninjas, the 2 guys wearing masks and black cloaks confronted each other from a distance. For a time, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Encountering the obsidian here made Hyojin very depressed. The masked obsidian also didn't expect that someone would jump out to disturb the situation, not to mention a guy wearing a black cloak and a mask like himself. Carrying his younger brother on his back, Itachi looked a little dazed. In the night, the Uchiha clan is very noisy. The crying of children, the quarreling of adults, and the various clansmen around him are in a hurry. Everything seems to indicate that something bad is about to happen. Before he even got close to his house, Itachi was surprised to find that his house was surrounded by fully armed clansmen. At this time, the faces of these clansmen are full of excitement and fanaticism. Looking at these clansmen, Itachi uneasily put down his younger brother Sasuke on his back, and then took Sasuke's little hand, who was only a little more than 1 year old, and went around to the side door of the house. Entering the house, he found that the courtyard is also full of clansmen. It's just that the clansmen gathered in the courtyard are all jonin and special jonin of the clan. There is no sign of chunin or genin. Why are the elites of the clan gathered in my house? Realizing that almost all the elites of the Uchiha clan have gathered in his house, Itachi's heart became more and more uneasy. He vaguely guessed that something must have happened. At this time, in the direction of the lobby, there is a faint sound of quarreling. Itachi quickly stopped and listened attentively. In the lobby, Jishui, who is surrounded by a group of clansmen, said with a decisive expression, "You are crazy, I will never allow you to do this." An elite jonin of the Uchiha clan was furious. "Jishui, are you going to betray the clan? Don't forget your identity, you are also called Uchiha. Because I am an Uchiha, I can't let you destroy the Uchiha clan." After a pause, Jishui looked at Patriarch Fuyue, who was sitting cross-legged, and said sincerely, "Patriarch, have you considered the consequences of starting a rebellion? Once the village falls into internal strife, Cloud and Rock Village will take advantage of the situation. Even if we are lucky enough to obtain Naruto's position, what can we use to resist Cloud and Rock Village?" Not waiting for Patriarch Fuyue to answer, another elite jonin of the Uchiha clan coldly snorted, "As long as our Uchiha clan is here, there is nothing to be afraid of." Immediately, the other Uchiha jonin agreed, "Yes, as long as we can control the village, Cloud and Rock Village will not be a threat at all." At this time, Fuyue raised his hand to stop the crowd, and then said to Jishui, "Shinichi has rebelled, we have no choice." Jishui shook her head. "No, we have a choice." Fuyue stared at Jishui, waiting for his explanation. Taking a deep breath, Jishui said, "Shinichi's actions are only his personal revenge, it has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he didn't inform the clan before taking action, which shows that he has no intention of using the power of the clan, nor does he want to involve the clan in this matter." On the side, Uchiha Jonin said, "But Shinichi has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he is a precious combat power of the Uchiha clan, are we just going to watch him die in the hands of the village?" Before Shinichi took action, he knocked down a Uchiha Jonin who was responsible for monitoring him, and revealed his Manjikyu Sharingan, so now the top leaders of the Uchiha clan already know that Shinichi has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. This is also one of the reasons why they are clamoring for a coup, because they are convinced that the Manjikyu Sharingan is invincible. Jishui bowed to the crowd, "Please believe me, I will bring Shinichi back with my own hands, and then I will persuade Naruto-sama to spare Shinichi's life." Right now, Mai is facing both internal and external troubles, so Jishui believes that as long as he can bring Shinichi back, in order to preserve an important combat power for the village, the 3 generations will likely spare Shinichi's life. After all, the threat of Cloud Village has not been resolved, and a war may break out at any time. Fuyue glanced at Jishui and shook his head, "You may not be his opponent now." Fuyue knows the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, because he himself has this kind of cursed eye, so in his opinion, even if Jishui is the #1 genius of the Uchiha clan, without awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, he may not be the opponent of Shinichi who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Knowing that he can't hide it anymore, Jishui has no choice but to activate his Manjikyu Sharingan, and then bowed to the crowd again, "Please believe me this time, I will definitely bring Shinichi back safely." At this moment, Jishui has made up his mind to use Koto Amatsukami. "Jishui, you." Looking at Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan, all the Uchiha clan members present were shocked, even Patriarch Fuyue was no exception. With 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Sharingan, it may not be impossible for him to see the position of Naruto. And at this moment, such a thought suddenly appeared in Fuyue's mind. Root base. Staring at Obsidian opposite of him, Hyojin thought about countermeasures in his heart. Obsidian's strength has been reflected vividly on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. He could instantly kill the Umbu squad arranged by Hokage-sama, he could control the Kyuubi with just a glance, and when he fought with Hokage-sama, after taking a full blow from Hokage-sama's Rasengan, not only did he not die, but his injuries didn't seem too serious. Without Kakashi's Manjikyu Sharingan, it's too difficult to kill him. Without any complicated analysis, Hyojin came to a conclusion, with his current strength, it's not difficult to defeat Obsidian, but it's very difficult to kill Obsidian. After all, as long as Obsidian wants to escape, Hyojin has no means to interfere with the Kamui space. This is also the reason why Obsidian directly came from the Kamui space, and Hyojin didn't notice it, because Obsidian's Kamui space is a different space parallel to the shinobi world, and his Byakugan doesn't have the ability to see through the parallel space. At this point, even 4 generations Genjutsu, who is proficient in space-time ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and various forbidden techniques, can only watch Obsidian leave, and there is no other way. Clatter. At this time, Obsidian took out a string of chains. He leisurely fixed the 2 ends of the chain on his 2 wrists, and his behavior was very calm. It seems that he doesn't put Hyojin in his eyes. Perhaps in his eyes, except for a few famous masters in the village, other people are not worthy of being taken too seriously. Looking at this familiar scene, Hyojin was a little emotional. At this moment, he wanted to know what Obsidian's mentality was when facing 4 generations Genjutsu. Swish, in an instant, the 2 of them attacked at the same time, their figures turned into afterimages, and rushed at each other at an extremely fast speed. The iron chains fluttered in the air and made clanking noises. The cold light that reflected the candlelight was also flickering in the quiet underground. From the beginning to the end, the 2 people who were brimming with murderous intent remained silent. The 2 sides crossed each other, and Hyojin's figure directly penetrated the Obsidian's body. However, he had expected it and ducked to avoid the chain hanging on Obsidian. After crossing each other, the 2 sides fell into each other's previous position and confronted each other again. "Hey, white-eyed guy, my name is Uchiha Obsidian, what's your name?" "Hyojin." "Let me tell you, I'm going to be Naruto's man in the future." "Oh, speaking of which, it's all thanks to you." "Huh, what's all thanks to me?" "Thanks to you being the last in the exam this time, I'm not at the bottom of the ranking." "You're too hateful. When I open my eyes one day, I'll let you know the power of the Uchiha clan." At this moment, Hyojin's mind flashed with the Obsidian in the ninja school. At that time, they were brothers who wandered at the bottom of the report list, but now they were powerful ninjas who could control the village. The changes in the world were really amazing. Clatter, failing to land his first strike, the slightly surprised Bao-Tu began to shake the chains, testing the waters, preparing to launch a second round of attacks. However, Hyojin threw away the kunai in his hand and put his hands into the storage bag around his waist. The silence continued, and neither of them planned to speak, nor did they need to. Swish, with a wave of his right hand, the Obsidian threw the chain at Hyojin, and then his whole body rushed forward. Hyojin, with his hands in the ninja bag, jumped back quickly, trying to avoid the Obsidian's attack. However, as soon as he avoided the swing of the chain, he was grabbed by the Obsidian's shoulder. In an instant, a twisted vortex appeared on Hyojin's shoulder, and his hands that were in the ninja bag were pressed on the Obsidian's chest. Glancing at the detonation talisman that Hyojin stuck on his chest, the Obsidian, who was under the mask, had a look of disdain on his face as he thought to himself, "Got it." In his opinion, as long as he touched Hyojin, Hyojin would definitely die. As for the detonation talisman on his chest, he had countless ways to deal with it, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. The twisting vortex grew larger and larger. Soon, Hyojin's body became distorted. "Other than the 4 generations, no one can hide from my divine might." The corners of Obsidian's mouth curled up, and a smile spread across his face. Suddenly, Obsidian, together with the iron chain, was repelled and flew out. Because the process was too sudden, he did not have the time to turn invisible and hide in his own godly might space. In the process of being repelled, the detonation talismans that Hyojin placed on Obsidian's chest also exploded. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions reverberated underground. "Humph." Staring at Hyojin, who was opposite of him, Obsidian spat. Although the smoke of the explosion has not yet dissipated, he already knew the result. Obsidian hid in the godly might space before the detonation talisman exploded. After the smoke dissipated, the twisting vortex appeared out of thin air again, and Obsidian walked out of the vortex, but this time, he was not as calm as before. Looking at Hyojin, Obsidian finally spoke, "Who are you? Why are you here?" For Obsidian, who has seen the Rinnegan, he can naturally feel that the trick that Hyojin used just now is very similar to the Shinra Tensei of Pain. And in the current shinobi world, as far as he knows, only Pain can use this trick. Therefore, he is very interested in the identity of Hyojin, who is also wearing a mask and a black cloak, because he is convinced that the person in front of him is not Pain Tensei. Listening to Obsidian's deep voice, Hyojin also asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Obsidian's godly might is indeed impossible to guard against, but that is only for ordinary ninjas. For Hyojin, who is Rain Pull Pull, it is not a problem. Because if Obsidian wants to attack, he must materialize, and once he materializes, he can be controlled by Rain Pull Pull. Therefore, even if Hyojin has half of his body twisted by Obsidian, as long as Hyojin is conscious, he can instantly get rid of Obsidian's godly might attack. After a moment of silence, Obsidian pointed to the root vault next to him and said, "If your goal is here, then there is no need for us to fight." Hyojin also glanced at the root vault and immediately nodded. He has already noticed that Obsidian has a Sharingan in his left eye socket, which means that even if he enters the Tenseigan chakra mode and uses the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion to launch a surprise attack and luckily succeeds, Obsidian can use Izanagi at the cost of one Sharingan to avoid death, and then quickly escape into the godly might space. In other words, without the assistance of Kakashi, this battle will not have any result. Since he knows that there is no result, Hyojin naturally won't leak too much information about himself, otherwise, it will be easy for Obsidian to target him. After all, there are many experts in the Akatsuki organization, and there is also Black Zetsu, a ghost that has been wandering in the shinobi world for thousands of years. If he is plotted against by them, even the current Hyojin will not feel good. The two sides looked at each other and reached an agreement. Both of them know that instead of delaying like this, it is better to take advantage of the fact that the root base has just been raided by Uchiha and Shinichi to plunder the root vault. Walking to the door of the secret vault, Obsidian confirmed the seal on the secret vault, then glanced at Hyojin and chuckled as he passed through the wall and entered the secret vault. There is no doubt that the reason why Obsidian didn't descend into the secret vault from the beginning is because he was worried about the seal on the secret vault, and after confirming that the seal on the secret vault is not a threat to him, he didn't say anything to Hyojin and sneaked into the secret vault. "What are you showing off for?" Hyojin cursed in his heart. Then he slowly walked to the door of the secret vault, pressed his hand on it, and said in a low voice, "Open." Dong, accompanied by a soft sound, the door of the secret vault opened. The seal on the root vault happens to be the four-symbol seal that Hyojin is most proficient in. Obsidian, who just stepped into the secret vault, saw that Hyojin instantly undid the seal and followed him in. The look of fear on his face became even heavier. At this time, Hyojin, who just entered the secret vault, looked at the secret vault. In the rows of glass refrigerators, there are a variety of materials on display, including many unknown reagents, as well as many petri dishes containing cell tissues. Not only that, Suijin also saw containers containing Sharingan, and counting them, there were a total of 9 Sharingan in total. The discovery of a large number of Sharingan in the root vault was unexpected at first glance, but after thinking about it, Hyojin felt that it was completely reasonable. The cooperation between Danzo and Orochimaru began very early. To some extent, Danzo can be regarded as Orochimaru's sponsor and supporter, so he naturally enjoyed a lot of the results of Orochimaru's research. Perhaps it was during this process that Danzo understood the power of the Sharingan, and was determined to completely eradicate the Uchiha clan and obtain more and better Sharingan. At this time, Obsidian also moved his eyes to the utensils containing the Sharingan, and said in a deep voice, "The Sharingan belongs to me, the cell culture utensils belong to you." Hyojin heard this and pondered. If it's the Manjikyu Sharingan, he definitely won't give it to Obsidian, because that would be supporting the enemy, but if it's the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, there's no harm in giving it to Obsidian. Moreover, in terms of value alone, for Hyojin, these 3 Magatama Sharingan may not be comparable to the cell culture utensils on the side. So after a little pondering, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's do that." After reaching a consensus, the two of them got busy. Hyojin quickly walked to the shelf of the cell culture utensils, looked at them carefully, and then took out the storage scroll from the ninja bag on his waist. Just by looking at it, he still can't determine what kind of cells are in these cell culture utensils, so he can only choose to pack them all up and go back to find the equipment to identify them one by one. But considering that Danzo has never stopped the research of the first-generation cells, so with so many cell culture utensils, he guessed that there must be the first-generation cells. Taking down the cell culture utensils from the shelf, Hyojin carefully placed them on the storage scroll, and then lightly shouted, "Seal." Bang! As a puff of smoke rose, all the cell culture dishes on the storage scrolls were sealed into the storage scrolls. On the other side, Obsidian was doing the same thing. Both of them had a tacit understanding and did not interfere with each other. Instead, they searched for the items that they fancied, Uchiha clan grounds. After Jishui revealed his Manjikyu Sharingan, Patriarch Fuyua's ambition suddenly grew. However, Fugaku also knows that Shirsui's attitude is obviously biased towards Konoha, and Uchiha Shinichi's whereabouts are unknown, so it's not a good time to provoke a rebellion. Even if they wanted to rebel, they had to at least convince Jishui and find Uchiha Shinichi. Only in this way can Uchiha concentrate the power of 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, destroy the village's top leaders in an instant, and seize the power of the village in one fell swoop while the other ninja clans in the village were not able to react. After making up his mind, Fuyue stood his ground and ordered Jishui, "Go, bring Shinichi back safely." Jishui nodded excitedly. The support of the patriarch made him very happy, and also made him let out a long sigh of relief. After bowing to the people in the house again, Jishui promised, "Please rest assured, I will definitely bring Shinichi back." At this moment, an Uchiha Jonin rushed into the room with a panicked expression and shouted, "Something bad has happened, Hokage-sama has surrounded us with his people." "What?" Everyone in the house was taken aback. Jishui took a step forward and grabbed the collar of Uchiha Jonin excitedly and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Naruto-sama lead a team to surround us?" The Uchiha Jonin struggled to break free from Jishui's grip and shouted, "Go and see for yourself, there are Umbu all around. Is the village going to attack our Uchiha clan? Then what are we waiting for? Yes, let's do it, let's fight with them. 3 generations is not a big deal, it's not like we don't have a chance of winning." The house that had just calmed down immediately became noisy again, and most of the people in the house fell into an indescribable fanaticism and excitement. As the patriarch, Fuyue still crossed his arms in front of his chest at this moment with a gloomy face and a thoughtful expression. Perhaps because of the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Fuyue is different from the people who are clamoring for a rebellion. His state of mind is very calm at this time. It is precisely because of the calmness of his mind that he quickly analyzed the intentions of 3 generations. If the elders of the village really want to attack the Uchiha clan, then the war has already broken out at this moment, and they will not allow the Uchiha clan to excitedly discuss whether to rebel or not. It seems that 3 generations just want to intimidate us and stabilize the situation. After thinking about this, Fuyue slowly stood up. Seeing Fuyue stand up, the eyes of all the Uchiha clan in the house fell on him, waiting for his order. Jishui also looked over. At this time his palms were full of sweat, and his heart was almost in his throat. He has made up his mind, as long as Fuyue gives the order to rebel, he will immediately use Koto Amatsukami on Fuyue, and then control Fuyue to cancel the order to rebel. Facing everyone's eyes, Fuyue said in a deep voice, "Let's go, come with me to meet the 3 generations." Soon, Fuyue led a group of Uchiha clan to the outside of the clan. At this time, outside the Uchiha clan, hundreds of my ninjas and at least 15 Umbu squads have gathered. These my ninjas almost surrounded the Uchiha clan. It seems that as long as 3 generations Naruto gives the order, they will rush into the Uchiha clan. "You stay here, Jishui, come with me." After giving orders to the clansmen behind him, Fuyue only led Jishui and walked towards the 3 generations who were surrounded by a group of Umbu. After approaching, Fuyue asked, "Naruto-sama, what do you mean by this?" 3 generations' sharp eyes swept over Fuyue and Jishui and said, "You should have also received the news, Shinichi Uchiha has betrayed the village." Jishui hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Naruto-sama, please rest assured, I will go and bring Shinichi back now." 3 generations shook their heads. This is a special time, all members of the Uchiha clan are not allowed to leave the clan. Fuyue's eyes turned cold and he thought, it seems that the village also knows about Shinichi awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. 3 generations Naruto has mobilized so many people to intimidate the Uchiha clan. Obviously, they have learned about the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan by Uchiha Shinichi through some channels. Otherwise, the betrayal of an ordinary Uchiha Shinichi would not cause such a big commotion. Jishui explained, "Naruto-sama, only I can bring Shinichi back. Crack, after crushing the throat of the last Umbu ninja, Uchiha Shinichi looked coldly in the direction of the village. He didn't have anyone to assist him in this operation. Therefore, when he entered the root base, he didn't find the whereabouts of Danzo, so he had to make a big mess in the root base, and then under the siege of a group of pursuers, he fought and retreated, and finally escaped from the village. Dropping his hand, he threw the body of the Umbu ninja aside. At this time, beside Uchiha Shinichi, there were 4 bodies of Umbu ninjas lying in disorder. Among these bodies, except for the last one whose throat was crushed by Uchiha Shinichi, the others, without exception, had their throats slit. There were not many traces of fighting in the whole battlefield. It seems that it was a one-sided battle. Suddenly, Uchiha Shinichi turned his head and looked in a direction, and then frowned slightly. After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto's perception has changed dramatically, so just now, Kuroto once again perceived a large group of pursuers coming towards him. And among the pursuers, there are a few people with very strong chakra. Originally, he wanted to turn and leave, but after 2 steps, Uchiha Shinichi stopped again, pulled out the short sword from his waist, and stood quietly, waiting for the arrival of the pursuers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in a series of wind-breaking sounds, figures fell around Uchiha Shinichi. At this time, one of the Umbu ninja wearing a fox mask said, "Uchiha Shinichi, come back to the village with us, you will receive a fair trial." Listening to the voice of the other party, Uchiha Shinichi said coldly, "Hatake Kakashi?" For the Uchiha clan, Kakashi is not a stranger, because he is the only non-Uchiha clansman in the village, and he is a Mai ninja with Sharingan, so most of the Uchiha Jonin know him. The Umbu ninja took off the fox mask on his face, revealing his true face. This person is not a bystander, he is the captain of Umbu Team 11, Hatake Kakashi. After putting away the mask and putting on the My Forehead Protector, Kakashi said, "Shinichi, things are not irreparable, it's not too late for you to turn back now." Uchiha Shinichi glanced at the other Umbu ninjas around and asked with interest, "Are you the only one who came? Where are Hyojin and Jishuei?" Because of Jishuei, the composition of the Umbu Team 11 is not a secret in the Uchiha clan. Generally, after reaching the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin, the Uchiha clansman will be informed of this information by the clan. And in the eyes of today's Uchiha Shinichi, a mere Kakashi is nothing. What he wants to defeat is the pride of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jishuei, and Hyojin who once defeated him. As for Guy, he has never put him in his eyes. Kakashi shook his head, "They have other tasks." Kakashi lied, because the 3 generations didn't summon Team 11 at all, only him, so he is very clear that whether it is Jishuei or Hyojin, both of them are at home at the moment. Uchiha Shinichi curled his lips, "It's a pity, I thought there would be a hearty battle." Seeing that Uchiha Shinichi has no intention of turning back, Kakashi frowned. He knows what the Manjikyu Sharingan means, so he tried to persuade him, "Shinichi, defecting will not only harm yourself, but also the whole Uchiha clan, you have to think about it carefully." Kakashi's voice has not yet died away. Swish, 2 Umbu ninjas launched a surprise attack on Uchiha Shinichi from the front and back, one in front and one in the back, 2 long swords facing each other, penetrating Uchiha Shinichi's body. Drip, blood dripped down the blade and fell to the ground. After succeeding, the Umbu ninja who launched the surprise attack said coldly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? The traitor of the village will die. It's not Jinjutsu, nor is it a shadow clone." Kakashi had a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected that the others would suddenly make a move, nor had he expected that they would succeed. The other Umbu who launched a surprise attack behind Uchiha Shinichi smiled and said, "The Manjikyu Sharingan is only SOSO, Naruto-sama does not need to send so many Umbu teams." "Is that so?" Uchiha Shinichi, whose body was penetrated by the 2 swords, chuckled, then waved his hand and instantly killed the 2 Umbu ninjas in front and behind him with the short sword in his hand. The 2 Umbu ninjas who had their throats slit by a sword covered their throats. Their mouths could only make a vague gulu-gulu sound because of the ruptured arteries. They looked at Uchiha Shinichi in shock, and finally slowly fell to the ground. No one expected that Uchiha Shinichi, whose vital parts were penetrated by the 2 swords, was so agile that it was as if he was not injured at all. Kakashi, with a solemn expression, slowly pushed the forehead protector that covered his left eye to his forehead, and used the Sharingan of his left eye to carefully observe the wounds of Uchiha Shinichi. However, the more he observed, the more puzzled he became. Because those wounds were real, and the blood that flowed out was also real, so he really couldn't understand why Uchiha Shinichi suffered such serious injuries, but nothing happened. Clang, at this time Uchiha Shinichi calmly pulled out the 2 long swords inserted in his body, and then casually threw them to the ground. Then, the wounds on his body actually recovered in an instant, and the speed was so fast that it seemed to completely skip the healing step. Kakashi asked, "This is the ability of your Manjikyu Sharingan, right?" Uchiha Shinichi smiled non-committally, and immediately said, "Today, I will let you understand the true power of the Sharingan." Knowing that it was useless to negotiate, Kakashi no longer hesitated, and said to the Umbu around him, "Everyone, be careful of his Jinjutsu, don't look directly into his eyes." The surrounding Umbu responded, and then immediately launched an attack on Uchiha Shinichi. In an instant, the sound of shurikens breaking the wind, the explosion of detonation talismans, and the whistling of ninjutsu intertwined, resounding over the forest. And Kakashi, who had retreated to the side, carefully observed Uchiha Shinichi. While analyzing the ability of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan. In Kakashi's view, only by cracking the ability of Uchiha Shinichi Manjikyu Sharingan can he defeat Uchiha Shinichi. Otherwise, just like just now, his attack will disappear. That scene just now was definitely not an illusion. He was indeed hit, but why is it that even though he suffered a fatal injury, he is completely fine? And why did his wounds heal instantly? If this is the ability of his Manjikyu Sharingan, then how can I crack this technique? In the root base. After looting the secret warehouse where various test materials are stored, Hyojin and Obsidian once again confronted each other. Although the previous fight was short, it made both of them realize one thing, and that is, in a short period of time, neither of them can do anything to the other. Time is running out, the Root and Umbu ninjas may return to the base at any time, so once they miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to loot the secret warehouse. The masked man said in a deep voice, "There's more than one secret vault. Let's use our own abilities." "How about that?" Hyojin nodded, "As long as you don't interfere with me, we can live in peace." Neither of them is an impulsive person. Now that they have determined that there is no way to deal with each other, it is better to split up and loot other secret warehouses, at least they won't return empty-handed. After reaching a consensus again, Obsidian's figure flickered and disappeared out of thin air. It's really convenient and strange, as expected of the pupil technique that can even tear the truth-seeking ball. Looking at Obsidian coming and going freely, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the original story, Kakashi, who was not of Uchiha bloodline, easily broke the defense of Madara's truth-seeking ball with just a transplanted Manjikyu Sharingan. From this, it can be seen that Kamui's overbearing power is simply unreasonable. At the same time, it also shows that the defense of truth-seeking ball is not invincible, at least it can't defend against spatial attacks. Converging his scattered thoughts, Hyojin's figure flashed and rushed out of the secret warehouse that has been looted. Now is obviously not the time to feel how strong Kamui is. If he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to loot, he doesn't know how long it will take for him to build a new laboratory. After quickly passing through a few dark passages, Hyojin stopped at a corner. Looking around, Kuroto found that there seems to be a laboratory in front of him, and the scale is very large. There are more than a dozen glass experiment tanks for large-scale live experiments. However, there were no test subjects in these glass experiment tanks, and there were no workers in the entire laboratory. It seemed that this was a laboratory that had temporarily stopped operating. After confirming that there were no enemies, Hyojin snuck into the lab. Stopping in front of a refrigerator-like machine, Hyojin looked into the glass cover at the top of the machine. Is this a large cell breeder? Withdrawing his gaze, he took 2 more steps and arrived in front of a row of large experiment tanks. I've never seen this type of nutrition tank before. Did the village just develop it? He touched the glass cover of the nutrition tank and walked all the way to the test bench. His eyes fell on the microscope on the test bench. I think Orochimaru only has one of this kind of high-powered microscope. After a brief tour, Hyojin had a general understanding of the laboratory specifications. If the laboratory that Orochimaru left him was level 1, then this laboratory's specifications were at least level 5 and above. Hyojin could not even tell what some of the equipment was used for, which showed how high-end and complete the equipment here was. It's all large-scale equipment. Kuroto suddenly had a headache, because at this time, he found that the storage scrolls he had on him were not enough. The space in the storage scrolls was limited, especially when sealing precision instruments. It was often necessary to reserve some space to prevent the instrument from being damaged during sealing. Therefore, a normal storage scroll could only seal one large-scale instrument at most. Hyojin was fishing in troubled waters tonight, so he brought a total of 10 storage scrolls. He thought that 10 storage scrolls would be enough, but when he entered the laboratory, he realized that 10 storage scrolls were far from enough. Tisk, I've underestimated the Danzo family. After secretly cursing, Hyojin began to choose the instruments. Since he couldn't take them all away, he could only choose the most advanced and expensive instruments to take away, in the dense forest outside the village. Boom boom boom, the shock wave caused by the explosion blew everything around it away. As Kakashi flew back, he used his hand to protect the Sharingan in his left eye, paying close attention to Uchiha Shinichi, who was in the middle of the battlefield. Through this period of careful observation, he found that Uchiha Shinichi was not only strong in illusion, but his physical skills and ninjutsu were also almost impeccable, especially his sword skills, which were very sharp. Clang clang clang. After blocking some shurikens that were shot at him with the short sword in his hand again, Uchiha Shinichi sneered, "Your ninja tools are like children playing in my eyes." The 5 Anbu ninjas around ignored Uchiha Shinichi's ridicule, they were all panting and silent. The series of fierce attacks just now consumed a lot of their chakra, but the result was very frustrating. Uchiha Shinichi was not injured at all. Seeing that the morale was a little low, an Anbu shouted, "Don't worry, hold him back. The reinforcements will arrive soon." "Hold me back?" Uchiha Shinichi seemed to have heard a funny joke, and immediately snorted coldly, "With just you." In an instant, a dark green shadow emerged from Uchiha Shinichi's body and turned into a huge skeleton with half a body. There is no doubt that Uchiha Shinichi used the incomplete Susanoo. You don't understand what the Manjikyu Sharingan means at all. After saying that, he urged his Susanoo to wave his arm, and in an instant, the 5 Anbu ninjas around him were swept away. This? Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. After the 5 Anbu ninjas were sent flying, Uchiha Shinichi didn't attack them one by one, but glanced at the big tree where Kakashi was hiding and shouted, "Kakashi, come out and die." This kind of power is not something ordinary ninjas can resist at all. If all the members of Class 11 are here, maybe we can win, but if it's only me, it's impossible to defeat him. Drops of cold sweat slipped from Kakashi's forehead. He thought that the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye could more or less resist Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan, but until Uchiha Shinichi used the Susanoo, he realized that he thought too much. Suddenly, Uchiha Shinichi's brows furrowed as he heard Kuroto's words. Then, he quickly deactivated the Susanoo, and without saying a word, he turned around and fled. He seemed to be in a hurry and was in a rather sorry state. There is no injury on his body, chakra is also not weakened, then why? Why did he suddenly retreat? Kakashi did not rush to chase, but stared at the direction where Uchiha Shinichi left, trying to analyze the reason behind the sudden retreat of Uchiha Shinichi. Analyzing the opponent's ability and evaluating the opponent's strength is the quality that every good ninja should have. After receiving the influence of Mai's White Fang, the guidance of Golden Flash, and the baptism of the Third Shinobi World War, Kakashi is definitely the best among his peers in the field of battlefield analysis. He did not choose to chase, not because of cowardice, but because he knew that he could not break Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo, even if it was a surprise attack. In the face of Uchiha Shinichi's strange recovery ability, he was not sure if his Chidori would be able to succeed. Therefore, instead of taking the risk to chase at this time, it is better to timely feed back the information collected by his observation to the village. In this way, the village can use this information to form a more targeted hunting team, greatly improving the success rate of hunting Uchiha Shinichi. Swish swish swish, about a few minutes later, a figure arrived at the battlefield. The leader is not a bystander, but the leader of the route, one of the Mai's advisory elders, Danzo Shimura. Accompanying him are the patriarchs of the 3 clans, as well as a large number of elite ninjas of Mai such as Hugaricha. It can be seen that the village is really angry this time. After glancing around the battlefield with cold eyes, Danzo's gloomy expression suddenly became gloomier. At this time, the battlefield is a mess, the Umbu ninjas are lying on the ground, dead or injured, the only one who seems to be fine is Kakashi. There is no doubt that the hunting operation arranged by the three generations has completely failed. Kakashi walked up to Danzo with some guilt. Danzo-sama, we failed. Danzo stared at Kakashi and asked in a low voice, which direction did he escape to? After pointing in the direction in which Uchiha Shinichi escaped, Kakashi continued, Danzo-sama, Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan ability is very strange, I think. Without waiting for Kakashi to finish his words, Danzo ordered a group of my elites to chase after Uchiha and Shinichi. Sigh, Kakashi sighed helplessly. This time, the hunt for Uchiha Shinichi, the three generations sent a total of 3 Umbu squads. However, the first Umbu squad to set off, all 4 members died in the battle, then the 2 Umbu squads responsible for the rescue also died in the battle, 5 were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They paid such a heavy price, but the result was nothing. Not only did they not succeed in catching the defected Uchiha Shinichi, they didn't even detect the ability of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Soon, the news of the failure of the hunt spread back to the village. The three generations Naruto, who was leading the team to deter the Uchiha clan, unconsciously looked dignified after learning that the Umbu he sent failed in the hunt. Frankly, the strength of Uchiha Shinichi is somewhat beyond his expectations. This time, the sudden defection of Uchiha Shinichi is like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples on the originally calm lake. The balance between the Uchiha clan and the village has been broken. A Uchiha who has just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan can stir up a mess in the village. The weakness of the village is once again revealed in front of everyone. The three generations, with a pipe in their mouth, looked at Fuyue not far away from them with the corner of their eyes. He is very worried that after the news of the village's failure in hunting down Uchiha Shinichi spreads back to the Uchiha clan, it will make the radical faction in the Uchiha clan even more crazy. As far as the three generations know, in the current Uchiha clan, in addition to the defected Uchiha Shinichi, there is still a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, and the one who possesses this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is known as the #1 genius of Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jishue. After moving their eyes to Jishue beside Fuyue, the three generations secretly made up their mind, I must win over Jishue, otherwise the village will face a great disaster. Because the Uchiha clan did not participate in the rebellion of Uchiha Shinichi, the three generations slightly appeased Fuyue, and then left the Uchiha clan with a group of my ninjas. At the same time, Hyojin also returned home from the root base. The next day, at dawn, an Umbu landed in the courtyard of Hyojin and said, Tokubetsu Jonin Hyojin, the suspension order of Umbu Team 11 is lifted, Naruto-sama summons you. Hyojin nodded, and without delay, immediately went to the Naruto building. After entering Naruto's office, he found that the other members of Team 11 have already arrived, so he nodded to his colleagues, and then stood in front of Naruto's desk. Three generations Naruto nodded to Kakashi. After getting the signal from three generations, Kakashi quickly described the defection of Uchiha Shinichi last night to the other three members of Team 11 in detail. After waiting for Kakashi to finish, three generations gently tapped the pipe on the table and said, all members of Team 11, your mission is to hunt down the defected Uchiha Shinichi. Yes. The four members of Team 11 replied in unison. After leaving the Naruto building, Kakashi said to Hyojin and the others, time is limited, everyone only has half an hour to prepare, after half an hour, we will gather at the entrance of the village and set off on time. As for the information about Uchiha Shinichi, I will explain it to you in detail on the way. The four nodded and then went back to their homes to prepare. After returning home, Hyojin was packing his luggage while thinking to himself, what is the relationship between Uchiha Shinichi and Obsidian? Through the information obtained from Naruto's office, Hyojin learned that Uchiha Shinichi failed to find Danzo last night. Because of this, Hyojin began to suspect the relationship between Uchiha Shinichi and Obsidian. Obsidian not only can freely enter and exit the village, but his jutsu is also an expert in gathering information. If Obsidian and Uchiha Shinichi are in a cooperative relationship, then there is no reason why Uchiha Shinichi couldn't find traces of Danzo. Could it be that Uchiha Shinichi is acting recklessly on his own? For a moment, this thought flashed in Hyojin's mind. Although he doesn't know whether this guess is accurate or not, but adhering to the principle of being prepared, Hyojin brought a container full of nutrient solution in his ninja bag. If Uchiha Shinichi's defection was purely his own doing, then the chance of catching him is very high. In less than 20 minutes, all the members of Team 11 gathered at the entrance of the village. The first to arrive was not Captain Kakashi, but Jishui. This time Uchiha Shinichi's defection, Jishui has always felt that he is responsible for it, so last night he made up his mind to bring back Uchiha Shinichi safely even if he has to use Koto Amatsukami. But he never thought that before he could go out, 3 generations would stop him in the clan's land. After receiving the news that the suspension of Team 11 has been lifted this morning, he was overjoyed. Although he doesn't know why 3 generations suddenly restored his identity as an Umbu, but for him, it doesn't matter. The only thing he cares about is whether or not Uchiha Shinichi can be saved. Kakashi put on a rare serious look and said to everyone, "I'm afraid this mission will be very dangerous, please stay vigilant." At this time Jishui bowed to everyone and said, "I'm sorry, our Uchiha has caused you trouble." Guy laughed heartily and said, "We are all companions, don't be so polite. Don't worry, we Team 11 will definitely be able to complete the mission smoothly." Hyojin said lightly, "If you have anything to say, say it on the way." Everyone nodded and no longer delayed, they immediately set off. On the way, Kakashi told the whole story of the fight with Uchiha Shinichi yesterday, and then emphasized, "He can summon a huge chakra phantom in the shape of a skeleton, it's very difficult to deal with." Jishui replied calmly, "It's a kind of Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu, it's called Susanoo." Kakashi was startled, "Susanoo?" Although Jishui has used Susanoo several times before, it was either to deal with the demon Morio in a closed cave, or to deal with the Cloud Ninjas after Kakashi fainted and was taken away by Guy, so Kakashi has not seen Jishui use Susanoo with his own eyes, and Jishui has not mentioned Susanoo to him. Therefore, when he heard Jishui say that Susanoo is a Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu, Kuroto was stunned for a moment, because he also has a Manjikyu Sharingan. Seeing Kakashi being distracted, Jishui thought that he was worried about Uchiha Shinichi Susanoo, so he said, "Don't worry, I can also use Susanoo." "Then it's easy." After confirming that there is also a companion on his side who can use Susanoo, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he felt that letting Uchiha deal with Uchiha Sharingan is the right way. After a pause, Kakashi also mentioned Uchiha Shinichi's strange recovery ability. Jishui heard this and immediately fell into silence. In the thousands of years of history, the Uchiha clan has developed many strange forbidden jutsu and awakened many Manjikyu Sharingan with different abilities, so for a while, he can't tell what kind of ability Shinichi Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan is. On the side, Hyojin is also silently analyzing the ability of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan. The so-called Sharingan is the pupil that portrays the soul, so the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan is not completely untraceable. When Obsidian awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he fell into despair about the whole world. Hugging Lin's body, he wanted to escape from the truth in front of him, so he awakened the Kamui space that can escape from everything. When Jishui awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, the conflict between Uchiha and the village became more and more intense, so he was eager to change the will of the people and let everyone reconcile, so he awakened the Koto Amatsukami that can control the will of the people. When Itachi awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, the relationship between Uchiha and the village had reached the point where one side must be destroyed, so he awakened the Amaterasu that can destroy everything in one eye, and he still had a trace of fantasy in his heart, and the other eye awakened the Tsukuyami that can reconstruct the virtual world. When Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, his mind and body were swallowed by the idea of revenge, so he awakened the Amaterasu and the earth life that can control the black flames. Thinking of this, Hyojin said, "Jishui, tell me again about the murder of Uchiha Kurumi." Jishui didn't ask much, and quickly told the story of the murder of Uchiha Kurumi to everyone in detail. Hyojin, who was listening carefully, suddenly asked, "Wait a minute, you mean that Uchiha Kurumi didn't die immediately when she was held in the arms of Uchiha?" Jishui recalled seriously, and then nodded, "Yes, I heard from Shinichi that Kurumi said to him before she died, 'Be careful.'" Kuroto thought to himself, "His beloved breathed her last breath in my arms, but Uchiha Shinichi couldn't do anything about it and could only watch helplessly as his beloved died. So, after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, he gained the ability to instantly recover from injuries? This seems to make sense." Kakashi seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, Uchiha Shinichi's Genjutsu ability has increased a lot, and many jonins have fallen for it, so everyone must be more careful." Guy laughed out loud, haha. Jishui asked curiously, "Guy, what are you laughing at?" Guy rubbed his nose and said proudly, "Recently, in order to defeat Kakashi, I have been practicing the ultimate move of being able to judge the opponent's movements without observing their eyes. When I meet Shinichi, let me defeat him." Kakashi said helplessly, "I'm worried about you the most." Jishui added, "Well, when we meet Shinichi, let me do it. In terms of Genjutsu, I still have some experience." Halfway through his words, Homosubi turned his gaze towards Suijin. Hyojin smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say. Why are you hesitating? Senpai, please promise me." After a pause, Jishui continued, "If possible, please try to keep Shinichi alive. He is not a bad person." Both Kakashi and Guy looked at Hyojin at the same time. Listening to Jishui's request to Hyojin, the two of them felt very strange. Because listening to Jishui's tone, it seems that Hyojin can easily kill Uchiha Shinichi, but Uchiha Shinichi made a big mess in the root base, and then defeated 3 Umbu Squad Manjikyu Sharingan. Although the two of them know that Hyojin is strong, they don't think that Hyojin is strong enough to crush Uchiha Shinichi. Hyojin shook his head and said, "The ability of Manjikyu Sharingan is too strange. If I don't fight with the determination to kill him, the one who will die in the end may be me. In the shinobi world, no one has the qualification to underestimate the enemy." After removing the small letter tube from the communication eagle, Kakashi opened the letter and looked at it, and suddenly frowned. Jishui quickly asked, "Did Danzo-sama catch up with Shinichi?" Kakashi shook his head and handed the letter to the anxious Jishui while saying to everyone, "Danzo-sama and the others were led away by Shinichi-sama's shadow clone, so they couldn't catch up with Shinichi." Jishui heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha-sama Shinichi not only made a big mess at the root base, but also slapped the face of Danzo, causing the prestige of Danzo in the village to suffer a great blow. Danzo-sama's malice towards the Uchiha clan has never been concealed. Now that Uchiha-sama Shinichi-sama has made such a scene, Jishui is very clear that if Shinichi falls into the hands of Danzo-sama, then he will die without a doubt. Hyojin took the letter and glanced at it, and immediately chuckled, "Looks like we're going to be busy." Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai is an expert in tracking and anti-tracking. In the Hyuga clan, as long as one's strength reaches the level of Chunin, the clan will send a tracking expert to guide the clansmen. Hyojin-sama has received guidance from a jonin in tracking techniques. The Uchiha clan may not be as good as the Hyuga clan in terms of tracking techniques, but in terms of anti-tracking, they are experts. Therefore, tracking an ordinary Uchiha jonin is a very difficult task, not to mention a Manjikyu Sharingan possessor with excellent eyesight. Because of the sudden incident, Danzo only had time to recruit Richa Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. As for the other two shinobi clans that are proficient in tracking techniques, Shimura Danzo didn't wait for the experts of these two clans to arrive at the edge of the village, so he hurriedly led his team and set off in a hurry. Obviously, Danzo wanted to kill off Uchiha Shinichi as soon as possible to minimize the impact of this storm. Unfortunately, without the assistance of the Inuzuka clan, who can track the scent, and the Asami clan, who can control the parasitic worms to conduct a large-scale search, it is too difficult to find a Manjikyu Sharingan expert who is good at anti-tracking in the vast forest with just a pair of Byakugan eyes. This awkwardness also reflected the most serious problem of the village at the moment. That was the lack of a shadow rank powerhouse to deal with all kinds of emergencies. There are a lot of elite jonin in the village, but there are not many shadow rank powerhouses who can really control the situation. 3 generations need to stay in the village, and Jiraiya is at the front line of defense against Cloud Village, so when Uchiha Shinichi made a mess in the root base, the one who should have taken action was Danzo, the leader of the root base. However, Danzo has been in the shadows for too long, so long that he has lost his sharpness, and there is nothing left in his heart. So when Uchiha Shinichi made a mess in the root base, he chose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Hyojin was not surprised by this. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Danzo retreated. In the original timeline, when Orochimaru counterattacked Mai, Danzo retreated again, and when Pain attacked Mai, Danzo still retreated. From the beginning to the end, no matter how many attacks the village suffered, Danzo always hid in the shadows, watching coldly. Guy turned his head and asked, Danzo-sama lost us, where are we going to find Shinichi? Kakashi did not answer, but directly printed. Psychic art. Bang, when the white smoke dissipated, 8 ninjas of different sizes appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Kakashi took out a piece of blood-stained cloth and handed it to the ninjas and said, please help me find the owner of this smell. This piece of cloth was found by Kakashi last night when he was cleaning the battlefield. The owner of the cloth is naturally Uchiha Shinichi, and the blood stained on the cloth is also Uchiha Shinichi's. Among the 8 ninjas, the leader named Parker sniffed the blood-stained cloth and said, come with me. After saying that, Parker led the way. After a few hours of trekking, the people of Class 11 stopped. Parker raised his foreleg and pointed to the front. Kakashi, the owner of the smell, should be hiding there. Everyone looked in the direction that Parker was pointing at, only to see that there were only trees and nothing else. At this time, everyone looked at Hyojin. Hyojin, who has activated Byakugan, looked around and shook his head. There is only a tree hole. There seems to be something left inside, but Shinichi is not inside. When everyone came to the tree hole, they were all surprised. The cave was filled with bloodstains and congealed bloodstains. Bloodstained bandages were strewn all over the ground. It was as if a heavily injured person had bandaged his wounds here. Shursui had a puzzled look on his face. Is he really that badly injured? But didn't the Danzo-sama fail to find him? Kakashi turned his head and confirmed with Parker, does the smell in this hole match the smell on the cloth? Parker sniffed and said, it's definitely the same. Hyojin squatted on the ground and said lightly, the blood stains on the ground have solidified and turned black. This shouldn't have happened today, it should have happened last night. Jishui asked with a solemn expression, is there another group of people chasing Shinichi? I can't rule out this possibility. After a pause, Hyojin asked Kakashi, are you sure that Shinichi was not injured when he retreated? Kakashi replied, during the battle, he was indeed fatally injured several times, but he quickly recovered. There is not even a scar on his wounds. For Kakashi, who has a Manjikyu Sharingan, his perception of subtle details is not much worse than Hyojin and Jishui. What's more, he was concentrating on observing Uchiha and Shinichi at that time, so no detail escaped his eyes. He was not injured when he retreated, and the subsequent pursuit of the village was also shaken off by him using the shadow clone technique, so how did he suffer such heavy injuries? Is there really a third force involved? Is it the Obsidian Shinichi? Or is it someone else? Hyojin supported his chin with one hand and thought quietly. In his opinion, if it was the Obsidian Shinichi, Uchiha and Shinichi would have either been killed directly or escaped directly, and such a fierce battle should not have happened. This is not in line with the Obsidian Shinichi's fighting style. Unless Shinichi can force the Obsidian Shinichi to use would release. Hyojin quickly shook his head and drove this absurd idea out of his mind. First, Obsidian does not need to fight with Uchiha and Shinichi. Second, Obsidian, who has been pretending to be Madara, will not expose his would release for Uchiha and Shinichi. After realizing that there may be a third party involved in this matter, except for Hyojin, the other 3 members of Class 11 were filled with worry. They are worried about the purpose of this mysterious force, but they are also worried that Shinichi has fallen into the hands of the other party. One must know that the value of a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is difficult to estimate, and there is no technical barrier to transplanting Manjikyu Sharingan. Kakashi is the best example. Considering that the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan might have fallen into Mai's hands, Jishui quickly asked Parker, can we continue to track him? Parker walked around the tree hole and said, it's hard to say, the smell is almost concentrated in the tree hole, and the smell left outside is very faint. Kakashi urged, let's give it a try. Parker had no choice but to nod. Instantly, the 8 shinobi spread out around the tree hole, searching for the smell left by Uchiha Shinichi. Not long after, a shinobi raised his front paw and said, found it. Parker hurriedly rushed over, sniffed carefully with his nose and nodded, it's his smell. After discovering the whereabouts of Uchiha Shinichi again, Class 11 didn't delay and immediately followed him. Walking and stopping along the way, the day passed quickly. In the campsite, the 4 members of Class 11 sat together and carefully studied the map. Drawing a line on the map with his finger, Kakashi said, judging from the route Shinichi escaped, his destination seems to be the land of hot water, land of moon, and land of lightning. Staring at the map, the other 3 members of Class 11 fell into silence. For Class 11 who had experienced the battle in the valley, they are too familiar with this area, so they know very well what this area means. If Uchiha Shinichi is only hiding in the land of hot water and land of moon, then everything will be fine, but if Uchiha Shinichi defected to Cloud Village, then there will be a lot of trouble. As a Tokubetsu Jonin, Uchiha Shinichi knows many secrets of the village, plus he is a member of the Uchiha clan, so he is very clear about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. In other words, putting aside his value as a Manjikyu Sharingan, just the leak of the information he has is a huge problem for the village. After pondering for a long time, Jishui said, "We must stop him in the land of fire." Guy also nodded in agreement. "Well, we can't let him make the same mistake again." Kakashi said, "I'll send a message to Lord Jiraiya at the border and have them prepare to intercept." Suijin was silent, thinking in his heart, does he want to defect to Kumo and go to Kumo? Will Cloud Village take him in? Will Cloud Village dare to take him in? If Cloud Village takes in Uchiha Shinichi, then the ongoing peace talks will be meaningless. This also means that Mai and Cloud Village will once again enter a state of war, and this time, Mai has no way to retreat, so he can only bite the bullet and fight to the end. However, considering the shamelessness of Cloud Village, they may secretly take in Uchiha Shinichi, but on the surface, they don't know anything about it. After all, they have sent people to Mai's village twice to kidnap children. Others may not be able to do such a thing, but they definitely can. The next day, before dawn, Team 11 set out again. Originally, Seiji thought that this would be a simple mission to capture a traitorous ninja, but with the involvement of a mysterious third party, as well as the possibility that Shinichi's target might be Cloud Village, things became much more complicated. The 4 members of Team 11 understood that if they can't quickly capture Uchiha Shinichi, things are likely to develop to the point of a shinobi war. After tracking for a long time, Hyojin frowned, "This is too abnormal." Guy said, "Yes, if Shinichi is really seriously injured, how can his speed be so fast? This doesn't make sense at all." Jishui said, "Don't worry about it, keep chasing. Now is not the time to worry about this problem. Anyway, when they catch up with Uchiha Shinichi, everything will be revealed." In the evening, the sun gradually set, leaving only a trace of sunset glow hanging on the horizon. At this time, Parker, who has been tracking for a whole day, suddenly said, "The smell is getting stronger and stronger, he is not far ahead." Hearing this, everyone in Team 11 raised their vigilance. Although they are happy that they have intercepted Uchiha Shinichi in the territory of the Land of Fire, but at the same time, it also means that a war is inevitable, and considering that there may be a third party involved, the 4 members of Team 11 didn't show any joy. Suddenly, Hyojin shouted, "Everyone be careful." Boom. 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 Just as Hyojin's voice fell, a series of explosions occurred around them. Jumping on the trunk of a big tree, Hyojin activated Byakugan and focused his attention on the surroundings. The explosion just now was caused by the detonation talismans. These detonation talismans are obviously specially processed, and Chakra's reaction is very small, so only when they got close did Hyojin notice it. "The other party knows that I have Byakugan, this is a targeted ambush." In just an instant, Hyojin judged the situation in front of him. The only thing he can't determine is whether these people are here to rescue Uchiha Shinichi, or to deal with the mysterious third party behind Uchiha Shinichi. At this time, the smoke and dust caused by the explosion of the detonation talismans has not yet dissipated. In order to avoid the explosion of the detonation talismans, the 4 members of Team 11 scattered in all directions. Although the distance between each other is not too far, the team formation that was used to cover each other has disappeared. In the field of vision of Hyojin's Byakugan, a large number of Chakra's reaction talismans surrounded them from all directions, and judging from the amount of chakras, they are all Jonin-level experts. Hyojin's expression became serious, and quickly shouted to the scattered members of Team 11, "Everyone be careful, the other party has a lot of people, and all of them are Jonin-level experts." Just after warning his teammates, Hyojin heard a burst of wind-breaking sound. Judging from the sound alone, he could guess that these sounds were all made by the flying kunais, and they were not ordinary kunais. They should all be kunais with detonation talismans tied around them. With a flash, Hyojin easily avoided these kunai, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. He quickly retreated to a relatively open space. At this time, a figure blocked Kuroto's path. It was none other than Uchiha Shinichi, whom Team 11 had been pursuing for a long time. Hyojin curled his lips. "You appeared in front of me alone, don't tell me you want to fight me one-on-one?" Zetsu slowly rose from the ground, revealing his head that was sandwiched between two Nepenthes leaves, and asked with a puzzled look, "Why are we helping that kid?" Last night, the reason why the Danzo team failed to catch up with Uchiha Shinichi is that, in addition to Uchiha Shinichi's superb anti-tracking skills, Zetsu and Obsidian also contributed a lot. Otherwise, Shinichi alone may not be able to get rid of the Danzo's pursuit overnight. Obsidian, who was standing quietly with his hands hanging down, muttered, "He is a useful chess piece." Zetsu said disapprovingly, "But we have lost control of him." "No." Shaking his head, Obsidian said flatly, "As long as he is alive, it is enough." Obsidian is very clear about the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the village, so as long as Uchiha Shinichi Uchiha is still alive, the Uchiha clan and the village will never forget this rift. Zetsu said, "Mai has sent more than one team to pursue him, it is difficult to say whether he can successfully defect or not." Obsidian glanced at Zetsu and asked, "Didn't I tell you to let your clone monitor him?" Zetsu shrugged, "His perception is very strong, my clone can't get close to him." After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shinichi Uchiha's perception has been greatly improved, even surpassing many perception-type ninjas, making it difficult for Zetsu to monitor him. "Keep an eye on him, now is not the time for him to die." Saying that, Obsidian suddenly remembered the mysterious person he encountered at the root base, and his face sank. Noticing Obsidian's emotional fluctuations, Zetsu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Obsidian said, "Last night at the root base, I met a mysterious man, he was very strong, I fought with him for a few rounds, but I didn't get the upper hand." "Mai has such an expert?" When Ju heard this, he was quite surprised. Obsidian said, "As far as I know, apart from the few old men and Jiraiya, there shouldn't be such an expert in the village. But for some reason, that person gave me a very familiar feeling." "Familiar?" After a pause, Ju asked, "Do you know him?" Obsidian shook his head. "Among the people I know, there shouldn't be such an expert." When he left the root base, Obsidian had carefully thought about it. Among the people he knew, except for 4 generations Naruto, no one else had the strength of the mysterious person, even Kakashi who had his left eye was no exception. But what made him most afraid was the faint self-confidence of the mysterious person. This kind of self-confidence he had only seen in 4 generations Naruto. Ju chuckled and said, "To be able to make you feel afraid, I am also a little curious about that person's identity." Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions in the distance was still lingering. Just by listening to the movement, Hyojin could tell that his companions from Class 11 were engaged in a fierce battle over there. On the opposite side, Shinichi Uchiha pulled out a short knife from his waist, waved it in the air, and said, "Hyojin, I actually don't hate you, but I can't let go of the regret of losing to you." Hyojin lightly said, "We all underestimated you." To be able to sneak into the land of fire with such a large number of shinobi, the identity of the other party was actually obvious from the moment they fought. And from the fact that Kumo sent elite shinobi to cooperate with Shinichi Uchiha to ambush Class 11, Hyojin concluded that before Shinichi Uchiha defected, he had already colluded with Kumo. Otherwise, Kumo wouldn't have had enough time to send elite Shinichi Uchiha Shinichi. Hyojin secretly speculated, it should be a spy from Kumo lurking in the village who instigated Uchiha Shinichi. This Kumo spy not only understood the resentment of Uchiha Shinichi towards the village, but also managed to get close to Shinichi Uchiha without being noticed. The identity of this person is definitely not ordinary. Suppressing his thoughts, Hyojin slowly pulled out the Kusanagi from his waist. Maru said, "Let's find another place, I can't use it here." Shinichi Uchiha was startled when he heard Maru's words, but immediately smiled and said, "No need, I don't need much time to deal with you now." Hyojin didn't pay attention to him, instead, he looked for a direction with no one and flew away. "Oh, don't you feel embarrassed showing such an ugly appearance?" After chuckling, Shinichi Uchiha chased after Kuroto. Whether it is Hyojin or Uchiha Shinichi, both of them are extremely fast, so it didn't take long for them to be far away from the ambush point of Kumo, and the rumbling of explosions could no longer be heard. Shinichi Uchiha asked impatiently, "Hey, how long are you going to run?" Hyojin said without looking back, "I don't want to run, I just want to find a place where there is no one around to kill you." Shinichi Uchiha snorted, "Stupid guy, you don't understand the meaning of Manjikyu Sharingan, the Byakugan of your Hyuga family is not worthy of being called Sharingan." Hyojin looked back at Uchiha Shinichi coldly, then stopped. "Shinichi." Uchiha also stopped, waving the katana in his hand and said with emotion, "When I awakened the cursed eyes, I am different from you." Seeing that Shinichi Uchiha was completely immersed in his own intoxication, Hyojin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But it's not that he can't completely understand Uchiha Shinichi, after all, Uchiha just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, especially killing the root and Umbu, like killing chickens and dogs, it's inevitable that his confidence is inflated. This is an opportunity. Hyojin didn't miss the opportunity, he secretly used Rain Wheel to pull Uchiha Shinichi towards him, while holding the poisonous grass in his hand. Maru rushed forward. The Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique is too strange, if he can sneak attack, it's better to sneak attack, whoosh. Suddenly, Shinichi Uchiha was stabbed in the heart by Hyojin, looking down at the grass that pierced his heart, Maru Uchiha Shinichi asked in confusion, "What was that move just now?" Kuroto didn't feel the slightest joy at the success of his attack and immediately retreated. Then, he found that as Kakashi said, the wound on Uchiha Shinichi's chest quickly healed. If it wasn't for the sword mark on his clothes, he wouldn't even be sure if he really stabbed Uchiha Shinichi just now. Is it an illusion? No, even if my Tenseigan can't resist, the dragon vein will wake me up. If it's not an illusion, then why is my attack ineffective? Holding grass? Pill. Hyojin thought about it. Grass? Pill's ability was to inhibit wound healing, and grass? On the blade of Pill, Hyojin had specially quenched the paralysis toxin, so according to common sense, the blow just now was enough to kill Uchiha Shinichi. But Uchiha Shinichi recovered in an instant, there was not even a scar on the wound, and there was no trace of using the forbidden technique Izanagi. At this time, Hyojin carefully looked at Uchiha Shinichi again. Through the smell, it has been confirmed that the blood in the tree hole was indeed left by Uchiha Shinichi, and according to the amount of blood, Uchiha Shinichi should be seriously injured at this time. But now, Uchiha Shinichi didn't look injured at all. No, the ability of his Manjikyu Sharingan is not to heal quickly, but to remove the state of injury, no, not remove, but to a specific time period. Combining all the information, and the situation of the sneak attack just now, Hyojin had a bold guess in his heart. Uchiha Shinichi said at this time, "See, you can't beat me." Hyojin tentatively asked, "Is this the ability of your Manjikyu Sharingan? Remove the damage? Or delay it?" Uchiha Shinichi's eyes were cold, and he said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "You are worthy of being the person who defeated me, your insight is really sharp, it seems that I can only kill you today." Swish, as soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Shinichi turned into a shadow and rushed to Hyojin like an arrow leaving the bow. So fast. After secretly exclaiming, Hyojin held his sword to meet it. Clang clang clang, for a moment, the sound of metal clashing resounded through the forest. Before the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shinichi of the Uchiha clan was already a Tokubetsu Jonin. If it weren't for the fact that the elders of the clan intentionally restricted the number of Tokubetsu Jonin in the Uchiha clan, he could have even been promoted to a Tokubetsu Jonin. After all, Shinichi, who is known as the #1 genius of the Uchiha clan, is only a Tokubetsu Jonin. And Hyojin, before activating the reincarnation, is just a Chunin in the wartime, and his real strength is just that of a senior genin. Therefore, there is a huge gap between the two in terms of talent. If neither of them had awakened, then even 100 Byakugan Hyojin wouldn't be able to defeat a single Uchiha Shinichi. Therefore, in terms of taijutsu and swordsmanship, Uchiha Shinichi who has awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan is not inferior to Hyojin who has awakened his Tenseigan. This guy's swordsmanship is so sharp. Under the Umbu mask, Hyojin's Tenseigan constantly captured the movements of Uchiha Shinichi, and even with the help of the Tenseigan, he faintly felt a little strenuous. Only now did he realize that the reason why Uchiha Shinichi was able to thwart the pursuit of the root and the Umbu was not only because of the strange Manjikyu Sharingan technique. Damn it, he is actually so strong, how is this possible? Just as Hyojin was secretly surprised, Uchiha Shinichi's heart was also filled with a storm. Since the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, the ordinary Jonin, Uchiha Shinichi didn't even put them in his eyes. Even the Jonin of the Uchiha clan can be easily subdued by him. And after killing a large number of Root and Umbu ninjas, he felt that even the 3 generations of Naruto may not be his opponent now, so he always thought that dealing with Hyojin, who is only a Jonin, should be a piece of cake, just like eating and drinking. But at this moment, he found that even if he fully stimulated the Manjikyu Sharingan, it is difficult to completely capture Hyojin's movements, so he was naturally shocked. Clang! After another clash of swords, the two of them retreated. Both of them gasped lightly while staring at each other, trying to find each other's flaws. Originally, according to Hyojin's temperament, after confirming that there is no one around, he would directly enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, and then use the Golden Will reincarnation explosion to kill Uchiha Shinichi. It's just that the ability of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan is a bit strange. It can actually remove or postpone the damage, which makes Hyojin cautious. Looking at the few new sword marks on his clothes, and then looking at Hyojin, who was unscathed on the opposite side, Uchiha Shinichi suddenly roared angrily, "Damn it, don't think that this is the full ability of my Manjikyu Sharingan. Today I will let you see the gap between the Byakugan and the Sharingan." Unlike Hyojin, who was considering whether to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, Uchiha Shinichi immediately became unstable after discovering that he was at a disadvantage in the taijutsu battle even though he has the Manjikyu Sharingan. With a roar, a huge dark green Susanoo was projected from Uchiha Shinichi's body. Standing in the Susanoo, Uchiha Shinichi looked at Hyojin coldly and said, "Hyojin, you are a good opponent, but it's all over now." Hyojin didn't say anything, just silently observing Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo. At this time, Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo is not the incomplete skeleton form that Kakashi saw before, but a relatively complete half-body samurai form. Under the protection of this form of Susanoo, Hyojin's conventional means have no way to deal with Uchiha Shinichi, so he can't hesitate anymore. After sighing softly, Hyojin put away the grass pill. Then he raised his hands and slowly made hand seals. Seeing this, Uchiha Shinichi said lightly, "Kuroto, don't waste your energy. This technique of mine is called Susanoo. All your attacks are useless against it." The appearance of Susanoo made Uchiha Shinichi return to a superior mentality again. But in his heart, he really wanted to defeat Hyojin fairly, but he found that he couldn't win against Hyojin with conventional means, and Hyojin guessed a little bit of his Manjikyu Sharingan ability, so he had to use Susanoo. Hua! As Hyojin finished the hand seals, the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra instantly wrapped his body and gently lifted him into the air. "You. This?" Looking at Hyojin entering the Tenseigan chakra mode, Uchiha Shinichi was stunned. Golden Will reincarnation explosion. With a cold voice, a dazzling golden sword of more than 10 meters long appeared in Hyojin's hand. Uchiha Shinichi looked at Hyojin flying in the air, his body was wrapped in the sky blue Tenseigan chakra, and he was holding the 10-meter-long Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand. "You, what kind of ninjutsu is this?" After saying that, he shook his head and said, "No, this is not ninjutsu, this should be your pupil technique, but Byakugan doesn't have such pupil technique at all." Hyojin said lightly, "There are a lot of things you don't know." Naturally, he will not explain to Uchiha Shinichi what Tenseigan is and what Tenseigan chakra mode is. Protecting his own intelligence information is already an instinct for him. "You really are not ordinary, my feeling was not wrong." After taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shinichi gradually calmed down. The pressure emanating from Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode, although it is extremely powerful, it did not scare Uchiha Shinichi, but aroused his competitiveness. This also reminded him of the first time he fought with Hyojin. In fact, when they first fought, he faintly felt that Hyojin is a bit special, not like the ordinary Hyuga clansman, but he lost too badly at that time, so he couldn't say these words, because once he said it, the clansmen will not only not pay attention to this point, but they will also think that he is looking for an excuse for his failure. When he saw Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode today, he knew that his feeling at the beginning was not wrong. Hyojin is really not ordinary. At this time, Hyojin slowly raised his hand. The more than 10-meter-long Golden Will reincarnation explosion is extremely dazzling in his hand, and in this dusky evening, it is as dazzling as the new sun. "Well, this is a fair battle." Uchiha Shinichi raised a strong fighting spirit, and then shouted, Hyojin, Uchiha Shinichi will not lose to you twice. At this point, he no longer held back, and used all his strength to activate Susanoo. For a time, the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets appeared slightly distorted, and blood flowed along the left and right eye sockets, slowly sliding down his cheeks, leaving 2 blood marks. Roar. Under his full strength, his Susanoo made a roar. With this roar, the form of his Susanoo changed again. He now had 2 more arms on each side of his body. At the same time, a layer of phantom armor appeared on his body. Hyojin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately swung his sword down. The Golden Will reincarnation explosion was like a dazzling golden light curtain, sprinkling on the dark green Susanoo of Uchiha Shinichi. At the same time, Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo raised its 4 arms at the same time, firmly guarding in front of its body. Swish, with a sharp whistling sound, Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion slashed onto Uchiha and Shinichi's Susanoo. He blocked it. Seeing that the golden sword couldn't cut through his Susanoo, Uchiha Shinichi was overjoyed. Crack, but before he could smile all over his face, there was a shattering sound coming from his Susanoo. Then, the huge dark green Susanoo, like a broken eggshell, shattered inch by inch, starting from the 4 arms and extending all the way to the body. Taking advantage of the gap between the Susanoo's shattering, Uchiha Shinichi's figure flashed and jumped out of the Susanoo. As soon as he escaped, Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion completely smashed his Susanoo, cutting his huge Susanoo in half. Cough, cough. At the moment when Susanoo was smashed, Uchiha Shinichi, who had just escaped, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. At this time, he looked up at Hyojin in shock and murmured, "This? How is this possible?" His Susanoo was smashed. At this moment, he even wondered if he was under some kind of illusion, because in his mind, Susanoo, which is rooted in the Manjikyu Sharingan, is a symbol of invincibility, an absolute defense that cannot be broken. In mid-air, Hyojin's expression was still calm. This time, he only used 1 truth-seeking ball for the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, and in order to avoid leaving too deep a sword mark on the ground, he also specially suppressed the power of Golden Will reincarnation explosion, so it's not surprising that he couldn't instantly smash the incomplete Susanoo of Uchiha Shinichi. Glancing sideways at the battlefield in the distance, Hyojin secretly said, "I have to finish this quickly." Although he led Uchiha Shinichi to a remote jungle, their movement here was still too big, so Hyojin noticed that there were ninjas of Cloud Village coming here. Uchiha Shinichi, who was coughing up blood, roared, "Damn it, where are you looking? I haven't lost yet." Soon, another dark green Susanoo was projected from his body, and immediately waved its 4 arms to attack Hyojin in midair. Boom. 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 Susanoo was like a real giant, with infinite strength. In just a moment, it turned the jungle upside down. At the same time, on another battlefield, Ji Shuei, who was surrounded by more than a dozen Cloud Jonin, looked anxiously at the direction where Hyojin and Uchiha Shinichi were fighting. Although he is not a perception-type ninja, he still sensed the chakra reaction of Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo, and knew that Uchiha Shinichi has used this Manjikyu Sharingan technique. He understood the power of Susanoo, but he was not worried about Hyojin's safety. Because in his mind, Hyojin, who was able to destroy the entire valley and hundreds of cloud ninjas with a single blow, has already surpassed the level of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and is undoubtedly the strongest ninja of the new generation of Mai. Therefore, what he was worried about was precisely Uchiha Shinichi, who had used Susanoo. He didn't want to see this elite Uchiha who had just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan die in the hands of his own people. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the forest. Ji Shuei stared at the figure, and when he saw the appearance of the person, his face immediately sank. The figure that slowly walked over was not a bystander, it was the second Jinchuriki of Cloud Village, Yujito Ni. As Yujito Ni walked over, she gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, my Umbu Team 11, this time I finally caught you." Ji Shuei immediately asked, "You have violated the truce agreement." "Truce agreement?" With a cold smile, Yujito Ni continued, "Last time, if it weren't for you little mice playing tricks behind the scenes, Mai would have already been captured by us." As soon as Yujito Ni's voice fell, a dazzling golden light flashed in the sky. The dazzling golden light curtain on the horizon was particularly dazzling in the dim dusk, as if the sun that had just set climbed up from the horizon. Boom, Before the people on the field could sort out their thoughts, a loud rumbling sound came from the place where the light curtain was shining. Immediately afterward, the earth also trembled. It seemed that two giants were fighting fiercely in the distance where the light curtain was shining. Jishui's face was solemn. He knew that it was the direction where Uchiha Shinichi and Hyojin were fighting. Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujitoni was also frowning. Her expression was uncertain. As one of the commanders leading the team to support Uchiha Shinichi this time, she sneered at Uchiha Shinichi's insistence on fighting Hyojin alone. It's just that considering that Uchiha Shinichi is the possessor of the Manjikyu Sharingan, so she had no choice but to agree to this absurd request of Uchiha Shinichi. Is it Uchiha Shinichi and Hyojin who are fighting over there? Yujitoni clearly knew the entire ambush area, so the battlefield outside the ambush area in the distance can only be between Uchiha Shinichi and Hyojin. It's just that it's hard for her to believe that a fight between Uchiha Shinichi and Hyojin can cause such a big movement. In her mind, only a person with the strength of a human pillar like her could cause such a large-scale destruction of the terrain. At this time, Jishui's eyes became firm. He knew that he can't delay any longer, otherwise, whether it is Uchiha Shinichi or Hyojin, he doesn't want to see it. After making up his mind, he immediately activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. Then, an emerald green Susanoo was projected from his body. Yujitoni was shocked to see this. You also have Manjikyu Sharingan. All the Kumo ninjas who knew about Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan were killed by Hyojin one by one, so Kumo didn't know that Jishui is also a Manjikyu Sharingan user. Jishui put the dagger in his hand back into the scabbard on his back and said, I will never let Shinichi defect to Cloud Village. After saying that, Jishui's figure flashed, and the huge emerald green Susanoo also followed his figure and rushed out, and in just a few breaths of time, several Jonin ninjas of Kumo were sent flying. There is no doubt that with the growth of age and physical development, Jishui, who is already in her early 12 years of age, has become more and more proficient in controlling the Manjikyu Sharingan. On the other side of the battlefield, chi-chi-chi, the sharp sound of thousands of birds echoed in the forest, and from time to time, there were a few whales mixed in. Holding his right hand that released Chidori, Kakashi squatted on a big tree, panting while observing the surroundings with his Sharingan. He has already noticed the golden light in the sky, so at this moment, he is not in the mood to play hide-and-seek with the Kumo ninjas in the dense forest. Swish, at this time a kunai tied with a detonation talisman shot from behind towards Kakashi. Kakashi's figure was low, and while avoiding the kunai, he gently scratched the kunai with Chidori in his right hand, destroying the detonation talisman tied to the kunai. The expected explosion did not happen, which made the Kumo ninja hiding behind a big tree frown. But when he just poked his head out and wanted to see what was going on, a figure, accompanied by lightning, fell from the sky and pierced his heart in an instant. The Kumo ninja turned his head with difficulty, and what he saw was Kakashi's weird Ambu mask. After pulling out his blood-stained right hand, Kakashi released Chidori and flew in the direction of the golden light without looking back. The sixth gate, Gate of View, open. As the sixth gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of View opened, Guy's body was completely wrapped up in steam. Even the surrounding leaves and gravel were affected, as if they were lifted up by some strength and lifted into the air. Several Kumo ninjas surrounding Guy looked at each other. Originally, they thought that they would be able to easily complete the strangulation task with a good draw. After all, according to the intelligence, only Hyojin, Jishui, and Kakashi are worthy of attention in Mai's Ambu Team 11, and the fourth member, Guy, is just to fill in, so there is no need to pay too much attention to him. But the scene in front of them is obviously not consistent with what the intelligence showed. Glancing at the dazzling golden light in the sky, Guy shouted, My companions are in danger, I can't stay here any longer and delay. Several Kumo ninjas suddenly said angrily, Boy, you dare to look down on us? Guy didn't explain, he put on a posture and waved his fist, Chow Peacock. Countless fist shadows flickered in the forest, and the flames caused by the rapid friction were like a group of fireballs, like a peacock spreading its tail, shooting towards the Kumo ninjas. Several Kumo ninjas were hit by the fist shadows almost without any reaction, like a kite with a broken string, one by one flew out, their life and death were unknown. After killing the enemy in front of him, Guy took a few heavy breaths, and then ran in the direction of the golden light, on Hyojin's side. Entering the Tenseigan chakra mode, he flew up and down, easily avoiding a series of fierce attacks from Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo. But what Uchiha Shinichi gained in this round of fierce attacks was only the bumpy ground and a messy forest. Swish, Hyojin, who escaped the heavy punch of Susanoo, directly cut off the head of Susanoo with a backhand sword. Hyojin was very careful every time he attacked, because he was worried that if he hit too hard, he would directly destroy the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Shinichi's eye sockets. But Uchiha Shinichi's attacks were more and more fierce, making it more and more difficult for him to control his attacks. Roar, with a wail, Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo, whose head had been cut off, dissipated. And Uchiha Shinichi, who was getting crazier, once again summoned Susanoo while coughing up blood. What the hell, this is the 5th time he has summoned Susanoo, is he also a Jinchuriki? Hyojin's face was still indifferent, but his heart was full of doubts. Although the two sides had not fought for a long time, with the sharpness of Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, Hyojin had killed Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo 4 times. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Shinichi should have been exhausted long ago. But every time his Susanoo was destroyed by Hyojin's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, he could immediately summon a new one again, and his own chakra did not decline significantly, which made Hyojin amazed. Hey, is the battle fierce to this extent? Looking at the golden light shining from time to time in the distant sky and a loud rumbling sound that kept echoing in his ears, White Zetsu's doppelganger was full of surprise at the moment. Because the main body and obsidian were at the periphery of my village at this time to contain the main force led by Danzo, so at the moment, only his doppelganger was responsible for monitoring Uchiha Shinichi. But no matter how much he calculated, he did not take into account Uchiha Shinichi's perception ability. Especially after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Shinichi's perception ability has been greatly improved, completely comparable to a normal perceptual ninja. Therefore, even if he can freely travel underground, he can't get too close, otherwise, he will be noticed by Uchiha Shinichi. This has been confirmed several times along the way, so at this time, he just looked at it from a distance and did not dare to get too close, so he did not know the specific situation on the battlefield. I can't let him die. But the intensity of the battle far exceeded his expectations. In order to ensure that Uchiha Shinichi would not have an accident, he hesitated and decided to take the risk to get closer. After a few leaps, he jumped on a big tree, trying to use the height of the tree to increase his field of vision. Swish swish swish, at this moment, iron spears shot over from all directions. What? Before White Zetsu's doppelganger could react, he was pierced by iron spears from all directions. At first glance, his whole body was pierced like a hedgehog. Chi, then, the unique chi-chi sound of the detonation talisman sounded. White Zetsu's doppelganger, who was imprisoned by countless iron spears, noticed that some iron spears were tied with detonation talismans. Oh no! After leaving only such a thought, White Zetsu's doppelganger was drowned in a series of explosions. As the explosion subsided, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets that had been following behind Hyojin fell from the air and examined the wreckage of White Zetsu's doppelganger that had been blown up by the detonation talisman. In fact, from the moment Team 11 left the village, 3 generations of Kazekage puppets have been following Hyojin from a distance, responsible for cutting off all snoopers. Since he knew that Uchiha and Shinichi had been in contact with Obsidian, Hyojin would naturally be on guard against Obsidian and Zetsu's prying eyes. Therefore, even when fighting with Uchiha and Shinichi, Hyojin did not neglect to investigate the surroundings. It is also because of his caution that the moment White Zetsu's doppelganger approached, it was discovered by his Tenseigan in advance. This scouting White Jew doppelganger could lurk underground, and through the conduction of the earth, it could spy on Chakra's reaction in a large area. But in the face of air units, its scouting ability is very limited. This also led to him not being able to detect the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets flying in the air in time, and when he was attacked, he didn't even have time to react and was directly killed. On Hyojin's side, the battle is still going on. Through careful observation, Hyojin found that Uchiha and Shinichi can not only remove their injuries, but also maintain their own chakra's amount in the case of constant setbacks. Just removing or postponing the injured state can't do this. This guy's Manjikyu Sharingan ability is not only related to injuries. Thinking of this, Hyojin recalled what Jishui told him about the death of Uchiha and Kurumi. His beloved died in his arms, but he couldn't do anything about it. At first, I thought that his awakened Manjikyu ability was related to healing, but now it seems that the keyword of his ability should be protection rather than healing. This protection is obviously not a simple enhancement of defense, but some kind of protection. It seems like Uchiha Shinichi's own state has been locked by the effective guardian for a certain period of time. Perhaps Uchiha Shinichi's state has been locked by the effective guardian. As long as he is within the scope of protection, no matter how much he is injured or how much chakra is consumed, his state will remain unchanged. But after all, this is only a Manjikyu Sharingan technique, so there must be a way to crack it. After roughly analyzing the ability of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan, it only took a moment for Suijin to think of 2 ways to crack this technique. The first method, as long as the time of protection ends, Uchiha and Shinichi's state lock will naturally be lifted. The second method, this Manjikyu Sharingan technique must have an upper limit on the amount of damage it can withstand. As long as he can deal enough damage to Uchiha and Shinichi in a short period of time, exceeding the upper limit of his protection ability, he will definitely be able to crack this technique. In the previous battle, Hyojin was worried that he would destroy Uchiha and Shinichi's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, so when he attacked, he was very restrained. Now he understands that the more he restrains himself, the more he can't do anything to Uchiha and Shinichi, so he decided to change his strategy and directly attack Uchiha and Shinichi. As for whether he can protect Uchiha and Shinichi's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, he can only leave it to fate. After making up his mind, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Uchiha and Shinichi. The Golden Will reincarnation explosion immediately followed, and the target was Uchiha and Shinichi. Boom! With a loud bang, Uchiha and Shinichi's huge Susanoo was shattered, and his body was directly cut in half by the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Uchiha and Shinichi, who fell to the ground, coughed up blood and murmured, "So fast." Hyojin looked at Uchiha and Shinichi while sensing the surroundings. In his senses, there are many chakra reactions coming towards him, including unfamiliar chakra and familiar chakra of class 11. Hyojin secretly frowned and said, "Time is running out." At this time, on the ground, Uchiha and Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan once again shed 2 lines of blood tears. Then, Hyojin felt a moment of trance. This process took less than a second, and when he came back to his senses, Uchiha and Shinichi had returned to their original state, and even the chakra amount did not decrease. Hyojin suddenly became sure, and said to himself, "Sure enough." Uchiha and Shinichi, who had returned to their original state, did not immediately attack, but with a face full of surprise, he blurted out, "How? How can this be? Why did the time suddenly decrease by so much?" In Uchiha and Shinichi's prediction, his ability can be maintained for at least another 5 minutes, but after being directly cut by Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, the duration of his ability was instantly consumed. Hyojin didn't answer. He slowly raised his hand with a cold expression, preparing to give Uchiha Shinichi another Golden Will reincarnation explosion to completely destroy his Manjikyu Sharingan technique. But just as he was about to attack, Uchiha Shinichi suddenly staggered, and then his whole body fell to the ground on his back, losing consciousness. Hyojin's expression became solemn, and he immediately stared at the scene. At this time, in the vision of his Tenseigan, he saw that the chakra in Uchiha Shinichi's body had begun to weaken slowly. His guardian state has disappeared? Hyojin released the Tenseigan chakra mode and slowly landed on the ground. He stepped forward to check the state of Uchiha Shinichi and found that he was really unconscious, so Hyojin thought for a while, then released a shadow clone. After leaving the shadow clone in place, Kuroto quietly left with the unconscious Uchiha Shinichi. After a while, Jishui, who had activated Susanoo, was the first to arrive at the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield in front of him that has almost plowed the dense forest into a plain, Jishui was shocked. Soon, his eyes locked on Hyojin standing in the middle of the battlefield, and he hurried over. Jishui hurriedly asked, "Senpai, where is Shinichi?" Hyojin's shadow clone shook his head. "He escaped." Hearing that Uchiha Shinichi is not dead, Jishui was a little relieved, and immediately asked, "Where did he escape to? I will go after him now." Jishui's voice hasn't fallen yet, but a dozen more figures landed on the messy battlefield. These dozen or so people are all Cloud ninjas, and the one leading them is Cloud's Jinchuriki, Riki Yujito. Looking at the battlefield in front of them, the cloud ninjas all sucked in a breath of cold air. Being able to destroy a large area of the jungle like this, there is almost no need to think about it. Kumo ninjas can guess how fierce the previous battle was. Seeing that Uchiha and Shinichi were not in the field, Yujitone's heart jumped, and she asked Hyojin, "Uchiha, where is Shinichi, did you kill him?" Hyojin's shadow clone coldly said, "This is our Mai's matter, it has nothing to do with your cloud village." At this time, one figure after another arrived on the battlefield, among them were Team 11's Kakashi and Guy, as well as other cloud ninjas. Therefore, the 4 members of Team 11 gathered together and confronted the cloud ninjas led by Nini. In a cave not too far away from the battlefield. Shaking his head, the unconscious Uchiha and Shinichi slowly woke up. After discovering that he was in a strange cave, he was shocked, but when he tried to stand up, he found that he couldn't exert any strength in his body. Suddenly, a voice came from the cave, "Your current state is very strange." Looking at the source of the voice, Uchiha and Shinichi saw Hyojin leaning leisurely against the rock wall with his arms crossed over his chest. After seeing that it was Hyojin, Uchiha and Shinichi didn't panic and said coldly, "I lost. If you want to kill me then kill me, but if you want me to beg for mercy, there is no way." Hyojin said lightly, "Tell me about the ability of your Manjikyu Sharingan." Humph. Uchiha and Shinichi snorted coldly and remained silent. Hyojin didn't care and said casually, "Dying like this, don't you have any regrets?" It seems that Hyojin said what was on his mind. Uchiha and Shinichi suddenly lost control of their emotions and roared, "If I knew it would be like this, I would have made a scene in the village. Even if I die, I would have died on the battlefield." Hyojin curled his lips and said, "You should know that the root ninja was used by someone." Uchiha and Shinichi said fiercely, "But he killed Kurumi with his own hands, how can I let him go? Anyone related to this matter must die. Aren't you curious about who is behind this?" Uchiha and Shinichi said firmly, "I know who it is, he is also my target." Hyojin was startled when he heard this. He thought that Uchiha and Shinichi didn't know who was behind this, but he never thought that Uchiha and Shinichi not only knew who it was, but also listed it as a target to be killed. Hyojin smiled lightly and said, "Interesting." Uchiha and Shinichi glared at Hyojin and roared, "If you don't kill me, one day, I will kill all of you, so don't talk nonsense, do it. It's not too bad to die in your hands. Kill, 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 you only know how to kill." With a snort, Hyojin deliberately said, "Isn't it just a girl, it's not a big deal." Uchiha and Shinichi angrily said, "If you can return Kurumi to me, I can give you anything." Hyojin asked with interest, "What can you give me?" Thinking of his identity as a traitorous ninja, Uchiha and Shinichi suddenly became speechless. Soon, he seemed to think of something and said, "As long as you can return Kurumi to me, I will give you my Manjikyu Sharingan." Hyojin was a little surprised, "You are willing to give me your Manjikyu Sharingan in exchange?" Uchiha and Shinichi roared, "Are you kidding me? Compared to her, Manjikyu Sharingan is nothing." Rubbing his chin, Hyojin said, "It's not impossible to resurrect Kurumi Uchiha, but why should I help you? If I kill you now, I can still get your Manjikyu Sharingan." Uchiha and Shinichi are obviously not concerned about the Manjikyu Sharingan. He looked at Hyojin with a hopeful look and asked eagerly, "Do you really have a way to resurrect Kurumi?" Hyojin nodded, "There is indeed a way to perfectly resurrect a person, but the price is very high. I can't use that power for your beloved." Hyojin is not sure whether his Tenseigan has the ability to resurrect a person, this point has yet to be explored, but he knows that the Rinnegan's main Tensei can perfectly resurrect a person. Uchiha and Shinichi suddenly became excited, "What do you want? I can promise you anything, I can give you my Manjikyu Sharingan, I can also help you kill people, as long as I can do it, I will promise you everything." Hyojin already has a plan in his mind, so he said, "Serve me for 15 years, and I will help you resurrect Kurumi Uchiha." Uchiha and Shinichi replied without hesitation, "Okay, I promise you." Hyojin said, "Don't agree so quickly, listen to my request first. The first request, I want you to join the organization of the person who killed Kurumi. The Akatsuki organization's control over its members is actually very limited. Orochimaru successfully left the Akatsuki organization, so letting Uchiha and Shinichi join the Akatsuki organization and become his undercover agent is not something impossible." Uchiha Shinichi was shocked, "What? you want me to join his organization? Hyojin didn't explain and said flatly, he should have invited you to join his organization. I need information about his organization. This is my first request. Now, Obsidian's actions are very different from the original time and space. It can be said that the development of the situation is getting more and more deviated from the original time and space. Therefore, the memory of his previous life is less and less helpful to Hyojin. Sometimes, it can even be counterproductive. Therefore, he needs to plant a spy in the enemy's organization to grasp the movements of the Akatsuki organization in real time, and grasp the movements of dangerous people such as Obsidian and Pain. And the Uchiha Shinichi in front of him is an excellent candidate. First, Uchiha Shinichi was tricked by Obsidian to defect. Fundamentally speaking, he is just a pawn of Obsidian, so Obsidian will be less wary of him. Second, Uchiha Shinichi is strong enough to occupy a place in the Akatsuki organization, so it is relatively easy to collect information. Third, as a traitor, Uchiha Shinichi has nothing to worry about. As long as Hyojin holds the key point of Uchiha Kurumi, he won't have to worry about him getting out of control. Uchiha Shinichi hesitated and said, I'm worried that I can't suppress my anger and will be seen through by him. Hyojin smiled and said, you don't need to suppress it, and you don't need to deliberately disguise anything. You can even try to attack him, he won't suspect you. Uchiha Shinichi asked in confusion, why? Hyojin wanted to say, because both of you are crazy, but looking at Uchiha Shinichi's eyes, he changed his words, because both of you are Uchiha. Humph, he is indeed of the same race. I just felt that there was something wrong with his eyes. Uchiha Shinichi snorted lightly, not understanding the true meaning of Hyojin's words just now, and asked again, you allowed me to attack him, but aren't you afraid that I'll really kill him? Hyojin shook his head. What I mean is, even if you attack him, he won't suspect that you're a spy. But I don't recommend you do that, because you can't kill him. Puff, Uchiha and Shinichi wanted to argue, but before they could say anything, they coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hyojin's eyes narrowed. What's wrong with you? Shinichi Uchiha coughed up blood while trying his best to wave at Hyojin, indicating that he was fine. Hyojin's expression, however, became more and more solemn. Because in the vision of his Tenseigan, the chakra reaction in Uchiha and Shinichi's body was getting weaker and weaker, and it had fallen to the level of a genin, and the trend of decline was still continuing. Not only that, Hyojin even felt that Uchiha and Shinichi's vitality was also declining. This feeling was somewhat unclear, but it was really felt. Puff, suddenly, a mass of blood burst out of Uchiha and Shinichi's chest without warning. Immediately afterward, a 2-finger-wide sword mark slowly appeared, and there were obvious traces of greenish-purple poison at the wound. Hyojin recognized at a glance that this was the poisoning symptom of the paralytic poison he synthesized. Is it the effect of my sword? Hyojin, who witnessed this scene, began to think. The current injury of Uchiha and Shinichi was obviously the result of Hyojin's surprise attack on his chest during the previous battle. This undoubtedly meant that once the ability of Uchiha and Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan was lifted, the injuries he had suffered before would break out after a period of time. At the thought of using the Golden Will reincarnation explosion to cut Uchiha and Shinichi, Hyojin couldn't help but frown. He won't die just like that, will he? Hyojin's worries soon became reality. When the sword wound on Uchiha and Shinichi's chest broke out, cracks also began to appear on his waist and abdomen. As the cracks grew larger and larger, his whole body was broken into 2 pieces in front of Hyojin. Hyojin hurriedly walked over, trying to save Uchiha and Shinichi, but looking at Uchiha and Shinichi's body that was broken into 2 pieces, he didn't know where to start for a while. At this moment, a bloody tear flowed out of Uchiha and Shinichi's right eye socket. At the same time as the bloody tear flowed out, Hyojin on the side felt a trance. This trance, Hyojin had already felt once in the previous battle, so this time he quickly recovered, fully activated the Tenseigan, and looked at Uchiha and Shinichi on the ground. And at this moment, Uchiha and Shinichi, who were broken into 2 pieces on the ground, quickly recovered at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. If it's someone else, they may not be able to notice anything, but Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, noticed many details. In just an instant, a thought flashed in his mind. This is not healing, this is simply rewinding time. Hyojin keenly noticed that at this time, the recovery of Uchiha and Shinichi's wounds and the appearance of the previous wounds are in the opposite order. In other words, this is not healing at all, but some kind of time reversal. It didn't take long for Uchiha and Shinichi to recover to their original state. If it weren't for the shocking blood all over the ground, Hyojin would have doubted whether the scene just now was real or not. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin asked, "Is the ability of your Manjikyu Sharingan related to time?" Uchiha and Shinichi, whose face was pale due to excessive blood loss, nodded and said weakly, "The ability of my left eye is called Heavenly Guard. It can keep me at my peak state for a period of time. Any injury and consumption will be distorted until a certain time later." Hyojin nodded, "I have already guessed this, but what you just used should be the ability of your right eye, right?" Uchiha and Shinichi covered their right eye and said with some pain, "The ability of my right eye is called Temporal House. It can temporarily distort the flow of time." After thinking for a while, Hyojin said, "You just used the ability of Temporal House to reverse the injury for a few minutes and remove those injuries from the temporal level, right?" Uchiha and Shinichi glanced at Hyojin and said weakly, "I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance." Pointing to the blood all over the ground, Hyojin wondered, "But what's going on with this blood? If time is reversed, the blood that flowed out should also be restored to its original state, right?" Uchiha and Shinichi shook their head, "The ability of Temporal House can only be used on me. Once the blood leaves my body and leaves the range of my chakra, the ability of Temporal House can no longer affect them. Heavenly Guardian can distort all the damage suffered by the user to a certain point in time, and Temporal House can reverse this point in time, completely removing the accumulated damage from the temporal plane. These two abilities are a perfect match." Secretly sighing with emotion, Hyojin pondered about the method to crack the Manjikyu Sharingan ability of Uchiha Shinichi. There is no doubt that the method he used before is correct. As long as he causes damage to Uchiha Shinichi that even his Heavenly Guardian can't bear, he can accelerate the consumption of the duration of Heavenly Guardian and quickly crack his Heavenly Guardian. Thinking of this, Hyojin was a little puzzled and asked, "Since you know that the blood loss can't be reversed, why didn't you bandage your wound in advance?" Uchiha Shinichi still covered his right eye and said intermittently, "The outbreak of damage this time was very sudden. My Heavenly Guardian ability was interfered with by your ninjutsu." Hyojin secretly thought, "So it's because of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion." "Ah!" Suddenly, Uchiha Shinichi shouted in pain. Hyojin asked, "What's wrong with you?" My eyes are hurting." Uchiha Shinichi covered his eyes and rolled on the ground in pain, wailing, "How can this be? Why do my eyes hurt so much?" Hyojin suddenly thought of something and said lightly, "Bear with it, it should be fine in a while." After a while, Uchiha Shinichi, who gradually recovered, asked weakly, "Do you know what's going on? Why do my eyes suddenly hurt so much?" Hyojin replied, "The Manjikyu Sharingan is actually not in a stable state. The more frequently you use it, the faster you will go blind." Uchiha Shinichi was shocked when he heard this. "What? I thought you knew all of this." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "So, if you don't want to become blind, you should try not to use the Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu as little as possible. Is there a solution?" Hyojin nodded. "As far as I know, there are two ways. One is to transplant the Manjikyu Sharingan of a blood relative and evolve it into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The other way is to transplant the cells of the Hashirama to give yourself certain characteristics of a sage and reduce the consumption of Manjikyu Sharingan." Hyojin didn't hide anything. He told Uchiha and Shinichi everything he knew. Because of this information, after Uchiha Shinichi joins the Akatsuki organization, it is very likely that he will learn it from Obsidian, so instead of waiting for Obsidian to tell him, it is better to tell him himself first. Uchiha Shinichi looked sad. "My parents died in the Third Shinobi War, I don't have any blood relatives, and even if I do, I won't take their eyes." Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as you work for me wholeheartedly, I will find a way to help you solve this problem." Uchiha Shinichi looked at Hyojin in a daze and said after a while, "If it's you, then I believe you." Uchiha Shinichi has long been convinced by Hyojin's strength. If someone really has the ability to resurrect a person, then in his opinion, apart from Hyojin, there should be no one else in the shinobi world who can do it. Hyojin sorted out his thoughts and said, "The organization I want you to join is called Akatsuki." After you join, don't be too high profile. There are many experts in this organization, one of the Sannin, Orochimaru is one of them. Uchiha Shinichi was a little surprised, a master like Orochimaru would actually join this kind of organization? Uchiha Shinichi, like many orthodox Mai ninjas, only has eyes for the 5 great shinobi villages. In his eyes, other organizations are not even worth mentioning. Hyojin said solemnly, the strength of this organization is not weaker than the village. I don't want you to get your eyes dug out on the first day you join. Seeing that Hyojin said seriously, Uchiha Shinichi had to be patient and nodded. The leader of the organization is a ninja with the Rinnegan. After a pause, Hyojin continued, the Rinnegan is the legendary eye of the Sage of 6 Paths, so don't provoke him. The bastard who plotted against me, is he not the leader of that organization? Hyojin didn't answer directly, but said with a smile, you need to figure out his identity yourself. Uchiha Shinichi nodded and said, I understand. Glancing at Uchiha Shinichi, Hyojin tentatively asked, if he said that he can help you resurrect Kurumi, what will you do? Uchiha Shinichi said coldly, I don't believe a word of his. Hyojin asked, what if he can really do it? Uchiha Shinichi was stunned when he heard this, and immediately said, I know what you are worried about. Since I promised you, I will not betray you. As long as you can really resurrect Kurumi, even if he offers higher conditions, I won't be tempted. Hyojin didn't say anything, but quietly watched Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Shinichi curled his lips and said, don't look at me like that, I'm not a fool. From the moment he plotted against Kurumi, there was no room for peace between me and him. What's more, even if he helps me resurrect Kurumi, he will definitely do something to her body. How can I allow him to violate Kurumi again? Don't even think about it. Hyojin nodded with satisfaction, then asked, tell me, who is the Kumo spy lurking in the village? Uchiha Shinichi shook his head and said, I haven't seen his true face, he used a ninja beast to communicate with me. Hyojin's face sank when he heard this. Although he had already guessed that the Kumo spy lurking in the village would not reveal his true identity to Uchiha Shinichi, he was inevitably a little disappointed when he got the answer. Sighing, Hyojin asked again, where is Kurumi's body buried? Why are you asking this? Uchiha Shinichi first asked warily, then remembered that Hyojin promised to help him resurrect Kurumi, so he replied embarrassedly, in a cave downstream of Naka River, no one knows except me. Hyojin said lightly, tell me the specific location. Uchiha Shinichi realized something and asked. Are you worried? I have already told you not to underestimate Akatsuki's means. After a pause, Hyojin continued, if Kurumi's body is found by them first, then there is nothing I can do. After writing down the place where Uchiha Kurumi was buried, Hyojin pondered for a moment and said, it's not safe here, we need to deal with it and find another place to recuperate. This cave is not far from the battlefield where Hyojin and Uchiha Shinichi fought. Once the Cloud Village or the Konoha Village find out that Uchiha Shinichi is missing, they will inevitably start a carpet search around the battlefield, and it won't take them long to find this cave, so it's not a good place to stay for a long time. Uchiha Shinichi nodded and immediately used Great Fireball Jutsu on the place where a large amount of blood was left. After being burned by the fire release jutsu, all the blood on the ground was turned into flying ash, and the place where Uchiha Shinichi was just lying just now was left with a black burn mark. On the battlefield, the confrontation between Team 11 and the Cloud Village continued, but both sides were afraid of each other, so no one dared to act rashly. Team 11 wasn't afraid of the Cloud Ninjas on the opposite side. As the captain, Kakashi was just worried that it would lead to an all-out war between the Konoha Village and the Cloud Village. On the Cloud Village's side, Yujito Ni learned that Ji Shuei also has a Manjikyu Sharingan, and Hyojin seems to have defeated Uchiha Shinichi one-on-one, so she had the idea of retreating. After all, this is the territory of the Land of Fire, and the Mai Ninja army led by Jiraiya is not far from here. Once Mai's reinforcements arrive, they will be attacked from both front and back. Bang! Suddenly, a brilliant red light flashed in the distant sky, cutting through the heavy curtain of night. A Cloud Jonin came to Yujito Ni and whispered, it's Mai's signal flare, we should retreat. Retreat! Yujito Ni coldly glanced at the 4 people of Team 11 and finally issued the order to retreat. Whoosh! Following Yujito Ni's order, the Cloud Ninjas turned into afterimages and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Phew! Kakashi heaved a sigh of relief. Jishui asked Hyojin anxiously, "Senpai, which direction did Shinichi escape to?" Hyojin said, "Don't be hasty. Let's meet up with Lord Jiraiya and the others first." Knowing that Jiraiya's reinforcements were about to arrive, Jishui suppressed the anxiety in her heart. After all, there were only 4 people in Class 11, and it wouldn't be easy for them to hunt down an anti-tracking expert in the dense forest at night. After a while, Jiraiya led a large number of my ninjas to the battlefield. Even Jiraiya, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the messy battlefield. Kakashi quickly stepped forward and reported to Jiraiya about the situation of the battle between Team 11 and Cloud Village, and finally said, "Uchiha Shinichi is currently missing after fighting with Kuroto." Jiraiya walked in front of Hyojin, looked up and down and said with a smile, "Little guy, we meet again." Hyojin, who has taken off the Umbu mask, saluted Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sama." Speaking of which, Jiraiya can be regarded as Hyojin's lucky star. If Hyojin and Itachi hadn't accidentally met Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Jiraiya said casually, "Tell me about your fight with him." Hyojin naturally won't tell the truth. In his description, the course of the battle became that Uchiha Shinichi used his Susanoo to attack fiercely, and he just dodged everywhere. In the end, Uchiha Shinichi seemed to have consumed too much of his chakra and had to withdraw. There are no loopholes in this statement. Because almost all of the damage to the surrounding environment was caused by Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo, and Hyojin's attacks have always been controlled, so no matter who it is, they can't find any loopholes in Hyojin's statement just based on this situation on the battlefield. After understanding the situation, Jiraiya personally deployed a search operation, and Kakashi once again summoned his ninja dogs. However, Hyojin's true body was always with Uchiha Shinichi, so whether it was Jiraiya's search operation or Kakashi's ninja dogs, they couldn't find any clues. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. With Uchiha Shinichi's mobility, 3 days is more than enough for him to escape from the Land of Fire, so Team 11 had no choice but to return to the village. As soon as they returned to the village, Team 11 was summoned by 3 generations to Naruto's office. Naruto's office. 3 generations had a pipe in their mouth, their brows were furrowed, their eyes were cold, and there seemed to be a few more wrinkles on their foreheads. On the sofa, Danzo's face was gloomy, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Mitokiman Hamura and Koharu, the 2 advisor elders, were full of worry, with a heavy look on their faces. As the captain of Team 11, Kakashi reported the process of Team 11's pursuit of Uchiha Shinichi in detail, without leaving any details. After listening to Kuroto's explanation, Sandaime asked, "So, Uchiha Shinichi has defected to Kumo?" Kakashi had to bite the bullet and said, "I'm not sure at the moment, but the possibility is very high." 3 generations waved his hand, signaling Team 11 to withdraw. After Team 11 left the office, Danzo said coldly, "There is a cloud spy in the village." It's not difficult to come to this conclusion. After all, if there was no cloud spy who instigated Uchiha Shinichi's rebellion, it would be impossible for Cloud Village to react so quickly and send reinforcements before Mai's pursuers caught up with Uchiha Shinichi. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Mito Hamura added, "This spy can learn about the conflict between Uchiha Shinichi and Root, and bypass the Uchiha clan to contact Uchiha Shinichi, indicating that his status in the village is not low, and is likely to be lurking in the Root or Umbu." Danzo was a little unhappy. "There is no problem with my Root." Xianxia said, "A mere Uchiha Shinichi broke through your Root base, and I heard that not only did they suffer heavy losses, but even the secret vault was looted." "Danzo, this time you should reflect on your actions." "You." Danzo glared at Xianxia, and then snorted, "Humph, I will investigate the Root, but I firmly believe that there is no cloud spy among my subordinates." This time, Danzo made a big fool of himself. The Root base, as their base, was single-handedly broken through by Uchiha Shinichi. Not only the Root ninjas suffered heavy losses, but even the secret vault and laboratory were looted by unknown people. This directly caused the Danzo's prestige to plummet, and his authority in the advisory group was also affected. 3 generations said, "I will also investigate the Umbu." The defection of Uchiha Shinichi indeed exposed the threat of the Uchiha clan, but at the same time, this incident also showed the strength of the Uchiha clan. One Uchiha Shinichi alone caused a lot of trouble in the village. Not only was the village disgraced, but even after sending a large number of people, they still failed, leaving the defected Uchiha Shinichi still at large. Just imagine, if the entire Uchiha clan started a rebellion, what would the consequences be? Just thinking about such a scene made 3 generations shudder, so he now has a headache dealing with the Uchiha clan. Danzo continued to urge, Hizen, it's time to make up your mind. The loss of the test materials has caused many of his experiments to come to a standstill. Especially the loss of the Sharingan, it's even more painful to him. One must know that those Sharingan were collected bit by bit during the Third Shinobi World War. Now that the war has subsided, it won't be so easy to collect more Sharingan. 3 generations shook his head. Let's talk about Uchiha Shinichi later, let's talk about Kumo first. Danzo's performance this time disappointed 3 generations. As the representative of the Hawk faction in the village, Danzo has always been the leader in suppressing the major shinobi clans in the village, but this time, Danzo couldn't even deal with the Uchiha Shinichi who had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, which made the senior members of the village extremely embarrassed in front of the major shinobi clans. After leaving Naruto's office, Team 11 was dismissed. Back home, after confirming that no one is watching around, Hyojin took out 2 scrolls from his storage bag. Open. Pressing both of his hands on the 2 scrolls, Kuroto sighed softly. Puff, with a puff of white smoke, a corpse appeared on each of the 2 scrolls. On Hyojin's left was the corpse of Kurumi Uchiha. In order to arrive before Obsidian and Zetsu, Hyojin ordered 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to travel day and night to seize this corpse. Eh? After examining Kurumi Uchiha's corpse, Hyojin let out a soft gasp of surprise. Kurumi Uchiha's corpse seemed to have been smeared with some kind of medicine. Even though it had been buried for so many days, it still looked so lifelike, as if she had just died not long ago. Shinichi is really willing to spend money. Although he didn't know what kind of potion it was, it didn't stop Hyojin from guessing the high cost of this potion. After confirming that there was no defect in Kurumi Uchiha's corpse, and even the Sharingan was on the corpse, Hyojin used Fuinjutsu again and sealed the corpse into the scroll. Storage scrolls can't keep the corpse from rotting for a long time, so sealing the corpse in the scroll is only a temporary expedient. After checking Kurumi Uchiha's corpse, Hyojin's gaze moved to the corpse on his right. This corpse is none other than the corpse of White Zetsu's clone who was responsible for tracking Shinichi Uchiha. It's just that due to the detonation talisman, this White Zetsu's clone was blown up into a mess. The so-called corpse is just a mass of white fabric. Hyojin slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had turned into sapphire blue star-like Tenseigan. And in the vision of his Tenseigan, even if the corpse of White Zetsu's clone has turned into a mass of fabric, there is still a faint chakra reaction on it. As expected of the product of the fusion of Hashirama cells, the vitality is really amazing. After sighing with emotion, Hyojin resealed the corpse of White Zetsu's clone into the scroll. After putting away the 2 scrolls, Kuroto slowly walked to the balcony, bent down and jumped lightly on the roof. With one hand on his waist, he looked at the whole village. Right now, his top priority is to build his own laboratory and material vault as soon as possible, and considering the security issues, the choice of location is particularly important. While observing the layout of the village, Kuroto thought to himself, the laboratory can't be too far from home, otherwise, it will be too troublesome to go back and forth. The location should be hidden, at least it should be able to avoid the detection of ordinary perception-type ninjas. Thinking of this, Kuroto moved his gaze to the forest around the village. Although the village is surrounded by forests, these forests are not ownerless. For example, the clans of Nara, Akimichi, Inazuka, Yomi, and other clans are all near these forests, and these forests are often regarded as the sphere of influence of their respective clans, or grow herbs, or raise ninja beasts and insects. If Hyojin places the laboratory in these forests, it will be easy to be discovered. Hyojin's gaze swept from one forest to another, and finally fell on the Forest of Death located in the corner of the village. The Forest of Death doesn't belong to any clan, it is the village's actual combat exercise field. Almost all my genin have practiced combat in the Forest of Death. In the Forest of Death, generally only genin and chunin are active, jonin rarely set foot in it. If I place the laboratory here, as long as the location is chosen properly, the possibility of being exposed is not great. Moreover, the Forest of Death is not far from the village. It is also very convenient to go back and forth. I can also use the excuse of synthesizing toxins to openly enter and exit the forest. The more Hyojin thought about it, the more he felt that it is a good idea to place the laboratory in the Forest of Death, so he pondered for a moment and decided to immediately conduct a field investigation. After arriving at the Forest of Death, Kuroto opened his Byakugan and began to inspect the surroundings. Soon, his attention was focused on a small corner at the edge of the Forest of Death, because that place can block his Byakugan's long-range detection. After thinking about it for a moment, Hyojin murmured, "Is that a node of the barrier?" The entire Konoha village is under the protection of the enchantment, and every node of the enchantment, because a large number of enchantment techniques are engraved on it, ordinary detection methods will be interfered with to varying degrees. The one maintaining this node should be the third class of the enchantment class. After a pause, Hyojin tried to recall the information of the members of the third class of the enchantment class. The 4 members of their class are all chunin. It seems that there is no perceptual ninja. As an Anbu subordinate to Naruto, Hyojin is qualified to read the files of ordinary chunin and mai, so he has read the information of the members of the enchantment class, but at that time, he just glanced at it casually and didn't pay much attention to it. Therefore, he is not quite sure whether there is a ninja with hidden perception talent among the 4 members of the third class of the enchantment class. Because of his identity as an Anbu, it only took Hyojin half a day to investigate the details of the third class of the enchantment class and confirmed that none of the 4 of them are perception-type ninjas. As a result, Hyojin finally made up his mind to place the laboratory in the Forest of Death. The location he finally chose is located in the dense forest in a corner of the Forest of Death. That area is very remote and belongs to the edge of the entire practice field, and very few ninjas will set foot there. Moreover, that dense forest is within the range of the enchantment node. Inside the village, once a perception-type ninja approaches that area, their perception will be affected by the nearby enchantment node, resulting in a certain degree of deviation. Outside the village, the perception of perception-type ninja will be directly shielded by the enchantment. Therefore, this place can be said to be one of the many perception blind spots in the village, but because the area is too small, and it is not a strategic location, and there are no important facilities nearby, so no one cares about it. After choosing the location, Hyojin did not delay and immediately started work. In his plan, the laboratory is located more than 10 meters deep underground, so the amount of work involved in the whole project is very large. Hyojin and his shadow clone, plus the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets worked together, and it took them a whole week to complete the main structure of the laboratory. The entrance to the underground laboratory is in the tree hole of a big tree. There is a special mechanism in the tree hole. If it is accidentally touched by someone, it will immediately detonate the detonation talisman hidden in the tree hole, completely blowing up the entrance part of the ground and the underground passage under the tree hole has also been arranged by Hyojin with several secret sealing techniques. Once an outsider breaks in, the sealing technique will be activated, and hundreds of detonation talismans hidden in the entire underground passage will explode together, blowing up the entire underground passage. After passing through the underground passage, the main part of the laboratory is reached. After that, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets will guard the laboratory most of the time to ensure the safety of the laboratory, as well as to take away important test subjects and destroy the laboratory when a strong enemy breaks in. During the whole construction process, in order to keep it confidential, all the soil and sand excavated from the ground were sealed by Hyojin with a storage scroll, and then the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets took them to the far wilderness and discarded them. Therefore, although the construction volume of the whole project is not small, the appearance of the ground above the laboratory has not changed from beginning to end. Even if people who are familiar with this place pass by, they will not be able to see the slightest clue. After completing the main part of the laboratory, Hyojin moved the experimental equipment into the laboratory one by one. Large test benches, high-precision microscopes, large cell incubators, large nutrition tanks, large refrigerators, and so on. These were the instruments he looted from Danzo's laboratory, and they became the first batch of his personal belongings. After placing the instruments in the appropriate position, Kuroto took out his notebook and started writing and drawing. After a while, his face darkened. This laboratory is the key to whether he can climb to the peak of the shinobi world in the future, and in his huge plan, this laboratory will bear at least 60% of the research task, so a large number of experimental equipment is needed. According to his estimation, at least 20 large instruments are needed, and hundreds of small instruments are needed. But at the moment, there are only 8 large instruments looted from Danzhou, more than half of them are missing, and more than 90% of the small instruments are missing. All in all, it will cost at least 3 billion. After listing the missing instruments one by one, and then estimating the price, Hyojin's forehead suddenly twisted into a Chuan character. Scientific research has always been a big expense of money. If you want to produce scientific research results, you must first spend a lot of money. This is the case throughout the ages. This is also the reason why Orochimaru wanted to cooperate with Danzhou, because as the village's advisory elder, only Danzhou can give him enough financial support. It is obviously unrealistic to get 3 billion in a short time, so Hyojin ticked on the notebook again and selected some of the urgently needed instruments. 1 billion, after calculating the price, these urgently needed instruments add up to about 1 billion. As long as he gets 1 billion, he can buy these urgently needed instruments, then Hyojin's huge plan can immediately start. After thinking about it, it seems that the only way to get 1 billion as soon as possible is to become a bounty ninja. After all, with Hyojin's current strength, he can easily deal with most of the bounty targets. As long as he doesn't touch those with sensitive identities or strong targets, making money is relatively easy for him. And if he wants to become a bounty ninja, Hyojin must prepare a new identity. After all, the black market has its own rules of survival. The black market generally won't accept inexplicable people, so Hyojin needs a sock puppet that can adapt to the rules of the black market. Only by making a name in the black market and winning the trust of the employer, can he smoothly accept the bounty task and receive the bounty. After a little thought, Hyojin took out a cloak and a mask. The cloak and mask are specially prepared by him. At first, it was only for the convenience of hiding his identity when he acts secretly in the future, but now he needs a new sock puppet, so these can be used. The cloak is black with golden lines on the edge, and inside, there is a seal personally arranged by Hyojin, which can isolate most of the detection ninjutsu. The mask is black and white, with a strange style of the Demon King drawn on it. There is also a seal inside, which can isolate a certain degree of detection ninjutsu. After putting on the cloak and mask, Hyojin's temperament changed. From afar, he looks like a god of death hiding in the darkness. What nickname should I give myself? Why don't I call myself Yama? Playing with the mask in his hand, Hyojin's mouth curled up, and he smiled. At the same time, outside a cave in the country of fire, Obsidian walked out of the twisted vortex, and Ju slowly poked his body out of the ground. Looking at the dark cave, Obsidian asked, "Is he inside?" Ju nodded. "Yes, he seems to be recuperating inside." The masked man didn't waste any more time and slowly walked into the cave. Uchiha Shinichi, who was recuperating in the cave, immediately stood up and shouted, "Who is it?" Obsidian said lightly, "It's me." Uchiha Shinichi's anger at this time was not an act, because Hyojin allowed him to attack the obsidian, so he roared and rushed towards the obsidian. Whoosh, his figure flashed, and Uchiha Shinichi, who was holding the kunai, looked surprised and uncertain. Although he has already activated the Manjikyu Sharingan, he still couldn't see through the obsidian's ability, and the attack just now still passed through the obsidian's body, as if he had pounced on a mass of air. Obsidian didn't seem to mind Uchiha Shinichi's attack. He crossed his arms over his chest and said in a flat tone, "Are you still obsessed with this false world?" Uchiha Shinichi calmed down a little at this time. He knows that if he can't see through the obsidian's ability, no matter how he attacks, it will be useless. "Join us, I will create a world without regrets for you." Uchiha Shinichi snorted coldly, "Why should I believe you? You have been to the Naka shrine, right?" After a pause, Obsidian continued, "Your Manjikyu Sharingan should be able to read the hidden content on the stone tablet, and that is my goal." Uchiha Shinichi has naturally seen the content on the stone tablet of the Naka shrine. But he has no interest in the infinite Tsukuyumi world. His Manjikyu Sharingan's abilities are protection and backtrack, which also reflects his true thoughts. Unlike Obsidian, who desires to escape from the real world, Shinichi only desires to backtrack to the moment of Kurumi's death and protect Kurumi from any harm. As for the false Tsukuyumi world, he doesn't care about it at all. Although he has promised Suijin that he will join the Akatsuki, But now that things have come to a head, he couldn't open his mouth to admit defeat to the Obito, so he froze in place. Obsidian had already sensed Uchiha and Shinichi's hesitation, so he said, "If you've thought it through, you can come to the Rain Country to find me." With that, Obsidian did not stay any longer and turned to leave the cave. In his eyes, Uchiha Shinichi, who had betrayed Mai, had nowhere else to go. As long as he was patient, he would eventually be able to rope him into the Akatsuki. After meeting up with Ju outside the cave, Obsidian ordered, "Find Kurumi Uchiha's corpse." Juju nodded. After leaving his shadow clone at home, Hyojin transformed into Yama and quietly left the village. Because he is an Umbu, he knows about 50 to 60% of the black markets in the Land of Fire, so he quickly came to the black market closest to the village. On the surface, this black market is disguised as an izakaya. After exchanging a common code with the boss of the black market here, Hyojin was led to a compartment. Inside the compartment, the walls were covered with all kinds of bounties. Some seemed to have been posted not long ago. There was still glue on the edges, some of the papers were yellowed. It seems that they have been posted for a long time. Very quickly, his attention was attracted by the 4 bounties in a row. The targets of these 4 bounties are none other than the 4 members of the My Umbu Team 11, and the paper is very new. It seems that they were posted not long ago. Among them, Jishui's bounty is the highest, reaching 50 million Ryo, and the bounty is also specially marked that Jishui has the rumored Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The second is Hyojin's bounty is 30 million Ryo, Kakashi's bounty is 25 million Ryo, and Gai's bounty is still 20 million Ryo. Hyojin snorted lightly. Humph, Kumo is really capable of doing anything. There is no doubt that this new bounty is Kumo's masterpiece. Jishui ranks first because of the Manjikyu Sharingan. After the defection of Uchiha Shinichi, the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan was directly displayed in front of everyone, so although the 50 million Ryo bounty is exaggerated, it is still worth it for Jishui. On the other hand, Hyojin's bounty has risen from 20 million Ryo to 30 million Ryo. Perhaps it is because he defeated Uchiha Shinichi. However, Kumo doesn't know the specific situation of the battle at that time, so they can only vaguely judge that Hyojin seems to have defeated Uchiha Shinichi, who activated Susanoo. Therefore, the bounty on Hyojin's head has been increased by 10 million Ryo, from 20 million Ryo to 30 million Ryo. As the captain of Team 11, it is reasonable for Kakashi's bounty to be increased by 5 million Ryo, but Gai seems to have been ignored by Kumo again this time, and the bounty is still the original 20 million Ryo. Seeing that Hyojin's eyes are fixed on the bounty of the 4 members of Team 11, the boss rubbed his hands and said with a sneaky smile, "If you can get the heads of these 4 people, we can help you get the bounty within 3 days, and we will only take a 10% commission." Many bounty ninjas are reluctant to meet their employers in person for their own safety. After all, many of their employers are big forces like Kumo, so they need the black market to act as a middleman, and the black market can also get a service fee from them. Hyojin snorted coldly, "I don't want to provoke any of the 5 great shinobi villages. Are there any targets with high bounties that have nothing to do with any of the 5 great shinobi villages?" The boss wasn't surprised by Hyojin's request. After all, the 5 great shinobi villages are not to be trifled with. This is the most basic common sense in the shinobi world, so he immediately took out a small book from his pocket and handed it to Hyojin with a smile. "These targets have nothing to do with any of the 5 great shinobi villages. You can take a look at them slowly, there is no need to rush." While flipping through the small book, Hyojin tore off a few pages of the targets he selected. These targets are either renegade ninjas who commit crimes or bandits who wreak havoc in the area. In short, they are all targets with average strength, and there won't be any future trouble after they are eliminated. With Hyojin's strength, coupled with the information he obtained from Mai through his identity as an Umbu, in just a few months, he eradicated 3 groups of renegade ninjas, as well as bandits who pillaged the area. Leaving aside the bounty, Hyojin earned nearly 25 million Ryo just from looting these renegade ninjas and bandits, plus the bounty. Even after deducting the commission from the black market, he has earned a total of 70 million Ryo in the past few months, and with Hyojin's efficient completion of one bounty after another, his name of Yama has completely spread throughout the entire black market circle. Somewhere in the black market, Kakuzu, who was wearing Akatsuki's signature red cloud uniform, threw a corpse to the black market boss. The black market boss took the portrait of the bounty and compared it with the corpse, then stored the corpse in the cold storage and said with a smile, "Kakuzu-sama, please wait a moment, the bounty will be delivered to you immediately." As one of the top bounty ninjas, Kakuzu has unparalleled prestige in the black market circle. Every time he completes a bounty task, the black market boss will advance the bounty to him, saving him the time to exchange for the bounty. In the face of Kakuzu's inquiry, the boss smiled and explained, "You should have heard about it. Recently, a person named Yama appeared, and many bounty missions have been taken by him." Kakuzu was a bit suspicious. "Yama?" The black market boss laughed and said, "Yes, he is a very capable big shot. In just a few short months, he completed 7 or 8 difficult missions." Humph. Listening to the praise of the boss, Kakuzu lightly snorted. For him, all of his peers are his enemies, and those who are excellent are his enemies. It must be known that the bounty missions in the black market are not endless. A group of traitorous ninjas and bandits were cleared out, and their territory was now empty. As time passed, a new group of people would naturally come to fill in. However, this would require a certain amount of time, and even if new traitorous ninjas and bandits appeared, they would have to wait until they completely angered the local nobles and merchants. Only then would someone offer a bounty on them in the black market. Therefore, there are only so many quests. If a bounty ninja finishes all the quests in a short time, the other bounty ninjas will naturally have no work to do during this period. Seeing that Kakuzu and Yama don't seem to get along, the boss consciously shut up and no longer mentioned the topic of Yama. Kakuzu held the bounty book in his hand and thought about it. There is no doubt that the efficiency of this Yama in completing bounty missions is too exaggerated. Taking himself as an example, if he has his eyes on a group of missing nin, not to mention whether he can defeat them or not, it often takes 1 or 2 months just to find them. If his luck is bad, he might even need to look for them for several months. But this Yama actually completed 7 or 8 bounty missions in a few months, which shows that this Yama is not only strong, but his intelligence-gathering ability is also extraordinary. Kakuzu thought with certainty, behind this guy, there must be an organization. Turning his head, Kakuzu asked the boss again, "The thing I told you to pay attention to, is there any result?" The boss shook his head and said with a slightly apologetic tone, "Kakuzu-sama, we have inquired around according to your request, but so far we have not received any news." Kakuzu gently nodded, "Continue asking." Kakuzu didn't really understand why the godlike leader of the organization would suddenly want to find a mysterious person related to my village. Moreover, the description of the mysterious man's characteristics was vague. Based on his experience, it would be difficult to find someone with such vague information, so he did not place much hope on the black market. On Hyojin's side, sitting on a cliff, he counted his earnings while eating rice balls. Just now, he had dealt with a traitorous ninja who specialized in kidnapping rich merchants' concubines in exchange for ransom. TSK, a guy at the level of a middle ninja actually hid so much money. How did he do it? Is kidnapping the concubine of a rich merchant so profitable? Suijin muttered under his breath. At first, he thought it was just an inconspicuous small task, but after a simple interrogation, this traitorous ninja actually proposed to use money to redeem his life. Hyojin pretended to agree, and then followed the clues and found the small vault where the traitorous ninja hid his money. But he didn't expect that there was more than 10 million ryo hidden in the small vault. After a little thought, Hyojin understood why this traitorous ninja was able to repeatedly succeed. Rich merchants themselves or their children, on the one hand, have strong security, so it is not easy to capture them, and on the other hand, even if they succeed, the rich merchant's family will pay a lot of money to ask for help from the major shinobi villages. But kidnapping a rich merchant's concubine is a different story. Rich merchants often, for the sake of face, would rather spend money to eliminate disasters than to cause a commotion about their concubine being kidnapped. Therefore, although this traitorous ninja only has the strength of a chunin, he has repeatedly succeeded, and after more than a decade, he has accumulated a lot of wealth. While feeling happy, Hyojin also pondered. His own strength was not the main reason why he was able to complete bounty quests so efficiently. In fact, the real primary reason is that he used his identity as an Umbu subordinate to Naruto, and used the huge intelligence network of Mai, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages in the shinobi world, so he can efficiently find the target. Secondly, the unparalleled flying speed of the Tenseigan chakra mode is also one of the reasons why he can quickly complete bounty tasks. Without these 2 points, even if he is strong, he would have to obediently spend a month or 2 to search for the target all over the shinobi world. But the number of bounty tasks is ultimately limited. At present, almost all the simple bounty tasks have been swept clean by him, and the remaining ones are either very time-consuming or involve the 5 great shinobi villages, so he needs to find a new way to make money. And this traitorous ninja who specifically kidnaps the concubines of rich merchants gave Hyojin an inspiration. In the shinobi world, some rich merchants can really be rich enough to rival a country. In the original story, Zabuza launched a coup in the Mist Village and failed. He was recruited by Kato, a rich merchant who controlled the country of waves, and a battle of life and death broke out between him and Kakashi Shinobi. Zabuza is also an elite ninja who launched a coup in the Mist Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and he is also one of the 7 swordsmen, the beheading sword. This level of ninja, even if the scope is expanded to the entire shinobi world, it is also ranked. But when he was down, he had to work for Kato, which shows how exaggerated the influence and financial resources of a rich merchant like Kato are. Bang! Suddenly, a puff of white smoke appeared beside Suijin. After the white smoke dissipated, an orange cat appeared in front of Hyojin. At this time, the orange cat stretched out his front paw to Hyojin and said, "Meow, 1,000 yen, thank you." Hyojin handed the orange cat 1,000 yen with a black face, and then took a scroll from the orange cat's hand. This orange cat is not an ordinary kitten, but a ninja cat, named Misato. It is Uchiha Shinichi's psychic ninja beast. In order to safely transmit messages, Hyojin also signed a psychic contract with it, so Misato became a bridge between Uchiha Shinichi and Hyojin to transmit information. It's just that this stupid cat wants money. Every time it sends a message, it has to be charged, so Hyojin can't help but complain that Uchiha Shinichi can't even deal with his own psychic ninja beast. Opening the scroll from Uchiha Shinichi, a line of words came into Hyojin's eyes. "That bastard said he is Uchiha Madara, he really thinks I'm an idiot. I told you, that bastard doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth. By the way, the partner the organization arranged for me is a mist ninja named Pipajuzo." The fact that the Obsidian used the power of the Akatsuki to find him is not surprising to Hyojin. Previously, when they fought in the root base, both sides were very restrained, but it is precisely because of this restraint that it shows the fear hidden in the hearts of both sides. For the Obsidian, the existence of this mysterious person, Hyojin, is undoubtedly a huge variable. Therefore, he can't allow this variable to continue to exist and interfere with his plan, but even if he uses the power of the Akatsuki, it will not be easy to find Hyojin. What's more, now that Hyojin has received a message from Uchiha Shinichi, he will naturally be more careful. Oh, Shinichi is really sharp sometimes. He guessed that the person the Obsidian is looking for is me. Hyojin chuckled as he put away the scroll. In the past few months, the shinobi world has not been peaceful. Because of the defection of Uchiha Shinichi, the peace negotiations between Mai and Kumo suddenly fell into an impasse. Mai accused Kumo of sheltering Mai's traitorous Shinichi, but Kumo naturally denied it, claiming that they have never seen Uchiha Shinichi at all, and they have no intention of accepting Uchiha Shinichi. However, because Kumo village sent shinobi to infiltrate the Land of Fire to support the defection of Uchiha Shinichi, their defense is weak. Not to mention Mai doesn't believe it, even the Rock, Sand Crypsis, Mist, and other shinobi villages don't believe it. This time, Kumo village is like a piece of yellow mud falling into their pants. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. There are even rumors that the Uchiha clan secretly sent people to Kumo village, trying to contact the defected Uchiha Shinichi, but no one knows what happened next. Under such circumstances, the matter of the Wind Nation's dragon vein being stolen had a very limited impact. The 3 generations were indeed very concerned about the theft of the dragon's vein, but the troubles in the village came one after another. He did not have the energy to deal with the dragon's vein at all, so the matter of the dragon's vein was put on the shelf. When Mai's attitude toward the theft of the dragon's vein was reported back to the Sand Crypsis, the upper echelons of the Sand Crypsis immediately became suspicious. Some of the upper echelons of the Sand Crypsis even suspected that Mai had stolen the dragon's vein. That was why Mai did not care about the matter. Although the shinobi world is full of changes recently, it has no effect on Hyojin. He is still working hard on his plan. In the mansion of the Mishima family. The head of the Mishima clan, Mishima Yutaro, respectfully said to a burly man dressed as a Ronin samurai with a bamboo stick in his mouth, "Mr. Yagami, the equipment you wanted has been delivered." The samurai called Yagami smiled and said, "Then bring it in." The samurai named Yagami is none other than Hyojin, who has used the body transformation technique. Inspired by the traitorous ninja who kidnapped a rich merchant's concubine, Hyojin also set his sights on the rich merchants. After a careful investigation, he found that the Mishima clan, which has a monopoly on the cloth business in the Land of Iron, is not only very rich, but the backer behind them is also not one of the 5 great shinobi villages, so he set his sights on the Mishima clan. Originally, he was also planning to kidnap 1 or 2 concubines and exchange them for some ransom, but he did not expect that just when he was about to make his move, he accidentally discovered that the concubine of the Mishima clan had an affair with the samurai hired by the Mishima clan. Moreover, this adulterous couple even plotted to poison the Mishima clan's head and seize the Mishima clan's property. After learning this news, Hyojin immediately changed his mind, and using the identity of the wandering samurai Yagami, he approached the Mishima clan's head, Mishima Yutaro. Then, he exposed the affair and conspiracy between the concubine and the samurai, and in front of Mishima Yutaro, he easily killed the samurai hired by Mishima Yutaro with a large sum of money. Kuroto immediately became Mishima Yutaro's honored guest after saving his life. Coupled with his extraordinary skills, Kuroto immediately became Mishima Yutaro's guest. Although the backer behind Mishima Yutaro is not one of the 5 great shinobi villages, his business with the 5 great countries is not small, and over the years, he has accumulated a lot of contacts in the major countries. Therefore, with the help of Mishima Yutaro's contacts, Hyojin began to purchase the various experimental instruments he needs. If Hyojin went to purchase these instruments with his real identity, he would soon be noticed by some people, and the village leaders are not blind, so they will inevitably investigate him. Moreover, if he purchases these instruments through the black market, the price will be 40% to 50% higher than the normal price, and such a large purchase will easily attract the attention of others. Therefore, through the Mishima clan's contacts, Kuroto can purchase in batches in the major countries. Not only can he deceive people, but also can he reduce the cost. After the servants of the Mishima clan carefully carried the instruments into the courtyard, Hyojin hurriedly walked over. Mishima Yutaro also followed on the side, and said with a smile, "Yagami-san, you see, this filter centrifuge is the latest equipment of Cloud Village. In order to get this equipment, I used a lot of my connections." "Not bad, not bad." Hyojin nodded repeatedly, and then immediately frowned. "Hey, this isn't new, right?" Mishima Yutaro smiled and said, "Don't worry, although this equipment isn't brand new, it is at least 80% new." Hyojin also knew that it is difficult for ordinary businessmen to buy brand new equipment, even if they used their connections, so he did not blame Mishima Yutaro. After checking the other equipment one by one, Hyojin said to Mishima Yutaro with satisfaction, "Thank you so much this time." After saying that, Hyojin handed over more than 90 million yuan that he had earned these days to Mishima Yutaro. The total value of this batch of equipment, Hyojin estimated, was at least more than 100 million yuan. If he went to the black market to buy it, he would not even think about it without 130 million yuan. Therefore, Hyojin had made a lot of money by only using 90 million yuan to get this batch of equipment. After sending everyone away, Hyojin carefully sealed the equipment into the storage scroll one by one. Bang! As soon as Hyojin sealed all the equipment, Moneymaker walked out of the white smoke. Moneymaker stretched out its front paw to Hyojin and said, "Meow, 1,000 yuan, thank you." Hyojin was speechless and said, "Can't you ask Shinichi for money?" "Meow, he has already given me money." Hyojin was startled and said, "You collect money from both sides?" He had always thought that he was the only one who had to pay, but after asking this time, he found out that Uchiha Shinichi, the fool, also had to pay money to use his psychic ninja beast. The orange cat Moneymaker nodded very seriously and said, "Meow, it is like this." After handing Moneymaker 1,000 yuan, Hyojin took the scroll. There is a result of looking for the mysterious man. The organization has locked on to 2 guys. Pipa Juzo and I are responsible for looking for a guy named Shino. It is said that this person is sneaky and has a ninja village background. Hirako. As soon as he saw this name, Hyojin's expression became solemn. In Hyojin's next big plan, Hiroko has an irreplaceable and important role, so recently, Hyojin has been inquiring about Hiroko's whereabouts. It's just that this Hiroko is a renegade ninja that might put a bounty on, so even if Hyojin used Mai's intelligence network, he still couldn't find any clues about him. Unexpectedly, the Akatsuki organization actually discovered Hiroko's whereabouts first, which is indeed somewhat out of Hyojin's expectation. Sigh, I didn't expect that just one encounter in the root base would cause such an unpredictable change in the situation. Fate is really mysterious and unpredictable. When he thought that the Akatsuki organization's actions were inadvertently caused by him, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the cause and effect of everything in the world. Soon, Hyojin put away his sigh and started thinking about the next step. Hiroko and Orochimaru were born at the same time, so the two of them more or less have some friendship. The Akatsuki organization sending Orochimaru and Sasori's group to look for Hiroko should have two reasons. First, Obsidian wants to confirm whether or not Hiroko is the mysterious person he met in the root base. Second, through Orochimaru's favor, they want to recruit Hiroko into the Akatsuki organization as Mai's traitorous ninja. It should be too late to stop it now. Hyojin propped his chin with one hand and continued to ponder, if Hiroko is recruited into the Akatsuki organization, what kind of impact will it have on me? Between each group in the Akatsuki organization, there is no subordinate relationship. Orochimaru and Sasori may mention to Uchiha Shinichi who their group's target is, but they will never report any specific information to Uchiha Shinichi. On the other hand, Uchiha and Shinichi have no reasonable reason to ask for detailed information about Hiroko, so at this time, Hyojin can no longer stop the Akatsuki from contacting Hiroko. Fortunately, Hyojin only needs Hiroko's technology. Even if Hiroko joins the Akatsuki, he still has a way to get the technology he wants. After putting away all the storage scrolls, Hyojin bid farewell to Mishima Yutaro and quietly returned to the village. As soon as he returned to the village, Hyojin went straight into the secret laboratory. The instruments he purchased this time were all carefully selected by him, and they were also the most lacking part of his current plan. Therefore, with this batch of instruments, he could already choose to start his plan. But before that, he still needs to see Orochimaru. In terms of bioengineering, Orochimaru can be regarded as one of the best experts in the shinobi world. Although Hyojin obtained the Tenseigan by activating a special gene sequence, this does not mean that Hyojin is better than Orochimaru in bioengineering. It's just that Hyojin knows some secrets that Orochimaru doesn't know. Therefore, if Hyojin wants to carry out his huge plan, Orochimaru's support is indispensable. Moreover, he also needs to confirm Hiroko's situation through Orochimaru. What he is most worried about now is not that Hiroko joined the Akatsuki organization, but rather that Hiroko refused to join the Akatsuki organization and was killed by them. If Hiroko dies in such an inexplicable way, then Hyojin's plan will have many twists and turns. Through the summoning beast One-Eyed Viper, Hyojin sent a meeting request to Orochimaru. Bang! It didn't take long for the One-Eyed Viper to appear again and spit out a scroll. Hyojin opened it and immediately murmured, "The land of Tian." There is not much information on the scroll, only a few sentences. The content is that Orochimaru asked Hyojin to meet in a secret base in the land of Tian 2 weeks later. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. Hyojin strolled in the forest of the land of Tian, leisurely as if he was just a traveler on an outing. Brush, suddenly, a kunai shot into the open space in front of Hyojin. Hyojin stopped and said, "I'm here to see Orochimaru." A figure fell down, looked up and down at Hyojin, and then said, "Please come with me." And looking at the other party's face, Hyojin was stunned. The person in front of him turned out to be the lucky guy who successfully adapted to the first-generation cells. Why did Orochimaru defect in advance? Why did Orochimaru and Danzo become irreconcilable? Why did Danzo deliberately retaliate against Orochimaru and even purge Orochimaru's old subordinates on a large scale? These doubts that have troubled Hyojin for a long time were all solved the moment he saw Yamato. Yamato, the only one who succeeded in the first-generation cell transplantation plan, was the fuse of all things. In order to compete for him, Orochimaru and Danzo became enemies and chose to defect. Yamato looked back at Hyojin at this time and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hyojin shook his head and restrained the strange expression on his face. Following behind Yamato, Hyojin pondered while walking. In the original space and time, Orochimaru thought that Yamato was also a failed product, but in the end, Danzo picked up a loophole. I didn't expect that in this world, Orochimaru didn't ignore Yamato. As the only one among the 60 experimental subjects who successfully integrated with the first-generation cells, Yamato's research value was unquestionable. It can be imagined that when Orochimaru and Danzo found out that Yamato successfully integrated with the first-generation cells, they must have launched an intense competition between them. And the result was also clear: Orochimaru obtained Yamato, but was forced to defect from the village. Following Yamato, Hyojin arrived in front of an underground entrance. Yamato turned to Hyojin and said, "There will be some snakes at the entrance, don't worry, as long as you follow me, they won't attack you." Hyojin smiled and nodded. Not long after, the two passed through the dark and damp underground passage and officially entered Orochimaru's secret base. After passing through several underground corridors, Yamato led Hyojin to a secret room. Yamato stepped aside and said, "Orochimaru-sama is inside, you can go see him yourself." Hyojin casually looked around and nodded with a smile. Along the way, Hyojin found at least 10 traps, 5 seals, and more than 20 ninjas hidden in the dark. Such a strict arrangement was obviously not the way to treat a guest. There is no doubt that Orochimaru has bad intentions towards him. But in Hyojin's view, this is also inevitable. If he wants to change from a subordinate to an equal partner, it will inevitably take some effort, not to mention that Orochimaru has never been a good person, so this scene will appear sooner or later. In the secret room, Orochimaru was sitting on a chair, holding an open scroll in his hand. Seeing Hyojin come in, he said in his trademark hoarse voice, "Kuroto, I have a question." Hyojin stood quietly at the door and asked, "What question?" Orochimaru didn't rush to speak, but rolled up the scroll in his hand little by little. Under the flickering candlelight, his face flickered between light and darkness. After rolling up the scroll, Orochimaru threw it to Hyojin. Catching the scroll, Hyojin opened it and found that it was full of information about himself. The most recent information even included the fight between Team 11 and the defected Uchiha Shinichi. Hyojin smiled and said, "It seems that you have been paying attention to me." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue like a snake and licked the corner of his mouth, saying gloomily, "Your excellence makes it impossible for me to ignore you." Hyojin said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Hyojin's calmness made him feel a trace of fear. Compared to others, Orochimaru has a much deeper understanding of Hyojin. At least, Orochimaru knows that Hyojin currently has the Ryumyaku's Jinchuriki. After pondering for a while, Orochimaru said, "I heard that you fought with Uchiha Shinichi and defeated him?" The corner of Kuroto's mouth rose as he smiled, "It's just a brief exchange, I can't deal with him." Orochimaru mentioning Uchiha Shinichi is completely within Hyojin's expectations. He even suspects that Orochimaru is already planning to seize Uchiha Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, in the original story, after Itachi joined the Akatsuki, Orochimaru couldn't wait to attack him. Sure enough, Orochimaru asked again, "What is the ability of his Manjikyu Sharingan?" Hyojin first shook his head, then deliberately exaggerated, "I don't know, I only know that he is very strong, no one in the village can stop him, even Danzo has to avoid him." Humph. Orochimaru snorted coldly, his expression somewhat disdainful. It's just that Kuroto doesn't know whether this cold snort is disdain for Uchiha Shinichi or disdain for Danzo. Hyojin said, "Orochimaru-sama, if you want to deal with Uchiha Shinichi, I advise you to be more cautious." Hyojin still needs Orochimaru to inquire about Hiriko's information, or further, to obtain Hiriko's secret technique, so he doesn't want Orochimaru to leave the Akatsuki organization too early. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, revealing a strange smile. "How do you know that I want to deal with him?" Hyojin shrugged, "Just like how I know that you want to deal with my opponent, it's actually very easy to guess." Orochimaru gently raised his hand, and countless snake shadows shot out from his sleeves towards Hyojin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hyojin didn't dodge, instead, he pulled out the blade of grass from his waist. Then, he brandished his sword. Under the sharp sword light, all the poisonous snakes shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves were cut into several pieces and scattered on the ground, the pieces of meat twitching in a disorderly manner. Orochimaru said, "It seems that you have solved the caged bird." In Orochimaru's opinion, Hyojin, as the spy he left in the village, would never dare to have a showdown with him without solving the caged bird. After all, as long as he reveals Hyojin's identity as a spy, he doesn't even need to do anything. Hyojin will die in the hands of the Hyuga clan without solving the caged bird. Holding the blade of grass? Maru. Hyojin didn't comment on Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru once again stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "You really fascinate me more and more, let me see how many secrets are hidden in your body." After saying that, Orochimaru quickly printed and shouted, "Secret technique, sealed 10,000 snakes formation." Bang, in an instant, the secret room was filled with poisonous smoke. At the same time, the hissing sound of the snake's tongue also came into Hyojin's ears from all directions. Hyojin put on the gas mask, and then quietly opened the Tenseigan under the cover of the mask. This gas mask was specially prepared by Hyojin before he set off. His methods of using poison were almost taught by Orochimaru. In the face of Orochimaru, he naturally will not guard against Orochimaru's poison. After activating the Tenseigan, the mere poisonous smoke also lost its effect of obscuring his vision. Everything in the secret room became clear at a glance in his Tenseigan. After a little look, he found the figure of Orochimaru, and then holding the blade of grass. Maru slowly walked over. Swish, 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 almost every step he took, there would be more than a dozen poisonous snakes pouncing on Hyojin from different directions, and their results were without exception. All of them were broken into several pieces, and their heads were separated from their bodies. In the past, in the face of such a dense and strange attack, Hyojin, who was inexperienced, might choose to use revolving heaven to defend. But with one fierce battle after another, whether it was victory or defeat, Hyojin, who constantly summed up the experience and lessons, his mediocre combat awareness was also rapidly improving. Seeing Hyojin approaching himself step by step, Orochimaru sneered and opened his mouth, spitting out a blade of grass from his stomach. Sword. Accompanied by the gust of wind, a sword light slashed at Hyojin. Hyojin did not dare to be careless, and quickly used the blade of grass in his hand. Maru to meet it. Clang, a sharp and harsh sound of metal clashing rang out in the almost closed secret room. Orochimaru's eyes moved to the blade of grass in Hyojin's hand. Maru wondered, blade of grass? Sword? Hyojin also took advantage of this short interval to look at the blade of grass in Orochimaru's hand. Sword. He thought to himself, this blade should be the blade of grass that killed 3 generations of Naruto, right? Sword. Clang, 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 the two did not communicate, nor did they retreat. They started a close combat in the closed secret room. For a moment, the sword light flashed in the secret chamber, and all the chairs and decorations were destroyed. Even the candlesticks were cut into pieces by the sword light. The candles that were as thick as a forearm were even cut into 2 halves from the wick. As the candlestick was cut out, the secret room fell into darkness, but in the darkness, the battle continued. Boom, after a while, the secret room finally could not withstand the 2 sharp blades of grass. The destruction of the sword collapsed in a roar. Accompanied by the smoke of the collapse of the secret room, 2 figures flashed out. Glancing at Orochimaru, Hyojin smiled and said, "You have been hit by my 15 swords." Orochimaru did not care and also smiled. "You are indeed a genius of the Hyuga family. Your physical skills are really commendable, but it's almost time." Hyojin asked, "What time?" Orochimaru held the sword in one hand and put the other hand on his waist. He smiled and said, "Do you think you can block my poisonous smoke by wearing a gas mask?" Although the natural energy contained in Ryumai chakra gives Hyojin a headache, it also brings him an unexpected self-healing ability, making him immune to many minor toxins. As long as he doesn't inhale a large amount of it through his respiratory tract, even the highly toxic concocted by Orochimaru can't do anything to him. Orochimaru's expression gradually became cold, and after a while, he frowned slightly. Hyojin saw this and said lightly, "Did you feel it? This is a paralytic toxin I synthesized, I hope I didn't embarrass you." Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, "Hey, nice little thing." Orochimaru looked like he didn't care on the surface, but in fact, Hyojin's Sharingan didn't care at all. The paralytic toxin on the blade caused a lot of trouble to his body. Although it didn't achieve a complete paralysis effect, he can clearly feel that the part of his body that was hit by the sword was faintly numb. Just then, a twisted wooden stake rose from the ground and entangled Hyojin. Immediately afterward, Yamato jumped out of the shadow and jumped in front of Orochimaru, protecting Orochimaru behind him. Orochimaru-sama, are you okay? In Yamato's mind, Orochimaru should be able to deal with Hyojin easily. But he didn't expect that after a fierce battle, not only did Orochimaru fail to quickly take down Hyojin, but he also seemed to be injured and was faintly at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Hyojin didn't try to struggle, but carefully felt the binding effect of wood release. In terms of binding power alone, even a weakened version of wood release like Yamato is better than many elite Jonin's earth release ninjutsu, and Hyojin also felt that wood release is not only absorbing his chakra, but also has a weak suppression effect on Ryumai chakra. Is this wood escape? Yamato's wood escape technique that had been weakened, who knew how many times, still had this type of effect. One could imagine just how powerful the exceptional talents at their peak would be if they used immortal techniques together with wood escape technique. It really was incomparably troublesome just thinking about it. After a little understanding of the effect of wood release, Hyojin poured the Tenseigan chakra into the grass in his hand. On the pill, the wrist holding the sword shook lightly, and the wooden stakes that bound him were all cut off. Yamato was stunned. This? Hyojin curled his lips. Your wood escape is far inferior to first generations. Leave. There's nothing for you to do here. Yamato's body contained great research value. Hyojin also valued it very much, so he didn't want to accidentally kill Yamato. Yamato wanted to cast wood release again, but at this time, Orochimaru pressed his shoulder from behind. Yamato turned his head and looked at Orochimaru in confusion. Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru looked at Hyojin and smiled evilly. Then, without saying a word, he dragged Yamato and disappeared into the dark tunnel. Almost at the same time, more than 20 ninjas who had been hiding in various parts of the tunnel made their move. Fire release, Earth Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Spear Thrust. Hyojin's eyes turned cold as he dodged the earth spears that were aimed at him. At the same time, from the corner of his eyes, he also noticed the raging flames that were coming at him. He used his Tenseigan to look around and found a flaw in the structure of the tunnel's rock wall. So, while he was flipping, he threw out the grass pellet. The pill accurately hit that flaw. Bang! In an instant, with a roar, the entire rock wall collapsed, just in time to block the surging fire release ninjutsu for Hyojin. As soon as the tumbling Hyojin landed on the ground, two black shadows pounced on him, accompanied by a cold light. Hyuga's camera moved to the side, avoiding the long sword in the hands of the two shadows, and his soft fists hit the two shadows like punching sandbags, sending the two shadows flying. After that, Hyojin gently dusted off the dust on his body and looked at the grass that had fallen on the ground in the distance. He gripped the pill lightly, and in a split second, the grass? As if it had a mind of its own, the pill soared into the air and landed in his hand. Rustle. With a wave of his hand, Hyojin broke through the rock wall and stepped into another underground passage. In this passage, there were two black-clothed ninjas staring at Hyojin. Their eyes were cold, and there was not a trace of fear in their expressions. Walala, at this time, a ninja in black took out a string of chains, and the sound of the chains hitting each other echoed in the quiet passage. Hyojin didn't say anything. He just waved at the ninja in black. The ninja in black holding the chain whispered, "Do it." With his order, the other three ninjas in black also launched an attack together. They were either holding a sword or a kunai, and it seemed that they were ninjas with taijutsu. Hyojin wasn't interested in entangling with them. Seeing them rushing over, he immediately used Revolving Heaven Blade. Unlike the first time he used Revolving Heaven Blade, the Revolving Heaven Blade he used this time was not only more stable, but the consumption was also far less than the first time he used Revolving Heaven Blade. The four ninjas in black were like 4 carrots thrown into a blender. In an instant, they were slashed by the blade more than a dozen times and flew out, and the weapons in their hands were not spared. They were injected with the grass of the Tenseigan chakra. Pill was cut into pieces, on the ground outside the underground base. Orochimaru crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the underground base with interest. Not long after, accompanied by a loud noise, the stone door at the entrance of the underground base was broken into several pieces. The rubble scattered on the ground, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Staring at Hyojin slowly walking out of the underground base, Orochimaru smiled and said, "It seems that those wastes didn't cause much trouble for you." Hyojin said calmly, "Orochimaru, continuing to cooperate is good for both of us." Orochimaru grinned and said, "Then I have to confirm whether you are qualified to cooperate with me first." Hyojin glanced at the half-destroyed underground base and said, "Isn't this enough? The previous one was just an appetizer." With a smile, Orochimaru slowly bit his finger, then quickly made a seal and shouted, "Psychic art!" Bang! As a huge white smoke surged, Hyojin felt the ground tremble slightly. At this time, a low voice came from the white smoke, "Hey, Orochimaru, remember I told you, don't casually summon me." Orochimaru's hoarse voice also came from the smoke at the right time, "This time is different. Don't worry, the sacrifice will be offered later." The smoke gradually dissipated, and a giant purple snake like a mountain appeared in front of Hyojin. Thousand Snake. Looking at the mountain like myriad snakes, Hyojin raised the grass in his hand. One slowly returned to the scabbard at his waist. Against a giant summon beast, be it a sword, a kunai, or a senboni, their effects were very limited. Therefore, Hyojin had to change his tactics. Standing on top of Viper's head, Orochimaru still had his arms crossed in front of his chest and said with a sinister smile, "Kuroto, let me see your artificial tailed beast." Hyojin ignored Orochimaru. Instead, he assumed a soft fist stance, and his palms were filled with blue chakra. The snake dowager looked down at Hyojin and asked Orochimaru with some displeasure, "Hey, Orochimaru, is this the brat you want to deal with?" Orochimaru said, "Don't underestimate this kid. There's a monster hidden in his body." "Monster?" The snake dowager snorted haughtily. Then, she twisted her body and pounced towards Hyojin like a cannonball. Boom boom boom, a series of deafening explosions reverberated through the dense forest. There were flying gravel, broken trees, and dust that blotted out the sky. Every time 10,000 snakes flashed, it was no less than an 8th-grade earth release ninjutsu. The earth seemed to be dancing with it, shaking ceaselessly, while the forest was ravaged by it. Rumbling noises could be heard one after another, as if the forest was howling in pain. After wreaking havoc for a while, the snake dowager finally stopped and snorted, "Orochimaru, where's the monster you were talking about?" Orochimaru's eyes scanned the messy forest, trying to find Hyojin's location. However, the smoke and dust around him interfered with his vision. His solemn expression revealed Orochimaru's current state of mind. Without a doubt, he had some doubts in his heart. He didn't know why Hyojin wanted to use soft fists to fight against Snake Dowager. This was undoubtedly very stupid. Everyone knew that the most effective way to deal with a large-scale spiritual beast was to summon a large-scale spiritual beast as well. Next would be large-scale ninjutsu. As for regular taijutsu, it was practically useless against large-scale spiritual beasts, unless the opponent's target wasn't Snake Dowager. Just then, a figure leaped out from the abdomen of the Snake Dowager and pounced straight at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed into slits as he muttered, "Sure enough, they're coming for me." Hyojin, who was galloping, quickly formed hand seals and shouted, 8 trigram palm secret art, vacuum palm." Orochimaru was slightly stunned. He had heard of most of the soft fists of the Hyuga family. However, this was the first time he had heard of the vacuum palm that Hyojin mentioned. Hyojin, who was almost in front of him, stretched out both his hands towards Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru felt an irresistible suction force pulling him towards Hyojin. The distance between the two wasn't far to begin with. In less than a breath's time, the two of them collided. Hyojin, who was already prepared, slammed his palm onto Orochimaru's chest and shouted, "Contract seal, repel." Orochimaru lowered his head in shock and saw a series of sealing techniques spreading out from Hyojin's palm. Like a spider web, it covered his chest. Bang! Before Orochimaru could react, the contract between him and Snake Dowager was cut off by the contract seal cast by Hyojin. Following that, the huge Snake Dowager turned into white smoke with a dull thud and returned to the Ryuchi Grotto. Without Snake Dowager, the two who were standing on top of the Snake Dowager fell from the sky and stood firmly on the ground. Orochimaru, who had recovered from his shock, glanced at the contract seal on his chest indifferently and said coldly, "Contract seal, huh? Humph, it seems that you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." For Orochimaru, it wasn't difficult to remove the contract seal. However, if he wanted to communicate with Snake Dowager again, he would have to make a trip to the Ryuchi Grotto. However, this wasn't what he was concerned about. What he really cared about was the inexplicable suction force. This feeling was exactly the same as when he encountered Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Hyojin was panting lightly. In order to avoid Snake Dowager's attack, he suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Rain Pull, he would have been crushed into a pile of meat by Snake Dowager. As for the Bagwazang's secret technique, vacuum palm, he naturally made it up. His goal was to conceal rotation's manipulation. For this reason, he purposely assumed a soft fist stance. Before he used it, he even made a few hand seals. The reason why Hyojin did this was mainly because Orochimaru had an inexplicable desire to possess the pupil Kekii, so he couldn't reveal the Tenseigan in front of Orochimaru. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have his eyes on him. At that time, not to mention continuing to cooperate, Orochimaru might even use the Akatsuki to deal with him. Orochimaru asked, "Is that a secret technique of your Hyuga family?" Hyojin nodded, "Yes. I don't know why, but that technique reminded me of a person." After a pause, Orochimaru continued, "A person with Rinnegan." Hyojin deliberately said, "Rinnegan? The eyes of Sage of Six Paths? Didn't you attack him? That kind of treasure should be what you yearn for even in your dreams." Orochimaru's face sank, but he didn't say anything. Kuroto smiled and said, "Let's stop here. If you continue, I won't be able to handle it." Orochimaru said coldly, "I'm not willing to give up until I see your artificial tailed beast." After that, Orochimaru said while making hand seals, "Speaking of which, after learning this technique, I haven't used it many times. This time, I will try it on you." On a big tree far away from the battlefield, Yamato was squatting on a branch with a solemn face. Next to him stood several thin figures. These children were the orange-haired Yugo, the white-haired Kimimaro, and the weak-looking Haku. Looking at the distance, Kimimaro said, "We should go help Orochimaru-sama." Yamato shook his head. Orochimaru-sama said that we are not allowed to intervene. Yugo sighed, "The opponent is so strong that he can fight with Orochimaru-sama to this degree, it's really incredible." Haku nodded with lingering fear. Just now, if Yamato didn't use wood release to protect them, they would have been smashed into meat paste by the snake. Kimimaro asked, "Why did Orochimaru-sama's beast suddenly disappear?" It was obvious that no one present could answer his question. At this time, Yamato pointed at the distant battlefield, "Look." Such an incomparably huge monster had far exceeded the limits of the few imps' imagination. While they were shocked, their bodies instinctively trembled. Haku asked in a trembling voice, What is that?" Even Yamato, the oldest among them, couldn't answer Haku's question. This question confused him and made him feel at a loss. Yugo stared at the eight-headed snake in the distance and said with uncertainty, "I can feel the presence of Orochimaru-sama from that monster." "What?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they heard this. Yugo carefully sensed and confirmed, there is indeed a bit of Orochimaru-sama's presence. Yugo's perception wasn't the perception ninjutsu of perception-type ninjas. It was a more primitive perception that was closer to nature. Therefore, his perception wasn't based on chakras attribute but on the presence of nature. Kimimaro couldn't believe it and said, "Is that Orochimaru-sama?" Yamato stood up and said, "Whether that is Orochimaru-sama or not, I believe that Orochimaru-sama won't be defeated. However, we should retreat further." On the battlefield, Hyojin raised his head and looked at the enormous eight-headed snake. His face darkened. Obviously, this was one of Orochimaru's strongest forbidden techniques, the Yamata no Jutsu. It was a forbidden technique that could rival the tailed beast. In the original world, Orochimaru had used this technique against Itachi, but it was easily defeated by Itachi's Jutsu. His whole body was even sucked into the sealed world of the Jutsu. However, this didn't mean that the Yamata no Jutsu was weak. After all, Nagato, who was almost at his peak strength in the Edo Tensei state, could easily crush Naruto and Chilibai, who were both perfect Jinchuriki. However, he still couldn't resist the seal of the Jutsu. Hugh, after letting out a light breath, Hyojin slowly raised his hand and began to form a seal. Since he can't use the Tenseigan chakra mode to deal with Orochimaru, then he can only use the power of the dragon vein. Therefore, he converged all divergent thoughts and abandoned all thoughts that had nothing to do with fighting. As the seals were completed, he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon vein seal, release." In a split second, the dragon vein chakra gushed out of his body. The thick chakra transformed into a purplish-green dragon that hovered above his head. One of the 8-headed serpents had opened its mouth, revealing half of Orochimaru's body. At this time Orochimaru looked wet, and his body was wrapped in sticky mucus, like a newborn baby. He looked at Hyojin, who had opened the seal of the dragon vein, licked his lips with his slender tongue, and said in a playful tone, "TSK, is this the dragon vein chakra? It's really fascinating." Hyojin's expression gradually calmed down. He watched Orochimaru vigilantly while monitoring the dragon vein in his body. The biggest flaw of the artificial tailed beast was its instability. Even the second-generation leader Naruto couldn't solve this problem, so the village sealed the artificial tailed beast plan. Therefore, after Hyojin became the dragon vein's Jinchuriki, he has been using the dragon vein in his body as a battery and has never directly driven the dragon vein to fight. First, it was to cover up the dragon vein. Second, it was to prevent the dragon vein from going berserk. At this point, if Hyojin didn't use the power of the dragon vein, Orochimaru would be even more suspicious. As more and more dragon vein chakra gushed out of Hyojin's body, the purple dragon above Hyojin's head quickly expanded. Gradually, the size of the purple dragon was comparable to the size of Orochi. Under the wrapping of the dragon vein chakra, Hyojin's body slowly floated in the air. Driving the dragon vein is similar to driving the tailed beast to fight. Hyojin doesn't need to absorb the dragon vein chakra into his body to use ninjutsu, he only needs to order the dragon vein to fight on its own. So no matter how many dragon vein chakra erupts, he doesn't have to worry about his body being attacked by the natural energy. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is to make sure that the dragon vein doesn't go berserk. So, the two behemoths confronted each other from afar. Every time the purple dragon grew bigger, Orochimaru's expression became more serious. When the purple dragon was about the same size as Orochimaru's face was no longer playful. Instead, it was replaced by a look of fear. Orochimaru said coldly, "Kuroto, let me have a taste of your artificial tailed beast." After saying that, the 8 snakeheads of Orochi rushed towards Hyojin's purple dragon like a heavy hammer. Whoosh, the 8 snakeheads, which were the size of a hill, attacked quickly and violently. Just the wind alone was comparable to several grade A wind release ninjutsu. So, accompanied by the attack of Orochi, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the forest. The wind was so strong that it uprooted a large number of trees, while floating in the air with the help of the Ryumyaku chakra. Suijin's pupils shrank slightly, and his face sank as he channeled the Ryumyaku chakra to meet Yamada no Orochi head-on. In an instant, the white body of Yamada no Orochi and the cyan-purple chakra dragon were entangled together. This was a real battle between the two monsters. The momentum was far greater than the previous raging of the 1,000 snakes in the forest. With just a few rolls, a large area of the forest was razed to the ground. Orochi entangled the purple dragon like an octopus. The 8 snakeheads bit the body of the purple dragon, and the purple dragon tore off one of the snakeheads. Puff, the snakehead immediately spat out a huge amount of blood, like blood rain, splashing into the forest. However, after a while, the snakehead that was torn off by the purple dragon grew again. At first glance, it was almost no different from before. If it wasn't for the strong smell of blood in the air, the scene of the severed head just now would have seemed like an illusion. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Kuroto, why don't you use the real body? You should have created the body of the artificial tailed beast." Hyojin did not answer and urged the dragon vein with a sullen face. At the beginning of the design, Hyojin did not expect to use the dragon vein in battle. So, when it was shaped, the appearance of the dragon vein was slightly funny. This was also one of the reasons why he was reluctant to use the real body of the dragon vein in battle. However, the more important reason was that he did not want to damage the purple clay body of the dragon vein in battle, causing the dragon vein to go berserk. One purple and one white, the two monsters chased and fought in the forest. Everywhere they went, they would set off endless smoke and stirred up the forest. Swish swish swish, the blue-purple dragon swept its tail, rolled up more than a dozen trees and threw them at Orochi no Orochi. The 7 heads of Orochi no Orochi opened their bloody mouths and chewed all the trees flying towards them into pieces, and the snake head with half of Orochimaru's body in its mouth stood far away. Orochimaru, who was hiding in the mouth of the snake, had regained his playful expression at this time, as if he was going to eat Hyojin. Hyojin immediately urged the dragon vein to rush over. It was just a crisscross, and in the smoke and dust, half of the snake head flew out with blood splashing in the sky. At the moment of the crisscross just now, the blue-purple dragon tore off a snake head, and the remaining snake head tore off a lot of chakra from the blue-purple dragon. While flying, Hyojin slightly curled his lips. Being accustomed to the free flight of the Tenseigan chakra mode, now the flight wrapped in the Ryumyaku chakra is as awkward as it can be. Not only is it awkward, but in terms of speed, it is far less than the flight of the Tenseigan chakra mode, so it is more accurate to use the word flying. TSK, he entered the field he is best at. After a light sigh, Hyojin once again urged the dragon vein to fight with Orochi no Orochi. Orochimaru is best at this kind of stalemate, because of the terrifying regenerative ability of Orochi no Jutsu. It is not inferior to the tailed beast in hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, if there is a lack of a finishing move, no matter who it is, facing Orochimaru's Orochi no Jutsu will be a headache. The fight continued, and the entire forest was almost destroyed by the two monsters in a short period of time. As they fought, neither of them dared to be distracted. Only when he heard a weak cry for help did Hyojin notice a small figure hanging on a tree branch not far away. He looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that the small figure was a 4- or 5-year-old child with a delicate face and a thin body. Below them, Yamato used his wood release to create a shield to protect the other 2 children. Hyojin's figure flashed, and he flew to the tree branch, picked up the child hanging on it, and then landed in front of Yamato and the others. Yamato hurriedly stood up and shouted, "You! What do you want to do?" Now he knew that the boy in front of him, who was only a few years older than him, was a powerful ninja comparable to Orochimaru. Kimimaro and Yugo, who were protected by Yamato, rushed out and shouted, "Put Haku down!" Bye. Slightly startled, Hyojin threw the child in his hand to Yamato and said, "Why don't you guys hide further away?" Yamato felt helpless when he heard that. They had tried their best to avoid the 2 monsters, but the movement speed of the 2 monsters and the range of the battle were far beyond their imagination. So even though they wanted to escape long ago, they were still affected by the battle. At this time, Yamata no Orochi rushed over, and Orochimaru, who was hiding in the mouth of the snake, also noticed Yamato and the others. Hyojin said lightly, "Orochimaru, you can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. Is there any need to continue such a boring battle?" Orochimaru glanced at Yamato and the others who were close to Hyojin and thought for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, "Kuroto, your artificial tailed beast really opened my eyes." Hyojin said calmly, "Orochimaru, not only did you save my life, but you also taught me. I will never forget this, so we shouldn't be enemies." Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "It seems that I'm not much worse than Jiraiya with a student like you." After saying that, Orochimaru released the Yamata no Jutsu. This time, Orochimaru felt that he had figured out the details of Hyojin. In his opinion, Hyojin indeed had the strength to cooperate with him on an equal footing, but not to the point where he could threaten him. In short, he felt that he could still control Hyojin. Seeing that Orochimaru released the Yamata no Jutsu, Hyojin quickly resealed the dragon vein into his body. In the fierce battle just now, the dragon vein was on the verge of going berserk several times. This is not to say that the dragon vein's origin is rejecting Hyojin, but because the dragon vein's chakra's amount is too large, so once the dragon vein is used without restrictions, the dragon vein will always be on the verge of going berserk. So on the surface, Hyojin looks like a real Jinchuriki, and it seems that he didn't consume much energy during the fierce battle. But in fact, he used the Tenseigan chakra in his body several times to suppress the dragon vein that was on the verge of going berserk. If the battle continues, he will definitely be the first to collapse. Looking at the messy and devastated forest, and glancing at the calm Orochimaru, Hyojin couldn't help but think, to deal with Orochimaru, I really need to use Genjutsu. The facts in front of him once again proved that to deal with Orochimaru, Genjutsu are time-consuming and laborious choices, only Genjutsu is the most effective. This also reminded Hyojin of Itachi. The biggest difference between Itachi and other Uchiha is that he will never underestimate his opponent, and he will never fight unprepared. In this regard, even Jishui is slightly inferior, because Jishui once lost one of his eyes to Danzo because of carelessness. Orochimaru walked out of the forest at this time, and as he walked, he asked casually, "You came to see me this time, there must be something important, right?" Hyojin chuckled and followed him. "There are some experimental things that I really need your help with." Looking at the two people who were fighting to death just now, and in the blink of an eye, they were talking and laughing side by side, Yamato and the other children were all stunned. Haku said with lingering fear, "I thought I was going to die just now." Yugo asked curiously, "Who is he?" Yamato introduced, "His name is Hyojin, he is a Mai ninja, and it seems that he is also a student of Orochimaru-sama." "So he is a student of Orochimaru-sama?" Kimimara's eyes stared at Hyojin as he secretly swore in his heart, "Hyojin, one day I will definitely surpass you, Orochimaru-sama's eyes belong to me." After regaining his senses, Yamato looked at everyone and asked, "None of you are injured, right?" On Hyojin's side, after a few words, he asked, "You should have seen Hirako recently, right?" Orochimaru immediately stopped and stared at Suijin with a piercing gaze. "How did you know?" "It's going to be published tomorrow, and I'm feeling really uneasy. First of all, I want to thank the readers who have been with me for the past 2 months. Thank you for your support. It's because of your support that this novel can reach where it is today, step by step. Next, I want to thank the editor, Wakaba-san. Thank you, Wakaba-san, for your support, allowing this novel to be read by more readers. Publishing is the most important step to determine whether a novel has value or not. So, I'm shamelessly asking for a round of subscriptions, begging for an initial subscription. I sincerely hope that everyone can help me make this novel more valuable, so that my efforts can be recognized and the results can be better. To be honest, I'm feeling like I'm waiting for the results of the college entrance examination. I'm worried about gains and losses, and I have a lot of things to say in my heart, but I don't know what to say." Writing. Orochimaru carefully looked at Hyojin for a while, seemingly judging something, and finally turned his head and said, "Not long ago, Hirako also joined my organization." Hyojin pretended to be casual, "I didn't expect him to join as well." Orochimaru snorted lightly, "He doesn't have the right to choose, and it's not a bad thing for him." After thinking for a while, Hyojin tentatively asked, "Orochimaru-sama, I heard that Hirako has mastered a very practical taboo jutsu, is this rumor true?" Glancing at Hyojin, Orochimaru said with great interest, "So, this is what you're interested in?" "Heh, I really can't hide anything from you." Since Orochimaru has seen through him, Hyojin no longer concealed it, and said bluntly, "Yes, I'm very interested in his taboo jutsu." Orochimaru stopped and looked into the distance, as if he was recalling something. After a while, he slowly said, "Hirako is my peer, I'm sure you already know this. His aptitude is the most mediocre among his peers, so the taboo jutsu he developed is a kind of taboo jutsu that can plunder other people's Kekkei Genkai. That kind of thing shouldn't be attractive to geniuses like you." To some extent, Orochimaru and Hirako are the same kind of people. But compared to Hirako, who is mediocre and often ignored, Orochimaru has a very high talent in ninjutsu. Later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were selected by the 3 generations Naruto and became the direct disciples of the 3 generations Naruto. And Hirako, who was a close friend of Orochimaru during their school days, eventually drifted away from them. But even the extremely talented Orochimaru, after reaching his current realm, is aware of the insurmountable gap between a ninja without Kekkei Genkai and a ninja with Kekkei Genkai. That was why Orochimaru was so obsessed with the forbidden technique that he single-handedly developed the undead reincarnation that allowed him to plunder other people's bodies and Kekkei Genkai. At the same time, he also began to understand Hirako's ambition and struggle hidden beneath his humble and lowly heart. Every time he was praised as a genius by true geniuses, Hyojin would feel a little uncomfortable. He smiled and said, I feel that his forbidden art has great potential. Orochimaru collected his thoughts and asked, you want the technique of Onigiri? Hyojin nodded lightly. Although he had a casual smile on his face, his eyes were abnormally firm. He needed the Guayero technique. This was his opportunity to become a god. That spell is only half finished. No one's body can withstand that kind of burden. After a pause, Orochimaru chuckled and said, if anyone's body can withstand that kind of burden, then he wouldn't need this kind of nondescript technique. Regarding Orochimaru's evaluation, Hyojin agreed with half of it, while the other half didn't agree. With Hiriko's crude method, it is true that no one's body can withstand the burden of fusion. Even if Hiriko transformed his body, he still ended up looking like neither a human nor a ghost. Therefore, on this point, Orochimaru's evaluation is pertinent. But Orochimaru obviously underestimated Hiriko's talent. Hiriko may not have the talent to become a ninja, but he is definitely not inferior to Orochimaru in terms of scientific research. In Kuroto's memory, Hiriko had successfully absorbed 4 types of Kekii using the Chimara technique. Although he had failed at the last step and failed to absorb Kakashi, but with 4 types of Kekii, his combat power was already above ordinary Kage ranks. The elites of the Anbu couldn't even resist a single move from him, and an elite Jonin like Kakashi, who can become a candidate for Naruto, can't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Hyojin asked, what if he solved the problem of the burden on his body? Orochimaru replied in an unusually positive tone, all forbidden arts have their limits, he won't be able to complete the last step. Hyojin thought to himself, yes, but who would have thought that he would use the power of celestial phenomenon to complete the last step with the help of the Golden Ring solar eclipse? Hyojin has already felt that Orochimaru doesn't care much about the technique of Onigiri. Of course, there are some flaws in the technique of Onigiri, but more than that, it may be because of Orochimaru's arrogance. Perhaps in Orochimaru's mind, Hiriko will always be a head lower than him, and nobody that he has left far behind. But Hyojin knows that Hiriko is a scientific research genius that is not inferior to Orochimaru. Just like Orochimaru, what he lacks is broadening his horizons. Taking the Onigiri technique as an example, the brutal fusion can indeed achieve the goal of plundering the opponent's bloodline to a certain extent, but it is only a fusion of quantity. Even if you pay the price of transforming your body into a monster, it only accumulates quantity, but there is no qualitative improvement. This is also the reason why Hiriko, who has fused 4 types of Kekii Genkai, lost to Naruto. His Hell Release is effective against ordinary ninjas, but once he encounters a powerful ninjutsu like the Helix Shuriken, it immediately shows its weakness. And in the shinobi world, there are many techniques that are more powerful than the Helix Shuriken. Without a qualitative improvement, once you encounter an extraordinarily powerful enemy, not to mention 4 types of Kekii Genkai, even 4 types of Kekii Genkai would be useless. But it is undeniable that Hiriko's original intention of creating the Onigiri technique was a genius idea. From this idea, Hyojin got an inspiration. The most magical thing about the Onigiri technique is that it can be fused with Kekii Genkai, in other words, it can be fused with the chakra attribute, but its weakness is that the fusion is too rough and too brutal. For any living creature, the fusion between the body and the soul is of utmost importance. Just like the Edo Tensei, with different sacrifices, the strength of the ninja after the Edo Tensei is completely different. This is also the reason why during the 4th Shinobi World War, the 4 Naruto shinobi, who used the White Zetsu's clone as a sacrifice, were able to display close to their peak strength. But the Onigiri technique not only destroys the fusion between the body and the soul, but also destroys the balance of the body itself, which is why even if Hiriko fused 4 types of Kekii Genkai, he still couldn't obtain a qualitative improvement. Hyojin, on the other hand, thought of a way to circumvent this weakness of the Onigiri technique. Since the fusion method of the Guayero technique was too crude, then he would use cloning technology to clone a clone that was completely compatible with him. Then, he would use the Guayero technique to fuse these clones that originally belonged to him. This way, he could avoid the flaw of the Guayero technique. Therefore, Hyojin had to build a huge laboratory for this purpose. He needed to create a water escape clone, a fire escape clone, an earth escape clone, a wind escape clone, a lightning escape clone, and a yang escape clone that represented a celestial body. This road will be extremely difficult, but in order to reach the pinnacle, Hyojin has no regrets. Even if there are many difficulties and obstacles on the road, he will overcome them and walk to the end. So, Kuroto pondered for a moment and asked, Orochimaru-sama, can you help me get the Chimera technique? Orochimaru's indifferent attitude towards the Chimera technique is a good thing for Kuroto. The more Orochimaru doesn't care about the Chimera technique, the lower the cost for Kuroto to obtain the Chimera technique. Orochimaru seems to have a plan, and said with a smile, I can help you get this technique, but what can you do for me? Hyojin's brows wrinkled slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Orochimaru said meaningfully, I heard that the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jishui, has also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and he is a companion of your Umbu squad? You want to seize Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan? Hyojin was a little surprised. He thought that the person Orochimaru wants him to help deal with is Uchiha Shinichi, but he never thought that Orochimaru is targeting another Manjikyu Sharingan possessor. Orochimaru didn't deny it, and just raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. In an instant, the scene of Orochimaru having his will modified by Kotoama Tsukumi and then becoming a loyal dog of Konoha flashed in Suijin's mind, and then the scene of Orochimaru becoming a loyal dog of Konoha flashed in his mind. After driving this absurd scene out of his mind, Hyojin said helplessly, Orochimaru-sama, I advise you to dispel this idea. Orochimaru didn't get angry, but asked casually, why? I know the strength of Uchiha Jishui better than anyone, even if the two of us join forces, we are not his opponent. After a pause, Hyojin smiled bitterly and said, I advise you to give up, I just don't want to accompany you to death. In order to enhance his persuasiveness, Hyojin briefly described Jishui's performance in the conflict between Cloud Village and Mai. Of course, he also counted part of his achievements to Jishui. Anyway, in front of 3 generations, Jishui admitted it. Even if Orochimaru has other spies in the village, the information he found will not be different from what Hyojin said. After listening to Hyojin's words, Orochimaru didn't show any surprise. Obviously, he has done a detailed investigation on Jishui, and he has more or less heard some of Jishui's achievements, but not as detailed as Hyojin said. Seeing Orochimaru silent, Hyojin said, once Uchiha and others awaken their Manjikyu Sharingan, they will not be so easy to deal with, so before you make a move, it is better to investigate their Manjikyu Sharingan ability first, otherwise. Suijin deliberately stopped halfway through his words. There is no need to make things too clear when talking to a smart person. Orochimaru didn't feel depressed at all. Instead, like a snake that has found its prey, his eyes showed a heart-palpitating fanaticism, his slender tongue licked around his lips, and smiled grimly, Kuroto, are you looking down on me? Hyojin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Orochimaru obviously didn't take Hyojin's persuasion to heart, or in other words, with his obsession with Kekkei Genkai, he won't take anyone's persuasion to heart. Whether it is Jishui or Shinichi, one of them must have become his target. But it is also ridiculous to say that Orochimaru's target is precisely Uchiha, who restrains him the most. Whether it is Jishui or Shinichi, they are first-class Genjutsu masters, coupled with the Manjikyu Sharingan, Orochimaru is no different from Itachi. Moreover, compared to Itachi, who is more restrained, Jishui who has Kotoama Tsukumi, and Shinichi who can use Susanoo are obviously more dangerous. Hyojin knows the truth of moderation, so he didn't waste any more words to persuade Orochimaru. In his opinion, Orochimaru won't change his mind without suffering some hardships. Not long after, Hyojin followed Orochimaru to another secret base. After rummaging through the database, Orochimaru took out a scroll and threw it to Hyojin. Hyojin spread out the scroll and took a closer look, and found that the scroll recorded the information he needed most about cell cultivation and cell cloning. Quickly putting away the scroll, Hyojin sincerely thanked Kuroto, "Thank you very much." Orochimaru didn't care too much and said in a hoarse voice, "If you want to do living experiments, supporting equipment is essential, but I won't prepare these for you. How can I let you worry about the equipment?" With a smile, Hyojin asked again, "What about the Chimera technique?" Orochimaru looked at Hyojin and said with an evil smile, "When you investigate the ability of Uchiha Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan, come to me again." Hyojin pondered for a moment, then nodded. At present, Kuroto is not sure whether Hirako has developed the chimera technique to its limit or not. After all, when Hirako tried to complete the last step of fusion in the original spacetime continuum, it was almost 15 years later. God knows to what extent Hirako would have perfected the technique of chimera in the past 15 years, so even if Kuroto managed to obtain the current version of the technique of chimera, as Orochimaru said, it would only be a semi-finished product that can't even be used. Therefore, Kuroto is not too anxious to obtain the chimera technique. The main purpose of his visit to Orochimaru this time is to obtain the information about human cloning, and to confirm whether Hirako is alive or dead, and he has achieved both of these purposes. But before leaving, Hyojin suddenly had a new idea, so he said to Orochimaru, "Those children from before, they don't seem to be simple." Orochimaru squinted his eyes and glanced at Hyojin. Among those children, except for Haku, they are all his exclusive objects, and he will never share them with others. Hyojin smiled and said, "The child named Haku, I think he is very interesting. I want to take him back to the village. I hope you can allow me to do so." Orochimaru was startled. He seemed a little surprised that Hyojin chose Haku. Among the four of them, Yamato, Yugo, Kimimaro, and Haku, the most inconspicuous one is undoubtedly Haku, so Orochimaru thought that Hyojin would choose one of the three, but he didn't expect that Hyojin would choose Haku. Orochimaru knows that Hyojin will not speak without thinking, so he thought to himself, "Is there something special about Haku that I haven't discovered?" Hyojin was walking slowly in the forest, followed by a thin man. Haku's bright eyes glanced at Suijin's back from time to time, and after a few hesitations, he finally mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Kuroto-sama, where are you taking me?" At this moment, Hyojin's mind was full of the next step of the experiment, so he casually replied, "My village." Haku lowered his head and murmured, "My village." Haku didn't have any concept of my village. He couldn't even imagine what my village was like, so he was a little anxious at the moment. Sensing Haku's anxiety, Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, you won't be in danger." Haku asked weakly, Can I still see Yugo and the others?" Although they haven't been together for a long time, Haku has become friends with Yugo and Kimimaro, who are the same age as him. So, he was at a loss to leave his friends. Kuroto rubbed Haku's head gently, then looked into the distance and said a little absent-mindedly, "If everything goes well, maybe you will be able to see them again in a few months." They didn't spend too much time on the road. Hyojin led Haku back to the village, but he didn't take Haku back to his home. Instead, he placed Haku in the secret laboratory that Orochimaru had left for him. The equipment in the secret laboratory has been transferred by Hyojin to his own laboratory, so with a little modification, it became an underground residence. As a shinobi village, Mai's interrogation of outsiders is very strict. Even children are no exception, not to mention that Haku isn't an ordinary child, he has the ice-release Kekkei Genkai, so if Hyojin directly brought Haku back to his home, once it was discovered, Hyojin would be in trouble. After settling Haku down, Hyojin first went back to his home and recalled the shadow clone that was left at home. Through the memories passed back by the shadow clone, Hyojin learned that nothing major happened in the village during this time, but it is said that the peace negotiations with Cloud Village that have been deadlocked for more than half a year seem to have made some progress recently. In addition, the Uchiha clan seemed to be secretly searching for the whereabouts of Uchiha Shinichi. As for their purpose of doing so, the rumors had yet to come to a conclusion. Bang! At that moment, white smoke suddenly rose from the house. Then, an orange lucky pill appeared in front of Hyojin. The moneymaker pill licked its paw leisurely. "Meow, 1,000 yuan. Thank you." Hyojin immediately paid and took the scroll. For some reason, Uchiha and Shinichi had not contacted him recently, which made him feel a little uneasy. Now that he had received a message, he was slightly relieved. After opening the scroll, a line of words was reflected in Kuroto's eyes. "That guy called Shino is really good at hiding. It took me more than a month to catch him. Do you know what his true identity is? Oh, you may not believe it, but that guy turned out to be the leader of the Konoha village. You can't believe it. I used Genjutsu to torture a secret. That guy actually wanted to make an artificial tailed beast and then counterattack my..." "Haha, that's ridiculous, who would want to make an artificial tailed beast?" Hyojin took a deep breath as he put away the scroll and said to himself, "Don't be angry, don't be angry, this guy is a psychopath, I won't lower myself to his level." Every time Uchiha Shinichi sends a message, he looks like a chatterbox, but he is actually not like that. Every time he sends a message, he says a lot of things, not only to convey the news of the Akatsuki to Hyojin, but also to vent his own repressed emotions. In the Akatsuki, he disguised himself all the time and couldn't tell anyone the truth, so sending messages to Hyojin became the only way for him to speak freely. After dealing with the trivial matters, Hyojin came to his secret laboratory. As soon as he entered the laboratory, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets greeted him, "Master." Since the laboratory was built, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets were left in the laboratory by Hyojin to guard the place 24 hours a day, so even if he is not in the village, the safety of the laboratory is guaranteed. Outside the Forest of Death, my Jonin Mizuki said to the 3 people around him, "You 3 listen carefully, this task is not easy, if you are not careful, you will lose your life." Daima held his head with his hands and muttered with a blade of grass in his mouth, "What, isn't it just driving a wild boar, what's the big deal?" Xianxia, who had 2 braided braids, also said, "Teacher Shui Wu Yue, you underestimate us too much. It's just a wild boar. Do you think it can kill us?" Without saying a word, Itachi studied the map of the Forest of Death carefully. Shui Wu Yue held his forehead with one hand and said with a slight headache, "Didn't I tell you earlier? That's not an ordinary wild boar, it's a ninja pig." Ninja pig. When he first saw the mission description, Shui Wu Yue did not pay much attention to it. He thought it was just a simple mission to train the tacit understanding between team members, but after asking around, he found out that this mission was not simple. An extremely powerful wild boar appeared in the Forest of Death at some point in time. It quickly became the overlord of the Forest of Death and severely affected the ecological balance in the forest. One must know that the Forest of Death is not an ordinary forest, but an actual combat exercise ground that might specially operated to imitate the ecology of the wild, so if the wild boar continues to wreak havoc, the Forest of Death will soon no longer be suitable as a combat ground for genin. Seeing that Tian Ma and Xianxia didn't seem to care, Shui Wuiwe shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's go." In his opinion, although this mission is a bit tricky, he is a jonin after all. No matter how powerful the ninja pig is, the team should not have any accidents. Moreover, there was an outstanding junior like Itachi in the team. In the secret laboratory, Hyojin stared at the 2 large nutrition tanks and sighed silently. In each of the 2 large nutrition tanks, there is a deformed clone soaked in the nutrient solution. These 2 clones were an attempt made by Hyojin before he went to see Orochimaru. However, just by looking at their distorted and deformed appearance, it is obvious that the 2 clones have completely failed. Hyojin quickly adjusted his state of mind, took out the experiment records, and checked them line by line. Failure is not terrible, but if you can't learn from failure, then it is too terrible, so Hyojin must figure out what went wrong in this attempt. At this time, the laboratory slightly shook. Clang, clang, several shurikens, accompanied by a gust of wind, flew straight at the wild boar. However, after hitting the body of the wild boar, the shurikens bounced off with a metallic sound. It was as if what was shot was not a wild boar, but a lump of iron. Roar, the wild boar blew hot air from its nose and let out an angry growl. There is no doubt that although the shurikens didn't hurt the wild boar, they annoyed it. Tenma saw that the situation was not right and said, "Hey, this guy's skin is too hard." The leader of the Jonin team leader Minatsuki quickly shouted, "Be careful, it's coming." As soon as Minatsuki's voice fell, the wild boar rushed towards the team of 4, its momentum was so fierce that it even set off smoke and dust along the way, like a speeding train. Fire release, great fireball technique. At this moment, Itachi used the fire release ninjutsu passed down in his family. Whoosh, the huge fireball instantly drowned the wild boar, but before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge black shadow came out of the flames and rushed straight at them. The leader of the Jonin team leader Minatsuki held Shinko and flashed to a big tree, while Itachi also pulled the stunned Tenma to hide to the side. Bang, the wild boar that failed to hit the target hit a big tree, and with a muffled sound, the big tree fell to the ground, looking at the big tree that 2 or 3 people couldn't even hug with their arms open, and it was hit by the wild boar. not to mention Tenma and Shinko. Even the leader of the Jonin team leader Minatsuki was surprised. Shinko's teeth chattered, and she said, "Sensei, let's go back first." Tenma also echoed, "This is not a wild boar, it's simply a monster." The wild boar that had just knocked down a big tree shook its head, and its long nose sprayed hot air again, then it aimed at Itachi and Tenma who had fallen on the ground, and rushed over again. Itachi opened his Sharingan and shouted, "Genjutsu!" As Itachi cast the Genjutsu, the wild boar in the collision staggered a few steps, and then fell to the ground. Shinko saw this, jumped down from the tree, and cheered, "Wow," as expected of Itachi. Shui Wuiwe also landed beside Itachi and patted his shoulder, "Good job." Just as the few of them were celebrating the completion of the mission, the wild boar that had fainted not too long ago stood up unsteadily and pounced on the defenseless group again. "Oh no, everyone be careful." By the time Itachi noticed the wild boar charging at him, the wild boar was already within reach. The leader of the Jonin team, Kuroto Minazuki, turned around and was immediately startled. At this time it was too late for him to do anything else, so he could only open his arms to protect the students behind him. Tian Ma's face was filled with fear while Xianxia closed her eyes in fear. Swoosh, suddenly, a crisp whistle came from the forest. When the wild boar heard the whistle, it stopped and turned its head to look in the direction of the whistle. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the forest. Itachi looked in the direction of the voice and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Jing." The figure that came out of the forest was none other than Hyojin. He put his hands in his pockets and walked over leisurely, his eyes looking back and forth at the wild boar. Seeing that it was Hyojin, the wild boar intimately leaned over. Looking at the wild boar that has exceeded 2 meters in height, Hyojin said in amazement, "No way, I haven't seen you for only half a year, how did you grow so big?" The last time he saw the wild boar, it was only up to Hyojin's waist, but now it is taller than Hyojin. Itachi walked over and asked, "Kuroto-senpai, is this ninja boar your ninja beast?" Hyojin was a little startled, and immediately smiled and said, "Kind of." Itachi suddenly understood, no wonder it is so powerful, it turns out to be your ninja beast. Itachi's team leader Sui Wuyue also came over and said with a smile, "My name is Sui Wuyue, I am Itachi's team leader, it was really thanks to you just now." Hyojin asked Sui Wuyue why he fought with the wild boar, and after learning that the wild boar has become a tyrant in the Forest of Death, seriously destroying the ecological balance of the Forest of Death, Hyojin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hyojin didn't expect that his casual actions at the beginning would cultivate such an arrogant ninja boar. After pondering for a while, Hyojin said to Sui Wuyue, "You can rest assured, I will drive it out of the Forest of Death." This wild boar obviously can't stay in the Forest of Death, otherwise, there will be my ninjas coming to drive it away every 2 or 3 days, and then Hyojin's experiment won't be able to continue. After sending away Sui Wuyue's team, Hyojin walked around the wild boar. To be honest, the potential of this wild boar is somewhat beyond his expectations. He is now very curious about the extent to which this wild boar can grow in the future, so he decided to sign a contract with this wild boar and accept it as his summon beast. Perhaps because of the residual Tenseigan chakra in its body, the wild boar didn't resist Hyojin at all and smoothly became his summon beast. After receiving the wild boar as a summon beast, Hyojin sent it out of the Forest of Death. Right now, he didn't have the energy to train this wild boar bit by bit, so he directly sent the wild boar to the endless forest of the Country of Fire, letting the wild boar grow freely. As for how far it could grow in the future, it was up to the heavens. After dealing with the matter of the wild boar, Hyojin immediately returned to the laboratory. The failure of the first cloning attempt made him understand that he is still a novice in the field of cloning, so he didn't rush to clone again. Instead, he studied the cloning technology he got from Orochimaru while reviewing the various mistakes he made in his first attempt. Perhaps because of the development of the undead reincarnation forbidden technique, Orochimaru has an extremely deep accumulation in anatomy, human structure, organ transplantation, and so on. Just by flipping through the scroll he got from Orochimaru, Hyojin learned a lot. Soon, with the in-depth study, he began to realize that he made a lot of low-level mistakes in his first attempt, many of which were fatal enough to lead to the failure of the cloning. So, while summarizing the previous mistakes, Hyojin began to plan the next step of the experiment. With the current equipment in his laboratory, he can barely try the cloning experiment of the water clone. The reason why he chose to clone the water clone is because the water clone is the most stable type of clone. At the same time, it is also the one with the highest theoretical success rate among the 6 types of clones. The other 4 types, such as the fire clone, thunder clone, earth clone, and wind clone, either require additional equipment or their state is unstable, so the success rate is not high. As for the yang clone that represents the immortal body, at the moment, Hyojin doesn't even have a clue. In Hyojin's experiment plan, the main part of the water clone was still his own cells. However, the cells had to be filtered through a few machines to remove the chakra attribute. Then, 1% of Bai's cells would be added. Bai possessed the ice escape blood inheritance. Therefore, the chakra attribute in Bai's cells was mainly water escape followed by wind escape. Once the Haku cell tissue is injected into the clone body, it can be used to change the chakra attribute of the entire clone body to the water attribute with the help of the high concentration of water release chakra contained in the Haku cell tissue. There were 2 difficulties in the entire plan. Firstly, how to filter out the yin attribute chakra in his own cells. Secondly, how to solve the rejection reaction after Bai's cells were injected into the clone. Hyojin could not do much about the first difficulty. He could only filter the yin attribute chakra through advanced equipment such as the centrifuge. If the number of filtrations was not enough, the yin attribute chakra would be left in the cells. If the number of filtrations was too high, the activity of the cells would be greatly reduced. Nobody could tell Hyojin how to control the degree of filtration. He could only confirm it through experiments. As for the second difficulty, he could only rely on luck. After all, there was a certain degree of uncertainty in the rejection reaction. Sometimes it would be strong, and sometimes it would be weak. As the experiment plan was perfected step by step, Hyojin's water clone was activated immediately. First, he placed his own cell tissues in 100 small petri dishes. Then, he filtered them one by one with different steps and intensity through a centrifuge filter. This step was painstaking work. Hyojin only managed to complete it after 3 days of hard work. Eventually, out of the 100 small petri dishes, only 6 of them had the yin attribute chakra completely removed. Meanwhile, the rest of the cells either had the yin attribute chakra or had completely lost their activity. Hence, they were no longer suitable for cloning. After observing the final 6 petri dishes through a high-precision microscope, Hyojin realized that the cells in the 6 petri dishes were more or less damaged. However, the damage was still within the acceptable range. Subsequently, Hyojin extracted a portion of the cells from Bai's body. The ice escape bloodline limit was the product of the fusion of the water chakra and the wind chakra. In other words, Haku's ancestor must have been a powerful ninja who had developed water release to the extreme and fused it with wind release. This ninja's ability to fuse water attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra was deeply engraved in his genes, passed down from generation to generation, and finally formed Haku's ice release bloodline clan. Therefore, although Haku is still just a skinny child, the water attribute chakra contained in his cells is extraordinary. At least ordinary water attribute ninjas are far inferior to him. After injecting the same amount of Byakugan's cell tissue into the 6 petri dishes, Kuroto quietly waited for the results. After a while, a cell tissue in a petri dish lost its vitality due to rejection. Hyojin looked indifferent and removed it from the large petri dish. The rejection was already expected, so his mood did not fluctuate too much, calmly observing the situation in the other 5 petri dishes. Soon, the other petri dishes also showed rejection. 2 more petri dishes lost their vitality and were removed by Hyojin from the large petri dish, while the remaining 3 petri dishes survived. Among the 6 petri dishes, the cell tissue in 3 petri dishes survived the rejection. This nearly 50% survival rate surprised Hyojin. Hey, why is the survival rate so much higher than expected? It's really strange. Is it because my cell tissue is more compatible with Haku's cell tissue? There are many factors that affect the rejection, and Hyojin could not determine for a while what caused this. Then, among the 3 petri dishes, the cell tissue in 1 petri dish had a mutation phenomenon. The main body of the cell tissue changed from Hyojin's cell tissue to Haku's cell tissue. The reason for this phenomenon is that Hyojin's cell tissue was in a damaged state after being filtered by centrifuges and other instruments, so Haku's cell tissue took over. After eliminating the petri dish with the mutation phenomenon, Hyojin only had 2 petri dishes left in his hands. It happened that there were only 2 large nutrient tanks in his laboratory, so he put the cell tissue in the 2 petri dishes into the 2 large nutrient tanks, and at the same time, began to accelerate the growth of the clone body. Normal cultivation in the large nutrient tank, even if you don't mind excessive consumption of expensive nutrient solution, it takes at least 3 months to accelerate the growth of a clone body. This is something that neither Danzo nor Orochimaru can change. But Hyojin is different. With the Tenseigan, he can use the Tenseigan chakra and nutrient solution to accelerate the growth of the clone body. Not only can it enhance the strength of the clone body, but it can also greatly improve the growth speed of the clone body. As long as Hyojin is willing to spend the nutrient solution, he can even complete the growth process in 1 month, which normally takes 3 months. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. For a whole month, except for occasionally visiting Haku and using the Tenseigan to record the movement of chakra in Haku's body when he used ice release, Hyojin spent most of his time in the laboratory. As for the task of Umbu Team 11, he handed it over to the shadow clone. Fortunately, during this period, there weren't many tasks for Team 11, and most of them were just patrol tasks, so he didn't expose himself. And through the information collected by the shadow clone, he came to a conclusion that the final negotiation between the village and Kumo should be in the near future. After all, even if Mai and Kumo have a lot of assets, they can't support a military confrontation for such a long time. Whether it's war or peace, there must be a result. After a month of rapid growth, Hyojin's 2 clones have been completed. Through the glass of the large nutrient tank, Kuroto looked at the 2 clones that are almost identical to himself in the nutrient tank, and his originally calm state of mind gradually became a little turbulent. After calming down, Hyojin took the 2 clones out of the nutrient solution and placed them on the test bench. Hyojin first checked the physical functions of the 2 clones, and after confirming that their physical functions are normal, he gently opened the eyelids of the 2 clones, and immediately, 2 pairs of white eyes appeared in front of him. There were 4,400 subscriptions in 24 hours. Now, the first chapter has already been subscribed to 4,700. This result has far exceeded my expectations. I really didn't expect everyone to be so supportive. From the looks of it, I'm the one who's not supportive. Actually, I had already written 3 chapters yesterday. However, because I felt that the plot was a little dragging, I had to revise and edit it, so I only published 2 chapters. Everyone's enthusiasm made me a little fearful, so I didn't want to and didn't dare to make a meaningless plot. Coupled with the fact that I'm not fast at writing, I only published 2 chapters yesterday. Here, I still have to apologize to everyone. There are too many unrealistic promises that I can't fulfill, so I might as well not say any more. I'll strive to evolve from a beast of 2 chapters to a beast of 3 chapters. Finally, thank you again for your support. Every achievement of this book has a part of your contribution. Also, thank the students who have rewarded me after it was published. Passerby Ace Sorrow, You Loser, Book Friend 2017100819911579151, Ebook Wine, Call Back Later, 1,000 Years of Dream Soulless, Starry Haichin, Rice-mon, The Recorder of Resistance, 9 Calamity Dreams, Book Friend 20170708063041835, Lu Augu, Flashy Life in a Flash? Daddy, woke up naturally from a deep sleep, a tree on the moon, a single leaf obscuring one's eyes, Hell Super Fierce, Book Friend 20170613212202184, Looking for Her 1,000 Times in the Crowd, Taisheng Mi Luo, Book Friend 20180808072029689, Book Friend 20181010121414744, A Locust Tree, Elegant and Noble, Thank you. On the test bench, the eyes and the eye sockets of the 2 clones are indeed white Byakugan. From the appearance alone, there is almost no difference from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. But for Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, he can clearly feel that these 2 pairs of Byakugan are semi-finished products. Kuroto is not surprised by this. With the emergence of the forbidden techniques related to the soul, such as Undead Demon Seal, Edo Tensei, and so on, in the shinobi world, whether the soul exists or not is no longer a topic that needs to be discussed. Although the soul often appears in the form of chakra, there is no doubt that the soul is not completely equivalent to chakra. In Hyojin's view, chakra is only a carrier that carries the soul, and the real component of the soul should be a unique spiritual symbol. What the clones on the test bench lack is the unique spiritual symbol. Therefore, without exception, the Byakugan and the eye sockets of the two clones are semi-finished products. They lack the spiritual symbol and are a bunch of cell tissues that are close to the real Byakugan. Therefore, the value of this semi-finished Byakugan is very limited, and it is obviously impossible to use them to make a giant Tenseigan. Because the giant Tenseigan requires a complete Byakugan, and the Byakugan on these two clones are only semi-finished products, not real Byakugan. In fact, this is also reasonable. If cloning alone can perfectly replicate everything, then Orochimaru wouldn't need to worry about Jishui and Shinichi, the two possessors of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin's expression was calm as he recorded the experiment, and there was not much disappointment on his face. For others, these two clones may not be of much use, but for Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, this kind of soulless body is exactly what he needs the most. In the previous control of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, Hyojin accidentally discovered that his consciousness can temporarily occupy the bodies of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. This discovery made him suddenly realize that his Tenseigan has a very magical ability. In his memory, Nyaren seemed to have this ability as well. He once temporarily transferred his soul to a puppet and went to Earth to send an invitation to Hinata. After being discovered by Naruto, he extracted his soul and abandoned the puppet. To some extent, this ability of Tenseigan is somewhat similar to the forbidden technique undead reincarnation developed by Orochimaru. It's just that the Tenseigan can easily activate this ability. Not only can it transfer the soul to other puppets or bodies, but it can also extract the soul at any time, unlike Orochimaru's undead reincarnation, which is restricted by many harsh conditions. Because of this, Hyojin came up with the idea of cloning 6 perfect clones and then using the genius Oniyaro technique to fuse them into one. Otherwise, without the Tenseigan's soul descent, relying on the current cloning technology alone, it's impossible to create a perfect clone that matches the soul in a true sense. After recording the physical indicators of the two clones one by one, Hyojin carefully compared them and found that the physical indicators of the two clones are relatively similar. There's no obvious difference in strength between them. After pondering for a while, Hyojin labeled the two clones as Type A and Type B. Then, he sat cross-legged on the side, facing the test bench, and used the Tenseigan's soul descent technique to put his soul into the Type A clone body. In an instant, the naked Type A clone lying on the test bench opened its eyes. Clone A sat up and opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something. However, all that came out of its mouth was a yi-ya-ya sound. After a while, it said in a strange tone, "It's really, really awkward." Without a doubt, the one occupying the Type A clone body was Hyojin's soul. In other words, the Type A clone body had become Hyojin. Getting down from the test bench, Hyojin staggered a few steps before he managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, it was as if he was wearing clothes that did not fit his body or shoes that did not fit his feet. Every part of his body felt awkward, and it was even difficult for him to speak and walk. After getting used to it for a while, Hyojin put on a robe and muttered, "The data on paper is indeed not as detailed as what I can feel with my own body when my soul descends." After putting on the robe, he slowly walked to the mirror and opened his eyes wide, carefully looking at the appearance of his eyes in the mirror. From the outside, there did not seem to be any changes, but he had a feeling that the Byakugan in his eye sockets was no longer the half-finished product from before. "Byakugan, open!" With a low shout, the meridians at the corner of Hyojin's eyes immediately swelled, and his vision changed, entering the vision of the Real. Byakugan. Is it because of the soul descending? Perhaps it was because of Hyojin's soul descending. The Byakugan in the Type A clone's eye sockets were no longer the half-finished product from before, but the real Byakugan. In order to verify his guess, Hyojin hurriedly walked to the front of his main body and gently opened his eyelids. He was surprised to find that the Tenseigan in his main body's eye sockets had returned to the Byakugan state. Before he performed the soul descending, he had clearly activated the Tenseigan. Stroking his chin, Hyojin pondered, "Even my main body can't maintain the Tenseigan after losing my soul?" Then, is my Tenseigan my soul or my eyes? In order to answer his doubts, he quickly used the Type A clone body to conduct an experiment. After some hard work, he discovered that the Type A clone body was unable to activate the Tenseigan, nor was it able to use Rain Pull, let alone enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. As for the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, which were the ultimate skills of the Tenseigan chakra mode, there was no need to even mention them. There seems to be only one Tenseigan ability that can be used, and that is soul extraction. Hyojin shook his head. No wonder Naruto was able to deal with the soul descending on the puppet so easily. At this time, Hyojin had confirmed that his soul possessed the ability of the Tenseigan. However, in order to unleash the full power of the Tenseigan, he would have to merge with his main body. In other words, the soul and the body were the complete Tenseigan. In the separated state, each of them had a part of the Tenseigan's ability. Hyojin naturally didn't have the tendency to self-abuse. The reason why he thought so was because Uchiha Madara had taken out his Rinnegan and quietly transplanted it to the young Nagato. Although after the transplant, the Rinnegan in Nagato's body had been dormant until Nagato reached adulthood and was greatly stimulated and gradually awakened, but it was undeniable that Madara did transplant his Rinnegan to Nagato. Perhaps, when he took out the Rinnegan, he also gave up part of his soul. After thinking for a moment, Hyojin came to such a conclusion. There is no doubt that Madara in his later years was not ignorant of the soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to create Black Zetsu to monitor the Ibito before he died, but he didn't expect that the Black Zetsu that he created by splitting a part of his soul would be occupied by another ghost that has been wandering in the shinobi world for thousands of years, playing a game of turtle-dove occupying a magpie nest under his nose. Without staying too long on the Type A clone, Hyojin's soul returned to his body. Before developing the water clone, Kuroto must first deal with the dragon vein sealed in the body of his main body. After all, once his soul descends into the body of the water clone, the power of his main body won't be enough to suppress the huge amount of chakra inside the body of the water clone. It may be fine for a while, but after a long time, the dragon vein will go berserk without the suppression of Chakra's Tenseigan. This hidden danger must be dealt with first, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So after leaving a shadow clone in the village, he quietly sneaked out of the village, the country of demons, the palace of the Miko. Ziyu and Sama, you run slowly, be careful. A large group of maids was following behind a little girl, noisily. The little girl who was running in front was holding a colorful kite. She was panting as she ran. She seemed to be struggling, but her little red face was full of excitement. The guards on the side shook their heads and sighed. Obviously, this was not the first time such a scene happened. In the main hall, the Miko-sama flipped through the documents and frowned. What? Suddenly, a few short exclamations of surprise sounded out from the guards at the entrance of the main hall. The exclamations didn't even have the time to be loud before they stopped abruptly. Then, a figure walked into the hall. The Miko-sama's face sank, and asked, "Who are you?" The figure who walked into the hall took off the mask on his face and smiled. "Your Highness, don't worry, it's me." After seeing Hyojin's face, the Miko-sama sighed with relief, and immediately asked, "Hey, how did you sneak in?" "I've already activated the barrier, right?" Kuroto said, "In order to conceal my identity, I had no choice but to sneak in." "Please forgive me, Your Highness." The enchantment laid out by Miko outside the palace is indeed no less than an iron wall for others, but it is nothing for Suijin who has the Tenseigan. He found a small flaw in the barrier, then used the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion to cut open a small hole, and sneaked in without anyone noticing. The reason why he chose to sneak in is also because of his considerations. Although the country of demons is in an independent state, the infiltration of the neighboring countries has never stopped, so even in the palace of Miko-sama, there is a possibility that there are spies from other countries. Therefore, he can't meet the Miko-sama openly. The Miko-sama didn't care too much and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to see me, what's the matter?" Hyojin briefly mentioned the matter of the dragon vein to the Miko-sama, and then said, "I want to reseal the dragon vein into a magic tool, but I'm not good at this kind of seal, so I came to ask for your help." The Miko-sama wasn't too surprised. "It really is you who stole the dragon vein." All the sealing techniques on the artificial tailed beast scroll were taught by the Miko-sama to Hyojin, and the purple clay was also provided by the Miko-sama, so after hearing that the dragon vein was stolen, the Miko-sama first thought of Hyojin. Hyojin smiled and said, I didn't expect to complete the artificial tailed beast plan so quickly. What a bold attempt. After a little sigh, the Miko-sama thought for a moment and said, if you want to seal the huge chakra dragon vein, it's impossible for an ordinary magic tool to do so. Hyojin quickly asked, then what kind of magic tool can do it? Miko-sama got up and took out a scroll from a nearby bookshelf, then slowly spread it in front of Hyojin. Hyojin's eyes were immediately attracted by the map on the scroll. The map on the scroll is a very detailed map of the land of demons. Marked on it are all the towns, villages, mountains, rivers, and lakes in the land of demons. Then, Miko-sama's finger pointed at a mountain called Mountain of Demons and said, there is a treasure here, you just happen to be here. Hyojin looked curious, what treasure is it? Miko-sama smiled and said, you'll know when you get there. After announcing to the public that she would be in seclusion to study the sealing technique, Miko-sama quietly sneaked out of the palace with Suijin and headed towards the Hokuto mountain. On the way, Hyojin asked, Your Highness, when I sneaked into your palace, I found that the security inside the palace is very tight, as if they are facing a great enemy. What exactly happened? Miko-sama sighed helplessly, sigh, the cult of Yomi has risen from the dead. Hyojin's eyes narrowed, pondered for a moment and said, Don't worry, I will help you completely eradicate the cult of Yomi this time. Miko-sama immediately thanked him, then I'll leave it to you. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the Mountain of Demons. After entering the belly of the Mountain of Demons, after walking for about a quarter of an hour, Miko-sama stopped in front of a rock wall, then made a hand seal and performed a technique on the rock wall. In an instant, a bright light flashed. The previously lifelike rock wall slowly became blurred and transparent, and finally disappeared. Hyojin's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking, Miko-sama's Fuinjutsu is really extraordinary. This camouflage technique almost fooled my Tenseigan. Miko-sama beckoned to Hyojin, come in. Following behind Miko-sama, Suijin passed through the blinding enchantment and came to a valley with a different world. Miko-sama pointed to a green vine hanging on the cliff in the distance and said with a smile, the treasure is over there. Hyojin looked in the direction of Miko-sama's finger, but there was only an inconspicuous gourd vine and a small gourd hanging on it. The Sage of Six Paths. Listening to Miko-sama's explanation, Hyojin was a little distracted. For others, the Sage of Six Paths who created the shinobi world is a mythical figure, but for Hyojin, the Sage of Six Paths is just a strong person worthy of respect. Moreover, with the memories of his past life, Kuroto knows very well that Sage of Six Paths is not dead. To be more precise, the Sage of Six Paths still exists in the shinobi world in the form of a soul, monitoring the order of the shinobi world and maintaining the peace of the shinobi world according to his own standards. This is also one of the reasons why Hyojin has been acting so cautiously, because no one knows how much strength the Sage of Six Paths still has in his soul form. In his memory, at the most critical moment of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Sage of Six Paths appeared and divided his power to his two reincarnated sons, Naruto and Sasuke. After receiving the gift from the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto could easily save Guy who would die after opening the 8th gate, and Sasuke awakened a Sharingan, which allows him to play with the nine-tailed beast like a toy. Therefore, in Hyojin's view, even if the Sage of Six Paths is in his soul form, he is still the strongest person in the shinobi world. As for the artifact of the Sage of Six Paths, Hyojin recalled that during the Fourth Shinobi World War, a gourd-shaped artifact of the Six Paths appeared, and it was held by the Gold Horn and Silver Horn brothers of Cloud Village. Could it be that the gourd was also picked from this gourd vine? With this thought in mind, Hyojin walked towards the gourd vine and silently opened his Tenseigan to observe. Although the gourd vine hanging on the edge of the cliff looks very ordinary, in the vision of the Tenseigan, it contains a very strong nature energy. Following this nature energy, Hyojin searched all the way and finally found that the roots of the gourd vine penetrated deep into the ground along the crevices of the rocks. It seems that this gourd vine can absorb the nature energy from the earth vein. After discovering the strangeness of the calabash vine, Hyojin was looking forward to the small calabash on the vine. At this time, Miko-sama also came over and introduced, our Miko-sama of the Land of Ghosts has been guarding this gourd vine. Every 30 years it will produce a gourd, and each gourd on this vine is an excellent material for making artifacts. Hyojin stared at the small gourd on the vine and asked, when can I pick it off? It had matured a few months ago. That's why I said you came at the right time. After a short pause, Miko-sama chuckled, if you had come a little later, I might have turned it into another artifact. Hyojin was a little hesitant. Such a precious treasure. Miko-sama interrupted Hyojin's words and said, if you feel bad about it, consider this gourd as your reward for helping the land of demons eliminate the Yomi cult. Kuroto nodded without being pretentious. After a while, Miko-sama plucked the small gourd from the vine. The small gourd is cyan in color, and although it looks very ordinary, it can be said to be an extremely rare artifact material in the shinobi world after decades of nourishment from the earth vein. According to Hyojin's request, Miko-sama placed a sealing technique on the small gourd to strengthen the ability of the small gourd to isolate chakra, and then handed the small gourd to Hyojin. After receiving the small gourd, Hyojin tried a little bit and found that after being strengthened by the sealing technique of Miko-sama, the small gourd's ability to isolate chakra is very strong, even his Tenseigan chakra can't penetrate the wall of the small gourd. Dragon Vein Seal, release. Hyojin no longer hesitated and quickly made a hand seal to release the seal of the dragon vein in his body. Hoo-hoo, as the seal of the dragon vein was released, a gust of wind immediately blew in the valley. Miko-sama on the side knew that the dragon vein sealed in Hyojin's body was about to come out, so she quickly retreated far away and hid behind a rock wall, only poking out half of her head, wanting to see what the legendary dragon vein looked like. At this time, a purple object came out of Hyojin's body and flew into the air. There is no doubt that this purple object is the physical body of the dragon vein. Because it is an artificial tailed beast and Hyojin himself has the Tenseigan, the dragon vein leaving Hyojin's body will not endanger Hyojin's life. The dragon vein that was freed from the shackles of Suijin's body rapidly expanded in the air, and after a while, its size was so huge that it almost covered the entire sky above the valley. Looking at the dragon vein that was as fat as a ball in the air, Miko-sama, who was hiding in the distance, was a little stunned. She never expected the dragon vein to look like this. From the corner of his eye, Hyojin noticed Miko-sama's surprised expression and felt a little awkward. Seal. Therefore, Hyojin immediately made a hand seal and tried to seal the dragon vein into the gourd. Fortunately, the dragon vein's origin was muddled and did not know how to resist, so it was soon sucked in by the small gourd like a deflated balloon. After completing the seal, Hyojin heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Miko-sama walked over and stared at the small gourd. Why does it look like, Hyojin quickly explained, this is an accident. Miko-sama chuckled and said, I didn't expect you to be so childish. If Ziyuan sees it, she will definitely like it. Hyojin did not explain further. Instead, he lowered his head and pretended to check the small gourd. After sealing the dragon vein into the small gourd, as long as he wore the small gourd on his body, Hyojin could still borrow the dragon vein chakra anytime and anywhere. Therefore, he could still be considered a human pillar of the dragon vein. However, because of the additional layer of the gourd, the efficiency of borrowing the dragon vein chakra was not as high as before, and the danger was slightly increased. However, fortunately, the small gourd was a treasure. Coupled with the sealing technique of the Miko-sama, the probability of the dragon vein going berserk was still within an acceptable range for Hyojin. As long as he did not overuse the dragon vein's chakra in a battle or completely release the dragon vein, the probability of the dragon vein going berserk was still very low. Seeing that the small gourd was only the size of 2 fists, which was about the size of a kettle, Hyojin took out a thin rope and wrapped the small gourd around his waist. After solving the problem of the dragon vein, Hyojin said to Miko-sama, it's all thanks to you this time. Give me the information about the Acheron cult. I'll help you eliminate them now. Miko-sama took out a scroll and handed it to Hyojin. Hyojin put away the scroll and said, Your Highness, please rest assured, I will solve this problem as soon as possible. The cult of Yomi that is entrenched in the land of demons is not very strong, even the leader of Yomi is only at the level of a jonin. With Hyojin's current strength, coupled with the information collected by Miko-sama, eradicating the cult of Yomi will be a piece of cake. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is to avoid any fish that slipped through the net during this purge. Miko-sama jokingly said, in fact, I was going to issue a formal commission to your Mai, but this time I happened to meet you, it can be considered as saving the commission for the land of demons. Hyojin was still thinking about his experiment, so he didn't talk much. After sending Miko-sama back to the palace, he immediately rushed towards one of the strongholds of the cult of demons, Mount Mayaboku. As Jiraiya walked, he said loudly, "Boss, why did you summon me in such a hurry, what's the matter? The village is in a standoff with the Cloud Village at this time, I don't have time to accompany you." Fukasaku Sage jumped on Jiraiya's shoulder and knocked his head heavily. "Of course there's something important that I want to talk to you about." Jiraiya rubbed his head and asked, "What is it?" Fukasaku Sage shook his head and said, "I don't know, it seems to be related to the Child of Prophecy, you will know when you meet the great sage." Oh. As soon as he heard that it was related to the Child of Prophecy, Jiraiya immediately became serious. In the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, there will be a great change in the shinobi world in the future, and the person who will promote the change is the Child of Prophecy. Therefore, the Child of Prophecy can be said to be a key figure in the fate of the entire shinobi world. In recent years, Jiraiya has been traveling around the shinobi world. In addition to his natural desire to be bound, there is also the Child of Prophecy mentioned in the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. Not long after, Jiraiya followed Fukasaku Sage to the hall where the great Toad Sage was worshipped. Immortal Fukasaku jumped in front of Great Toad Immortal. "Great Immortal, little Jiraiya is here." Great Toad Immortal squinted his eyes and smiled. "Little Jiraiya is here." Jiraiya asked anxiously, "Great Immortal, have you found the prophecy child?" Great Toad Immortal shook his head. Jiraiya was a little disappointed. "Then why did you call me here?" Great Toad Immortal seemed to be recalling something. After a while, he slowly said, "Not long ago, there was a change in the prophecy. I saw a person with sky blue eyes in the future." Jiraiya immediately perked up. "Is he the child of the prophecy?" Great Toad Immortal shook his head again. "I'm not too sure either, but he never appeared in my previous prophecies." Sky blue eyes? After a pause, Jiraiya frowned and said, "Great Immortal, are there any other clues? Just based on the sky blue eyes alone, it's too difficult to find him." Great Toad Immortal said slowly, "He is wearing the forehead protector of your my village." "You should have said it earlier, it would have been much easier to find him." Jiraiya laughed and turned around, ready to leave. Fukasaku hurriedly stopped Jiraiya. "Little Jiraiya, don't be in such a hurry, Great Immortal hasn't finished yet." Jiraiya had no choice but to go back and sit cross-legged, staring straight at Great Toad Immortal. The Great Toad Immortal recalled and said, "After that, the person with sky blue eyes never appeared again in the prophecy, not even once." Jiraiya frowned, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. If the person with sky blue eyes doesn't affect the shinobi world, then he wouldn't have appeared in Great Toad Immortal's prophecy. But since he appeared in Great Toad Immortal's prophecy, it means that he will definitely have an impact on the shinobi world. But if that's the case, why did he suddenly disappear from the prophecy? Sitting on the other side of Great Toad Immortal, Fukasaku Immortal glanced at Great Toad Immortal and muttered, "Great Immortal must have gone senile." Fukasaku Immortal quickly said, "Mother of the child, what are you talking about?" Great Toad Immortal smiled carelessly, and then said to Jiraiya, "My prophecy should have been interfered with by some kind of power. The person with sky blue eyes must still be alive, and there should be some kind of power around him that can interfere with my prophecy." Jiraiya thought for a long time and asked, "Great Immortal, when did you first prophesy about him?" Great Toad Immortal recalled, "Not long ago." Jiraiya looked helpless. "How long ago is not long ago?" Great Toad Immortal replied, "Maybe half a year ago, or maybe a year ago." For Great Toad Immortal, who has lived for thousands of years, he is not very sensitive to the passage of time, so he can't remember when he first prophesied about the person with sky blue eyes. Fukasaku Immortal said, See, I said that Great Immortal is senile." Jiraiya stood up and said, "I understand, if he is really the child of prophecy, I will definitely find him." Jiraiya once thought that Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, would be the child of prophecy, but then he heard the news of Nagato's death, and then he thought that Yondaime Naruto Minato would be the child of prophecy, but in the end, the Yondaime Minato also died inexplicably. Although he was repeatedly frustrated, Jiraiya's determination to find the child of prophecy has never changed. He knows that only by finding the child of prophecy can he ensure the peace of the shinobi world. Boom, with a loud noise, the door crashed to the ground, and a figure slowly walked into the dark hall. Inside the hall, the sect master of the Yellow Springs cult, the man known as Yellow Springs, pointed at the figure that had walked into the hall and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you making an enemy of the Yellow Springs cult? Yomi cult." With a light snort, the figure walked forward and said, Yomi is the resting place of the soul, and you are also worthy of being called Yomi? Yomi looked at the figure with a fierce face and said, You. Who are you? The figure's whole body was hidden in a black cloak, and his face was covered with an evil ghost mask. He looked like an emissary from the underworld. The figure smiled slightly and said, Who am I? I am the Yama who controls the netherworld. As soon as the voice fell, the figure appeared in front of Yomi with a body flicker technique. So fast. As soon as this thought flashed in Yomi's mind, a familiar figure appeared in his field of vision. Hey, isn't this my own body? Why can I? With the rapid rolling of his vision, Yomi's consciousness gradually blurred, and finally fell into darkness. Dong. Looking at Yomi's decapitated body, Hyojin's brows furrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, he died just like that? Although Kuroto has never put Yomi in his eyes, but the performance of Yomi, the leader of Yomi, did surprise him a little, because this kind of strength is simply not up to the standard of a jonin. Is it a substitute? A thought immediately flashed in Hyojin's mind. Wiping out the Yomi cult this time wasn't like completing a bounty mission from the black market. This time, it was to repay the Miko-sama's favor, so he had to take it seriously. Soon, Hyojin activated the Tenseigan, and while observing Yomi's body on the ground, he took out a scroll from his pocket. This scroll was given to him by Miko-sama, and it recorded a lot of information about Yomi, so after some careful comparison, Kuroto confirmed that the body in front of him is indeed Yomi. Glancing at the body one last time, and seeing that the residual chakra reaction in the body has dissipated, Hyojin closed the Tenseigan, and then activated the Byakugan to loot the stronghold of Yomi. As expected, after the encirclement and suppression, the Yama didn't have much money left. Even Kuroto, who has the Byakugan, didn't manage to find much money. As soon as he thought about money, Hyojin had a headache. The last few cloning experiments consumed a lot of nutrient solution, and there is not much left in the stock of medicinal herbs, so he must do everything possible to get money. Otherwise, the experiments can't continue. Not far from the stronghold of Yomi, Hirako, wearing a red cloud robe, stood quietly on a flying behemoth, looking into the distance with a cold gaze. On the side, Shino, also wearing a red cloud robe, sat cross-legged on the back of the flying beast and asked, Did you also use that forbidden technique on this summoned beast? The corner of Hirako's mouth curled up. What do you think of my masterpiece? Shino laughed. With it, it's so convenient to travel. Hirako seemed to enjoy Shino's compliment, and a proud look appeared on his indifferent face. This is a chimera that I carefully created using the forbidden technique. Shino's eyes flickered, and he praised, Your forbidden technique can be called art. Hirako smiled and asked, The guy we're looking for this time, is he really as powerful as you say? Shino put away his smile and said seriously, That guy's strength is average, but the dark medical ninjutsu he mastered is of great significance to both you and me. Shino, who has been traveling around the shinobi world, has discovered many secrets of the shinobi world by virtue of his innate talent, and Yomi's mastery of the dark medical ninjutsu is one of them. If it was in the past, even if he wanted to use the dark medical ninjutsu, he wouldn't be able to. But now that he has joined the mysterious Akatsuki, he discovered that with the help of the Akatsuki's power, many of the plans that he couldn't implement before can now be carried out smoothly. That was why the operation to the Yellow Spring cult's base was carried out. Listening to Shino's advocacy of the dark medical ninjutsu, Hirako gradually became interested. In the process of fusion, the chimera technique is too overbearing, and the user's body often has to bear an unusual burden, so he has a very high demand for body transformation. This was because, in theory, no one's body could withstand the burden of the Guei-Yaru technique without modifying it. Not long after, the flying behemoth slowly landed in the Yellow Spring cult's base. Jumping down from the back of the flying behemoth, Hirako looked around and said, It seems that we are a step too late. At this time, in the Yellow Spring cult's base, there are corpses lying everywhere, and even the smell of blood has not dissipated. It seems that the battle happened not long ago. Shino's face was gloomy. Damn it, who did this? The two then walked into the hall and saw the corpse of Yomi, the leader of the Yellow Spring cult. Hirako checked and said, It was cut off by a kunai, clean and neat, without the slightest unnecessary movement. Shino checked and nodded in agreement. The attacker's strength is very strong. This guy didn't even have the slightest resistance, and was easily killed. Whether it is Hirako or Shino, both have high attainments in the human body structure, so they only need to carefully check and roughly guess the process of Yomi's death. Thinking that he came here in vain, Hirako's mood became bad. At this time, Shino suddenly picked up Yomi's severed head and put it on Yomi's body. Hirako asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" Shino suddenly laughed and said, "Don't be fooled by this guy, he is not dead at all." After saying that, Shino used the body regeneration secret technique on Yomi's body. Under the urging of the body regeneration secret technique, the cut on Yomi's neck gradually healed, and then his chest began to rise and fall, and his nostrils began to flow. Yomi spat out a mouthful of turbid air and sat up abruptly. Hirako looked at the resurrected Yomi with great interest. "Are you Yomi?" Yomi looked warily at Hirako and Shino, who were wearing red cloud robes, and asked, "Who are you?" Previously, Hyojin's sweeping momentum in the stronghold made Yomi understand that he is not a match for Hyojin, so before Hyojin broke into the hall, he consumed more than half of his chakra and secretly used the dark medical ninjutsu fake death technique. Fake death technique is one of the most mysterious forbidden techniques in the dark medical ninjutsu. Once it is used, all the vital signs of the caster will disappear, and they will enter a state of suspended animation. As long as the body is not destroyed, it is possible for the caster to recover after a period of time. However, there is no way to resurrect Yomi with his own ability. Because no matter how magical the fake death technique is, there is no way to resurrect a person who is decapitated, so if Hirako and Shino came a little later, Yomi would have really died. Hirako said coldly, "Hand over the dark medical ninjutsu, and we may consider letting you go." Yomi, who is in a weakened state, did not hesitate and immediately said, "Okay, I can teach you the dark medical ninjutsu, but you must guarantee my safety." Shino asked curiously, "Who killed you just now?" Recalling Kuroto's figure in a black cloak and a devil mask, Yomi could not help but shudder. His heart palpitated as he said, He's an evil demon." Hirako frowned and said, What demon? He is just pretending to be a ghost." "Tell me, what is his name?" After returning to the Konoha village, Hyojin immediately went to his laboratory. Now, the dragon vein has been extracted from his body and sealed in the gourd artifact, so he no longer has to worry about the risk of the dragon vein going berserk when he uses Soul Descend. At this time, his eyes moved to the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets standing on the side and thought. The guards in the laboratory can't be lax in the slightest. Almost all of Hyojin's secrets are hidden in this laboratory, so he must ensure the safety of the laboratory. Therefore, he needs to ensure that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets are always in an active state. But once he uses Soul Descend, his soul will be transferred from the main body to the clone body, and he won't be able to maintain the Tenseigan chakra required by the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets for a long time. After thinking about it, Hyojin decided to give it a try. He wants to seal a large number of Tenseigan chakra in the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in advance, so that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets will be able to use it for a long time. This kind of method is not uncommon in the shinobi world. Before the 4 generations of Naruto and his wife died, they had sealed their remaining chakra in Naruto's body with Fuinjutsu, so that Naruto could survive in times of crisis. And Orochimaru also used the method of sealing chakra in other people's bodies as a backup for his own resurrection. Hyojin is a very action-oriented person. Once he has an idea, he will try it immediately. Coming to the front of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, he pressed his right hand on the chest of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, and a huge amount of Tenseigan chakra flowed along his right hand into the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. In an instant, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets emitted a burst of green light. 4 symbol seal. Sensing that the chakra's amount was almost enough, Hyojin immediately cast the sealing spell. With the completion of his sealing technique, an ink-colored sealing technique appeared on the chests of the 3 generations Kazekage puppets and quickly shrank, eventually converging into a palm-sized sealing technique on their chests. Hyojin asked casually, "How do you feel?" 3 generations of Kazekage puppets felt it and replied, "Master, if there is no fighting, this chakra can last me for 3 months." Hyojin nodded. Although 3 months of standby time was not considered long, it was more than enough for Hyojin. As for how long the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets can last after the battle, no one can estimate at present. After all, different levels of battle consume different amounts of chakra. After dealing with these worries, Hyojin immediately used the Tenseigan's soul descent technique to descend his soul onto the Type A clone. After putting on his clothes, he hung the gourd artifact and grass on his waist. After the pill, Kuroto left the laboratory leisurely. At present, this Type A clone is still far from the perfect water release clone that Hyojin needs. First of all, Hyojin must let this clone completely adapt to his soul, achieving a perfect fit between the body and the soul. This step is crucial. If Suijin can't do it, then there is no essential difference between him and Hiriko's Chimera technique and Hiriko's Chimera technique. Secondly, Hyojin also needs to further develop this water release clone, so that the strength of this water release clone can approach or even reach the level of his release body. The reason why Kuroto did this is so that when he uses the Chimera technique in the future, the 7 clones including the release body can achieve a perfect balance of the 7 attributes of chakra. Only in this way can he get a glimpse of the Kekkei Genkai technique. While walking, Hyojin came to Haku's temporary underground residence. Holding a little rabbit in his arms, Haku quickly greeted Kuroto. "Kuroto-sama, you are here." Hyojin gently nodded. "Are you used to living here?" The little rabbit in Haku's arms was bought by Kuroto at the village market. Kuroto was mainly afraid that Haku would be bored staying alone in the underground residence, so he bought a little rabbit for Haku as a playmate. Haku gently stroked the little rabbit in his arms and nodded repeatedly. "Put down the rabbit and go out with me." After saying this, Hyojin turned around and left the underground residence. After settling down the little rabbit, Haku quickly followed and asked, "Kuroto-sama, are we going to practice ninjutsu?" The corner of Hyojin's mouth twitched. "Yes." A few hours later, Hyojin and Haku arrived at a lake in the lower reaches of the Naka River. This place is very far from the village, and it is not within the patrol range, so practicing ninjutsu in this area is relatively safe and hidden. Coming to the lake, looking at the sparkling lake, Hyojin asked, "Haku, you should have learned a lot of water release ninjutsu from Orochimaru, right?" Bai nodded his head in confusion. Hyojin pointed to the lake and said, "This place is close to the water source, you can practice all the water release ninjutsu that you know." Haku has some doubts in his heart. Before Hyojin asked him to practice ice release ninjutsu, he doesn't know why Hyojin suddenly wants him to practice water release ninjutsu. But for Hyojin's request, Haku doesn't dare to refuse, so he held his breath and began to perform water release ninjutsu. Water release, water bullet technique. In an instant, a few basin-sized water balls gathered on the surface of the lake, and then quickly shot into the distance. C-grade water release ninjutsu. Nodding, Hyojin said, "Continue." Hearing this, Haku once again performed water release ninjutsu. Water release, water chaos wave technique. Water release, water bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water wall technique. After performing 5 water release ninjutsu in a row, even with the help of the water source in the lake, Haku is still tired and panting. Hyojin glanced at Haku and asked, "Do you know other water release ninjutsu?" Haku answered while panting lightly, I know water wave technique, but I don't have enough chakra now." Water wave technique. Hyojin was slightly startled, and immediately said, "This technique is the reduced version of the S-class ninjutsu water wave technique developed by second Sama Naruto. How did you learn it at such a young age?" Haku lowered his head and replied, "In Orochimaru-sama's place, if I can't learn ninjutsu, I won't have dinner." Hyojin smiled and did not say anything. According to Orochimaru-sama's temper, not giving him dinner is really a very light punishment, but even such a light punishment allowed Haku to master water release ninjutsu in a short period of time. It can be seen that Haku's talent in ninjutsu is really good. Converging his scattered thoughts, Hyojin's eyes narrowed as he slowly made hand seals. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Walala, as Hyojin launched his ninjutsu, a large amount of lake water gathered in the air, forming several water bullets with a diameter of 2 meters, and then accompanied by a whistling sound, they were shot into the distance. Haku, who was standing on the side, was stunned. His water bullet jutsu can only condense a few water bullets the size of a basin, but Hyojin can condense a large water bullet with a diameter of more than 2 meters. But this is not the end. Hyojin continued to make hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Water release, water wall jutsu. Without taking a breath, Hyojin performed the 5 water release jutsu in the same order as Haku. After the effect of the water release jutsu gradually faded, Haku looked at the still noisy lake and the dense water vapor in the air, and couldn't help but smile. But Hyojin, who had just performed the water release jutsu, shook his head and muttered to himself, "The chakra in my body is still a bit sluggish, and the hand seals are not smooth enough." Haku looked at Hyojin with a look of worship. "Kuroto-sama, I didn't expect your water release jutsu to be so powerful." Hyojin chuckled and said, "What's so powerful about it? Didn't you just teach me?" "I taught you." Haku was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with disbelief. "Is this the first time you used water release jutsu?" Hyojin nodded and said, "Well, this is indeed the first time I used water release jutsu." Hearing this, Haku was a little confused. Although Bai was young, he had the ice escape bloodline, so he was very sensitive to the water elemental chakra. He could clearly feel the terrifying water elemental chakra on Hyojin's body. It stands to reason that a ninja with such a huge water attribute chakra should be very familiar with water release ninjutsu, even if his most powerful method is not water release ninjutsu. Hyojin knew that Haku was confused, but he did not explain. Instead, he ordered, "Follow me." With that, Hyojin stepped on the water and walked towards the center of the lake. Haku took a deep breath and carefully treaded on the water to keep up with Suijin. Stepping on water was not a difficult task for Bai, who possessed the ice escape bloodline. However, he was still young and did not have a strong personality, so he lacked confidence in everything he did. In the upper reaches of the Naka River, Itachi was carrying a backpack and hiking along the bank of the Naka River. As he grew older, he became more and more aware of the conflict between the clan and the village. Especially after the betrayal of Uchiha and Shinichi, there seemed to be no room for reconciliation between the clan and the village. The only one who worked hard between the two was Uchiha Jishui. Perhaps it was because they were afraid of Jishui, the owner of the Manjikyu Sharingan, that both the Uchiha clan and the village restrained some of their hostility. But everyone knew that Jishui could not suppress this rift forever. Itachi was hiking and thinking. He was thinking about the future of the Uchiha clan, because in the eyes of his Sharingan, it seems that between Uchiha and the village, one side is bound to go to destruction. Boom, suddenly, there was a roar in the distance. Itachi looked in the direction of the sound. A hazy mist appeared on the horizon in the distance. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it reflected a colorful rainbow. So beautiful. Looking at the rainbow in the sky, Itachi, who was depressed, had a rare smile on his face. Is someone fighting by the lake? But soon, he realized that someone was performing ninjutsu in the distance, so he quickened his pace and wanted to get closer to take a look. But before he could take a few steps, there was another loud noise in the distance. Then, the birds in the forest also flew away. Itachi immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped to a big tree. Swoosh, not long after, a huge wave surged over, almost drowning the entire forest. Itachi was shocked. It was hard for him to imagine who could have such a huge chakra's amount and perform such a terrifying water release ninjutsu. In his current understanding, the only person who could do this seemed to be the late second leader Naruto. In the middle of the lake, Hyojin sighed and thought, after adding Haku's cells, the water element chakra affinity of this clone is really terrifying. Unlike Suijin, who was standing quietly on the violently undulating water, Haku, who was standing on the side, was in deep thought. At this time, Haku only had a terrified expression on his face. His body was barely supporting on the violent waves, and his brain seemed to have stopped thinking. He never expected that Hyojin could be so terrifying when he went all out. Pitter patter patter, at this time it was raining cats and dogs. Haku looked up at the sky and realized that the sun that was originally hanging high in the sky was now only a blurry halo. Layers of water vapor filled the air, making the entire sky gloomy. Hyojin looked around and said to himself, seems like I've gone overboard. This water release clone of his had an unparalleled water element chakra affinity. In addition, he had the support of the dragon vein to provide chakra. Moreover, he was in the center of the lake, and there was a large amount of water available for him to use. Therefore, the full power of the water release ninjutsu was so powerful that even he did not expect it. Noticing that the whole lake had become much shallower, he realized that he had really gone overboard this time. Such a big movement might even alarm the village. Therefore, he did not hesitate anymore and immediately carried Haku, who was still in a daze. His body swayed and disappeared into the lake. Not long after, Itachi arrived at the lake. Seeing that the water level of the lake had dropped a lot, and the surroundings of the lake were wet, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky, his expression suddenly became serious. At this time, another 4 figures landed by the lake. They were the Umbu who rushed over after hearing the news. After looking at Itachi for a while, the Umbu captain asked, "Are you a member of Uchiha?" Itachi replied politely, "I am Itachi Uchiha." Without waiting for the Umbu captain to ask, Itachi told him everything he knew. After listening to Itachi's story, the Umbu captain looked a little nervous. Judging from the situation at the scene, it seems that a fierce battle had just taken place here, and the two sides that fought should be extremely powerful ninjas. At least, ordinary Jonin can't cause such a scene. The current Konoha is already in troubled times, and now such a thing happened, it really makes people feel uneasy. After sending Haku back to the underground residence, Hyojin returned to his laboratory. Kuroto was very satisfied with this time's water release ninjutsu, at least in terms of affinity with the water attribute chakra. This clone has reached the standard. While recording the various data of this clone, Kuroto planned the next step of his plan. For some reason, the cloning of the water clone went unexpectedly smoothly. Perhaps it has something to do with the low rejection between Haku's cell tissue and Suijin's own cell tissue, or it may be that the nature of water chakra is relatively stable, so whether it's cell tissue fusion or cloning, the success rate is surprisingly high. In short, the progress of water release clone has far exceeded Hyojin's most optimistic expectations. The key is the compatibility between the clone and the soul. This point must be grasped well. After recording all the data, Hyojin closed the data log in his hand thoughtfully. In fact, the compatibility between the body and the soul needs to be tempered. Simply put, it requires Hyojin's soul to stay in this clone for a long time. Only after a long period of running in can the soul achieve perfect compatibility with the body. This is also the reason why Hyojin wants to reseal the dragon vein sealed in the Yin body into the gourd artifact, because once his soul leaves the Yin body for a long time, the dragon vein sealed in his Yin body will lose the suppression of the Tenseigan chakra and become a time bomb. And according to Hyojin's preliminary estimation, if he wants to achieve perfect compatibility between the body and the soul, his soul must stay in the clone for 3 years or even more. Such a running-in period is obviously too long. With this running-in period, it will take at least 18 years for Hyojin to obtain the water clone, fire clone, earth clone, wind clone, lightning clone, and yang clone with different attributes of chakra. Spending 18 years to reach the highest level of the shinobi world, Kekkei Genkai Net, doesn't seem to be too long. However, according to the memories of his previous life, the Fourth Shinobi World War will break out about 14 or 15 years later, so he doesn't have 18 years to slowly get used to it. Considering the butterfly effect, it might not even take 14 or 15 years. I have to think of a way to speed up the process. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin began to think. In addition to the painstaking work that was accumulated over a long period of time, Hyojin believed that intense battles might also be an effective way to improve the compatibility between his physical body and soul. This was because both the physical body and the soul were circulating at high speeds during the intense battle. Such a high-speed circulation would undoubtedly speed up the integration of the physical body and the soul, allowing the two to achieve perfect harmony. But in the shinobi world, there is no shortage of fighting. Having made up his mind, Hyojin began to plan the next step of his plan. The fighting style of the water escape avatar was completely different from the Yin escape avatar, so it didn't seem appropriate to continue using the Yin escape avatar as Yama. Thus, he equipped himself with a new black cloak and prepared a mask with a water pattern drawn on it. After putting on the new black cloak and the mask, Hyojin, who was controlling the clone, came to the mirror and muttered to himself, "Since it's water clone, then I'll call it Suijin." After leaving a shadow clone in the village, Hyojin snuck out of the village with the identity of Suijin. 1 week later. Hyojin kicked the corpse at his feet and frowned. In order to seek a fierce battle, he used the identity of Suijin to accept a seemingly difficult bounty mission from the black market. As a result, when he found the target, he found that this guy was only at the level of a chunin. Even if Hyojin was controlling the water clone at this time, it only took him 2 or 3 moves to finish the battle. Hyojin spat lightly and said, "TSK, what kind of jonin is he? He's obviously only at the level of a chunin." The bounty mission clearly indicated that the other party's identity was a defected jonin from the Kusanagi village, so it can be seen that he's just a jonin from a small village. Bang! At this time, a burst of white smoke rose. The familiar orange figure of Kasai appeared in front of Hyojin and stretched out its front paw lazily. Meow, 1000 Ryo, thank you. Hyojin's face darkened. Can't you change your opening line? Kasai hesitated for a moment, and finally seemed to have made up his mind and said, okay, but I have to pay more. Then forget it. I suddenly found that I quite like your opening line. As he said that, Hyojin handed over the money, then took the scroll and opened it. The mysterious person that the organization is looking for has not been found. Recently, the organization has been eyeing a bounty ninja called Yama. I heard that this guy is very mysterious. Even with the power of the organization, after investigating for a long time, they haven't found any clues. But I think, how strong can a bounty ninja be? How can a strong person be a bounty ninja? Hyojin, who was planning to exchange the body of the Kusanagi ninja at his feet for bounty money in the black market, had a dark expression on his face. He took a deep breath and said, "This bastard. Forget it, I'll make him pay in the future." After sending away the greedy Kasai ninja, Hyojin sealed the body of the Kusanagi ninja in a storage scroll and then went to the nearest black market. After handing the body to the person in charge of the black market, Hyojin said, "Give me the bounty book." The boss of the black market handed over the bounty book and carefully asked, "Master, what is your relationship with Lord Yama?" Because the two identities of Yama and Master were wearing the same black cloak, only the masks on their faces were different, so the boss of the black market asked this question. After all, Yama was a famous figure in the black market recently. Hyojin looked through the bounty book and answered casually, "Yama is our leader." The boss of the black market immediately became more attentive. Even a ninja village would not dare to take a group of powerful ninjas lightly, let alone the boss of the black market who lived a bloody life. Moreover, the strength of Yama had been recognized by the black market circle, so in the face of Master who belonged to the same organization as Yama, the boss of the black market naturally did not dare to neglect the slightest. At this moment, Hyojin, who was looking through the bounty book, stopped. He felt a strong chakra reaction approaching him, so he turned his head and looked outside. Akatsuki's people? Hyojin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that just after Shinichi informed him that Akatsuki is looking for Yama, he would run into Akatsuki's people. After thinking for a moment, Hyojin turned around and walked out of the black market, standing quietly on the street. At this time, the two Akatsuki members wearing the red cloud suit also stopped in their tracks and confronted Suijin, who was wearing the black cloak. The pedestrians on the street immediately noticed Hyojin and the two Akatsuki members. Whether it's the Akatsuki members wearing red cloak and black cloak, or Hyojin wearing black cloak and water pattern mask, they don't look like good people, so the pedestrians quickly avoided them in 2s and 3s. Not long after, the previously bustling street became silent. The two Akatsuki members took off the black cloak on their heads at the same time, and one of them asked Hyojin, "Are you the bounty ninja Yama?" Looking at the two people in front of him, Hyojin chuckled and said, "You are looking for the wrong person, I am Suijin." Among the two Akatsuki members, Hyojin is more familiar with one of them. He is Kakuzu, who claimed to have fought against the Hashirama. The other person is an ordinary-looking uncle. Although Hyojin searched his memory, he can't remember who he is. In Hyojin's impression, there is no such person in the Akatsuki. Kakuzu said in a deep voice, "Suijin. Humph, are you playing with me?" Hearing Kakuzu's words, Suijin immediately understood that Kakuzu must have grasped the facial features of his Yama disguise, so he pointed at the mask on his face and said in a mocking tone, "Look carefully, I am Suijin, not Yama. But if you have any request, you can look for me." Another Akatsuki member whispered in Kakuzu's ear, "The pattern on his mask is indeed different from that Yama, they should be from the same organization." Kakuzu's attitude was still calm, and he ordered Hyojin in a condescending tone, "Tell me the whereabouts of Yama and the intelligence of your organization." Kakuzu knows very well how many monsters there are in his organization, so he doesn't put other organizations in his eyes, not even the 5 great shinobi villages in his eyes. Hyojin shrugged. "Come on, grab me, and you'll know everything." Jiaodu coldly said, "You are courting death." Hyojin did not waste any more time. He immediately turned around and sped out of the town. There were many civilians in the town, and if they fought here, even if Hyojin deliberately controlled it, he was afraid that many innocent people would be hurt, so he wanted to lead Akatsuki's team out of the town. Kakuzu was a prominent figure in the black market circle, and he also didn't want to affect the black market because of the battle, so he tacitly followed Hyojin out of the town. Watching the 3 people leave the town, the black market boss let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't fight here, in a forest outside the town. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, 3 figures landed on the ground one after another. Hyojin had one hand on his waist, and his face was a little excited. Kakuzu's strength was unquestionable, even if Kakashi was stronger than him 10 years later, he was completely suppressed by Kakuzu in a one-on-one fight. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of reinforcements, Kakashi's heart would have already been killed by Kakuzu. At that time, Kakashi was almost one of the top elite jonin in the village, and at the same time, he was also the strongest candidate for the 6th generation of the village, Naruto. One can imagine how strong Kakuzu was. Right now, Hyojin was controlling the Type A water release clone, so he couldn't use the ability of the Tenseigan, so this battle was quite a difficult challenge for him. But what he lacked right now was a challenge. After chasing out of the town, Kakuzu said impatiently, "I'm not interested in a guy without a bounty on him, I'll give you one last chance, hand over the information, and I'll spare your life." Hyojin didn't even bother to say a word, directly formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Water release, water wave." Puff, in an instant, a thin column of water shot out from Hyojin's mouth, shooting towards the Akatsuki duo. Kakuzu and the other Akatsuki member immediately jumped away, dodging Hyojin's water wave. Boom. 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 Although it didn't hit the target, the water wave was like a slender water knife, cutting off a large number of trees behind the Akatsuki duo, and the broken trees on the ground made a series of roars. Kakuzu glanced at the messy forest behind him with the corner of his eyes, and his expression became much more serious. The other Akatsuki member's expression was solemn, and he quickly took out a long sword. The water wave that Hyojin just used was a weakened version of the S-class ninjutsu water wave developed by the 2nd generation leader Naruto, but even if it's a weakened version, it's still an A-class ninjutsu with power comparable to Chidori. After knowing that the opponent is a bit tricky, Kakuzu slowly unbuttoned the red cloud clothes, and then took off the red cloud clothes, revealing his body full of stitches. He took off his clothes so quickly? After a pause, Hyojin secretly said, "Oh, for me, this is a good sign." Ugh, with a low roar, 4 monsters with white masks and black threads all over their bodies rushed out of Kakuzu's body and scattered in all directions. This is the Earth's Grudge technique. Hyojin's eyes were cold, and he secretly activated the Byakugan. And in his Byakugan vision, whether it was Kakuzu or the 4 masked monsters scattered around Kakuzu, all of them had an independent source of chakra. Swish, at this time, the Akatsuki member with a long sword rushed over. Hyojin immediately made a hand seal and stamped his foot, "Water release, water wall." In an instant, a water wall rose from the ground and blocked the Akatsuki member who rushed towards Hyojin. At the same time, a hand passed through the water wall and grabbed the Akatsuki member's throat, and then a water prison covered the Akatsuki member. The whole process only took a few breaths, and Hyojin captured one of the Akatsuki members. The process was so smooth that even he couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the light around him dimmed, and a dazzling electric current shot towards Hyojin. Subconsciously, Suijin placed the Akatsuki member who was trapped in the water prison technique in front of him. Zizi, in the harsh sound of the electric current, Hyojin and the Akatsuki member were hit by the lightning release ninjutsu. Supporting his paralyzed body, Hyojin jumped back and landed on a big tree. Looking at the Akatsuki member directly hit by the lightning release ninjutsu, Hyojin lightly spat, "TSK, you are so cruel to your own people." Listening to Kakuzu's cold and ruthless words, Suijin suddenly remembered that Kakuzu seemed to have changed partners several times in the Akatsuki organization, and it wasn't until he met Fei Dan who had the immortal body that they officially formed a stable immortal duo. Even if he sneaks into the Akatsuki organization, he can't escape the law of the jungle. After sighing in his heart, Hyojin no longer cared about the Akatsuki member on the ground and focused all his attention on Kakuzu. Although the Akatsuki member blocked most of the thunder release ninjutsu, Hyojin was still affected by it. At this time, half of his body was paralyzed. Kakuzu seemed to understand Hyojin's current situation, so he didn't say any more nonsense and directly rushed towards Hyojin. At the same time, the four-masked monsters scattered around Kakuzu also spread out and surrounded Hyojin. Hyojin immediately made a hand seal and shouted, "Water release, great waterfall technique." Walala, as Hyojin activated his ninjutsu, in an instant, a huge wave smashed towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu's expression changed, and for the first time, he showed an expression of surprise. Obviously, the power of Hyojin's water release ninjutsu is far beyond his expectation. In a place without a water source, even Kakuzu, who has lived for more than 70 years, in his impression, not many people can perform water release ninjutsu of this scale. At this time, a masked monster with red lines opened its mouth towards Hyojin, and a fireball was shot out from the masked monster's mouth like a cannonball. Hyojin didn't make any unnecessary movements, but once again made a hand seal, water release, water dragon technique. In an instant, a huge water dragon appeared out of thin air and coiled around Hyojin to protect him. Boom. 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 When the fireballs hit the water dragon, they produced a series of loud noises and stirred up steam that filled the air, filling the air with a thick mist. Bang! Right after that, another, wind magic bullet, was launched towards Hyojin, blowing away half of the water dragon that was protecting Hyojin. After being cut into two by the wind magic bullet, the water dragon that was protecting Hyojin turned into clear water and dissipated. At this time, Kakuzu jumped onto a tree, broke through the mist, and punched at Hyojin. Hyojin's face darkened, and he took out a kunai to counter the attack. Clang! The kunai, which was forged from fine steel, clashed with Kakuzu's fist, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Obviously, Kakuzu used earth release ninjutsu to strengthen his arms. Hyojin borrowed the force of Kakuzu's punch and leaped back, thinking to himself, "This guy's strength is really great." Kakuzu didn't immediately pursue. Standing in the mist, he stretched out his arms towards Hyojin, who was leaping back. At this time, his arms were separated from his body, connected by mysterious black lines, and quickly shot towards Hyojin, who was still in midair. Hyojin, who was in midair, had nowhere to borrow strength, and couldn't dodge at all. He was caught by the two flying arms, and his throat was tightly gripped. Slowly retracting his arms, he dragged Hyojin to the front of Kakuzu. After completely retracting his arms, Kakuzu grabbed Hyojin's neck with one hand, lifted him into the air, and said indifferently, "Boy, your strength is not weak, tell me all the information about Yama, and I can spare your life." Hyojin, who was desperately struggling, suddenly stopped, and chuckled, "You guess, will I spare your life?" Kakuzu's expression stagnated, "You." "No." Boom, boom, boom. Before Kakuzu's voice fell, a series of violent explosions occurred on Hyojin's body. Kakuzu flew out of the explosion awkwardly, coughing while looking for Hyojin's figure. At this time, Hyojin leisurely walked out from behind a big tree. "Oh, such a close-range explosion didn't kill you. Your life is really not ordinary. Using the water clone as bait, and using the detonation talisman to deal with me, humph, it seems that I underestimated you." Eyes staring at Hyojin, Kakuzu continued, "When the mist rose, you used the mist to block my vision, and secretly used the water clone." Hyojin smiled, "You guessed right." Kakuzu's eyes became sharper, "Very good, I want to see what other tricks you have." At this time, Kakuzu could already be sure that Hyojin deliberately used the water dragon technique to block his fire release. The purpose was to create the mist, and then launch the water clone as a bait. It could be said that from the beginning, he had been played by Hyojin, in a cave in the country of fire. Uchiha Shinichi and Pipa Juzo were sitting in front of a bonfire, warming themselves. Stretching, Uchiha Shinichi complained, making us look for the mysterious person all over the world, but we don't even know what the mysterious person looks like. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Pipa Juzo leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. For Uchiha Shinichi's complaints, Pipa Juzo did not respond at all. He seemed to have long been accustomed to all this. Suddenly, a spiritual message was transmitted to the minds of both of them. Uchiha Shinichi curled his lips and said, "Why are you looking for us?" Pipa Juzo didn't say much, immediately made a hand seal, and said in a low voice, "Magic lantern body technique, connect." In an instant, Pipa Juzo and Uchiha Shinichi's spiritual projection entered a huge cave. In this cave, there was a very large human-shaped stone statue. The stone statue's face was very distorted, and there were 9 closed eyes on the face. It looked very strange. After the spiritual projection fell on one of the stone statue's fingers, Uchiha Shinichi looked around. He found that in addition to Pain, who summoned him and Pipa Juzo, there were 2 other Akatsuki members' spiritual projections standing on the other finger of the stone statue. At this time, Pain, who was standing on the stone statue's thumb, said, "Kakuzu's group has encountered a strong enemy in the Land of Fire. Orochimaru, Sasori, Uchiha Shinichi, Pipa Juzo, your 2 groups are the closest to Kakuzu's group. I want you to immediately support them and capture the enemy." Uchiha Shinichi said, "Kakuzu looks very powerful. I didn't expect that he couldn't even deal with a bounty ninja." Orochimaru's eyes stayed on Uchiha Shinichi for a while, then he licked his lips and said, "Is the other party the bounty ninja named Yama?" Pain shook his head. "There is no detailed information about the other party, so you must get there as soon as possible." Sasori asked, "Where is he?" After telling the location of Kakuzu, Pain said, "Dismiss." 2 ninjas in red cloud suits were speeding through the country of fire. Their speed was so fast that they left behind afterimages, and the civilians who saw them along the way thought they were seeing things. While speeding, Shinichi Uchiha asked his partner next to him, "Hey, do you think we'll get nothing this time?" In order to find the mysterious person that the organization was looking for, Shinichi Uchiha had been running all over the country of fire recently. Pipa Juzo said casually, "Who knows?" In Pipa Juzo's opinion, not being able to find the mysterious person might not be a bad thing. After all, the person that the organization was afraid of was definitely not an ordinary person. If they were to accidentally encounter him, it might be a tough battle. After passing through another forest, Shinichi Uchiha looked into the distance and asked Pipa Juzo, "It should be the town in front, right?" Pipa Juzo nodded and said, "Yes, it's there." After a while, the 2 arrived at the town. After finding the black market boss, Pipa Juzo asked, "Which direction did Kakuzu go?" The boss didn't dare to hide it and quickly pointed in the direction that Hyojin and Kakuzu went and said, "Kakuzu and Master Suyama went in that direction." "Suyama?" Uchiha Shinichi frowned and said, "Isn't that bounty ninja called Yama?" The black market boss explained with a bitter smile, "The one who fought with Kakuzu was indeed Suyama. According to Suyama, Yama is their leader." Whether it was Kakuzu's organization or Suyama's organization, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Therefore, he could only hope that the battle between these 2 mysterious organizations would not involve him. Shinichi Uchiha chuckled and said, "Yo, the other party has another organization." Pipa Juzo said with a sullen face, "Let's go." After leaving the town, the 2 ran in the direction that the black market boss pointed out for a while and soon found that the sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds and thunder. Uchiha Shinichi asked, "Rain clouds?" "No, someone is fighting over there. Kakuzu should be over there." As a ninja born in the mist village of the rain country, Pipa Juzo quickly distinguished that the rain clouds in the distance were not natural phenomena, but man-made. At this time Uchiha Shinichi looked to the side and said, "Someone is coming." Pipa Juzo immediately became alert, "Which side are they from?" After sensing for a while, Uchiha Shinichi said, "Don't worry, it's Orochimaru and the others." A moment later, Orochimaru and Sasori landed in front of him. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha and Shinichi and said in a hoarse voice, "You guys are fast." Pipa Juzo pointed to the rain clouds in the distance, "The battlefield should be over there." Standing on a big tree, Sasori looked over there and grinned, "The movement is really big, the other party seems to be a good puppet material." Uchiha Shinichi was very disgusted with Sasori, who plays with corpses, so he snorted, "Hey, boss said to capture him alive, I'm afraid you can't do as you wish." On the battlefield. The mist produced by the collision of the water escape technique and the fire escape technique permeated the entire forest, causing the forest to become a lot more hazy. The drizzle that fell from the sky made the forest even more hazy and unreal. Hyojin half squatted on a tree branch, panting lightly. After a fierce battle, he found that he didn't have a good way to deal with Kakuzu, because he lacked the means to deal a fatal blow to Kakuzu. With the cooperation of the four masked monsters, Kakuzu can perform all the ninjutsu of water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind attributes. In a regular battle, there is almost no flaw. The most troublesome thing is that the four masked monsters can fly in the air, and their cooperation with each other is very tacit. Sometimes they will even combine in pairs to perform a joint ninjutsu of two different attributes, suppressing Hyojin who can only use water release. Chakra consumes too much energy, it's time to retreat. Even with the support of the Ryumyaku, even with the incomparable affinity with the water attribute chakra, Hyojin at this time felt a little difficult to continue. What's more, his purpose this time is just to have a fierce battle. As for whether or not he can kill Kakuzu, it's not important to him, so at this point, he should really consider retreating. At this time, a masked monster with blue lines on its face found Hyojin's trace and opened its mouth to spit out a lightning ball. Humph! With a light grunt, Hyojin jumped and avoided the lightning ball. Earth release has an obvious restraining effect on water release, whether it is earth wall or body hardening, these ninjutsu can easily resist water release of the same level. Wind release and thunder release also have a certain restraining effect on water release. In other words, except for fire release, water release is often at a disadvantage in the face of several other attributes of release. Of course, water release is not completely without its advantages. Its advantage is that it is stable, and the utilization of chakra is high. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Hyojin is restricted in every aspect when facing Kakuzu, who can use all 5 attributes of ninjutsu. And if he is not careful, he will be caught by the opponent. After falling to the ground, Hyojin used the Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Soon, the position of the 4 masked monsters was grasped by him, but he still couldn't find the real body of Kakuzu. Did he sneak into the ground? Hyojin looked at his feet vigilantly. Many high-level earth release and earth release ninjutsu, as long as they go deep enough, they can avoid the detection of the Byakugan. However, through his previous observation, Hyojin has already discovered that the 4 masked monsters that separated from Kakuzu's body, although they can fly and run, they can't get too far away from Kakuzu's body. Therefore, according to the position of the 4 masked monsters, Kuroto can roughly infer where Kakuzu's body is. It's just that at this moment, Hyojin has no interest in continuing to entangle with Kakuzu. Since Kakuzu has sneaked into the ground, he decided to take this opportunity to escape from the battle. Suddenly, he felt several huge chakra reactions coming towards him. He immediately activated the Byakugan, 1, 2, 4, a total of 4 people. And with such chakra's amount, it seems that all 4 of them are experts. The speed of the other party was extremely fast, and when Hyojin noticed them, they were already close to him. Not long after, the 4 figures landed around Hyojin and surrounded him. Standing on a tree with half of its body charred by the lightning release ninjutsu, Uchiha Shinichi muttered with one hand on his waist, "Hey, Kakuzu, can't you even deal with such a guy?" At this time, Kakuzu calmly poked his body out of the ground and said in a deep voice, "This guy is not simple." Bipajuzo, who was carrying the beheading sword on his back, looked around the battlefield and said, "Such a powerful water release ninjutsu, even in the entire Mist Village, there aren't many people who can do it." Sasori put his hands into his ninja bag and said with a smile, "Let me do it, I'm very interested in him." Orochimaru, with his hands crossed over his chest, leaned against a tree, his eyes only paused on Hyojin for a moment before shifting to Uchiha Shinichi. For Orochimaru, ordinary ninjas can no longer arouse his interest, the only one he really cares about is Shinichi Uchiha who has the Manjikyu Sharingan. Orochimaru, Sasori, Bipajuzo, Uchiha Shinichi, Hyojin, who was surrounded in the center, looked around at the 4 Akatsuki members who suddenly appeared. His face was a little dark. He doesn't like to be looked down upon, so he jumped on a tree and said to the group of Akatsuki members who seemed to be eating him alive, "Your organization really has a lot of people." Uchiha Shinichi said, "Hey, it's better if you don't resist, lest I accidentally kill you." Hyojin glared at Uchiha Shinichi and cursed, "This idiot." At this time, Bipa Juzo waved his beheading sword and pointed it at Hyojin. "What organization are you in? Who is that bounty ninja named Yama?" Hyojin pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Tell me the name of your organization, and I will tell you the name of my organization." Previously, he had used a large amount of Dragon Vein chakra, so his body had accumulated a lot of nature energy. Therefore, he needed some time to recover and wait for his body to naturally expel the nature energy that had dispersed in his body. Otherwise, if the natural energy in his body accumulated too much, his body would turn into stone just like last time. Bipa Juzo seemed to have the idea of recruiting Hyojin and said, "The organization we are in is called Akatsuki, your strength is not bad, join us." "Akatsuki huh?" Smiling, Hyojin said, "The organization I'm in is called God. I think the few of you are quite strong. Why don't you join my organization?" "God." Sasori took out a scroll from his ninja bag and said, "What a big tone." At this time, Orochimaru was also a little interested in Hyojin, who was wearing the Suijin armor. With the current 5 Akatsuki members on the battlefield, in Orochimaru's opinion, even the strongest ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages with the name of Kage on their backs would be defeated if they came. And this Suijin of Amatsuki is able to remain so calm in such a situation, this alone is enough to attract his attention. Hyojin's eyes were patrolling between the 5 members of Akatsuki while secretly thinking about countermeasures. He did not panic because his current body was just a clone. There was still a spare Type B clone in the lab, so he could just give up on this Type A clone. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is the dragon vein sealed in his body. But this is not a problem that can't be solved. As long as he finds time to summon the wild boar, then put the gourd in the wild boar's mouth, and then remove the summoning, he can safely send the gourd away. Because there is a way out, he wants to try and see if he can save this Type A clone. After all, after the fierce battle just now, he can clearly feel that this Type A clone has a certain degree of resonance with his soul. This resonance is undoubtedly the most direct reaction to the improvement of compatibility. Suddenly, Hyojin's eyes stopped on Uchiha Shinichi, and a bold idea came to Hyojin's mind. If it works, he might be able to save this clone. Voila! At this time, Sasori on the opposite tree shook the scroll in his hand, and the word ice was written on the scroll. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, a human puppet appeared in front of everyone. Hyojin looked over and found that the human puppet controlled by Sasori was dressed like a mist ninja, and there was even a forehead protector on its forehead. It was obviously a mist ninja when it was alive. Ice Release Ninja? With the identity of a mist ninja, and the word ice on the scroll, Hyojin quickly guessed that this human puppet should be a user of Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. Ice Release has a natural restraining effect on water release, so Hyojin did not dare to delay any longer and immediately formed a hand seal and shouted, "Water Release, Water Blast." In an instant, a large amount of water rose from the ground like a tornado, forming a giant water spout. When the water spout reached its peak, with Hyojin as the center, the water surged in all directions, facing the sudden huge water wave. The 5 Akatsuki members did not waste their chakra to block it. Instead, they spread out and scattered to the treetops of the surrounding trees. At this time, to everyone's surprise, Hyojin took advantage of the water wave to get in front of Orochimaru. Water Release, Water Blast. A slender water blade sprayed out from Hyojin's mouth, drawing an arc and chopping towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips and suddenly lowered his body like a snake, easily dodging Hyojin's water blast, and then stretched out his right hand towards Hyojin. From his right hand sleeve, a few lightning-fast poisonous snakes immediately shot out. Hyojin, who had already expected this, immediately formed a hand seal and shouted, "Water Release, Water Wall Technique." The poisonous snakes shot from Orochimaru's sleeve were immediately washed away by the water wall. While Hyojin crossed the water wall and rushed towards Orochimaru, sneering, "Let's get rid of the weakest guy first." Weakest? Orochimaru smiled lightly and faced Hyojin. If you are familiar with Orochimaru, you should know that although he is smiling at this time, but the flashing pupils have reflected the cold killing intent in his heart. Seeing Hyojin and Orochimaru fighting together, Sasori did not rush to use the ice puppet, but stood aside and watched the show. Kakuzu, Bipajuzo, Uchiha, Shinichi, and others listened to Hyojin's ridicule of Orochimaru and did not rush to intervene, just stood aside and watched the show. After fighting with Orochimaru for a while, Hyojin suddenly withdrew and fled in the direction of Uchiha and Shinichi. Naturally, Orochimaru would not let him go, so he also chased after him. Seeing Hyojin getting closer and closer, Uchiha and Shinichi laughed and said, "Hey, you want to escape from me? Hehe, you have the wrong idea." For Orochimaru, who doesn't even care much about Naruto's position, the reason why he joined the Akatsuki organization is only because he covets the Rinnegan of the organization's leader, Pain. However, the cruel reality made Orochimaru understand that with his current strength, he is not capable of seizing Pain's Rinnegan, which has the title of Immortal Eye. Therefore, he can only take a step back and focus on the Manjikyu Sharingan. When he heard that there was a Uchiha clan member who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan in Mai, Orochimaru was ecstatic. He felt that the Manjikyu Sharingan was already in his bag. But with the follow-up investigation, he was surprised to find that Uchiha Shinichi, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, possessed extraordinary combat power, and almost with his own strength, he was able to turn the Mai clan upside down. Although this news made him more eager for the Manjikyu Sharingan, but at the same time, it also made him understand that it is not an easy task to seize the Manjikyu Sharingan. Recently, Orochimaru has been looking for an opportunity to make a move, but because the Akatsuki organization members are usually in groups of 2, and he and Uchiha Shinichi are not partners in the same group, so he has not found a good opportunity. Therefore, the current opportunity really makes his heart itch. Hyojin doesn't need to turn his head to observe to guess how hesitant and restless Orochimaru's heart is at this time, because no one knows better than him about Orochimaru's desire for the Manjikyu Sharingan. This is also the key to Hyojin's escape. As long as Orochimaru takes action against Uchiha Shinichi, then the current 5 Akatsuki members will immediately fall into division and chaos. At that time, he can find a gap to escape. Looking at Uchiha Shinichi, who is a little eager to attack him, Hyojin, who was running away, secretly thought, "Idiot, don't get your eyes dug out." With one fleeing and one chasing, Hyojin and Orochimaru quickly approached Uchiha Shinichi. At this time, Hyojin quickly printed the hand seals and shouted, "Water release, water clone technique." In the blink of an eye, Hyojin, who had activated the water clone technique, split into 2, and suddenly changed his route, evading the direction of Uchiha Shinichi and fleeing in different directions. Huh? Shinichi Uchiha frowned slightly. With his eyesight, he couldn't distinguish which is the real body of Hyojin and which is the water clone in an instant. Bipajuzo, Kakuzu, and Sasori, the other Akatsuki members, were also secretly surprised because they also couldn't distinguish which is the real body and which is the water clone. Orochimaru, who is chasing after Hyojin, didn't react to this because his attention at this moment is all on Uchiha Shinichi. At this time, he is only less than 7 or 8 meters away from Uchiha Shinichi. This distance is almost within reach for a ninja of his level. Shinichi Uchiha, who has activated his Sharingan, also noticed that Orochimaru didn't continue to chase Hyojin, who has changed the direction of escape, but went straight to him, so he immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" Without waiting for Uchiha Shinichi to finish his words, Orochimaru stretched out his right hand, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, going straight for Uchiha Shinichi's Sharingan. Uchiha Shinichi did not panic as Orochimaru expected, but completed the hand seals in an instant, and opened his mouth to spit a large flame at Orochimaru. Hua, the powerful fire release ninjutsu turned the whole forest red. "I'll take your eye." However, Orochimaru didn't dodge, and used his body to resist Uchiha Shinichi's fire release ninjutsu. Even if his skin and flesh melted in the high temperature of the flame, he didn't care at all. He endured the flame and came in front of Uchiha Shinichi, and his right hand even touched Uchiha Shinichi's eyeball. Bang! Just at the moment when Orochimaru was dazzling, Uchiha Shinichi's body turned into white smoke. Orochimaru was stunned, and said in surprise, "Shadow clone." From the beginning of the idea of dazzling the eye, Orochimaru has been paying close attention to Uchiha Shinichi. He can be sure that Uchiha Shinichi did not have the time to release the shadow clone, so the only possibility is that the Uchiha Shinichi in front of him has always been a shadow clone. The first to react was Uchiha Shinichi's partner, Bipajuzo. He was the closest to Orochimaru, and he waved his beheading sword at Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, how dare you betray the organization?" Kakuzu glanced at Orochimaru and Pipajuzo, and then looked at Hyojin, who had not escaped far, and said, "You guys solve your own problems, I'm going to chase after that guy." With that, Kakuzu and the four masked monsters randomly chose a Hyojin and chased after him. Sasori stared deeply at Orochimaru, and without saying anything, he controlled the ice puppet and chased after the other Hyojin. Since they can't distinguish which is the real body and which is the water clone, Kakuzu and Sasori can only chase after them separately. Hyojin, who was breaking out of the encirclement, looked back, and immediately raised the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Shinichi obviously did not forget his previous instructions, so he was wary of the members of the Akatsuki, so Orochimaru's seemingly sudden attack was not unexpected at all. And his plan to provoke the Akatsuki to fight among themselves was unexpectedly effective. The situation that was originally 1 against 5 has now become 1 against 1. Looking at Sasori, who was chasing behind him, Hyojin began to calculate the next countermeasures. At the moment, the chakra in his body is less than 10%, and a large amount of nature's chakra has accumulated in his body, so he can't continue to use the Ryumyaku chakra, otherwise, his body will have an irreversible petrification phenomenon, so it's really a bit difficult for him to fight with Sasori at this moment. What's more, Sasori's strength is not below Kakuzu's, and with the ice puppet, it can even be said that he is the nemesis of Suijin, and before he comprehends ice release, he has no chance of winning against Sasori. Sasori said with a playful look on his face, "You can't escape." Hyojin ignored him and continued to run. At this time, under the control of Sasori, the ice puppet suddenly displayed an ice release ninjutsu. In an instant, a smooth and clear ice track appeared on the ground, and this ice track quickly extended towards Hyojin, chasing after Hyojin as if it has a mind of its own. Sasori and the ice puppet glided quickly on the ice track. Their speed was far faster than Hyojin, who was running on 2 legs. If the speed of both sides doesn't change, then it's only a matter of time before Sasori catches up with Hyojin. Looking at the Sasori and the ice puppet sliding on the ice track, Suijin's face sank. He stopped and jumped onto a tree. Sasori also stopped and said with a smile, "If I kill you here, no one will know." Sasori didn't take Pain's order to capture him seriously, because he doesn't think that the so-called Amatsukami that Hyojin mentioned can threaten the Akatsuki. In his opinion, instead of spending a lot of effort to capture him alive, it's better to kill him and turn him into a puppet. Under the mask, Hyojin slowly activated the Byakugan. After confirming that no other members of the Akatsuki were chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief while secretly thinking about countermeasures. Sasori didn't give Hyojin a chance to breathe. He immediately raised his hands that were connected to the chakra and shouted, "Ice release, 1,000 killing ice." Instantly, the ice puppet clenched its hands. Under the effect of the ice chakra, the water vapor in the air gradually condensed and turned into thousands of ice pillars that were suspended in the air and pointed at Hyojin. Hyojin's face suddenly stiffened. With the insight of his Byakugan, in just a moment, he judged that the thousands of ice pillars that were suspended in the air had blocked all his escape routes, forcing him into a dead end. "TSK, it seems that I can't escape." He thought that after provoking the Akatsuki's internal strife, he would be able to escape smoothly, but he didn't think that after Sasori obtained the ice puppet, his mobility would increase so much. "It seems that I have underestimated the Akatsuki." Secretly sighing, Hyojin concentrated his mind and focused on dealing with Sasori. Sasori coldly said, "You still haven't lost your fighting spirit? But it's a pity that you met me." After saying that, Sasori waved his hand. The countless ice pillars that were suspended in the air were mixed with a whistling sound as they shot toward Hyojin on the tree. Water escape, water ripple. Almost at the same time as Scorpion made his move, Hyojin also completed his hand seals, spitting out a slender water blade from his mouth, cutting off the big tree next to him, and then turned around and kicked the broken half of the trunk towards Scorpion. At the same time, he shrank his body and hid behind the half of the tree trunk that flew towards the Scorpion. Swish swish swish, countless thousand ice blades rained down on the tree trunk, causing wood splinters to fly everywhere. Hyojin, who was hiding behind the tree, was not spared either. In an instant, he was hit by dozens of ice swords, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the tiny ice was powerless to stop it from flying towards Scorpion's tree trunk. Boom, with a roar, the tree trunk smashed into the place where Scorpion had just been. Hyojin, who was hiding behind the tree trunk, fiercely stepped on the tree trunk. With the recoil, he leaped up and appeared in front of the retreating Scorpion. At this time, Scorpion, who was in midair, had a playful look on his face, and he gently waved his hands that were connected to the chakra line, ice release, ice binding coffin. The ice puppet controlled by him immediately pointed at Hyojin, who was rushing towards Scorpion. In an instant, a stream of water wrapped around Hyojin's right arm, and in an instant, it turned into cold ice. Hyojin didn't even turn his head, and without looking, he waved the kunai in his hand to cut off his right arm that was bound by the ice release ninjutsu, and then rushed towards Scorpion. Hyojin's movement was too fast, as if he had already decided to abandon his right arm before Scorpion made his move, so before Scorpion could react, he had already rushed in front of Scorpion, and the kunai in his hand smoothly pierced into Scorpion's chest. Scorpion barely blocked it with his body technique, and then kicked Hyojin hard, and flew back again with the recoil. The two people who were separated in the air were not idle. Hyojin bit his finger, made a seal with one hand, and shouted with difficulty, "Psychic art!" Bang! After a burst of white smoke, a strong wild boar appeared in the forest. Hyojin, with a broken arm, landed firmly on the wild boar, and shouted, "Run!" The wild boar, with a big striped tiger in its mouth, was stunned. Obviously it was the first time it was psychic, and it was not used to it, but after receiving Hyojin's order, it immediately moved its hooves and ran wildly. On Scorpion's side, he looked at the kunai that was pierced into his chest, and even the series of detonation talismans that were hissing behind the kunai. He also decisively shook a scroll. Bang! In the white smoke, a puppet that looked like a scorpion with a long tail appeared. This puppet was the defensive puppet Failyohu made by Scorpion himself. The moment he landed, Scorpion rolled sideways and hit in the Failyohu. Boom boom boom, almost at the same time Scorpion hit in the Failyohu, the detonation talisman that he pulled off exploded outside the Failyohu. After a while, Scorpion crawled out of the Failyohu. He glanced at the slightly damaged Failyohu, and his face was gloomy. Without a doubt, even a defensive puppet could not completely withstand the explosion of the detonation talismans at such a close distance, not to mention that there was more than one detonation talisman. Then, Scorpion looked around. At this time, Hyojin had already escaped to God knows where. On the battlefield, only Hyojin's frozen broken arm was left. Walking to the broken arm with a gloomy face, Scorpion controlled the ice puppet to remove the ice release ninjutsu, and picked up the broken arm. At this time, a familiar hissing sound came into his ears. He subconsciously used his fingers to pick up the sleeve of the broken arm, and found that the sleeve was full of detonation talismans. This? On Hyojin's side. Hyojin laid weakly on the back of the wild boar, and after a while, he took out a bandage from his ninja bag, and simply treated the wound on his right shoulder. Then, he sat up, and looked back to make sure that the enemy had not caught up. Seeing that Scorpion did not catch up, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he noticed that the wild boar still had the dead tiger in its mouth, so he patted the boar's head and said, "Eat, eat, 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 all you know is to eat. We are running for our lives, can't you first throw away the dead tiger in your mouth?" The wild boar grunted, as if complaining to Hyojin that it had spent a lot of effort to catch this tiger. Hyojin knocked on its head again. "Quickly throw it away, escape is more important." The wild boar grunted a few more times. Then, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dead tiger in its mouth. Then, it ran unsteadily with its big belly propped up. Hyojin was speechless. "You dead pig, still thinking about eating when you are about to die." Boom boom boom, suddenly, a series of explosions came from behind. Calculating the time, Hyojin knew that this was the trap he left behind, activated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, 3 figures landed in the messy forest. All 3 of them were dressed as my ninjas. The leader of the team was carrying a ceramic jar on his back and wore a pair of sunglasses, looking calm and collected. The 2 members were a boy and a girl, both of them only 14 or 15 years old, looking slightly immature. After looking around, the boy with the long sword on his back murmured to himself in disbelief, Did a ninja war break out here?" The girl wearing Konoha's forehead protector on the side was also shocked. In front of them, the huge forest was filled with the remains of the battlefield. Even a casual glance could easily find the traces left by the 5-element ninjutsu: water release, fire release, wind release, lightning release, and earth release. Usually, a battlefield of this scale would only appear in a large-scale ninja war. The leader of the team said in a deep voice, "Red Bean, Gale, go look around and see if you can find any useful clues." Yes. Red Bean and Gale immediately dispersed. After a while, Red Bean, who was searching for clues, stopped in front of a big tree. Looking at the snake's body on the ground, Red Bean squatted down in shock. After a brief examination of the snake's body, her expression suddenly changed, and she said in shock, "This is Orochimaru's snake." Could it be that Orochimaru was also involved in this battle? After the few of them gathered again, Red Bean immediately reported to the leader of the team, "Captain Jiwei, I found this. This is Orochimaru's snake. He should be involved in the battle here." After taking the snake's body and examining it, the leader named Jiwei frowned. "From the information received from the black market, the people fighting here should be two groups of bounty ninjas. Why would Orochimaru be involved in this kind of battle?" Ahem. After coughing twice, Gale, who did not look too well, said, "This is a large-scale battlefield. If two groups of bounty ninjas are fighting each other, there must be more than 100 people on both sides." Jiwei nodded, agreeing with Gale's guess. After all, an ordinary bounty ninja is generally only at the level of a chunin, and 2 or 3 of them can't make such a big movement, so according to the analysis of the battlefield, the number of people who participated in the battle is at least more than 100. Jiwei sniffed and said, "There's not much of a bloody smell in the air, which means that the winning side not only cleaned up the battlefield strictly, but also disguised themselves accordingly." But why did he do that? What are they trying to hide? Red Bean asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" After pondering for a moment, Jiwei replied, "These bounty ninjas are too abnormal, and they even involve Orochimaru. We must report the situation here to Naruto-sama as soon as possible." In the dark cave. Under the summoning of the magic lantern body technique, all the Akatsuki members who participated in the capture of Suijin appeared on the finger of the giant stone statue. Pain looked around and said in a deep voice, "Why did we fail the mission?" Shinichi Uchiha spread his hands and said, "You can't blame us for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Orochimaru." Bipajuzo nodded gently. "Orochimaru betrayed us. During the mission, he suddenly attacked Shinichi, trying to seize Shinichi's Sharingan, which disrupted our encirclement." Sasori snorted lightly, "I told you long ago that we shouldn't have recruited him into the organization." Pain was silent when he heard this. He naturally knew that Orochimaru's purpose in joining the organization was not pure, but he thought that with his own strength, he could deter Orochimaru, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would choose to betray the organization so quickly. After a while, Pain asked, "Has the identity of the other party been confirmed?" Kakuzu, who has been silent all this time, replied, "It's a guy named Suijin. According to him, the organization he belongs to is called Kamikaze, and the previous Yama is the leader of their organization." Kamikaze. Pain chewed on this word, and his face gradually became gloomy. In his mind, the only one who can change the world of shinobi is him. The only one worthy of the title of Kamikaze is him, who has the sage eye. Shinichi Uchiha crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Hey, that Suijin is not simple. Our 3 teams attacked together, but in the end, one died, one defected, and we didn't even catch him. This time we lost a lot of face." Shinichi Uchiha was very happy about the defeat of the organization. Because they are all elite renegade shinobi, the members of Akatsuki have always been arrogant, except for the 5 great shinobi villages. They basically don't put other forces in their eyes. And this time, the organization sent a total of 3 teams with 6 members. With an absolute advantage of 6 against 1, not only did they fail to capture the target alive, but they also lost 1 person, and 1 defected. It can be said that this is the biggest loss Akatsuki has suffered since Pain came to power. Recovering from his thoughts, Pain asked indifferently, "How strong is that Suijin?" Kakuzu said, "Very strong. One-on-one I don't have the confidence to capture him alive." After Kakuzu finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Sasori. After all, among the few people present, only Kakuzu and Sasori have really fought with Suijin. Sasori snorted lightly, "The next time I meet him, I will kill him with my own hands." In a situation where victory was within his grasp, Not only did he let Suijin escape, but he also suffered a small loss. This made Sasori, who has always been competitive, very annoyed. Pain thought for a moment and said, Sasori, Kakuzu, you two form a team for the time being. Kakuzu and Sasori looked at each other, tacitly agreeing to Pain's arrangement. After all, in Akatsuki, there are always two people in a team, and both of them have lost their partners, so it is reasonable for them to form a team for the time being. Pain then said, next time you find clues about Amatsukami, don't act rashly, gather at least 2 teams before you act. Sasori said at this time, I suspect that Orochimaru has something to do with Amatsukami, and the timing of his betrayal is too coincidental. Pain thought for a moment and said, then the task of hunting down Orochimaru will be handed over to you and Kakuzu. Sasori said confidently, no problem. Pain looked at the members one last time and said, dismiss. After exiting the magic lamp body, Pain came to the edge of the tower, drenched in the drizzle, looking into the distance. The sudden appearance of Amatsukami gave him a bad feeling, but he still believes that with his own strength, he is enough to control everything. At this time, a twisting vortex appeared behind him, and a figure wearing a mask walked out of the vortex. This person is not a bystander, but Obsidian, nicknamed Madara Uchiha. Hearing that the mission had failed, Obsidian asked in disappointment, you didn't even manage to find out who they are? There's no trace of Yama, and the capture of Master Suijin has failed. The only thing we know is that they are members of an organization called Amatsukami, and Yama seems to be the leader of that organization. Amatsukami. Obsidian's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself, who was the person I met at the root base? Why do I feel like he's familiar? Pain then said, Orochimaru has betrayed us. Obsidian was not too surprised by this. He pondered for a moment and said, looks like we'll need more manpower. Pain looked into the distance and said calmly, don't worry. No one can stop me. Inside Hyojin's secret laboratory. After dragging his broken body back to the laboratory, Hyojin immediately withdrew his soul and returned to his escape body. TSK, the injuries are so severe. He rubbed his chin and sighed. When he was running for his life, he did not notice it. But now that he had returned to his original body and was observing the clone on the experimental platform from a different angle, he realized that the damage to the clone body was actually this severe. The right arm is completely missing. The muscles on the back were cut by Bing Qianben, the meridians on both sides of the ribs were also damaged by Bing Qianben. Hyojin used his Tenseigan to observe the injuries on the clone's body while making detailed records. At first, he thought that the loss of the right arm was the most severe injury, but after a careful examination, he realized that Bing Qianben had caused quite a lot of damage to the clone's body as well. To a certain extent, the severity of the injury was even greater than the loss of the right arm. This was because Bing Qianben had not only cut a large number of muscles and ligaments on the clone's body, but it had also damaged many important meridians and acupuncture points. The destructive power of the ice release ninjutsu on the body is much higher than I thought. These injuries were not eye-catching individually, but when combined together, it was terrifying. It could cause a person to lose the ability to fight without them realizing it. After calculating all the data, Hyojin removed all the items from the Type A clone and destroyed the Type A clone that had lost its function. This encounter with the Akatsuki has made Kuroto understand a certain truth. Simple water release is not enough to deal with an enemy of Akatsuki's level. If he wants to ensure the safety of the clone, then he must at least master the ice release. At this time, Hyojin shifted his gaze to the clone bee in the nutrition tank. After taking out the clone bee from the nutrition tank, Hyojin didn't hesitate and immediately used the Tenseigan soul descending technique to descend his soul onto the clone bee. After adapting for a while, Hyojin realized that in terms of data, the Type B clone was very close to the Type A clone. However, in actual control, there was an obvious difference between the two. Among them, the most obvious point was that the water attribute of the Type A clone was much stronger than the wind attribute of the Type A clone. As a result, the Type A clone did not have enough affinity with the wind attribute chakra. On the other hand, the Type B clone's water attribute and wind attribute are more compatible. Although this will make the power of the water release ninjutsu of the Type B clone significantly weaker than that of the Type A clone, but at the same time, the probability of awakening ice release in the Type B clone is higher than that of the Type A clone. Whether it is the Type A clone or the Type B clone, both are products of the fusion of Haku's cells. Therefore, in theory, both of these clones have the possibility of inheriting Haku's ice release Kekkei Genkai. After all, the ice release is only the fusion of the water and wind attributes. Not Byakugan, Sharingan, which requires mental power and involves the soul, in release Kekkei limit. After a while, Hyojin, who was controlling the clone B clone, arrived at Haku's underground residence. After taking Haku to a remote forest, Hyojin immediately ordered him, "Show me the ice release ninjutsu here." Haku nodded, "Yes." After saying that, he gently stretched out his right hand with his palm facing upwards. In an instant, an ice flower appeared on his palm. Hyojin, who had activated Byakugan, asked, "What is your limit without hand seals?" Haku closed his eyes and concentrated for a while, then the ice flower on his palm condensed into an ice senbon. Hyojin quickly took out a small notebook and recorded the flow of chakra in Haku's meridians. In Byakugan's vision, when Haku used ice release, the fusion ratio of water and wind chakra in Haku's meridians is about 8:2. Among them, the water attribute chakra is mainly responsible for shaping the ninjutsu, while the wind attribute chakra seems to only be used for the fusion of nature. After recording, Hyojin then said, "Okay, now show me the ice release ninjutsu." Haku carefully asked, "Kuroto-sama, what kind of ninjutsu do you want me to use?" After thinking about it, Hyojin said, "The strongest." Haku took a deep breath, then slowly printed, and shouted, "Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal." In an instant, a smooth and translucent ice mirror appeared out of thin air, forming a huge ice shield, enclosing both Haku and Hyojin in the open space inside the ice shield. Looking at the surrounding ice mirrors, Hyojin curiously asked, "Haku, can you control these ice mirrors that are suspended in the air?" "Yes." Haku nodded, and with a light leap, he integrated into the ice mirror. Then, the motionless ice mirror suddenly began to spin. At first glance, it seemed as though the entire ice shield was spinning. Hyojin was surprised to find that even if he activated Byakugan, he still couldn't find Haku's real body in the rapidly rotating ice mirrors. At this time, Haku stopped the rotation of the ice mirror, and half of his body poked out from one of the ice mirrors, panting, and asked, "Kuroto-sama, what else do you need me to do?" Hyojin shook his head, then carefully recorded the movement of chakra in his body when Haku used the magic mirror ice crystal, and finally slowly put away the notebook. In front of Haku's puzzled eyes, Hyojin, who put away the notebook, imitated the sequence of hand seals that he used to cast the magic mirror ice crystal, and then slowly made the hand seals. Haku was shocked. "You also know ice release?" Hyojin did not answer, but focused on controlling the movement of the water attribute chakra in his body. As soon as Hyojin finished the hand seals, in an instant, a water curtain appeared around him. The transformation is complete. Glancing at the water curtain that was very close to Haku's ice mirror, Hyojin began to try to integrate the wind attribute into it. Walala. Looking at the water splashes on the ground, Hyojin showed a thoughtful look. In the demonstration just now, he copied Haku's chakra meridian path, whether it was the chakra's amount or the ratio of water and wind attribute chakra, but the result was very different. Kekkei Genkai is really not simple. There is no doubt that ice release is not as simple as merging wind attribute chakra into water attribute chakra. The key is not only the chakra path and ratio, but also the perfect fusion of water attribute and wind attribute chakra, the two different attributes of water attribute and wind attribute chakra. Haku was still young, so it was difficult for him to maintain a large-scale ice release ninjutsu like magic mirror ice crystal for a long time, so after a while, he gently landed beside Hyojin. But seeing that Hyojin seemed to be thinking about something, he didn't dare to disturb him, so he obediently stood at the side. After thinking for a while, Hyojin turned to Haku and asked, "When you used ice release ninjutsu, did you feel anything special?" "Nothing." Haku was confused, and he didn't quite understand what Hyojin meant. Hyojin changed the way he asked, "Try to remember the difference between using ice release ninjutsu and water release ninjutsu." After thinking about it seriously, Haku replied, "There are some differences, but..." Hyojin hurriedly asked, "But what?" Not knowing how to answer, Haku panicked, "It's just that I don't know what the difference is." Patting Haku on the shoulder, Hyojin slowed down his tone, "Don't worry, think about it slowly and tell me slowly." After thinking about it carefully, Haku slowly said, I think the biggest difference is that when using water release ninjutsu, you only need to make hand seals, but when using ice release ninjutsu, not only do you need to make hand seals, but you also can't be distracted. After saying that, Haku looked at Hyojin carefully, afraid that Hyojin would not be satisfied with his answer. Hyojin, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it concentration? The young Haku was unable to accurately sum up the differences between ice release and water release ninjutsu, but with his excellent talent, he grasped some of the key points. After pondering for a while with his hand supporting his chin, Hyojin had a bold idea all of a sudden. He brought by to the forest of death. Afterward, Hyojin sat cross-legged on the ground and said to Haku, "Haku, I'll cast a spell on you later. Relax and don't resist." Bai answered, "Yes." Hyojin then extracted his soul from Clone B and returned to his evasion body in the laboratory not far away. Seeing that Hyojin suddenly lowered his head and lost consciousness, Haku was taken aback. However, thinking of Hyojin's previous instructions, Haku did not dare to move or think too much. Instead, he calmed his mind and stood on the spot, waiting for Hyojin to cast the technique. A moment later, Suijin controlled the primordial body to rush over. After the soul descent technique of the Tenseigan is used to extract the soul will instantly return to the body of the In release. Therefore, Kuroto brought Haku to the death forest which was close to the laboratory so that he could quickly return to the scene. Hiding behind a big tree, Hyojin stared at Haku who was looking around and slowly activated the Tenseigan. After a while, he once again activated the Tenseigan's soul descent technique. However, this time, the target was not the clone B sitting cross-legged in front of Haku, but Haku's body. Whoosh, like a breeze, Haku suddenly felt very sleepy. At this time, Hyojin's voice came from the bottom of his heart, "Haku, concentrate and immediately use the ice release ninjutsu." Haku was shocked, and his sleepiness suddenly disappeared like a tide. He looked around in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Kuroto-sama, were you talking to me just now?" "It's me, don't aluminum play? Enron tribute?" Hoteri Hyojin urged Haku eagerly. It seems that he can't maintain this soul descent state for a long time. This is the biggest difference between the Tenseigan's soul descent technique and Orochimaru's undead reincarnation. Orochimaru's undead reincarnation is to condense all of his essence before abandoning his body, and then put it into other people's body. Not only will he plunder the other party's body, but he will also devour the other party's soul. After using undead reincarnation many times, Orochimaru devoured too many other people's souls, causing his own soul to become more and more heterogeneous, and his spiritual power to become weaker and weaker, so he was easily restrained by Itachi's genjutsu. Tenseigan's soul descent technique is different. It just moves the soul to another place, and it doesn't involve plundering and devouring. Therefore, when Hyojin uses soul descent technique on Haku, he can't take Haku's body or devour Haku's soul. His soul can only barely attach to Haku's soul, like a guest, temporarily living in Haku's body. There is no doubt that this is a huge burden for Haku. Similarly, this is also a burden for Hyojin, so he can't maintain this soul descent state for a long time. Otherwise, not only will it damage Haku's soul, but it will also cause irreparable damage to his own soul. Under Hyojin's urging, Haku also ignored the abnormality of his body and quickly used ice release ninjutsu. Mobilizing chakra, hand seals, Haku's hand seals were practiced, and his casting rhythm was smooth, almost in one breath. Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. Whoosh, other than the gentle breeze, there was no change in the surroundings. Not to mention the large-scale ice release ninjutsu, there wasn't even a bit of mist or cold air. Haku was stunned, Hyojin, who was attached to Haku's body, was also confused, what's going on? Listening to Hyojin's anxious tone, Haku stuttered, I don't know what's going on, just now. After pondering for a while, Hyojin said, don't use magic mirror ice crystal, choose a simple ice release ninjutsu to try. Haku once again made a hand seal and shouted, ice release, ice mirror technique. This time, ice release didn't fail, and a bright and clear ice mirror instantly appeared in front of Haku. As his soul was attached to Haku's body, the whole process of Haku using ice mirror technique was clear to Hyojin. It felt like he was personally using ice release. This kind of experience of using ice release was undoubtedly the best teaching. After withdrawing his soul and returning to his body, Hyojin settled Haku down and brought the clone bee back to the secret laboratory. Prior to this, Hyojin has always had a misconception about the ice release. He thought that when using ice release, the water attribute chakra is only responsible for the early ninjutsu shaping, while the wind attribute chakra is responsible for the final ninjutsu fusion. However, it turns out that this view is wrong. If you want to use ice release in its true sense, then from the very beginning, you must fuse the water attribute chakra and the wind attribute chakra together to complete the nature fusion. What hand seals, ninjutsu shaping, chakra movement trajectory, etc., are all done after the nature fusion is completed. Because of this, Haku said that the difference between using ice release and water release ninjutsu is that when using ice release, one cannot be distracted and needs to be fully focused. This sentence actually tells Suijin that the fusion of nature is something that happens throughout the entire process, not just at a certain stage. Therefore, if the water attribute chakra and the wind attribute chakra cannot be fused, then no matter how many hand seals are copied, the trajectory of chakra movement, etc., you will not be able to use ice release in its true sense. After understanding this, Hyojin knows how to practice ice release. For him, mastering ice release is only a matter of time. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In these 3 months, the negotiations between Mai and Kumo have made significant progress. According to the final results of the negotiations, Kumo will send a delegation to Mai in the near future to formally sign a peace agreement with Mai. On this day, 3 generations convened Umbu Team 11 in Naruto's office. After handing a document to Team 11 Captain Kakashi, 3 generations said in a deep voice, "This is the route map of Kumo's negotiation mission. Your Team 11 is responsible for protecting the mission along the way. You must not let anything happen to Kumo's delegation in the Land of Fire." Kakashi immediately realized the importance of the task, carefully looked at the document in his hand and asked, "Naruto-sama, does anyone else know the route of the Kumo envoys?" 3 generations removed the pipe from his mouth. There are no more than 4 people in the village who know about this top-secret document, and they are all completely reliable, so you don't have to worry about the information being leaked. Kakashi carefully put away the map of the Kumo envoys and said, "Please rest assured, Class 11 will ensure that the Kumo envoys arrive at the village safely." After leaving the Naruto building, Kakashi said to his classmates, "This mission is very important, everyone get ready, we will depart in 30 minutes. The students of Class 11 nodded and went back to their homes to prepare. Currently, Hyojin was controlling the clone bee type. In the past few months, Kuroto has been using the clone bee type almost all the time, on the one hand, to improve the compatibility between his soul and the clone bee type, and on the other hand, to further develop the clone bee type. However, this mission is far away from the village, and there's no guarantee that there won't be any accidents, so after weighing the pros and cons, Kuroto decided to change back to the Ein release body to carry out this mission. All the students of Class 11 are swift and decisive ninjas, so it didn't take long for them to prepare and set off. After 2 weeks of trekking, Class 11 arrived at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water 1 day ahead of schedule. Standing on a steep cliff, Kakashi pointed to a path in the distance. "If there is no accident, the Kumo envoys will enter the Land of Fire from that path tomorrow." Hyojin activated the Byakugan, carefully observed for a while, and immediately said, "There is no problem on that path." At this time Guy asked, "Are we going to meet the Kumo envoys here, or are we going to protect them in secret?" Kakashi shook his head, "We only need to be responsible for their safety, we don't need to meet them, let alone let them know of our existence." Soon, night fell. Class 11 found a small hidden cave and used it as a temporary camp. After eating some dry food in front of the campfire, the board group chatted. Kakashi casually said, "Have you heard? Recently, there was a large-scale conflict between 2 groups of bounty ninjas in the territory of the Land of Fire. It seems that even the black market was affected." Jishui also took over the topic. "Well, I also heard about it. These bounty ninjas are getting more and more excessive, daring to start a war in the territory of the Land of Fire. In order to find the defected Uchiha Shinichi, the Uchiha clan has increased the amount of intelligence collected from the outside world, and as the strongest person in the Uchiha clan who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui has naturally heard all kinds of news." Guy asked, will we encounter any bounty ninjas in this mission? Kakashi's face sank, but he didn't say anything. Jishui was also silent. With the decline of the village, Mai's control over the Land of Fire has reached an unprecedented low. Now, even a little bit away from the village is no longer safe, so both Kakashi and Jishui are very worried that there will be an accident during this mission. After all, the confrontation with Kumo has involved too much manpower and material resources of the village, making the village a little overwhelmed, so if the peace agreement can't be signed smoothly because of an accident with the Kumo envoys, then Class 11 will have to bear a lot of responsibility. On the side, Hyojin was also a little worried at this moment. Although the Kumo envoys successfully arrived at Mai in the original spacetime, this doesn't mean that the Kumo envoys in this spacetime will also be able to reach Mai smoothly. One must know that because of Hyojin, the deviation between this spacetime and the original spacetime is getting bigger and bigger. What will happen in the next second, even Hyojin, who has the memories of his previous life, can't say for sure. However, there has been no news from Uchiha and Shinichi, which at least shows that the Akatsuki organization is not interested in the Kumo envoys. Early the next morning, Class 11 was stationed on the cliff, looking at the border. It wasn't until the sun was hanging high in the sky that there was some movement on the border, and a team of 12 people slowly entered the field of vision of the 4 people of Class 11. Hyojin used the Byakugan to carefully observe, and after confirming that the other party was dressed like Kumo ninjas, he said to his companions, it seems that all of them are Kumo ninjas, they should be the team of the Kumo envoys. After saying that, Hyojin suddenly frowned. Noticing the change in Hyojin's expression, Jishui asked, what's wrong, Kuroto-san? Hyojin murmured, it's a bit strange. Kakashi hurriedly asked, what did you find? Listening to Hyojin's doubts, Kakashi and others frowned. In history, although the second Naruto went to the Cloud Village to sign the peace agreement, but the Cloud Village's Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers launched a coup, leading to the death of the second Lei Ying and the second Naruto in the coup. But in any case, signing the peace agreement is a major event for the two countries. Even if the 4 generations Lei Ying doesn't personally come forward, the Cloud Village should at least send a strong elite jonin to act as the leader of the envoy to Mai. Guy said straightforwardly, it seems that the Cloud Village doesn't trust us very much. Kakashi nodded. Cloud Village's arrangement is obviously worried that the elite shinobi sent will be trapped in Mai Village, and from this point, it can be seen that the Cloud Village doesn't trust the Mai shinobi. Jishui sighed, I wonder how much sincerity they have in coming to sign the peace agreement this time. Listening to Jishui's words, Hyojin's expression gradually became solemn. In the original story, it was the leader of the Cloud Village's envoy who, after arriving in Mai and signing the peace agreement, took the opportunity to sneak into the Hyuga mansion and tried to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, Hinata. Hyuga family head Hyuga Hayashi soon discovered the uninvited guest and killed him with a single palm strike. This sudden incident caused a series of diplomatic disputes between the Mai family and the Cloud Village, which had just signed the peace agreement. Cloud Village used the death of a diplomat in Mai Village as an excuse to attack Mai Village, and threatened Mai Village with war, forcing the Hyuga family head Hyuga Hayashi to hand over the Hyuga family head who killed the head of the Cloud Village. Under the threat of the Cloud Village, Mai finally chose to be patient and at the cost of Hyuga Hayashi's brother Richa Hyuga Hayashi, appeased the anger of the Cloud Village and avoided a war. Recalling this memory, Hyojin felt that something was wrong. If Kumo chose peace, then the Kumo envoys shouldn't have kidnapped Hinata. It is obviously not a reasonable choice to destroy the hard-won peace between the two countries for a pair of Byakugan. What's more, the probability of kidnapping the daughter of the Hyuga clan in Mai Village and successfully escaping back to Cloud Village is not high. Taking such a huge risk with such a low probability of return, logically speaking, normal people would not do such a thing. But it can be said that Kumo Village has no intention of peace at all. The signing of the peace agreement is just a cover. The purpose is to sneak into my city and kidnap Miss Hyuga. Cloud Village shouldn't have signed the peace agreement, let alone chose to settle the dispute after receiving Richa Hyuga's body, maintaining the fragile peace. Perhaps there are internal disputes within Cloud Village. Puzzled, Hyojin could only conclude that there are 2 factions within Cloud Village, pro-war and pro-peace, which is why the Kumo envoys behaved in such a contradictory manner. Contrary to the expectations of Team 11, the escort mission went surprisingly smoothly. A few weeks later, the Kumo envoys successfully arrived at my village. And when the Kumo envoys arrived, the village organized a grand welcome ceremony, and many villagers spontaneously took to the streets to express their friendship to the Kumo envoys. Everyone may hate the Kumo village, but they don't hate peace. The Third Shinobi War caused too much blood to flow in the village. Take Hyojin's generation as an example, most of the villagers died in the war. Therefore, even if the dispute was provoked by Kumo village, the villagers still expressed their friendship to the Kumo envoys, because everyone really didn't want to continue the war. After completing the escort mission, Team 11 received a short vacation as a reward from the three generations. After returning home, Hyojin pondered for a while, immediately changed into a set of casual clothes, and leisurely strolled towards the Hyuga clan. Along the way, Kuroto greeted both familiar and unfamiliar people of the Hyuga clan, and finally arrived at Hyuga Hizashi's residence. As the younger brother of the patriarch and one of the few elite jonin in the clan, Hyojin Rich's residence is much larger and more imposing than Hyojin's courtyard. After knocking on the door, Kuroto realized that he had forgotten to bring a gift since it was the first time he came to visit her. At this time, a 3 or 4-year-old boy opened the door a crack, poked his little head out, looked at Hyojin and asked, "Oki-san, are you looking for my father?" Without waiting for Hyojin to answer, the door was completely opened, and Hyojin Richa, who was standing behind the door, smiled and said, "Kuroto-kun, come in." After taking a seat, Hyojin looked at the little boy who was sitting next to Hyojin Richa and asked, "Is he Ningxi?" Richa, with his arms crossed, smiled and nodded. Little Ningxi saluted Hyojin and said, "Kuroto-kun, I am Ningxi." Hyojin carefully looked at Ningxi, and finally his eyes fell on Ningxi's white and smooth forehead. There is no doubt that the current Ningxi has not been engraved with the mark of a caged bird. After noticing Hyojin's gaze, Hyojin Richa's expression instantly became gloomy. Because according to the rules since ancient times, when the heir of the main family is 3 years old, the branch family members of the same generation will be engraved with the mark of a caged bird. And the heir of the main family of this generation, that is, Hyojin Hinata, will be 3 years old in a month. In other words, 1 month later, Ningxi will be engraved with the mark of a caged bird. Stroking the mark of a caged bird on his forehead, Hyojin Richa asked in a low voice, "Kuroto-kun, do you hate it?" Hyojin did not answer and chose to remain silent. Hyojin knows very well that the caged bird has always been a sore point for Hyojin Richa. Once the caged bird is mentioned, Hyojin Richa will be depressed. But to be honest, Hyojin's attitude towards the caged bird is very neutral. In his opinion, the existence of the caged bird has both advantages and disadvantages for the branch family. After all, not every member of the branch family has the strength of Hyojin Richa. If there is no caged bird, many members of the branch family with mediocre aptitude will live in anxiety. So in short, the geniuses of the branch family resent the caged bird that can control their lives, and the mediocre members of the branch family are grateful for the protection of the caged bird that saves them from the bad luck of having their eyes gouged out. Unfortunately, Hyojin is also one of the mediocre members. During the Third Shinobi War, he deliberately exposed the caged bird seal on his forehead more than once to avoid the enemy from coveting his Byakugan. It can be said that the caged bird has saved him several times. At this time, Richa looked at Ningxi and said sadly, "Ningxi's talent is the best among his peers, it's a pity that he was born in the branch family." Seeing Richa so sad, Ningxi hurriedly asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Hyojin agrees with Ningxi's talent. Ningxi belongs to the kind of genius in the true sense. Through his own practice, he comprehended the secret technique of 8 trigram palm revolving heaven, which is unique to the clan. And in the absence of a suitable mentor, his strength surpassed all his peers, and he also crushed Hyuga Hinata, the heir of the clan. Hyojin, who has experienced mediocrity, knows very well that this achievement is not easy. Take himself as an example, even if he has Byakugan Kekkei, he can only barely maintain the level of the middle to lower level of his peers. When fighting with a genius like Kakashi, even if he can see through the opponent's movements, his body can't keep up with the opponent's movements, and often he will be defeated in 1 or 2 moves. Therefore, those who can crush their peers can be regarded as geniuses. Therefore, Hyojin can more or less understand Richa's unwillingness. His son has such excellent talent, but because of his identity as a branch family, he has to be engraved with the mark of caged bird, forever becoming a bird trapped in a cage. Such a fate, no one can accept it calmly. Looking at Richa and his son, Hyojin said calmly, in fact, fate is always in your own hands. Richa looked at Hyojin with some surprise, and after a while, said faintly, as a branch family, we shouldn't talk about this, I was rude. Hyojin chuckled and shook his head. Richa asked at this time, by the way, you came to me this time, is there something? After pondering for a while, Hyojin said, the Cloud Village has been coveting our Maikeki limit, this time their envoys came to the village, I think we should strengthen the security near the clan land. Richa immediately smiled and said, Jean, your worries are unnecessary. The other party is a diplomatic mission that signed the peace agreement. How could they do such a thing? Hyojin also knows that it will be difficult to convince Richa with this excuse, so he said, to be honest, I have some doubts about the sincerity of Kumo village this time. I have investigated the information of the members of their delegation. Only 2 of the 12 people in the delegation are Jonin, and the leader of the delegation is a Jonin named Watanabe. Richa also felt that the staffing of the Kumo envoys was somewhat inappropriate. After hesitating for a while, he said, well, I will arrange an additional group of people to strengthen the patrol of the clan land. After chatting for a while, Hyojin got up and left. On the way home, Hyojin pondered how to deal with a possible kidnapping. Now, all the signs indicate that there is indeed something wrong with Cloud Village's mission, so the kidnapping incident in the original spacetime is also likely to happen in this spacetime. Even if he doesn't consider the interests of the village and only stands on his own side, Hyojin doesn't want the village to continue fighting with the Cloud Village. Because once the village and the Cloud Village start a full-scale war, his actions will be greatly restricted, and it is very likely that he will be sent to the battlefield to fight with the Cloud Shinobi. In this way, he won't have time to carry out his experiment plan. What's more, once a war breaks out between Mai and the Cloud Village, the conflict will intensify, and the direction of the shinobi world will be even more difficult to predict. If someone instigates discord, it is likely to cause the 4th shinobi war. At that time, the 5 great shinobi villages will be even more powerless against the Obsidian and Akatsuki who are hiding in the dark. How should I solve this kidnapping incident? Kuroto thought as he looked at the villagers coming and going around discussing the peace agreement with a happy expression on their faces. In Hyojin's view, the kidnapping incident is actually not difficult to deal with. As long as the Cloud Shinobi who kidnapped Hinata is captured alive, all the problems will naturally be solved. The only problem is that he doesn't know when the Cloud Village will act. In the house where the Kumo envoys are staying, Watanabe stood alone by the pond in the courtyard, while throwing food to the koi in the pond, he asked softly, did you get the thing? A subtle voice sounded in his ears, it's very dangerous for you to contact me like this. Watanabe stared at the koi fighting for food in the pond and said casually, don't worry, Mai won't dare to provoke us at this time, and there will be no surveillance nearby. The subtle voice paused for a while before asking slowly, have you decided? Watanabe's face was calm, you don't have to doubt my determination. Then you should know the consequences. After a pause, the subtle voice sounded again, whether the plan succeeds or not, you won't be able to go back alive. Watanabe said lightly, give me the thing. The surroundings were quiet for a while, and then a scroll quietly fell into the courtyard. Watanabe picked up the scroll and opened it to have a look. At this time, the subtle voice sounded again, destroy it immediately after reading it, don't let it fall into the hands of Mai, otherwise, my identity is likely to be exposed. Watanabe closed the scroll with a serious face and said with emotion, you can actually get such a secret, I'm really curious about your identity. The subtle voice was silent for a long time, I'm just a ghost that hasn't died yet. In the Uchiha mansion, Uchiha Fuyue stood quietly under the cloister, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a figure fell in front of Fuyue and reported, Patriarch, our people are all blocked by the Umbu. Hearing this, Fuyue's face suddenly sank. After the Kumo envoys entered Mai, the Uchiha clan has been trying to contact the Kumo envoys. However, the task of guarding the Kumo envoys is undertaken by the Umbu directly under Naruto, so several clansmen sent by the Uchiha clan to try to contact the Kumo envoys in private, without exception, were all blocked by the Umbu guarding the periphery of the Kumo envoys. The purpose of the Uchiha clan to contact the Kumo envoys is actually very simple, they want to confirm the whereabouts of Shinichi Uchiha. As one of the two Manjikyu Sharingan possessors of the Uchiha clan, the whereabouts of Shinichi Uchiha has always been the greatest concern of the Uchiha clan. In the view of the vast majority of the Uchiha clan, if Shinichi Uchiha who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan can return to the clan, then the hope of the Uchiha clan to seize the power of the village will be greatly enhanced. After a light sigh, Fuyue asked again, "Is there any news about the black market?" The Uchiha clan member who was kneeling in front of Fuyue shook his head. Since the last news that Shinichi has joined a bounty ninja organization, there has been no new news about the black market. Fuyue ordered, "Continue to try to contact the Kumo clan. It is unlikely that Shinichi will join any bounty ninja organization. This is likely an illusion deliberately created by the Kumo clan." In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, the village and the Kumo envoys have conducted 3 large-scale negotiations, and finally finalized all the terms, and officially held the signing ceremony of the peace agreement. At the same time as the signing ceremony of the peace agreement was held, a large-scale peace celebration was also held in the village. On this day, almost all the villagers took to the streets, enjoying the joy of peace. The streets were crowded, and the whole village was filled with laughter. But the atmosphere in the Hyuga clan, which is part of the Mai clan, was gloomy and depressed. There was no joy at all. Under the leadership of Hyuga Richa, a group of members of the Hyuga clan came to the front of the main house with a solemn face. Looking at his elder brother Hyuga Hayashi who was standing quietly in front of the main house, and the eldest sister Hyuga Hinata who was hiding behind Hayashi, Richa said indifferently, "Hinata-san is already 3 years old, congratulations." As the elder brother, Hayashi nodded lightly, "N." At this time, Ningxi whispered to his father Richa, "Father, Hinata-san is so cute." Richa looked at Ningxi with an indescribable complex look. Ningxi was puzzled, "Father, what's wrong?" Richa turned his head, "No, nothing." Hyojin on the side saw the scene and shook his head gently. Obviously, until now, Richa didn't tell Ningxi everything about the caged bird. It can be seen that deep in his heart, he deeply rejected the coming moment. Hayashi didn't seem to notice Richa's attitude, or maybe he didn't care, still said lightly, "Leave Ningxi to me." Hizashi-sama bowed and said, "Yes." Watching the main family slowly leave with the young Ningxi, Richa's face was gloomy. No matter how much he rejected or resisted it, this moment had finally arrived, and he had no way to stop it from happening. Suddenly, at the corner at the end of the street, a Hyuga clansman sitting in a wheelchair appeared. His face was very old, he looked like he was in his 40s, looking at this side calmly. Hyojin asked Richa, "Who is he?" Distracted, Richa glanced back and said, "His name is Takagi. He's also a member of the branch family." Green Tree. Hyojin was startled. This name was very unfamiliar to him, and he had almost never heard his clansmen talk about it. Seeing that Hyojin was a little confused, Richa said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of his name. He was locked up in prison and was only recently released." Hyojin asked curiously, "What did he do?" "He failed in his duty." After a pause, Richa said with a lonely expression, "In the Third Shinobi War, he and his younger brother Futaba were the personal guards of the main family. As a result, one of the Byakuga was taken by the enemy on the battlefield. Therefore, his younger brother Futaba was executed for dereliction of duty. Because he lost his legs in the battle, he was not sentenced to death and was imprisoned." Hearing Richa's words, Hyojin immediately remembered that the Kirin did take a Byakuga on the battlefield, but this matter was regarded as a shame by the Hyuga clan, so it was rarely mentioned in the clan, and Hyojin was still young at that time, so he didn't know about these old matters. When Hyojin came back to his senses, Takagi had already disappeared from the corner at the end of the street. In the afternoon, Hayashi left Richa and his son, as well as Hyojin, at the main family's residence. In the practice room, Hayashi was instructing Hinata on the soft boxing of the Hyuga clan, while Richa, Ningxi, and Hyojin sat aside and watched quietly. "The pace is too messy, you can't hit the enemy at this speed, why are you hesitating? You can't have any hesitation when you punch." Hayashi's stern reprimand kept coming from the field. He was like a harsh teacher, pointing out Hinata's shortcomings one by one. The young Hinata could only gasp and whisper in response. Ningxi looked at Hinata, who was working hard on the field, with a faint smile on his face. He liked this shy sister the first time they met. Richa glanced at Ningxi, whose forehead was already bandaged. He sighed and said, Ningxi, listen carefully. You were born to protect Miss Hinata and the main family. This is your destiny. Ningxi didn't hear the seriousness in Richa's tone. His eyes were still on Hinata. Yes, father. Ningxi's straightforward answer made Richa feel more guilty. He looked at Hinata with a cold expression. In Richa's eyes, Hinata, as the heir of the main family, couldn't compare with his son Ningxi in any aspect. As for Niji, it was only because of his useless father that he was branded with the curse of caged bird that he would never be able to break free from. On the other hand, Hinata, a mediocre member of the main family, was able to openly enjoy the power of controlling the branch family. At this moment, a huge unwillingness burst out from his heart. Even he didn't realize that under the drive of instinct, the Byakugan in his eye sockets had unconsciously opened. Murderous aura. Almost at the same time, both Hayashi and Hyojin sensed the cold murderous aura coming from Richa. Hayashi immediately found the source of the murderous aura and shouted at Richa, seal. In an instant, the Byakugan that Richa had opened was sealed, and the caged bird curse on his forehead also flashed with a green light. As the caged bird curse emitted a burst of green light, Richa held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground in pain, wailing. The panicked Ningxi hurriedly rushed up. Father, what's wrong? Although he didn't understand what was going on, it didn't prevent Ningxi from feeling the pain his father was suffering. 2 lines of tears immediately flowed down from his eyes. Hyojin, who was on the side, didn't do anything. Instead, he observed this scene calmly. It can be activated instantly without complicated seals? This was the first time Hyojin had seen the caged bird curse being activated. In almost an instant, Hayashi, who had activated the caged bird curse, easily sealed the Byakugan that Richa had opened. In other words, even if the two of them were equal in strength, the branch family had no ability to resist in front of the main family. To be able to make a ninja like Richa let out such a tragic wail, the caged bird really acts directly on the brain nerves. For an elite jonin like Richa, the pain on the skin and flesh was nothing at all. Only the caged bird that acted directly on the brain nerves could make him wail in pain and completely lose the ability to fight. Hayashi stopped the caged bird and said lightly, Go back, I will forgive you idiot, but only for today. Don't forget your destiny. After leaving the ancestral residence, the pale Richa said to Hyojin, I'm sorry. Hyojin shook his head and said, It's okay. It was a great harvest for Hyojin to observe the activation of the caged bird curse at such a close distance. The only regret was that he couldn't use Byakugan at the scene. Otherwise, he could have more clearly observed the flow of chakra in the bodies of Hayashi and Richa. After walking for a while, Richa suddenly said, Kuroto, I want to ask you a favor. What is it? Richa pulled Ningxi to his side and said, I hope you can be Ningxi's mentor. Hyojin smiled and waved his hand and said, You must be joking. Richa said with a serious face, I'm serious. Compared to me, you are more suitable to be his mentor. Hyojin asked with interest, Why? No matter how you look at it, it will be better if you personally guide Ningxi. Ningxi looked at his father and then at Hyojin, looking a little overwhelmed. Hisashi-sama gently stroked Niji's head and sighed, Today's matter made me realize that I am lacking in magnanimity, especially the calmness you showed, it made me feel even more ashamed. Hyojin chuckled and said, I'm not calm at all. No. Hisashi stared at Suijin and said in a deep voice, You can't hide from my eyes. Unlike others who hide their fear in the bottom of their heart, your calmness is not an act. Although I don't understand why you are able to face the caged bird so calmly, I am impressed by your magnanimity. Hyojin smiled and didn't explain anything. It has to be said that Richa's intuition is very keen, but there is one thing that Richa is wrong about. Richa obviously overestimated Hyojin's tolerance. The reason why Hyojin is calm is that he has already found a way to bypass the caged bird, so he can be so calm. If he is also under the control of the caged bird and his life is in the hands of others, his mood will not be much better than Richa. Glancing at Ningxi, Hyojin pondered for a while and said to Richa, If you don't change your mind in the future, I am willing to be Ningxi's mentor. Richa breathed a sigh of relief, I'm relieved. After saying goodbye to Richa and his son, Hyojin walked alone and slowly left the Hyuga clan. Although it was near dusk at this time, the village was still very lively. The streets and alleys were full of villagers who had played for a day at the celebration but still wanted to continue, and the izakaya and barbecue shops were even more noisy. Walking on the brightly lit street, Hyojin sighed in his heart, it seems that everyone is tired of war. At this time, a call came from the window of the second floor of the izakaya in the distance, Kuroto, here, here. Hyojin looked up and found that Guy was greeting him by the window, and there seemed to be Red Bean and Gale next to him. Hyojin, who was on the street, responded, and then came to the second floor of the izakaya. After taking a seat, Suijin discovered that not only Guy, but also Kakashi, Genma, Ibiki, and Enko were also here, and so were Kuroto, Kakashi, Genma, and Ibiki. Guy asked, I have been looking for you all day, where have you been? There are some things in the clan. After a perfunctory sentence, Hyojin asked curiously, why are so many people gathered this time? Don't everyone have a mission? After a few years of experience, Hyojin's classmates had all grown into ninjas who could take charge of things on their own, so everyone had their own missions on weekdays, and it was difficult for them to gather together. Ahem. After a light cough, Gale replied, because of the celebration, except for the ninjas who are on duty, most of the ninjas are on vacation. Since his lungs were injured in the Third Ninja World War, Gale always looked sick, and he would cough a few times after saying a few words. Red nudged Gale with her arm and teased, by the way, where is Xian, why didn't you call her? Gale blushed and coughed again, and it took a while to recover, she has a mission. The classmates gathered together, and because they were familiar with each other, there were often no taboos when talking, so the group of people soon became noisy. Sitting quietly by the window, Hyojin looked at the brightly lit village, and his thoughts spread. At this time, Kakashi came over and said, peace is so good. Kuroto smiled and said, yes, this celebration has released everyone's pressure. If it wasn't for this celebration, who would know how much everyone longs for peace? Kakashi looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them, so he lowered his voice and whispered, have you heard? Uchiha tried to contact the Kumo delegation, and for this reason, he had several conflicts with the Umbu. Hyojin, who has been secretly paying attention to the Kumo delegation, naturally knew about this news. Yes, I also heard about it. Kakashi said worriedly, if this goes on, the rift between Uchiha and the village will only get bigger and bigger. For Uchiha, Kakashi has a deep bond. His best friend Uchiha Obsidian gave him a precious Sharingan, and his colleague Uchiha Jishue is under great pressure to keep the secret that he has Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, he hopes that Uchiha can coexist peacefully with the village. Hyojin also sighed lightly. At this point, there is no possibility of reconciliation between Uchiha and the village. The problem now is not that Uchiha wants to rebel and seize power, because since the establishment of Mai, the Uchiha clan has always wanted to seize control of Mai. This demand has never changed from beginning to end. The real problem now is that the weakening Naruto faction can no longer suppress Uchiha. Therefore, there are only two ways to solve this problem. One is to strengthen the strength of Naruto faction, so that Uchiha does not dare to act rashly like the previous decades. The other is to weaken the strength of Uchiha, so that they have no strength to realize any ambitions. But the current Uchiha clan is a powder keg. Once the village takes action to weaken Uchiha clan, it will inevitably be attacked by Uchiha clan. At that time either the village eradicates the Uchiha clan, or Uchiha succeeds in seizing power. Of course, it is also possible that the village will be torn apart. Suddenly, Red Bean walked in front of Hyojin. Kuroto, I want to challenge you. Hyojin said, you are drunk. I am not drunk. Putting the bottle in her hand on the table heavily, Red Bean said, come with me, let's go to the training ground. With that, Red Bean rushed out of the window. Hyojin said helplessly, I will go and see. Kakashi asked, do you want me to go with you? Shuttling through the busy streets, Hyojin seemed to be leisurely, but his figure was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through several crowded long streets, almost catching up with Red Bean, who was running on the roof. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a secluded training ground. Looking at Red Bean, who was still a little drunk, Hyojin said helplessly, all right, stop it. Red Bean stared at Hyojin and asked, why? Why what? Hyojin was a little confused. You know what I'm talking about. Red Bean, who was using the alcohol to vent her stress, became more and more excited and shouted, "Why can you be like a normal person and not care about other people's opinions?" After being stunned for a moment, Hyojin reacted. At this moment, he understood what Red Bean was asking. Unlike other students, Hyojin and Red Bean had always been labeled as Orochimaru, so it was inevitable that people in the village would point fingers at them. The difference was that Red Bean had been silently enduring these criticisms, while Hyojin did not care about them at all. Sighing softly, Hyojin said, "Red Bean, you care too much about other people's opinions." Red Bean looked puzzled. "But how can you not care?" Hyojin shook his head with a wry smile and said silently in his heart, "Because I'm Orochimaru's spy. Those guys who are pointing at me didn't wrongly accuse me, so why should I be angry? No, now I should be considered partners with Orochimaru." At this time, Red Bean took out a kunai from the ninja bag at her waist. "I want to challenge you. Take this." Hyojin didn't try to persuade him any further. He just nodded and said, "Let's begin." Hyojin knew that Red Bean's so-called challenge was just to find someone to vent her pent-up emotions. As for why Red Bean came to him, it was because there were not many of Orochimaru's old subordinates left in the village. Red Bean's gaze turned cold as she shouted in a low voice, "Hidden Shadow Snake Hand." Swish, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, a few slender venomous snakes shot out from Red Bean's sleeves and went straight for Hyojin. Hyojin did not dodge. Instead, he stood still and pulled out the blade of grass from his waist. Maru casually brandished his sword, and in an instant, the poisonous snake that was shooting at him was cut into pieces. One was cut into several pieces, powerlessly falling to the ground. Red Bean suddenly froze. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand was one of Orochimaru's famous tricks. Not only was it fast, but it was also powerful. Coupled with snake venom, it could often be used to defeat the enemy with one blow. Red Bean thought that even if this trick couldn't take down Hyojin, it could at least cause some trouble for Hyojin. She never thought that Hyojin would be able to crack her unique skill so easily. Hyojin put away the blade of grass. Maru laughed and said, "If this is all you have, you can't beat me." Red Bean's anger surged, and she quickly printed, "Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique." In an instant, a huge fireball was spewed from Red Bean's mouth, and the dim practice field was red. Hyojin's expression did not change. His figure flashed and he avoided Red Bean's great fireball technique. At this time, Red Bean came up and started a physical contest with Hyojin. Bang bang bang, the sound of fists and feet colliding immediately rang through the practice field. Red Bean attacked wildly, as if it was not Hyojin in front of her, but a life and death enemy. Hyojin played the role of a sparring partner dutifully. He did not fight back, but silently resolved Red Bean's offensive. After a long time, Hyojin beat back the weak Red Bean and said with a smile, "Are you better?" Red Bean sat on the ground powerlessly, and tears slowly flowed down. Hyojin asked, "Do you need me to take you home?" Red Bean said, "I hate him." Hyojin knew that the he in Red Bean's mouth referred to Orochimaru, but he did not persuade her. Instead, he asked lightly, "Do you hate him for defecting, or do you hate him for not taking you with him?" Red Bean heard this and felt like she was struck by lightning. As he turned around and walked out of the practice field, Hyojin said leisurely, "If it's the former, you don't need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. If it's the latter, then become stronger and let him know that he was wrong." After leaving the practice field, Hyojin did not go home immediately. Instead, he wandered around the village. When he passed by a pond, he found Itachi sitting side by the pond with a girl with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on her clothes. They were talking and laughing while eating the village's famous tricolor meatballs. Itachi, who always had a straight face, showed a rare happy smile at this time. "Oh, should I also bring some tricolor meatballs back for Ling to taste?" Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and did not go forward to disturb them. Instead, he wondered if he should also buy some tricolor meatballs back, so he changed his direction and walked toward the street. When passing by a ramen shop, Kuroto was taken aback by the long queue. "Is the business so good?" In the queue, he found a little figure with yellow hair. The little guy was scratching his ears and cheeks in the queue. From time to time, he looked at the number of people in front of him. The coupon in his hand was squeezed out of shape. Maelstrom Naruto. After recognizing the little guy's identity, Hyojin subconsciously looked around. Sure enough, on a big tree not far away, he found an umbu wrapped in a black cloak. There is no doubt that this umbu should be the umbu ninja responsible for personal protection of Naruto. After all, half of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed in Naruto's body. It was an important strategic weapon of the village and could not be lost. Turning his eyes to Naruto, Hyojin slowly turned on the Byakugan. Hiss! In the vision of the Byakugan, the chakra in Naruto's body was like a burning flame, huge and fierce, which made Hyojin gasp. Even if he had expected it, this result still greatly surprised him. Sure enough, it's the Whirlpool clan. After turning off the Byakugan, Hyojin secretly sighed. Not to mention the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's own chakra was far beyond the ordinary ninja. It could be seen that the Whirlpool clan was worthy of being comparable to the Thousand Hand clan. Hyojin then thought that in Naruto's body, in addition to his own chakra and the Nine Tails chakra, there was also his father's 4 generations Naruto Minato's chakra, and his mother's former Nine Tails' Jinchuriki Whirlpool chakra. If the reincarnated Azura's chakra was counted, there would be a total of 5 chakra. The Child of Prophecy. Encountering Naruto on the street, Hyojin suddenly realized that the protagonists in the original story have gradually grown up, and it won't be long before they rise to prominence in the shinobi world. With his hands in his pockets, Hyojin walked past the Ichikawa ramen shop with a calm expression. He was not in a hurry to contact Uzumaki Naruto, the Child of Prophecy. Because it's not the right time yet. When he returned home, Hyojin was still empty-handed. Originally, he planned to bring back some tricolor meatballs, but he obviously underestimated the enthusiasm of the villagers for tricolor meatballs. When he arrived at the shop selling tricolor meatballs, the sold-out sign was already hung outside the shop for several hours. You came out and greeted him, Kuroto, welcome home. Before entering the house, Hyojin smelled a fragrance. He sniffed and said, so fragrant, is it the smell of barbecue? You smiled and then pulled Hyojin into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Hyojin saw a large table full of dishes and said with a smile, why is it so sumptuous? You sat on the side, patted her chest, and took a long sigh of relief. The war is finally over, of course, we have to celebrate. You don't know, every time you go to the battlefield, I am always on tenterhooks, afraid that you... Bah, I shouldn't have said this. Hyojin smiled slightly on the surface, but in his heart, he had a feeling that the dark clouds of war were still lingering over the village. A few days later, Team 11, who had finished their vacation, also joined the ranks of protecting the Kumo envoys. For this task arranged by 3 generations Naruto, Hyojin was very satisfied, because this way, he can openly monitor the members of the Kumo envoys. However, contrary to most people's expectations, the Kumo envoys did not immediately leave Mai after signing the peace agreement, but temporarily stayed in Mai. During this time, the leader of the Kumo envoys, Watanabe, was like an ordinary tourist, walking through the streets and alleys of Mai. It can be said that except for the military-restricted areas, he has visited the entire village. Because of his identity as the leader of the Kumo envoys, Mai couldn't stop him, so he could only let him wander around. Hyojin knows very well that this guy is not just strolling around, he must be plotting something, but because of the butterfly effect brought by him, Hyojin is not sure whether Kumo village is still the same as in the original spacetime, targeting Hyuga Hinata Hyuga. At the same time, Hyojin is sure that there must be a high-level cloud spy hidden in the village, so Hyojin can't rule out the possibility that Watanabe is wandering around to find an opportunity to contact the spy. Just like that, a few days passed. Suddenly, Watanabe uncharacteristically stayed in the diplomatic mission's encampment and did not run around. The sun was setting, and the night was getting darker. Outside the encampment of the Kumo envoys, Hyojin and Jishui were sitting on a big tree, chatting with each other. Suddenly, Jishui's eyes turned cold, and he pointed towards the courtyard of the encampment of the Kumo envoys. Kuroto-san, look over there. Hyojin nodded, yeah, I saw it. At this moment, a figure dressed in nocturnal clothes was sneaking out of the encampment of the Kumo envoys. Byakugan, open. Hyojin immediately activated the Byakugan. After activating the Byakugan, he quickly recognized that this figure was none other than the leader of the Kumo envoys, Watanabe. Hyojin frowned and said, it's a ninja from Kumo. Jishui wasn't too surprised. I already felt that there was something wrong with this guy. Hyojin, who was still observing Watanabe with the Byakugan, frowned and said, there is something wrong with his chakra's amount, it looks like a shadow clone. After saying that, Hyojin used the Byakugan to observe the mansion of the Kumo envoys and found that there were only 11 chakras amount left in the mansion, so he murmured, isn't it a shadow clone? Jishui thought for a moment, Kuroto-san, I will follow him. Hyojin shook his head, no, we will directly block him. No matter what Watanabe wants to do, Hyojin is not interested. The only thing he is interested in right now is to send the Kumo envoys out of my. Watanabe wearing nocturnal clothes and going out in the middle of the night obviously gave Hyojin a good excuse. As long as he grasps this excuse, he can let the Kumo envoys leave Mai as soon as possible. Swish swish, with the sound of breaking through the air, both Homasubi and Homasubi appeared in front of Watanabe using the body flicker technique and blocked his path. Hyojin's eyes were cold. Mr. Watanabe, where are you going? Watanabe, who was wearing nocturnal clothes, smiled and took off the mask on his face. You two are indeed the elite umbu of Mai. Jishui said seriously, your behavior is destroying the hard-won peace between our two countries. Watanabe smiled and wanted to explain. At this time, Hyojin's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly punched Watanabe's chest. Jishui was shocked. Kuroto-san, you, bang. Before Jishui finished speaking, Watanabe turned into a cloud of white smoke in front of him. Jishui's face suddenly sank, shadow clone. Hyojin's face became ugly. Who was responsible for monitoring the Kumo envoys during the day? It's impossible for Hyojin to monitor the Kumo envoys 24 hours a day, so part of the time is the responsibility of other umbu squads. Obviously, Watanabe took advantage of a loophole when other umbu were monitoring the Kumo envoys, and escaped from the temporary residence of the Kumo envoys under the cover of the shadow clone. Jishui recalled and said, it seems to be class 5. Hyojin also knows that now is not the time to blame, so he said, come with me. After saying that, Kuroto's figure flashed and rushed towards the Hyuga clan. Jishui also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, so he didn't ask much and quickly followed. Both of them have outstanding physical skills, so their speed is naturally very fast, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Hyuga clan's territory. After jumping from the eaves, Hyojin asked the patrolling Hyuga clansman, I am Hyojin, I am on a mission, did you find any suspicious people in the clanland? Hyojin is already a celebrity in the Hyuga clan, so after seeing him, the patrolling Hyuga clansman didn't hesitate and replied, what happened? There is no abnormality in the clanland. After a slight sigh of relief, Hyojin, who was still a little worried, said, take me to see the patriarch. The patrolling Hyuga clansman quickly led Hyojin and Jishui towards the Hyuga clan's mansion. As soon as they arrived in front of the mansion, Hyojin, who was using the Byakugan, found that Watanabe, who was wearing the same nocturnal outfit as before, was walking out with Hinata, and not far away, Hyuga Hayashi, who was full of killing intent, had already chased after them. The moment he stopped Hayashi, Hyojin shouted, Patriarch, don't be impulsive, he is a Kumo shinobi. Hyuga Hayashi's face turned solemn when he heard this, and the murderous intent on his body also dissipated. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan of the Mai clan, Hyuga Hayashi naturally knows how sensitive the identity of a Kumo shinobi is. If something happens to him in the territory of the Hyuga clan, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jishui said angrily, Watanabe, do you want to start a war? He didn't expect that Watanabe, as the leader of the Kumo envoys, would sneak into the Hyuga clan's mansion and try to kidnap the heir of the Hyuga clan. Watanabe took out a kunai and pressed it against Hinata's throat. Hinata, who had already fainted, knew nothing about this, but when the sharp kunai was pressed against her white neck, her immature face unconsciously showed a trace of pain. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi immediately shouted, stop. Watanabe didn't take further action, but said with a chuckle, haha, I didn't expect to be noticed so quickly. Hyojin's eyes were deep, and his face was gloomy. The calmness shown by Watanabe at the moment made him feel slightly uneasy, and what made him even more puzzled was how Watanabe could sneak into the Hyuga clan's mansion quietly. Something's wrong, how did he bypass the heavy guards and sneak into Hinata's bedroom? Instantly, a doubt shrouded Hyojin's heart. Because of the Byakugan, the security of the Hyuga clan's mansion is not much worse than that of the Naruto building. Even Hyojin himself doesn't have full confidence to sneak into Hinata's bedroom quietly. It stands to reason that Watanabe knows nothing about the layout of the Hyuga clan's mansion, and it is even more impossible for him to successfully sneak in. But the truth was that not only did Watanabe successfully sneak into Hinata's dormitory, he even almost kidnapped Hinata out of the Zone clan's mansion. Jishui was both angry and puzzled at the thought that the peace they had worked so hard for might be destroyed just like that. She asked, "Why? Is your cloud village so eager for war?" "No." Watanabe suddenly let out a low roar with abnormal emotions. "If that's the case, then why are you doing this?" After asking coldly, Hyojin curled his lips and said, "Could it be that it's just for a pair of eyes?" "White eyes? Humph, in my eyes, your bloodline inheritance is not even worth mentioning." Watanabe increased the strength of the kunai against Hinata's throat. The sharp edge of the kunai cut through Hinata's skin, and a stream of blood flowed down. Jishui was a little confused. "If it's not for the Byakugan Kekii, then why did you sneak into the Hyuga clan's territory in the middle of the night? And you also want to kidnap the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter?" Watanabe's mood gradually calmed down, restoring his previous indifferent calmness. "You cancerous tumors will never understand." Hyuga Hayashi slowly opened the Byakugan, staring at Watanabe, looking for a chance to save Hinata. Hyojin tightly frowned, because he found that Watanabe seemed to have the will to die. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin tentatively said, "If you let Hinata go, we can pretend that nothing happened." Watanabe said with a playful smile, as expected of a village that is accustomed to deceiving others and themselves. "My evil deeds can also be condoned?" Jishui angrily said, "We let you live, are you still not satisfied?" "You." Kuroto stopped Homosubi and said in a low voice, "Don't say anything, he never thought of leaving this place alive." At this point, Hyojin vaguely guessed the deep meaning of Watanabe kidnapping Hinata, but he still has some doubts. What is the purpose of Watanabe risking his life to set up this trap? Watanabe looked at Hyojin and did not deny it. "Yes, you guessed it." Jishui was puzzled. "Why?" Watanabe's expression became calm. "In order to remove the cancer of the shinobi world." "Cancer?" After a pause, Hyojin said playfully, "The cancer you are talking about, are you referring to our Mai?" Watanabe, who was determined to die, said frankly, "Isn't the Mai who connives and protects the shinobi village system a cancer of the shinobi world? Your Hashirama clearly has the strength to unify the shinobi world, but he sits and watches the establishment of the shinobi villages that are hostile to each other. Isn't your Mai the source of the war?" Jishui was suddenly speechless. Hayashi's expression also froze. He never expected that Watanabe would say such words. Your Hashirama, why didn't he unify the shinobi world and completely eliminate the war? After a pause, Watanabe continued to ask, why did he establish the shinobi village as a war machine? Facing Watanabe's question, Jishui was speechless, Hayashi was silent. For these people who had just experienced the Third Shinobi World War, the tragedy of the war was not described in the scrolls, but the pain they experienced personally. This experience was so unforgettable that even now, when many ninjas closed their eyes, they could still remember the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield. Looking at the source of the war, the establishment of the shinobi village was indeed the main reason for the sharp increase in the intensity of the war. Although the Warring States period was chaotic, but taking into account the continuation and inheritance of the clan, the conflicts between the major clans often stopped, and very few clans would choose to die together. Therefore, although the Warring States period was chaotic, the intensity of the war was not high. But after the establishment of the shinobi village, the intensity and scale of the war instantly increased by dozens of times. Many Kekii shinobi clans and secret art shinobi clans that have been passed down for thousands of years have either died or declined in just a short period of 40 to 50 years after the establishment of the shinobi village. For example, the Snow clan with the Ice Release, the Kagaya clan with the Bone Vein, the Uzumaki clan with the Sage Body, and so on were all famous Kekii shinobi clans during the Warring States period, but now all of them have been wiped out, leaving only a few clansmen in the shinobi world. The Thousand Hands clan that founded the Mai clan is also very small, and is on the verge of extinction. For example, the Hitaki clan that is proficient in swordsmanship, the Kato clan that is proficient in the spiritualization technique, and other weaker secret art shinobi clans have been wiped out. If the conflict between Uchiha and the village continues to worsen, then in a few years, the Kekkei shinobi clan that founded the Mai clan together with the Thousand Hands clan will also disappear from the shinobi world. Since your Mai clan doesn't have the courage to unify the shinobi world, then let us Kumo do it. After a cold smile, Watanabe continued, for the sake of the final piece, my sacrifice is nothing. Seeing that Watanabe was about to take action, Hyojin's eyes turned cold, and he shouted to Jishui, quickly use Genjutsu to restrain him. For Jishui's Genjutsu, Hyojin is still very confident. Even if he doesn't count the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique Koto Amatsukami, Jishui's Genjutsu strength is also one of the best in the shinobi world. However, Watanabe was not controlled by Jishui's Genjutsu. He fiercely raised the kunai in his hand and stabbed it towards Hinata, who was unconscious in his arms. Hyuga Hayashi was suddenly shocked, and almost subconsciously rushed forward, his palms filled with chakra fiercely hit Watanabe. And at the moment when the kunai was about to stab Hinata, Watanabe's mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. The sharp edge of the kunai stopped in front of Hinata's neck. Bang! Hyuga Hayashi's palms instantly hit Watanabe, who did not dodge. Puff! With a muffled sound, Watanabe slowly fell. Looking at Watanabe, who fell to the ground, without any breath, Hyuga Hayashi's face was gloomy and terrible. He has realized that he has fallen into Watanabe's trap. Jishui's eyebrows twisted into a ball. Why did my Genjutsu fail? Hyojin said, he should have engraved some kind of Fuinjutsu in his brain. Engraving Fuinjutsu in the brain can be immune to Genjutsu to a certain extent, and can also protect the information in the brain from being read and spied on by anyone. But the drawback is that too overbearing Fuinjutsu will also destroy the brain tissue, so the ninjas who dare to engrave Fuinjutsu in the brain are almost all dead soldiers who perform a deadly mission. Watanabe is obviously a radical Fuinjutsu in the Kumo village, so it is likely that he has already engraved Fuinjutsu in his brain before leaving Kumo village. At this time, there was a noise in the distance. This noise was very ear-piercing in the quiet village in the dead of night. Jishui looked in the direction of the noise and said in a deep voice, the sound came from the Kumo envoy's encampment. Hyojin was not surprised. Well, they should be making a ruckus now. This time, Watanabe was deliberately trying to blackmail them, so the Kumo envoys must cooperate with him. Otherwise, wouldn't Watanabe have died in vain? Hayashi, who was carrying Hinata, walked over and said anxiously, I'm afraid this matter will be very troublesome. Hyojin nodded. Watanabe's purpose is very clear. He wants to die in the Hyuga clan's territory, and it would be best if he can die in the hands of the Hyuga patriarch, so that Kumo village can launch an attack on Konoha. And Mai has only two choices, either hand over the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, or choose war. If Mai chooses the former and hands over the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, then the top Mai clan would be equivalent to offending both Uchiha and Hyuga clan at the same time. At that time, Kumo village only needs to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and watch the internal strife of Mai. If Mai chooses the latter and refuses to hand over the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, then the radicals in Kumo village can use this as an excuse to persuade the conservatives in Kumo village to launch a full-scale war against Mai. Therefore, no matter what choice Mai makes, for the radicals in Kumo village, this is a win-win deal. After analyzing the purpose of Watanabe, Hyojin narrowed his eyes. There is no doubt that the person who made this plan knows the current situation of Mai very well. He knows very well that Uchiha and the village are on the verge of breaking off. At the same time, he also knows that a single Uchiha is not enough to fight against the entire Mai clan. Therefore, at this sensitive time, he used this kind of underhanded means to drag the Hyuga clan into the water, forcing the Hyuga clan to the side of Uchiha, and let the two clans fight against Mai together, intensifying the internal strife of Mai. This Kumo spy not only knows the situation in the village, but also knows the layout of the Hyuga clan's mansion. Who is he? Hyojin is very sure that with the help of this spy, Watanabe must have been able to sneak into the Hyuga clan's mansion and kidnap the sleeping Hinata. Before, Hyojin has been wondering why Hayashi was able to kill the Hyuga clan's shinobi in a single blow when both sides were on guard. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi's strength is naturally unquestionable, but he is not strong enough to kill the Hyuga shinobi in a single blow. Now that I think about it, everything is reasonable. The noise in the distance is getting closer and closer. Hyojin immediately recovered his scattered thoughts and said to Hayashi, the other party deliberately came to die. Their purpose is not to kill Byakugan. Hayashi was silent when he heard this. The other party used this kind of underhanded means. It is simply impossible to guard against, because even if Hayashi can hold back, Watanabe will choose to commit suicide at the right time. And Watanabe has the identity of the leader of the envoy mission. Mike can't restrict his actions at all, so if he wants to deliberately blackmail himself to commit suicide, no one can stop him. After jumping on the eaves and looking into the distance for a while, Jishui said, "There are a lot of people coming this way." Hayashi's face was gloomy, and he sighed softly, "You can go, I will be responsible for the matters here. Let me do it." After smiling, Hyojin said to Hayashi, "Tell the people who know about it, don't leak the matter of Watanabe breaking into the Hyuga clan's land." After saying that, Hyojin lifted Watanabe's body. Hayashi asked curiously, "What are you going to do with it?" Hyojin chuckled, "Patriarch, you don't need to know anything, you didn't see anyone tonight." After saying that, Hyojin called Jishui while carrying Watanabe's body, and then the two quickly disappeared into the night. Hayashi, who was relieved, quickly ordered the people around him, "Everything returned to normal, patrol as usual, don't mention what happened just now to anyone." Not long after, the Kumo envoys and a large number of my Umbu arrived at the Hyuga clan's land. Another jonin of the Kumo envoys said, "I saw a ninja wearing your Hyuga clan's emblem kidnapped our leader, Watanabe-sama." Hayashi, who had already settled Hinata, said calmly, "I have not seen your leader." Kumo jonin sneered, "Does your Hyuga clan want to shelter a criminal?" The captain of my Umbu, who followed them, signaled to Hayashi with his eyes, asking him if he really kidnapped Watanabe. In the original timeline, Hayashi only thought that this was an act of self-defense, so he didn't deal with Watanabe's body in time, and in the end, he was bitten by Kumo and fell into a dilemma. But now that Watanabe's body has been taken away by Hyojin, Hayashi said calmly, "Please pay attention to your words." The request of the Kumo jonin immediately put the Umbu captain in a dilemma. On one side is the Kumo envoys, and on the other side is the Kumo clan's bloodline clan, both of which cannot be easily offended, so what should he do? Hyuga Hayashi stared coldly at the Kumo jonin and said, "This is impossible. Watanabe's body has been taken away by Hyojin, so the Kumo clan will definitely not be able to find any results, but even so, Hayashi can't easily let the Kumo clan enter the clan land to search. Because this involves the honor of the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan easily gives in when the Kumo clan says that they want to search, then not only will the prestige of the Hyuga clan be greatly reduced, but it will also expose the flaws of the Hyuga clan." Seeing this, the Umbu captain quickly persuaded the Kumo jonin, "Let's go to other places to search first. The Hyuga clan has no reason to attack and kidnap Mr. Watanabe." The Kumo jonin was already prepared for conflict, so the Kumo jonin refused to give in and said fiercely, "You, my clan, attacked the leader of our Kumo envoys. This is a blatant violation of the peace agreement. If you don't let us search now, then I have no choice but to return to Kumo village immediately and report to Laying-sama truthfully." The Umbu captain's face stiffened, and he was already a little unhappy with the Kumo clan's unreasonable pestering. But now that things have reached this point, he must make a choice immediately, otherwise, the hard-won peace between the two countries may be in vain. Therefore, the Umbu captain came to Hayashi's side and whispered in his ear, "Hayashi-sama, it is better to let them go in and check. I will control the scene and not let this matter spread out." Knowing the sinister intentions of the Kumo clan, Hayashi was just putting on an act, and since he had done enough, he nodded. The Kumo jonin looked happy, and quickly entered the Hyuga clan residence with his subordinates. The Umbu captain also followed into the Hyuga clan residence, and seeing that there was no trace of fighting in the residence, he was relieved. Although Kuroto doesn't believe that the Hyuga clan would attack the leader of the Kumo envoys for no reason, but the accusation made by the Kumo clan still makes him a little worried. After searching around and finding nothing, the jonin's face became gloomy. The captain of the Black Squad was no longer polite and said in a deep voice, "Since we didn't find anything, let's go somewhere else to look." Kumo jonin snorted coldly, "Don't be in such a hurry." After saying that, Kumo jonin formed a hand seal and sensed for a moment, and then immediately looked into the distance with a puzzled expression, "Huh? Why is it here?" On Hyojin's and Jishui's side, two people carrying Watanabe's corpse were running towards the edge of the village. How to deal with Watanabe's body, Hyojin hasn't thought about it yet, but taking the body away from the Hyuga clan's land is definitely not wrong. After a brief silence, Jishui couldn't hold back anymore and asked Hyojin, "Kuroto-san, do you think what Watanabe said was right or wrong? There is no doubt that Watanabe's words before his death had a certain impact on Jishui, causing him to have many doubts. Hyojin said casually, there is some truth to it. Hyojin partially agrees with Watanabe's views on the shinobi village system. It has only been 50 years since the establishment of my village, and the establishment of the other major villages was a little later than my village, that is to say, the shinobi village system has only been around for 50 years. Because of the first Naruto, the shinobi world was peaceful in the first 10 years of the shinobi village's existence. But as soon as Hashirama died, the situation immediately changed. Excluding the first 10 years of Hashirama's existence, in the next 40 years, 3 great wars broke out in the shinobi world. On average, a terrible war that affects the entire shinobi world will break out every 13 years. In other words, each shinobi war will lose an entire generation, and after 10 years of rest and recuperation, the new generation will grow up, and then the next shinobi war will break out, and then another generation will be lost. This cycle has already been repeated 3 times, Jishui asked, do you also think that Hashirama was wrong? Hyojin said calmly, Hashirama did miss the best time to unify the shinobi world, but there is nothing to criticize about this. Hashirama experienced the chaos of the Warring States period, and he wanted to change the world, so he created the shinobi village system. From the initial point of view, Hashirama did not do anything wrong. But to criticize Hashirama's decision at that time is unfair to some extent, just like how no one can say for sure whether the war will disappear after the unification of the shinobi world. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future, so throwing all the blame of the war on the predecessors is, in fact, the manifestation of the incompetence of the successors. In Hyojin's view, the real mistake of Hashirama was to distribute the tailed beasts to other villages. The purpose of Hashirama's doing this may be to let the villages maintain a balance in strength, so as to restrain each other and achieve the purpose of maintaining peace in the shinobi world. But contrary to what he wanted, Hashirama's action of distributing the tailed beasts instead intensified the war, causing Mai to suffer a lot. Take the current situation as an example. If Cloud Village didn't have the 2 perfect Jinchuriki, Hachibi, and Nibi Yujito, they wouldn't have the confidence to start a war. Jishui thought for a while and asked, then do you think that Cloud Village is right? Cloud Village. With a chuckle, Hyojin said with disdain, Cloud Village may have the magnanimity to unify the shinobi world, but unfortunately, they don't have the strength to do so. Magnanimity is indeed important, but without matching strength, magnanimity is just empty talk. The current strength of Cloud Village is almost the same as that of Mai. If there is no need to guard against other villages, one-on-one, Mai wouldn't be afraid of Cloud Village at all. One must know that the current 3 generations are not the same as the old 3 generations who will be suppressed by Orochimaru in the Chunin exam 10 years later. Mai's problem is that every time in the shinobi world war, he has to fight one against many. In the face of Kumo's provocation, Konoha has to guard against the rebellion of the Uchiha clan and other shinobi villages, which is why Konoha's hands and feet are tied and weak. Jishui asked curiously, isn't Cloud Village strong enough? In Jishui's eyes, Cloud Village has 4 generations laying, Hachibi's Jinchuriki, Nibi's Jinchuriki, and a large number of elite shinobi headed by Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito. Therefore, he was very surprised by Hyojin's disdain towards Cloud Village. In the shinobi world, there is no lack of people who have just mastered a little power and can't wait to jump out and unify the shinobi world, such as the ancestor of the country of craftsmen, Hiriko who has fused multiple kekii, and Yomi who worships foreign monsters, etc. But in the end, these people all became clowns without exception. The shinobi world is never as simple as it seems on the surface. After the death of Hashirama, Uchiha Madara was almost invincible, but he was arrogant and stayed in the dark cave for decades. Even until his death, he didn't show up in the shinobi world, but pinned his hopes on black zetsu and obsidian, hoping to come to the shinobi world with his full strength. Nagato fully awakened the Rinnegan for many years, and 6 Paths of Pain was almost invincible, but he was still trapped in a corner of the Rain Village, in the original time and space, until more than 10 years later, he chose to attack Mai personally. On the moon, the descendants of Otsutsuki controlled the giant Tenseigan, killing almost everyone in their way, but they still stayed obediently on the moon, spying on the shinobi world. Each of the 3 holy lands has strength not inferior to the 5 great shinobi villages, but they all hide in the Holy Land and don't easily set foot in the shinobi world. The evil god who bestowed the immortal body to Phaeton can easily curse Nibi's Jinchuriki with a large amount of chakra. His strength is not trivial, but he still silently preaches in the shinobi world. Why do so many strong people choose to stay dormant and wait for the opportunity? That's because they all know that their strength has not reached the level where they can sweep everything. Once they make a move, the consequences are unpredictable, so before they are completely sure, staying dormant is the safest choice. Hyojin's situation is the same. Not to mention the Sage of Six Paths who exists in the shinobi world in soul form, and not to mention the descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon, just Nagato alone, Hyojin doesn't have full confidence in defeating him. It must be known that after summoning two Toad Masters, Jiraiya's strength in Sage mode has surpassed ordinary Kage rank powerhouses, but even so, he was easily killed by the Six Paths of Pain. That's right, Jiraiya was easily killed. Jiraiya didn't know the details of the Six Paths of Pain, but Nagato also didn't know the strength of Jiraiya's immortal mode. In terms of intelligence, neither side was at a disadvantage. In the end, Jiraiya died in battle and the Six Paths of Pain suffered some losses. On the other hand, if Nagato were to use the powerful sealing technique earth-shattering heavenly stars that had once created the moon, or summon the demon statue of the heretic Tao, Jiraiya would not even have the chance to enter the immortal mode. Hyojin didn't have full confidence in breaking free from the full-powered earth-shattering heavenly stars that Nagato launched. In the battle with Mai, the reason why Naruto was able to break free from the seal of earth-shattering heavenly stars, in addition to Naruto's incomparably huge amount of chakra's amount, was largely because Nagato had consumed too much chakra to deal with Mai. And even if Hyojin could break free from Nagato's earth-shattering heavenly star seal, he would have consumed a lot of chakra at that time, and once he was attacked by Obsidian and Zetsu, he would definitely lose. In the shinobi world, one can't stand out. The result of standing out is to be studied and targeted by others. Recollecting his thoughts, Hyojin said to Jishui, "Leave the rest to me." Jishui hurriedly said, "Kumogakure, I know that Kumo has bad intentions, so no matter what you do with this body, I will not leak any secret." Shaking his head, Hyojin explained, "It's not that I don't trust you, but we are both Umbu members who are carrying out a mission tonight, so we can't disappear at the same time, so you must return to the Kumo envoy's encampment and cover for me." Hearing this, Jishui hurriedly used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the Shadow Clone Jutsu also used the Body Transformation Jutsu, turning into Hyojin's appearance. Hyojin patted Jishui's shoulder, "Go ahead, don't worry about me." "Kumogakure, be careful." Jishui nodded and led the Shadow Clone Jutsu, who had transformed into Hyojin's appearance, towards the encampment of the Kumo envoys. After sending away Jishui, Hyojin thought for a while and came up with an idea. The Kumo Jonin was leading the members of the envoys, as well as the Mai Umbu, towards the edge of the Mai village. The Umbu captain asked in confusion, "Are you sure that the direction is correct?" The Kumo Jonin didn't say anything, but nodded calmly. The current situation has completely deviated from the original plan, and for a while, he was caught off guard, but fortunately, Watanabe's body was engraved with a sensing technique, so he didn't have to worry about losing Watanabe's whereabouts. The Umbu captain frowned and said, "In front of us is a training field. After passing through the training field, we will reach the outer city wall. If the direction you sensed is correct, I am afraid that the person who kidnapped Watanabe has already escaped from the village." The Kumo Jonin coldly said, "Humph, the leader of our envoys was attacked in your Mai village, and your Mai village is to blame." The Umbu captain didn't argue, but signaled his colleagues to immediately report the news to the Sanagai shinobi. Judging from the current situation, he can already conclude that someone has indeed attacked the leader of the Kumo shinobi, but what is the identity of the other party and what is their purpose? At the signal of the Umbu captain, two Umbu members immediately left the team and flew towards the Naruto building. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the remote training field located at the edge of the village. This training field is located in a small forest, surrounded by dense vegetation, so when the group passed through the outer forest, they found a figure standing quietly in the middle of the training field. The figure was wrapped in a black cloak with golden edges, and a mask with a pattern of water ripples on the face, bathed in the cold moonlight, looking very mysterious. And at the feet of the mysterious person, there was a corpse wearing a nocturnal outfit. The group immediately stopped and surrounded the suspicious person standing in the middle of the training field. The Kumo Jonin took a closer look and recognized the body lying at the feet of the mysterious person. It was the missing Watanabe, and his heart sank. The captain of the Black Ops was sizing up the mysterious man while gesturing to his subordinates, secretly deploying the siege strategy. At this time, the mysterious person took out a scroll and in front of everyone, sealed Watanabe's body in the scroll, and chuckled, "Hey, a guy with a price of 50 million, I didn't expect him to be so weak." As the leader of the Kumo envoys, Watanabe indeed has a bounty on the black market, moreover it is a huge bounty of 50 million. This bounty, in fact, doesn't need to guess to know that it was issued by the Rock Village. After all, the one who is most unwilling to sign a peace agreement between Mai and Kumo is the Rock Village. Watanabe is dead, and this is difficult to change. Even if Hyojin uses the Tenseigan soul descent technique to control Watanabe's body, it is impossible for him to get away with it, because Watanabe has a special mission, and there must be some kind of tacit understanding between him and the other members of the Kumo envoys, or there must be some hidden code, and Hyojin, who knows nothing about this, can't solve this problem. Therefore, after a little consideration, Kuroto gave up the idea of controlling Watanabe's body. After all, there are many ways to manipulate corpses in the shinobi world, and the members of the Kumo envoys are not idiots. Instead of taking a huge risk, it is better to simply lead the conflict outside. Anyway, as long as Watanabe doesn't die in the Hyuga clan's territory, half of Kumo's conspiracy will be disrupted, and as for the rest, Hyojin can only take one step at a time. Listening to the mysterious person mentioning the bounty, the Kumo Jonin's heart suddenly tightened. The Umbu captain on the side shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare you sneak into the Mai clan to commit murder?" The leader of the Kumo envoys was killed in the Mai clan. Even if it wasn't the work of the Mai shinobi, the Mai clan can't escape the blame, so after confirming Watanabe's death, the Umbu members responsible for protecting the Kumo envoys were filled with righteous indignation. Looking at the Umbu captain's fierce eyes under the mask, Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and said with a playful smile, "Who told the Rock Village to put such a heavy bounty? If you want to blame someone, blame the Rock Village." The Kumo Jonin gritted his teeth. Rock Village. The hatred between the Kumo and Rock Village is something that can't be finished in a day and night. Putting aside the distant ones, the 3 generations of Leiying were besieged and killed by tens of thousands of rock ninjas in order to cover the safe retreat of the main force. The captain of the Black Ops did not think too much about it. Right now, he was only thinking about how to retrieve Watanabe's corpse from Hyojin's hands. The leader of the Kumo envoys was killed in Mai, and if the news spread out, although Mai would be embarrassed, but this kind of thing is inevitable in the shinobi world, but if even the body of the leader of the Kumo envoys is taken away and exchanged for bounty in the black market, then Mai would lose a lot of face. Hyojin, who had activated Byakugan, looked at the Black Ops team leader gesturing to his colleagues behind his back and smiled. In an instant, the 2 Umbu members used the teleportation technique and pounced on Hyojin from both sides. At the same time, the Shadow Squad leader in front of Hyojin threw 7 kunai at Hyojin. If one looked closely, they would find that these 7 kunai were all tied with specially treated steel wires. This kind of steel wire was not only tough but also did not reflect light. It's this trick again. Hyojin didn't know how many times he had practiced this kind of coordinated attack with his colleagues in the Black Ops base. Even if he closed his eyes, he knew how to crack it. In an instant, Hyojin shot a few shurikens at the flying kunai, and then his figure flashed to meet the Umbu on the right side. The Umbu waved his long sword and was about to slash. The Umbu's slash was actually a pretense. The purpose was to force Hyojin back to his original position and back into the encirclement. This was also the most common trick in this set of coordinated attacks. Hyojin, who was well aware of this, raised the corner of his mouth and didn't dodge. The Umbu was suddenly shocked. This. Bang, with a muffled sound, Hyojin punched the Umbu's cheek and sent him flying. After succeeding, Hyojin didn't stop. With the remaining inertia of his body, he directly jumped out of the encirclement and flew toward the outer wall of Mai. The Umbu captain's face sank. After ordering an Umbu to report the news to the 3 generations, he quickly called other colleagues, as well as Kumo Jonin and others to catch up. The other party easily cracked the Umbu's coordinated attack, which meant that the other party was either extremely familiar with the Mai Umbu, or he was an extraordinary person. In either case, it was not good news for Mai. Now, the situation has gone beyond the control of the Umbu captain. He could only report the latest news to the 3 generations Naruto in time and wait for the village's support. After briefly getting rid of the siege of the Umbu, Hyojin came to the wall of Mai in a few leaps. Who? The guards on the wall immediately found Hyojin wearing a black cloak and the mask of Suijin. The guards on this section of the wall were a 4-man team, the members were 2 Chunin and 2 Genin. However, what Hyojin didn't expect was that one of the Chunin ninjas turned out to be his fiancée Kuroto Ling. He couldn't help but think in his heart, isn't this girl always on duty in the village? When was she transferred to the outer wall? She didn't even tell me. Kuroto Ling slowly put up a soft fist posture and asked in a clear voice, who the hell are you? Can't let Ling activate Byakugan. After making up his mind, Hyojin's figure flashed and instantly knocked down the 3 Mai ninjas except for Ling. Ling was shocked and was about to activate Byakugan. At this time, Hyojin had already appeared in front of her and hit her throat with one palm and the other toward her lower abdomen. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Ling is naturally good at taijutsu, so she immediately waved her palm to meet it. At the same time, the meridians on both sides of her forehead bulged slightly, and Byakugan was activated at this moment. But being bullied by Hyojin at this distance, even if Ling activated Byakugan, it would be useless. Bang! In just a few breaths, Hyojin, who had a strange figure, circled behind her and lightly hit Ling's neck with the back of his hand, knocking her out. After picking up the fainted Ling and slowly putting her on the ground, Hyojin shook his head and said, how many times have I said that you are still so hesitant? Gently putting Ling on the ground, Hyojin glanced at the increasingly noisy village, and then jumped off the outer wall of Mai without looking back and galloped out of the village. In his heart, he has made up his mind that after this matter is over, he will find a way to transfer Ling to the Hyuga clan. Ling's temperament is simple, and her vigilance is too low. She is not suitable to be the guard of the outer wall, and the outer wall is the first line of defense of the village, which is a relatively dangerous post. It belongs to the kind of post that either nothing happens, or if something happens, it will be a big deal. Just as Hyojin was still thinking about Ling's matter, suddenly, 2 figures stopped in front of him. Both of them were dressed in my Umbu attire, and they were very familiar with Hyojin because they were Kakashi and Guy from Umbu Team 11. Kakashi, who was wearing a fox mask, carefully looked at Hyojin, who was also wearing a mask, and then said coldly, don't resist, you can't escape. With a depressed and complex mood, Jishui quietly returned to the Kumo envoy's encampment with the shadow clone who had transformed into Hyojin's appearance. At this time, there were only 2 Kumo Jonin stationed in the encampment, and the rest of the Kumo envoys followed the other Kumo Jonin to look for Watanabe. I'm a step late. In the other corner of the encampment, Jishui frowned when he didn't find the figures of Kakashi and Guy. Because Mai's residence is very large, including the front and back courtyards, it almost crosses several streets, so when they were on duty tonight, Team 11 was divided into 2 groups. Suijin and Homasubi are in one group, and Kakashi and Guy are in another group, and they are in the other group. After finding the Mai ninja who temporarily came to maintain order, Jishui hurriedly asked, where are the Umbu who originally guarded this place? Mai ninja replied, all the nearby Umbu have gone to look for the leader of the Kumo envoys. Jishui shook his head helplessly and secretly said, I hope that Kuroto won't be blocked by Captain and the others. In the forest outside the wall. Hyojin, who was blocked by Kakashi and Guy, crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled, do you think you can stop me with just the 2 of you? Provoked by Hyojin's words, the young guy was about to step forward and fight. Calm down. Kakashi used his body to block Guy, but his eyes were glued to Suijin's body the whole time. After being reminded by Kakashi, Guy restrained his anger. Guy is not an impatient person, but as the leader of the Kumo envoys, who is responsible for protecting the Kumo envoys, was kidnapped right under his nose. When Guy thought of the possible consequences of this incident, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Kakashi didn't rush to attack, but asked, who are you? Isn't Mai the leader of the 5 great shinobi villages? You can check it yourself. Pausing for a moment, Hyojin smiled and said, I know you want to stall for time and wait for reinforcements, but with just the 2 of you, I'm afraid you won't be able to stall for long. After being seen through by Hyojin, Kakashi's expression froze. He immediately formed a seal and shouted, Earth escape, multiple earth flow walls. Hua, in an instant, 4 tall and sturdy earth walls rose around Hyojin, trapping Hyojin within. Kakashi, who had just used the earth escape technique, did not stop. His hands formed a seal again. Fire escape technique, grand fireball technique. Kakashi spat out a ball of fierce flames from his mouth, shooting towards the top of the four walls. With Kakashi's hand speed, the interval between the multiple earth flow walls and the grand fireball technique was almost a short breath. If Hyojin tried to escape from the multiple earth flow walls from the sky, he would inevitably hit the grand fireball technique. But Hyojin had the Byakugan. When Kakashi formed the seal for the grand fireball technique, Hyojin had already guessed Kakashi's plan, so he did not try to escape from the sky at all. Instead, he formed a seal with Kakashi at the same time and shouted, "Water escape technique, water wave." Poof, a slender line of water sprayed out from Hyojin's mouth. Like a sharp water knife, it cut Kakashi's earth flow walls in half like cutting tofu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, there was a loud sound of wind breaking. Hyojin didn't have to think carefully to know that it was Guy rushing over, so he stopped his body that was about to rush out of the multiple earth flow walls, deliberately lowered his body and dodged sideways. Boom, Guy's powerful flying kick was dodged by Hyojin. He did not successfully hit the target, so he kicked Kakashi's earth flow wall, kicking a 2-palm-thick earth flow wall into pieces. In the splashing stone debris, Hyojin's figure flashed. His speed was so fast that he almost pulled out an afterimage under the moonlight, and quickly rushed out of the multiple earth flow walls that Kakashi had set up. Hyojin did not choose to be entangled with Guy, even he did not like to fight Guy in close combat. Guy's keenness and physical skills made Hyojin always secretly wonder if Guy had any hidden talent, because Guy's keenness was sometimes even comparable to the insight of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. It was completely unreasonable. Seeing Hyojin rushing towards him, Kakashi's right hand immediately flashed with dazzling lightning. Sizzle. At the same time, there was a sharp sound like that of countless birds fighting in the forest. Whoosh, two black shadows that were so fast that they could not be seen clearly, accompanied by whistling and screaming, rushed past in an instant. Drip. Hyojin looked down and found that his right arm had been scratched by Kakashi's Chidori, his sleeve was torn, and blood dripped along the cuff to the ground. On the other side, Kakashi's body swayed, he staggered a few steps, and then half knelt on the ground. Guy quickly rushed over to support Kakashi, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Kakashi shook his head, but his hand was tightly covering his abdomen. Guy glanced at Kakashi's hand that was covering his abdomen, and a lot of red blood seeped out between his fingers. At this time, Hyojin turned around, looked at Kakashi, and said, "I didn't expect that you could hurt me." Kakashi, who had recovered, stood up and said, "You can't escape." Looking at Kakashi in front of him, in a trance, Hyojin seemed to return to the moment when he sparred with Kakashi in the ninja school, in the Hyuga mansion. Hayashi sat in front of the long table, drinking tea leisurely. Hearing the shocking change, Richa, who hurried over, saw that his brother was so calm, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, "What happened? Why did the Kumo envoys search our clan's land?" Hayashi said calmly, "Sit down, have a cup of tea first." Hizashi-sama sat down, picked up the cup of tea on the table, and took a sip. Whoosh! At this time, a Hyuga clansman appeared outside the house and reported, "Patriarch, we received news that the Kumo envoys and the Umbu found traces of the leader of the Kumo envoys in a training field. Their leader seems to have been attacked by a mysterious person." Hayashi nodded and ordered, "Continue to investigate." Richa was shocked when he heard this. What, the leader of the Kumo envoys was attacked in the village? Hayashi was calm and didn't say anything. After a while, another Hyuga clansman appeared outside the house and reported, "Patriarch, the latest news, the Umbu failed to capture the mysterious person, the other party has crossed the outer wall and escaped from the village." Hayashi was relieved in his heart, and thought, fortunately, Kuroto dealt with this matter, otherwise, this matter would be troublesome. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, Hayashi was scared. If the Kumo found Watanabe's body in the Hyuga clan's land, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the Hyuga clan may even be involved in eternal damnation. Richa, who didn't know the inside story, slammed the table and stood up. "Damn it, I will chase after him." Hayashi stopped Richa and leisurely raised the teacup. At this time, another clansman appeared outside the house and reported, "Patriarch, Naruto-sama has personally gone to chase after the mysterious person." Puff. Uchiha clan's mansion. The Uchiha clan's Fuyue sat quietly in the hall with a straight face. At this time, one of the Uchiha clansmen hurried in and whispered in Fuyue's ear, "Patriarch, I have found out some news about the Kumo envoys. Watanabe was kidnapped, and it seems that the culprit is a bounty ninja who covets the bounty on Watanabe's head." Kidnapped? After listening to the report, Fuyue's face suddenly became solemn. After these days of secret contact, the leader of the Kumo envoys, Watanabe, finally agreed to sneak into the Uchiha clan's territory tonight and meet with the Uchiha clan's patriarch Fuyue. As a result, Fuyue waited in the clan's territory for half the night, only to receive such a result. However, what Fuyue doesn't know is that Watanabe is only planning to send a shadow clone tonight, taking the last opportunity before his death to sow discord between the Uchiha clan and my clan. Unexpectedly, as soon as the shadow clone sneaked out of the Kumo envoy's encampment, it was seen through by Hyojin, so he failed to keep the appointment. After pondering for a long time, Fuyue asked in a low voice, "Where is Ji Shuei? Isn't he responsible for the safety of the Kumo envoys tonight?" The Uchiha clansman who inquired about the news shook his head. The process of Watanabe's abduction has not been clearly investigated, but the accident should not have happened in the encampment. There are no traces of fighting there. Fuyue thought for a moment and ordered, "Immediately find Ji Shuei and find out what happened." "Yes." The Uchiha clansman immediately disappeared from the hall. At this time, Fuyue looked at the night outside the house. His face was gloomy and uncertain. After many attempts, Fuyue can now confirm that Ji Shuei is on the side of the village. Because of this, the contact between the Uchiha clan and the Kumo envoys is so troublesome. Otherwise, with Ji Shuei's identity as an Anbu, it would be easy to contact the Kumo envoys on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Ji Shuei's position towards the village has strengthened Fuyue's determination to find Shinichi. In Fuyue's plan, once Shinichi returns to the family and assists the Uchiha clan to launch a coup, the village will no longer trust Ji Shuei, and Ji Shuei will have no choice but to return to the clan. This is also the reason why Fuyue is not in a hurry to have a showdown with Ji Shuei. Because Fuyue believes that as long as the Uchiha clan launches a coup and the internal strife breaks out completely, the village will help him to force Ji Shuei towards the Uchiha clan. At that time, the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan will be able to sweep the village and seize the position of Naruto that the Uchiha clan has been longing for many years. After a while, another Uchiha clansman jumped in and reported in a low voice, "Patriarch, the clansman responsible for monitoring the Hokage building has reported that Sandaime has personally led a large number of Anbu to hunt down the bounty nin who kidnapped Watanabe." Fuyue was not surprised by this. Instead he stood up and said, "Assemble the police force's Jonin squad." The leader of the Kumo envoys was kidnapped in the village. Even if it was just for show, Sandaime-sama had to show that he attached great importance to this matter, so Fugaku wasn't surprised that Sandaime-sama would personally participate in the hunt. The Uchiha clansman was stunned and asked, "Patriarch, are we also participating in the hunt?" Fuyue said, "Such a good opportunity to contact the Kumo envoys, how can we let it go so easily?" Fuyue doesn't care about other things, he only cares about one thing, and that is to contact the Kumo envoys and confirm whether Shinichi Uchiha defected to Kumo or not. "Yes, I will go and gather the Jonin squad." The Uchiha clansman suddenly understood, and only now did he understand that participating in the roundup was just an excuse, and Fugaku's real purpose was to contact the Kumo envoys in the name of the roundup, Root Base. The Root ninjas coming and going are constantly reporting all kinds of information to Danzo. When he heard that 3 generations personally led the Anbu to hunt down the mysterious person, Danzo showed a thoughtful look and asked the man next to him, "Did you find out the identity of the mysterious person?" A Root ninja next to him handed a document to Danzo and said, "From his appearance, it seems that he is the recently famous bounty ninja Suijin in the black market." "Suijin?" Danzo frowned and took the document. After a quick glance, Danzo threw the document on the ground and said, "Is this the information you collected?" In addition to a brief description of Suijin's appearance, there is only the identity of the bounty ninja. Other than that, there is no other useful information. Seeing Danzo angry, the Root ninja immediately knelt down and explained, "This Suijin seems to have appeared out of thin air. There is no clue before, so we couldn't find more information." "Waste." After angrily scolding, Danzo said, "Continue to investigate. I want to know who this Suijin is. Who is he working for?" In the forest outside the wall. Hyojin glanced at Kakashi's right hand, then moved his eyes to the bloodstains on the ground. In the confrontation just now, Kakashi's Chidori only slightly scratched Hyojin's right arm, so the injury on Hyojin's right arm was caused by Chidori's lightning, and Kakashi's right hand was not stained with Hyojin's blood. Therefore, as long as a few drops of blood on the ground are dealt with, they can avoid being tracked by the smell. This is also a place where Kakashi has to guard against. After all, Kakashi has a group of ninja dogs. Making up his mind, Hyojin quickly printed the hand seals, water release, great waterfall technique. In an instant, a huge wave of water surged forward, and the momentum seemed to submerge the entire forest. Kakashi's face stiffened, and quickly shouted to Guy next to him, "Be careful." Guy quickly responded, "Yes." Tacitly, the two jumped on the tree at the same time, but their eyes did not move away from Hyojin's body, and has been watching Hyojin's every move. After washing the ground with the great waterfall technique, Hyojin chuckled and printed the hand seals again, and shouted, "Water release, multiple water dragon technique." 3 huge water dragons with a diameter of 1 meter instantly rose from the ground, accompanied by splashing water, and hovered around Hyojin like living creatures. Hyojin pointed at Kakashi and Guy on the tree, and the 3 thick water dragons immediately rushed over. Kakashi did not dare to be careless, and immediately printed the hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a water dragon also rose beside Kakashi, protecting him. Guy, who was on the side, flew to another big tree, avoiding Hyojin's water dragon attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity to force Kakashi and Guy to retreat, Hyojin no longer hesitated, and immediately turned around and fled into the depths of the forest. At this time, Kakashi's voice came from behind him, psychic technique, earth release, tooth chasing technique. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the 8-headed ninja biting him, Hyojin was speechless. For some reason, he was inexplicably calm about being bitten by a dog, as if he was not surprised by it. But as a matter of fact, he really did not expect this to happen. Is it because I bumped into Kakashi, so I was subconsciously prepared to be bitten by a dog? Shaking his head, Hyojin threw this absurd thought out of his mind. At this time, Guy rushed over quickly. My whirlwind. Just when Guy was about to hit Hyojin, Kakashi's 8-headed ninja jumped to the side and avoided Guy's my whirlwind. Hyojin, who had no time to dodge, could only use his arms to protect his vital parts and take Guy's my whirlwind head-on. Boom. With a loud bang, Hyojin was sent flying and slammed into a big tree, breaking it. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Hyojin stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, Guy, and the 8-headed ninja surrounded Hyojin, preparing for the next wave of attack. Hyojin secretly thought, these ninja have already smelled my scent. It seems that ordinary methods will not be able to get rid of Kakashi and Guy's pursuit. Right at this moment, his expression suddenly became solemn. Because in his vision of the Byakugan, a large group of ninjas were rushing over, and there were a few strong chakra reactions in this group of ninjas. They are all experts. In just an instant, Hyojin came to a conclusion. Because it was a water release clone, its pupil power was far inferior to the pupil power of Hyojin's released Tenseigan, so when Hyojin discovered it, the large group of ninjas were already close at hand. Swish swish swish, amidst the sound of breaking wind, a number of figures using the body flicker technique landed around Kuroto and surrounded him in the center. The one in the lead was none other than the 3 generations Naruto's ape Flying Sun Chop. The 3 generations looked at the battlefield for a moment, then nodded at Kakashi and Kai. You did well. Kakashi jumped to the side of 3 generations and said, he is a water ninja, he is very strong. After gently nodding, 3 generations stared at Hyojin with a sharp, eagle-like gaze and said in a deep voice, speak, who instructed you to attack the Kumo envoys? On the other side, the Jonin of the Kumo delegation also stared at Hyojin, waiting for his answer. Hyojin shrugged his shoulders and said with a chuckle, the one who instructed me is, of course, the 50 million Ryo bounty on the black market. This answer, I think Naruto-sama should be satisfied. In front of the Kumo shinobi, Hyojin naturally wants to establish his identity as a bounty ninja, and lead the trouble of killing Watanabe to the black market, and to the rock village who issued the high bounty. 3 generations said indifferently, don't make any unnecessary resistance, just surrender. The Umbu ninjas around were also eager to capture Hyojin alive. There is no doubt that everyone present feels that Hyojin is doomed. The Kumo Jonin frowned. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Hyojin put one hand on his waist and said with a smile, I didn't expect that this business trip would alarm Naruto. It really makes me feel fear and trepidation. 3 generations looked at Hyojin coldly. I don't see even the slightest fear in you. Hyojin slowly raised his hands and said, that's because you can't keep me here. After saying that, Hyojin finished his hand seals and shouted, Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. Whoosh, in a burst of cold air, a sparkling and translucent ice mirror appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Ice release Kekkei Genkai. Everyone, including 3 generations, was taken aback when they saw the ice mirror floating in the air. It stands to reason that with the annihilation of the Snow Clan by the mist, the ice release should be extinct in the shinobi world, but no one expected that the mysterious person wearing a black cloak and mask in front of them was actually a remnant of the Snow Clan. Seeing this scene, Kumo Jonin was finally convinced that tonight's matter should have nothing to do with Mai. While Kuroto resents Rock Village for issuing a bounty on Watanabe's head, he was also quite regretful that Watanabe's plan, which was launched at the cost of his life, failed at the last step because of the interference of a bounty nin. If Haku was here, he would have noticed that Hyojin's magic mirror ice crystal is completely different from the normal magic mirror ice crystal. In its normal state, the ice mirrors would form a semicircle, forming an incomparably huge hemispherical ice shield that would cover an entire area and confine the enemy within the ice shield. But now, Hyojin's magic mirror ice crystal is lined up in a long row in the air, extending to the distance. Taking advantage of the gap between everyone's surprise, Hyojin gently jumped and merged into one of the ice mirrors. Everyone, goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the ice mirrors that were hanging in the air instantly moved. The long line of ice mirrors in midair dissipated with the ice mirror at the end and reformed at the front. The cycle repeated itself as it rapidly advanced into the distance. From afar, it looked like this long row of ice mirrors was flashing in the air, and Hyojin, who was hiding in the ice mirror, was also using his ice release ninjutsu to easily shuttle between the ice mirrors. The ice mirrors were like a moving track, and Hyojin was the train that was running on the track. No one expected that the bounty nin in front of them would have such a trick up his sleeve, and all of them were stunned. 3 generations was the fastest to react, and he was the first to use the body flicker technique to catch up. The pursuit of 3 generations was like a signal, and a large number of my Umbu followed. Kakashi and Guy were no exception. Watanabe's body is still in the hands of the mysterious person, so Kumo Jonin had no choice but to lead the members of the Kumo envoys to follow. At this time, Guy asked Kakashi, why haven't Kuroto and Jishui arrived yet? Kakashi was also a little puzzled. According to the usual situation, once an accident occurs during a mission, both Suijin and Shursui are usually the first to react, but tonight, he doesn't know what's going on. Both of them haven't shown up yet. Guy asked again, that person is obviously an ice release Kekkei Genkai, why didn't he use ice release ninjutsu on us just now? Kakashi said, although I don't know why, but when he fought with us before, he definitely didn't use his full strength, so we should be careful, his strength should be stronger than we thought. In the quiet night, a long curtain of light flew over the forest, making the whole night sky hazy and illusory, as if everything has become unreal. If you look closely, you will find that the light curtain flying in the night sky is actually a clear ice mirror that exudes cold air. The cold and clear moonlight shone on the translucent ice mirrors, reflecting an illusory, hazy fluorescence. Layers upon layers of fluorescence interweaved with each other, forming a dreamlike light curtain. There is no doubt that this dreamy light curtain is Hyojin's ice release ninjutsu magic mirror ice crystal. After several months of practice, Kuroto has successfully mastered the nature fusion of water and wind chakra, and has effectively mastered the ice release Kekkei Genkai. Of course, the reason why he was able to learn ice release so quickly is thanks to the Tenseigan soul descent technique. It is precisely because of the Tenseigan soul descent technique that he was able to possess Haku's body and personally experience the process of using ice release from his soul to his body. Don't underestimate that time of possession learning. A personal experience of possession learning is worth 10 times or even 100 times of teaching by his teachers. After mastering ice release, Hyojin immediately studied the application of ice release ninjutsu. The lesson of losing Clono last time made Hyojin understand that it doesn't matter if he can't win, but if he can't escape, then everything is over. Why did Yondaime Hokage catch up from behind, overwhelm the Sannin in terms of momentum, and finally win the position of Hokage? The reason is very simple. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he firmly grasps the initiative on the battlefield, where to fight, when to fight, and who to fight. These are all decided by him. On the battlefield, if my side has the advantage, 4 generations can infinitely expand that advantage. And if the enemy has the advantage, 4 generations can infinitely reduce the disadvantage of my, so that the enemy can't disperse their forces to expand their advantage. The 4th generation single-handedly demonstrated the importance of mobility. Therefore, after mastering Ice Release, the first ninjutsu that Hyojin studied was not the powerful offensive ninjutsu, but the Ice Release ninjutsu that can improve one's mobility. In the battle with Sasori's ice puppet once displayed an Ice Release ninjutsu that uses Ice Release to create an ice track, and then moves on the smooth ice track. This kind of Ice Release ninjutsu can indeed enhance the mobility of a ninja, but because the ice track is too close to the ground, the extension of the ice track is affected and limited by the terrain, so once you encounter complex terrain, the improvement of mobility will be very limited. Among the enemies that Hyojin has to face, Obsidian can use space ninjutsu, Mutsu can use earth ninjutsu, Konan can use paper release to fly, Kakuzu's mask also has a certain flying ability, and Dead Ale, who may join the Akatsuki organization in the future, also has the ability to fly. So a mere ice track ninjutsu cannot meet Hyojin's needs in terms of mobility. Therefore, he developed a new way to use the Ice Mirror Crystal, which is to expand the Ice Release ninjutsu from a battlefield control ninjutsu to a mobile ninjutsu. And the effect is far beyond Hyojin's expectations. In terms of mobility, the Ice Mirror technique has a speed comparable to that of a bird of prey, and because the Ice Mirror can be suspended in the air, it is not affected by the terrain and can fly at a low altitude. In addition, the Ice Mirror technique has a strong protective ability for the Ice Release ninja, so when using the Ice Mirror technique, Hyojin is almost immune to most physical attacks and ninjutsu attacks. Unless someone can destroy all the ice mirrors at once, it will be very difficult to pose a threat to Hyojin who is hiding among them. The only drawback is that the chakra of the Ice Mirror technique consumes a lot of energy, and if it is maintained for a long time, it will be a huge burden on the user. But the clone bee that has fused with Haku's unparalleled affinity with the ice release chakra, coupled with the support of the Ryumyaku chakra, the consumption of the chakra of the Ice Mirror technique is really nothing for Hyojin. On the ground, the 3 generations Naruto was galloping in the forest, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were solemn. As a Naruto, he needs to consider more problems than the average Mai ninja. Tonight's sudden incident, if not handled properly, would lead to immeasurable consequences. Therefore, from now on, he had to be extremely cautious with every step he took. How did he sneak into the village? Is his purpose really just the bounty money? Where did he kill Watanabe? As he stared at the long row of ice mirrors flickering in the air, many questions welled up in Sandaime's mind. There was no fighting in the Kumo envoy's encampment, which means that Watanabe was not attacked in the encampment. This also means that Watanabe, who was supposed to stay in the encampment, got rid of the Mayumbu who was protecting him and sneaked out of the encampment for some purpose. Watanabe's sneaky behavior undoubtedly shows that Kumo village has other plans. I hope it has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. The 3 generations doesn't worry about anything else, what he is most worried about is Kumo and Uchiha colluding together to attack Mai from both inside and outside. If the situation really develops to that point, even if Mai can survive in the end, Mai's losses will probably be unprecedented. At this time, the 3 generations looked back at the team behind them. Running for a long time is a huge burden for ordinary ninjas, so at the moment, only the elites of the Umbu are following closely behind the 3 generations. Some newcomers who joined the Umbu not long ago were left far behind. As for the Kumo envoys team, because most of them are Chunin and Genin, most of them have fallen behind, leaving only the Jonin at the end of the team. Frowning, the 3rd generation King Yenlua's spotted face revealed a trace of helplessness. The current most serious problem of Mai's Naruto faction is that the death of 4 generations is a heavy blow to the Naruto faction. In a flash, the 3 generations converged the helplessness on his face, and his expression became firm. As the Naruto, he must set an example and must not show the slightest weakness, which will make his subordinates feel hesitant. I can't delay any longer. After saying that, the 3 generations bit his finger, his hands quickly printed, and shouted, "Psychic Jutsu!" Bang! In a burst of white smoke, a strong ninja ape jumped out. After a few jumps, the strong ninja ape caught up with the 3 generations Naruto, who didn't stop using Psychic Jutsu, and asked, "Yuan Fei, who is the opponent?" The demonic ape did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "Transform!" Bang! With a low muffled sound, another cloud of white smoke rose. Almost at the same time that the demonic ape used the transformation technique, 3 generations leaped high into the air. When 3 generations' figures were about to fall, the ever-lengthening Vidro wishful steel rod penetrated the white smoke and reached the feet of 3 generations, carrying his body forward at a rapid speed. The speed at which the Vidro wishful steel rod elongated was far beyond the imagination of others. In just a few breaths, it carried 3 generations and caught up with the magic mirror ice crystal that was flying in the air. Seeing 3 generations chasing after him with the ever-lengthening Vidro wishful steel rod, Hyojin, who was hiding in the magic mirror ice crystal, was taken aback. At this time, 3 generations, who had caught up with the magic mirror ice crystal, took a deep breath, and his chest swelled to the limit. Then, he shouted in a low voice, "Fire escape, multiple fire dragon flame bullets." Whoosh! In an instant, 3 generations spewed out several fire dragons that were so hot that people could not open their eyes, swallowing the long row of ice mirrors. Hyojin's reaction was not slow. When 3 generations made the hand seals, he used the water clone technique. Under the cover of the brilliant fluorescence on the magic mirror ice crystal, he quietly left the magic mirror ice crystal. Therefore, he barely escaped and was not engulfed by the flames that filled the sky with the magic mirror ice crystal. Landing gently on a big tree, Hyojin looked up at the flames that illuminated the whole sky like it was daytime. He murmured, 3 generations are not old yet. At this time, 3 generations landed on a big tree opposite Hyojin, holding the shrunken Vidro wishful steel rod in his hand, staring coldly at Hyojin. Hyojin laughed dryly. I didn't expect Naruto-sama to know this trick. 3 generations said coldly, whoever dares to commit murder in no matter who you are, you won't be able to escape my pursuit. Looking at the murderous 3 generations, Hyojin's throat felt a little dry. Honestly speaking, Hyojin had always looked down on 3 generations subconsciously, feeling that he wasn't worthy of the title of strongest Naruto. After all, the strength of the first generation was obvious to all. In the shinobi world, even counting the Otsutsuki family of the mythical period, there are only a handful of shinobi that can beat Hashirama one-on-one, and the 3 generations are obviously not one of them. However, there was no doubt that the 3 generations were not weak. If one were to estimate the strength of the current 3 generations based on the 3 generations' aging state in a few decades, it would undoubtedly be a huge mistake. Hyojin's expression turned cold as he glanced at the fire dragon that was still spinning in the air. Just this fire release alone indicated a very important problem, and that was that the current 3 generations did not lack chakra. As for Naruto, who had the title of ninjutsu doctor, was proficient in all 5 types of ninjutsu, and did not lack chakra, just thinking about it gave Hyojin a headache. I don't know when Jishui will arrive. Under the pressure of the 3 generations, Hyojin knew that he couldn't continue to delay, and he had to make the first move. Otherwise, if the 3 generations took the initiative, he might fall here. After making up his mind, Hyojin immediately made a hand seal. Water release, great waterfall technique. Walala, in an instant, a huge wave swept straight towards the 3 generations. The 3 generations' expression remained unchanged as they jumped back and easily avoided the attack of the wave. Hyojin naturally didn't expect the great waterfall technique to work. The reason why he used the great waterfall technique was that he needed the huge amount of water vapor brought by the great waterfall technique so that he could use other water release or ice release ninjutsu. At this time, Hyojin stomped his foot and shouted, "Water release, water wall." As soon as his voice fell, a water wall rose from the ground and shot into the air. Then, he pressed his palm on the water wall and shouted, "Ice release, ice congealing flower." Under the effect of the ice escape, the huge water wall instantly froze, turning into an ice wall with bursts of cold air. Across the ice wall, the 3 generations stared at Hyojin behind the ice wall with surprise and doubt in their hearts. They were surprised that the bounty ninja in front of them, who was suspected to be a remnant of the Yuki clan, had such a large amount of chakra's amount that he could use large-scale ninjutsu. What was strange was that the action of the other party creating a huge ice wall made him, who was known as the ninjutsu doctor, unable to guess the intention of the other party for a while. Suddenly, feeling the temperature drop, the three generations quickly looked up at the night sky. They didn't know when the shadow of the moon disappeared from the night sky, but after the fire dragon dissipated, the night immediately became much darker. Frowning, the three generations said, "The multiple fire dragon bullets I just used inadvertently created too much hot air." He used the water release and ice release to create a huge ice wall, making the cold air sink and forcing the hot air higher into the sky to create rain clouds. The dark clouds covered the moon, and immediately the three generations guessed the intention of Hyojin to create a huge ice wall, but because the multiple fire dragon bullets he used before were too fierce, it was too late to stop Hyojin's plan. Pitter-patter, sure enough, not long after the ice wall appeared, it began to rain. Hyojin, who was hiding behind the ice wall, chuckled and said, "If I don't borrow the power of the sky, I'm afraid I'm not your opponent, Naruto-sama." Whoosh, at this time a figure passed through the curtain of rain and fell beside the three generations. Looking at the huge ice wall in front of them, these late Umbu members all had a dignified expression. Obviously, the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. Under the mask, Hyojin frowned and immediately said, "Naruto-sama, you'd better make these small fries stay away." Just 3 generations alone, Hyojin was already tired of dealing with them. If a large number of Umbu were added, then it would be difficult for him to control his strength and not hurt the innocent. The 3 generations also knew what it meant to fight with a powerful ice release ninja in the rain, so he ordered the Umbu around him, "You guys back off." The Shadow Guard captain quickly said, "Naruto-sama, let us stay." The 3 generations shook his head and said, "All of you back off, I will deal with him, you guys guard the surroundings, don't let him escape." In the face of the order of the 3 generations, all the Mai Umbu members, including the Shadow Guard captain, retreated far away and scattered into a huge circle, surrounding Hyojin and the 3 generations in the center. Hyojin, who was behind the ice wall, looked at all this indifferently. He didn't take the opportunity to attack, he waited until his colleagues Kakashi and Guy retreated. Then he slowly raised his hands and said, "Naruto-sama, you have to be careful." Humph. The 3 generations clenched the Vajra wishful staff in his hand and snorted coldly. After completing the hand seals, Hyojin looked at the drizzling sky and shouted, "Ice release, ice rain." End of chapter 182. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.